Once, a singular technique of the eye caused mountains to collapse, burying an army of 300,000 from a rival nation alive once. This same technique transported numerous masters across vast distances of billions of miles. With some taking decades to return once, it even granted the power to raise the dead, flesh and bones anew. Shattered sword heart, forged in the 9 palaces. This mysterious and absurd swordsmanship instills trepidation in countless souls who would dare to shatter the sword heart, painstakingly cultivated through relentless training. Here lies the most formidable sword techniques, intertwined with enigmatic ocular arts. The protagonist resolutely shatters his sword heart, driven solely by a single line from the first page of the sword technique. A minor mastery of the sword allows even immortals to be slain. The realms are delineated as virtual martial realm, condensed essence realm, vast ocean realm, yin yang path, 9 seals realm. Chapter 001, Dream of Canglan. In the estate of the Prince of Chu Nan, there stood a peculiar ancient tree, its entire form seemingly saturated with ink, as if it had absorbed countless shades of gloom from the world. Its expansive canopy shaded half the courtyard, creating a tranquil realm that seemed to shield it from the heavens. On its trunk, 3 distinct sword scars were etched. The uppermost scar penetrated 3 inches into the wood, its cut clean and precise. The second scar delved half an inch, its edge uneven. The third scar was nearly indistinguishable. Only through careful observation could one discern that it had barely breached the bark, leaving behind a subtle mark. This tree, known as the wutia tree, is rumored to render steel unnecessary. Its branches possess hardness rivaling that of metal, and weapons forged from it are destined to be extraordinary. Even the leaves of the wutia tree are the preferred choice for crafting concealed weapons. Such trees are exceedingly rare throughout the Longyong dynasty, and a mere small segment of its trunk could fetch an exorbitant price. Yet, here in the estate of the Prince of Chu Nan, there stood this magnificent specimen. Beneath the wutia tree, a soft sigh broke the stillness. The sigh resonated with the weight of time and a hint of fatigue, yet it was met with a visage of unwavering determination. Beneath slightly furrowed brows, profound eyes seemed to harbor an entire cosmos, countless stars shimmering with a piercing brilliance. The man stood there in tranquil contemplation, as if transcending the bounds of time and space. His gray robe billowing without wind, his gaze fixated on the 3 sword scars, lost in thought. An aura of regal authority enveloped him, transforming the wutia tree into an expansive cosmos. Anyone who beheld him would inevitably conjure the notion of a sovereign, Your Highness. Silently, a shadow clad in black materialized behind him, kneeling on one knee, exuding utmost reverence. The atmosphere grew thick with unspoken tension, yet no one felt the awkwardness. The shadow knew that every year on the first day of June, the Prince of Chu Nan would come to observe the 3 sword scars beneath the wutia tree. After a prolonged silence, the prince withdrew his gaze, his eyes sparkling as if the world had come alive once more. Speak, he commanded, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority. Dream Canglan has returned, the shadow replied, devoid of emotion. Dream family, Dream Canglan? The prince's lips moved as he savored the name. He then retrieved a small booklet from his sleeve, delicately flipping through its pages, each adorned with the names of several individuals. Some names remained, while others were crossed out in red ink, and notably, Dream Canglan's name occupied the first position on the first page. The prince stared at the name for a long while before articulating, "Send someone to probe this individual. He is worth cultivating as an ally. If he can be of use to me, that would be ideal, and I shall treat him with respect. If not, then he must be eliminated." In these tumultuous times, no unstable factor can be allowed to persist. The shadow frowned. "Your Highness, can a mere Dream Canglan truly influence the greater scheme of things?" "Indeed?" The prince regarded the shadow with a cool demeanor, causing the shadow to fall silent, realizing he had spoken out of turn. "If there are no further orders, I shall take my leave," the shadow said. "Depart," the prince waved his hand. "Yes." The shadow gradually faded from view, seemingly merging with the void. Once the shadow had left, the prince's gaze returned to the name of Dream Canglan in the booklet, murmuring, "Those whom I inscribe in this booklet possess the potential to alter the course of events. Each uncertain factor has the capacity to rewrite history. Thus, they must either serve me or be rendered as corpses." In Shuzhou City, the largest city in the region, the streets stretched for hundreds of kilometers, bustling with life. 3 main marketplaces thrived with a constant flow of people, with residents from all over Shuzhou gathering here at the beginning of each month. These marketplaces belonged to the Dream family, the Su family, and the Han family, with the marketplace in the northwest of Shuzhou belonging to the Dreams. Every storefront bore the emblem of the Dream family, and within the Dream marketplace, the most renowned establishment was the Dream Returning Hall. The Dream Returning Hall was a modest pharmacy, yet its business flourished, for it was managed by a miraculous healer, merely 15 years of age, whose medical skills surpassed all seasoned practitioners in Suzhou. Thus, the hall was perpetually crowded, with a steady stream of visitors. How can the heavens bestow upon you such fortune, yet the soul returns beneath the sword? A couplet adorned the inner wall, a profound verse penned by the previous head of the Dream family, Dream Xiaoyao. The strokes revealed him to be a master of swordsmanship, each line radiating brilliance while hinting at a touch of sorrow. Master, young Master Han has arrived, a flustered attendant announced as he rushed in. Upon entering, he spotted a young man clad in white, fixated on the calligraphy on the wall. The attendant had often seen this young man gazing at the inscription, though he knew not its meaning. He was aware that the script belonged to the adoptive father of the young man, the previous head of the Dream family. Yet, the mystery lingered as to why the adoptive father had been the head of the Dreams while the young man bore the surname Xiao's, having fallen to the humble position of managing the Dream Returning Hall after Dream Xiaoyao's passing. Why the fuss about his arrival? Xiao Zijing remarked with mild reproach before stepping outside. The main hall was filled with patients seeking treatment, all drawn by the hall's fame. Yet, the consultations were conducted by other physicians, as Xiao Zijing had ceased to personally attend to patients unless faced with particularly challenging ailments. As he entered the main hall, many greeted him, but before he could respond, a rotund figure in luxurious silks rushed toward him, face aglow with excitement. "Xiao brother, I missed you terribly." The plump fellow, with tears and snot streaming down his face, charged forward, leaving Xiao Zijing visibly exasperated. He swiftly kicked the man aside, exclaiming, "Han Shixuan, what on earth are you doing? Did the wrong medicine alter your orientation?" Not at all, I was merely overwhelmed with excitement." Han Shixuan replied, rising from the ground with a grin, rubbing his backside. Onlookers were astonished. Was this truly the infamous prodigal son of the Han family? Typically, he was seen bullying others with his family's influence, yet here he was, laughing off a kick like it was nothing. Heavens, am I hallucinating? Han Shixuan disregarded the expressions of those around him, and, with a tone that was almost flattering, remarked, "Brother Xiao, you are indeed a divine physician. I never expected that merely consuming a single dose of your medicine would expel a third of the poison from my body. Truly remarkable. Those old codgers in my family insist that my illness is incurable. Curse them. Once I return home, I shall deal with them." He then expressed a hint of exasperation. "However, Brother Xiao, this medicine must be taken once every 2 weeks. If I wish to be entirely cured, it will take 2 months. Is there any way to expedite my recovery? My arm remains incapacitated." Xiao Zijing, preoccupied with his tasks, shot Han Shixuan an annoyed glance and retorted, "Han Shixuan, you must understand that you have been afflicted by the poison of the 7-colored serpent. Such poison is typically deemed incurable. It is a miracle that you have improved at all. If you wish to hasten your recovery, the simplest solution would be to amputate the poisoned arm, as I have already sealed the toxin." Han Shixuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to form a response. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Master Xiao." Xiao Zijing raised his head to see a young man, panting heavily, rushing through the door. Han Shixuan recognized him as Meng Mo, a member of the Meng family. Annoyed at the interruption, Han Shixuan snapped, "Who do you think you are? I was here first. If you want medical attention, you should wait your turn. Get out of the way." Xiao Zijing barked at Han Shixuan, who immediately adopted a subservient demeanor, following behind Xiao like an eager lapdog. Xiao Zijing then turned to Meng Mo with a smile. "What brings you here, Meng Mo?" After catching his breath, Meng Mo replied, "Naturally, it is good news. The clan leader has just issued a command for all Meng family members residing outside to return to the family home. Although you do not bear the Meng surname, you are still one of us, so I came to fetch you." Oh, Xiao Zijing was taken aback. Why the sudden urgency to summon the Meng family members? Noticing Zhao's puzzled expression, Meng Mo chuckled, clearly in high spirits, and whispered, "Meng Canglan has returned." Meng Canglan. Xiao Zijing was stunned. He had not anticipated the return of Meng Canglan, the guardian of the Meng family, a prodigy of extraordinary talent whose contributions had been pivotal in maintaining the family's current stature. Xiao Zijing recalled that the last time Meng Canglan had returned, he was only 4 years old. "Is it true that Meng Canglan has returned?" Han Shixuan exclaimed, equally astonished, before dashing out, seemingly forgetting his ailment. "Such significant news, and my family hasn't informed me. I must hurry back to report this." Han Shixuan thought anxiously. "This chatterbox," Xiao Zijing sighed, shaking his head. He patted Meng Mo on the shoulder and said, I understand. I will finish my current tasks and then return. Great. Let's gather a few brothers for a drink later, Meng Imo said with a smile. Sure. As Meng Imo departed, Xiao Zijing turned back to his preparations, murmuring, Meng Canglan has returned. I wonder what matters have brought him back. Xiao Lu. Yes, master. I have some matters to attend to. Please prepare the medicine and deliver it to Han Shishuan at the Han family. Understood. The news of Meng Canglan's return spread through Suzhou like a gust of autumn wind sweeping away leaves, shaking the two other prominent families and the city lord's residence to their core. Chapter 2. The Meng family of Suzhou. My lord, 12 figures clad in black knelt before a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, exuding an ominous aura. His voice, slightly hoarse, inquired, So Meng Canglan has indeed returned? Yes, my lord. Meng Canglan is back, and the Meng family is currently hosting a banquet, inviting the city lord's residents, as well as the Han and Su families, one of the black-clad men reported. The man in the hat nodded solemnly and continued. The Meng family is merely establishing their authority. Meng Canglan, as the guardian of the Meng family, commands respect even from the elders of the Han and Su families. With his return, how could the Meng family not take steps to solidify their dominance over Suzhou? The pitiful city lord must now regard the Meng family with a measure of trepidation. And, does the prince's intent for us in this matter mean? One of the black-clad men cautiously ventured to test. The man in the hat smirked coldly, saying, The prince wishes to ascertain the extent of Meng Canglan's abilities, which is why I have been summoned. Had Meng Canglan been defeated, we would have threatened him with our lives to compel him to serve the prince. Now, in this moment of need, even a defeated Meng Canglan could prove useful. Should he emerge victorious, we shall reveal our identities and invite him. However, I do not agree with the prince's approach. If Meng Canglan were to fall to me, I would demand his death. Such a useless individual holds no value for the prince. Indeed, the 12 men behind him inhaled sharply, fear evident in their eyes. The poisonous phantom, a feared assassin, was notorious not for his strength, but for his rare and terrifying ability as eye technique. In the land of Guanlan, those possessing eye techniques are exceedingly rare, passed down through bloodlines or resulting from extraordinary mutations. Each individual wielding such power inspires dread, as they can unknowingly lead others to their demise, leaving them oblivious to the cause of their death. The poisonous phantom's eye technique, known as the demonic poisonous gaze, ensures that anyone caught in its sight succumbs to poison and death. This is the terror of the poisonous phantom. Though he possesses merely the latest strength of the Songhai realm, he has previously slain those who have reached the Yin-Yang path, thanks to his eye technique. At this moment, the Meng family was bustling with activity, alive with excitement. The threshold of the Meng family was nearly trampled, as news of Meng Canglan's return prompted families of all sizes from Suzhou to send representatives to extend their congratulations. The Meng family laid out a grand banquet, and the western courtyard was filled to capacity with guests. At the center of the main table sat a man in his 40s, his skin remarkably well maintained, exuding an air of a formidable leader. This man was Meng Canglan, the current head of the Meng family. Next to Meng Canglan sat a young man who seemed entirely unremarkable. One could scarcely sense his presence, and if one were to close their eyes, they might feel as though that spot were devoid of life. So completely did he blend into the background. At that moment, a young man clad in a yellow robe approached, raising a cup of wine with a smile. Meng brother, we are of the same generation, yet your achievements have far surpassed mine, making me envious beyond measure. I raise this cup in your honor, aspiring to learn from your example. Brother Huang, you flatter me, the young man replied with a slight smile, raising his cup and drinking it down without rising. Haha, Canglan has a remarkable capacity for alcohol. The crowd erupted in lively chatter, revealing a clear desire among all to befriend Meng Canglan, for no one wished to incur his displeasure. Even the young man from the Huang family, who had merely shared a drink with Meng Canglan, felt honored rather than slighted. The young man in question is Meng Canglan, the guardian deity of the Meng family. It can be said that the current standing of the Meng family is largely attributable to his efforts. Master. At that moment, a soft voice whispered in Meng Canglan's ear. His expression remained unchanged as he rose and addressed the others. Dear friends, I must excuse myself for a brief moment. Meng brother, please proceed. However, you must return shortly. It is not often that we have the pleasure of your company, and we shall drink until we are inebriated. Laughter erupted among the crowd, all aware that to curry favor with Meng Canglan and the Meng family is to secure one's own fortune. Among the three great clans of Suzhou, the Meng family stands as the undisputed leader. As Meng Canglan turned, he astonishingly vanished before their eyes, disappearing into thin air. Everyone was left in awe of Meng Canglan's display of skill. Even the powerful figures from the city lord's residence, who had come to offer their congratulations, stared in disbelief at this extraordinary feat. What kind of strength must one possess to achieve such a thing? Meng Canglan's astonishing act stunned all present, while Meng Chengyuan and several elders of the Meng family felt a secret satisfaction, for this only served to solidify the family's status. On a small hilltop belonging to the Meng family, Meng Canglan slowly ascended. Awaiting him at the summit was an elderly man clad in white. Upon seeing Meng Canglan's arrival, the elder respectfully bowed, "Master." This elderly figure appeared like any ordinary old man, yet his eyes sparkled with a celestial brilliance, setting him apart. He was also a practitioner of ocular techniques, possessing what he called the thousandly divine eye, capable of perceiving the world in a single glance. "Elder Yu, is there something amiss?" Meng Canglan inquired, aware that Yu Zongyuan would not summon him without cause. Yu Zongyuan nodded and replied, "It is nothing grave, merely that I have observed a few young rascals preparing to stir trouble at the Meng family's expense. Were we outside, I would have dealt with them directly, but in Shuzhou, I must heed your wishes, master." "Who are they?" Meng Canglan asked, unperturbed, his curiosity piqued. "The people of the Chu Nan royal residence." "Haha." Meng Canglan chuckled. "What an audacious Chu Nan king, attempting to set his sights on me. This is rather amusing. Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. If the Chu Nan king wishes to use me, then I shall likewise seek to employ him." "What do you mean, master?" Yu Zongyuan inquired with intrigue. Meng Canglan's gaze drifted toward the western courtyard, his tone growing somber as he said, "As I guard the Meng family, I often wonder whether I am truly protecting them or inadvertently causing harm. I feel that the Meng family has become overly reliant on me. While my presence ensures their safety, it hinders their growth. The current patriarch, Meng Chengyuan, is markedly different from the previous patriarch, Meng Xiaoyao. While Meng Xiaoyao harbored ambition, Meng Chengyuan's aspirations do not rest on himself. I have also indulged the Meng family too much. Now that the Chu Nan king has sent someone, I shall confront this challenge." "Your protective nature towards the Meng family indeed poses a disadvantage," Yu Zongyuan contemplated after a moment. "Indeed." Meng Canglan nodded, as if having reached a resolution. In an instant, he vanished once more from the small hilltop. Just as Yu Zongyuan intended to sit down in meditation, Meng Canglan's voice echoed in his ear, "Elder Yu, I brought you back to Shuzhou City with the hope that you would remain with the Meng family. I have made many enemies outside, and I cannot help but worry for the Meng family. I do not require you to assist them, I only ask that you ensure their survival." Yu Zongyuan's expression momentarily froze, then he shook his head with a wry smile, having anticipated this outcome. Behind the Meng family lay a vast, dense forest. At this moment, within that forest, Xiao Zijing was racing towards the Meng family. "I truly did not expect to encounter yet another poisoned patient, which has cost me considerable time," Xiao Zijing muttered to himself, deftly weaving between the trees as he sought to circumvent the Meng family's rear garden. Xiao Zijing was also a warrior, however. He was not a direct descendant of the Meng family. Though he was the adopted son of Meng Xiaoyao, he had not been permitted to train. Thus he, like many collateral descendants, was only able to achieve the fourth realm of the void martial stage. Collateral descendants who wish to cultivate must first contribute to the family, which is why Xiao Zijing had joined the Meng returning hall. After 10 years of service, he would be permitted to learn the techniques for advancing to the condensing yuan stage. Having served for 6 years, Xiao Zijing yearned to grow stronger to avenge his adoptive father, despite not knowing the identity of the one who had inflicted the fatal injury upon him. He vaguely recalled Meng Ziweo's words, "I do not wish for you to seek vengeance on my behalf, nor do I desire for you to cultivate. My only wish is for you to live a peaceful life. However, should the Meng family ever fall into decline and face humiliation, I hope you will take up the sword and fight for our family. In my life, I have but 2 concerns, my beloved Xiao Xiao and the Meng family. Sadly, Xiao Xiao has passed, and I lack the strength to protect the Meng family. Meng Canglan is destined to soar beyond this realm and will eventually leave the Meng family. Thus, I entrust everything to you. Just remember, do not wield your sword lightly before others." After Meng Xiaoyao's passing, Xiao Zijing endured considerable humiliation within the Meng family. Had it not been for his unwavering dedication to his adoptive father's wishes, he would have long since departed. Meng Xiaoyao had forbidden Xiao Zijing from practicing swordplay, which only fueled his curiosity. One day, upon grasping a sword, he discovered within himself a mysterious power awakening. Though he had yet to fully comprehend how to wield this newfound strength, it had enabled him to cure poison. Otherwise, Han Shishuan might have long since perished. This was a secret Xiao Zijing had kept to himself, as he understood Meng Ziweo's reasoning for prohibiting him from practicing swordplay. Chapter 003. The Poisonous Eyes of the Abyss. However, Xiao Zijing did not heed Meng Xiaoyao's advice and secretly embarked on the path of sword cultivation. From the moment he grasped the sword, he realized that he could never part with this weapon in his lifetime. Nevertheless, he never exhibited this passion in front of others and moved to Meng Clan to focus on his training, as he lacked the swordsmanship manuals necessary for his development. For years, Xiao Zijing practiced alone, honing a single technique, the simple thrust. Do not be deceived by its simplicity. The monotonous daily practice over the years bore significant results. While the thrust was indeed straightforward, achieving precision with unwavering consistency was a daunting challenge. Although Xiao Zijing was merely at the 4th level of the void martial realm, when he exerted his full strength, he could execute 3 lightning-fast thrusts in rapid succession. This feat was not merely a matter of 1 + 1 + 1 equaling 3. It was a closely guarded secret, unknown even to the attendants of Meng Clan. As Meng Canglan returned to the West Wing, the others, eager to speak, were silenced by a gesture from him. He had distinctly sensed an additional presence in the West Wing. The crowd regarded him with astonishment as he approached a middle-aged man, who silently sat there drinking, a scar running across his brow. No one had noticed when this individual arrived. Meng Canglan approached with a smile, raising his cup. "From where does my friend hail?" The crowd murmured amongst themselves, puzzled by the man's sudden appearance. Even Meng Canglan, a formidable figure at the late stage of the ocean realm, was taken aback, having failed to notice the man's arrival, causing a trickle of cold sweat to form. The atmosphere in the West Wing grew tense, and the scarred man sneered. "Remarkable skills. I did not expect you to notice my presence so swiftly upon your return." "The aura has shifted," Meng Canglan explained. "Previously, the atmosphere was shaped by those who were here. With the passage of time, it naturally formed a cohesive energy. Your arrival, however, altered this ambience. How could I remain unaware?" The scarred man had not anticipated being discovered for such a reason. His wariness heightened. The ability to perceive such subtle shifts in aura indicated Meng Canglan's formidable strength. Glancing at the cup in Meng Canglan's hand, he chuckled and stood. Addressing Meng Canglan, "I admire your perceptiveness, Brother Meng. In that case, allow me to toast you." With that, the scarred man raised his cup and drank deeply. Meng Canglan, however, merely regarded his own cup without drinking. The scarred man's brow furrowed, and he said with a deep voice, "What? Do you look down upon me, Brother Meng, believing I am unworthy of toasting with you?" "Not at all," Meng Canglan replied, shaking his head lightly. "The renowned assassin, Poisonous Dream Immortal, raises a toast to me, which is indeed an honor. However, I must confess, I am not fond of this spiced wine. If I must drink, I would prefer something less tainted." "Poisonous Dream Immortal?" Gasps filled the air, and the crowd recoiled, faces paling in shock. Meng Canglan and several elders grew tense, for the name was widely feared within the assassin world. Just as Meng Canglan was about to summon the guards, he heard Meng Canglan's telepathic voice. "No need for alarm. A mere Poisonous Dream Immortal is manageable." The scarred man chuckled darkly. "As expected of Meng Canglan, you recognized me." Meng Canglan smiled, entirely unperturbed, facing the notorious Poison King less than a meter away. He lightly tapped his foot and murmured, "Shouldn't the 12 from below make their appearance? It is rather stifling down there." Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted as the ground fractured, and 12 figures clad in black ascended from below. Their oppressive aura left the onlookers breathless, rendering them speechless. They had not anticipated that intruders could infiltrate beneath their feet while they feasted. Had these 12 men chosen to ambush them at that moment, escape would have been impossible. Meng Canglan's breath quickened as he realized that all 12 possessed the strength of the ocean realm. With such power, coupled with a Poisonous Dream Immortal, they could dominate Su Province. The expressions of the 12 were peculiar, and they suddenly spat blood, leaving everyone astonished. Even the Poisonous Dream Immortal was momentarily taken aback. The 12 gazed at Meng Canglan in horror, having been injured by what appeared to be a casual stomp. They now regarded Meng Canglan with trepidation. Meng Canglan sneered, "Having stealthily infiltrated my Meng family with nefarious intent, I shall ensure you do not leave today." "Wait." One black-clad figure clutched his chest, frowning. "Do you not wish to know who sent us? What our purpose is?" "Not interested," Meng Canglan replied, shaking his head. The expressions of the 12 shifted dramatically. One hastily produced a token, speaking nervously, "Do not strike. We are from the Chu Nan Royal Palace, sent by the prince to test your capabilities." The token bore a prominent character for Chu, and the man continued, "The prince hopes that Lord Meng will serve him, and in return, the Meng family shall undoubtedly prosper. Should Lord Meng agree, A future of unparalleled glory awaits. The crowd was astounded. The Chu Nan Prince was an unreachable figure. If Meng Canglan allied with him, why would the Meng family remain confined to the small Su province? Die? The cold voice fell like a death knell, signaling the end. Meng Canglan felt no inclination to yield. With a flick of his finger, the wine in his cup split into 12 droplets, flying forth like projectiles. The 12 had no time to react before the droplets pierced their bodies, the wine laced with potent poison. Thus, these 12 masters of the ocean realm fell effortlessly. Meng Canglan, how bold you are to slay those from the Chu Nan royal palace. The poisonous dream immortal was utterly astonished. Fool. Meng Canglan gazed at the poisonous dream immortal, his voice cold. Did you truly believe the prince sent you to test my strength? You were mistaken. He was probing my stance. Allowing you to return alive would signify my acquiescence to follow him. If I were to refuse, the message would be clearer. Your deaths. Meng Canglan's words struck the poisonous dream immortal like thunder, and he retorted angrily. That cannot be. If this were merely a test, why would he dispatch me? If I die, the prince loses a capable hand. To demonstrate sincerity, for I, Meng Canglan, am worth such measures, Meng Canglan replied with a pitying look. From this day forth, the legend of poisonous dream immortal shall cease to exist on this continent. The poisonous dream immortal's face darkened, for he recognized through Meng Canglan's earlier display that he was no match for him. At that moment, the poisonous dream immortal stomped the ground, attempting to retreat. Meng Canglan snorted coldly, propelling the wine jug in his hand directly at the poisonous dream immortal's head. Given Meng Canglan's strength, this strike could easily obliterate the poisonous dream immortal's skull. A crisis of death loomed. The poisonous delusion immortal let out a fierce roar, his pupils suddenly transforming into a vivid green, an unsettling hue that sent shivers down the spine. Following this transformation, an overwhelming aura of toxicity surged forth, violently shattering the wine vessel, which erupted into a torrent of toxic gas that swiftly enveloped the crowd. As everyone witnessed this terrifying spectacle, they were momentarily paralyzed with fear. Meng Canglan furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated the potency of the poisonous delusion immortal's ocular technique. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a ferocious force that sent the shards of the wine vessel flying, piercing into the body of the poisonous delusion immortal while dispersing the toxic mist. Flee! The poisonous delusion immortal, severely wounded and desperate to escape, was plagued by a pounding headache after exhausting his most powerful eye technique. His body was riddled with dozens of wounds, and the shards of the toxic wine vessel only exacerbated his condition. He understood that failure to flee would spell his doom. As the toxic mist dissipated, the figure of the poisonous delusion immortal vanished, yet Meng Canglan remained unfazed. With Yu Zongyuan present in the Meng family, the poisonous delusion immortal had nowhere to run. Meng Canglan surveyed the crowd and noticed one individual had been tainted by the toxic mist, their entire arm now a sickly black. He swiftly produced a medicinal pill and rushed towards the afflicted person. Yu Zongyuan, with his keen perception, observed these events unfold. Initially focused on a young individual in the nearby forest, whose modest strength was overshadowed by a solid foundation, he now saw the poisonous delusion immortal heading in the same direction. If he could reach the forest, safety would be within his grasp. He hoped fervently that Meng Canglan would not pursue him. The poisonous delusion immortal gritted his teeth, bloodied yet unyielding in speed. The encounter with this toxic entity would spell disaster for the young man. Yu Zongyuan furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene, only to freeze in place upon witnessing Xiao Zijing halt, cautiously scanning the surroundings before stealthily hiding behind a tree. In disbelief, Yu Zongyuan murmured, "Has this young one sensed the poisonous delusion immortal?" The poisonous delusion immortal, a formidable warrior at the peak of the Songhai realm, traversed from the western wing to the forest entrance of the Meng family in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yet, the distance between him and the two individuals remained significant. How could this mere fourth-tier warrior in the void martial realm detect the presence of the poisonous delusion immortal? Xiao Zijing, sensing an unusual agitation within, grew increasingly alert. Moments later, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps, clumsy and exaggerated, indicating the approach of an injured individual. Concealed behind the tree, Xiao Zijing refrained from revealing himself, yet instinctively understood the gravity of the situation. The footsteps originated from the direction of the Meng family, confirming the presence of an enemy. This sixth sense arose from a mysterious power within Xiao Zijing, alerting him to danger on numerous occasions. Trusting this instinct, he took cover whenever it stirred. Suddenly, the poisonous delusion immortal, overwhelmed by his injuries, could no longer suppress the urge to vomit blood, his pallor indicating his frailty. He grappled with the confusion of his unwavering loyalty to King Chu Nan, questioning why he had been sent to the Meng family to meet his demise. Resentment brewed within him as he longed to confront King Chu Nan and demand answers for his perceived betrayal. Abruptly, the poisonous delusion immortal raised his head, fixing his gaze on an ancient tree nearby, and coldly demanded, "Who goes there?" "Step forward." Xiao Zijing's heart raced. Had he been discovered? Was it a ruse? With his pulse quickening, he realized he had no choice but to emerge. Stepping out from behind the tree, he observed the wounded figure of the poisonous delusion immortal, who seemed to be drawing closer to death. Despite this, the threat posed by the individual remained palpable. Fixated on Xiao Zijing, the poisonous delusion immortal, upon recognizing the youth as merely a fourth-tier warrior in the void martial realm, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired coldly. "I am a physician from Han Xiangtong, here to gather medicinal herbs," Xiao Zijing replied, fabricating a tale on the spot. "Gathering herbs?" The poisonous delusion immortal scrutinized him, his voice dripping with skepticism. "Where is your herb basket? Did you come empty-handed?" "I only seek a single tianqing grass for medicinal purposes." There was no need for a basket. Xiao Zijing maintained his composure, though internally he scrambled for a way to extricate himself from this precarious situation. One misstep could cost him his life. Suddenly, the poisonous delusion immortal coughed violently, yet remained suspicious of the young man before him. In a hoarse voice, he queried, "If you are indeed from the Han family, why venture to the Meng family's mountain for herbs? The Han family possesses several mountain ranges. Why not seek your remedies there? Esteemed senior, the tianqing grass thrives in cold climates, and this mountain, beneath which flows the 18-mile river, harbors a stronger chill, increasing the likelihood of finding it. Conversely, the mountains near the Han family were once volcanic, although now dormant. Their heat renders them unsuitable for the growth of tianqing grass. Thus, I have come here." Xiao Zijing replied earnestly, knowing full well that the 18-mile river was merely a fabrication, and that there were no volcanoes near the Han family. He counted on the poisonous delusion immortal's ignorance. The poisonous delusion immortal, believing Xiao Zijing's reasoning, nodded in acceptance. If the Han family's mountains are indeed dormant volcanoes, then surely there must be ample Mingxing grass growing atop them. Xiao Zijing faltered internally, cursing under his breath. Did he dare to test his knowledge of medicinal herbs? Fortuitously, his understanding of medicine was genuine, allowing him to navigate this precarious exchange. If you seek Mingxing grass, it presents a challenge. While it flourishes in arid regions, it is more abundant in the western regions of the eastern domain. Here in the south, it is exceedingly rare, as the soil is simply unsuitable for its growth. The poisonous delusion immortal nodded, now convinced of Xiao Zijing's identity as a physician. "Your explanation is satisfactory. You indeed possess the knowledge of a healer." Xiao Zijing exhaled a sigh of relief and cautiously inquired, "Might I take my leave now? Produce your Han family physician's badge for me to examine. If it is genuine, you may depart," the poisonous delusion immortal commanded. "Certainly." Xiao Zijing stepped forward, retrieving a golden badge from his pocket and presenting it to the poisonous delusion immortal. The poisonous delusion immortal accepted it without suspicion and lowered his gaze to inspect the badge, only to find the prominent character for Meng emblazoned upon it. The Meng family. The poisonous delusion immortal froze in shock. Despite having believed Xiao Zijing was a physician from the Han family, the instant he saw the emblem, all prior trust shattered. Anyone in his position would experience a moment of bewilderment, and it was precisely this fleeting moment of distraction that Xiao Zijing sought. A glint of murderous intent flickered within Xiao Zijing's eyes, sharp and piercing. Xiao Zijing suddenly raised her hand, and a flash of silver light erupted from her cuff, moving with the speed of lightning. This seemingly ordinary thrust was one she had practiced countless times over many days and nights. The silver gleam flashed past the green eyes of Du Wangxian, and he immediately felt a sharp pain pierce through his chest. However, Xiao Zijing's expression changed abruptly. Her thrust had not penetrated Du Wangxian's sternum. Typically, such a strike from her would be powerful enough to pierce through stone. In this perilous moment, the intensity of her effort only amplified her strength, yet she was astonished that it had not broken through Du Wangxian's ribcage. What material was his chest made of? It felt as impenetrable as steel. "You seek death," Du Wangxian roared, a tremendous pressure descending upon Xiao Zijing, nearly overwhelming her with its force. The murderous intent in Du Wangxian's eyes surged, but he had just exhausted all his soul energy in his attempt to escape and could not invoke his eye technique again. Nevertheless, as a late-stage powerhouse of the ocean realm, he could easily crush dozens of opponents like Xiao Zijing with a single hand. He attempted to raise his hand, but Xiao Zijing struck again. Bang! Bang! Uft! 3 successive strikes landed on Du Wangxian's chest like relentless thunder, all piercing the same spot with precise accuracy. Du Wangxian was left dumbfounded. How was this possible? Even he could not replicate such a feat. Yet here was this mere youth at the 4th level of the void martial realm achieving it. The final thrust pierced through Du Wangxian's chest, directly embedding itself in his heart. Du Wangxian stared in disbelief at the silver short sword lodged in his chest, his raised hand frozen in midair before he could strike back. Xiao Zijing, however, staggered back a few steps, gasping for breath, having unleashed all her power in that moment to finally vanquish him. Haha. Du Wangxian began to laugh, albeit with a hint of bitterness. I, Du Wangxian, have made quite a name for myself in the Eastern Domain, having killed countless foes. To think I would escape the clutches of Meng Canglan only to perish at the hands of a mere 4th-level void martial realm brat. How utterly laughable. Xiao Zijing stared silently at Du Wangxian, the notorious assassin of the Eastern Domain, a wielder of the abyssal poison eye technique, had been slain by a youth at the 4th level of the void martial realm. Such news would surely send shockwaves through the Eastern Domain. Thud. Du Wangxian's face twisted in resentment as he fell. Only then did Xiao Zijing realize her back was drenched in cold sweat. This was undoubtedly the most perilous moment of her life. To witness a being so vastly more powerful than herself fall by her hand felt surreal. All of this transpired under the watchful gaze of Yu Zongyuan. What a swift sword, he marveled. He had restrained his impulse to intervene, eager to see if Xiao Zijing could manage on her own, intending to step in only when Du Wangxian posed a true threat. He had never anticipated that Xiao Zijing would emerge victorious, leaving even him feeling as though he were dreaming. Xiao Zijing cautiously approached, knowing that such a formidable expert would undoubtedly possess valuable items. Seizing the opportunity, she scoured Du Wangxian's body and found a book and a pill. The book was titled Bone Refinement Golden Body. As she opened it, she finally understood why Du Wangxian's bones were so resilient. He had cultivated this technique. As for the pill, she did not have time to examine it further. Hastily, she dug a pit to bury Du Wangxian and then stealthily returned to the Meng family. When Meng Canglan came to find Yu Zongyuan, he recounted the events, which surprised Meng Canglan. Is it true that our Meng family has such a remarkable descendant? Indeed. It is this person. Yu Zongyuan waved his hand, and an image of Xiao Zijing materialized in the air. Meng Canglan gazed at the likeness, murmuring, "How familiar." As Xiao Zijing walked through the Meng family's corridors, she exchanged greetings with several people, and many of the Meng family's younger members regarded her with no animosity, treating her as one of their own. Suddenly, she raised her head to see several individuals approaching. Leading them was a young man, exuding an effortless charisma and a serious demeanor, surrounded by an air of nobility. He carried a sword on his back and was followed by several members of the Meng family. "Young master," Xiao Zijing stepped aside and clasped her hands in greeting. However, the young man paid her no heed, striding past her without a word. One of his companions, Meng Mo, was about to greet Xiao Zijing when the young man spoke sternly. "Meng Mo, hurry along. Do not waste time on insignificant people. That Du Wangxian is grievously wounded and cannot have gone far. We must find him quickly." Chapter 5. Xiao Zijing's opportunity. Meng Mo gave Xiao Zijing an apologetic nod, and she returned the gesture. As she watched the group depart, she couldn't help but chuckle at their naivety. Did they truly believe they could find Du Wangxian? He had already been buried by her, and his possessions were now in her grasp. Xiao Zijing instinctively touched her pocket, feeling the bulge of the bone refinement golden body technique and the mysterious pill. As for the earlier young man's dismissive attitude, Xiao Zijing was accustomed to it. Over the years, while she had gained recognition among many in the Meng family, there were still those who did not regard her as one of their own. The young man, Meng Xing, was the son of Meng Canglan, the head of the Meng family, and held significant influence. He was the likely successor to the family leadership, and, despite being under 20, had already reached the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm, standing as a prominent figure among the younger generation. Observing the somewhat chaotic scene in the Meng residence, Xiao Zijing noted that while nothing was visibly damaged, everyone appeared preoccupied, likely due to the recent events involving Du Wangxian. Just as she considered inquiring about the situation, a melodious voice chimed from behind her. "Oh, little uncle. When did you arrive? I didn't see you earlier." Without needing to turn around, Xiao Zijing recognized the voice. "I just arrived," she replied with a smile, turning to face a girl clad in a flowing silver gown. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, vibrant and glossy. Her bright, sparkling eyes shimmered with an ethereal quality, and her delicate features resembled that of a translucent doll, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer. She was Meng Canglan's daughter, Meng Xian, Meng Canglan's treasured daughter was also the goddess in the hearts of many within the Meng family. However, Meng Xian was no mere ornament. At just 14, she had already reached the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, surpassing even Meng Xing. Upon seeing Meng Xian, Xiao Zijing felt her spirits lift. This little girl had always followed her around when they were younger, affectionately calling her little uncle. Meng Canglan was the biological son of Meng Xiaoyao, and Xiao Zijing was Meng Xiaoyao's adopted son, yet Meng Canglan had never acknowledged this brotherly bond. Only Meng Xian accepted this relationship. How unfortunate for you, little uncle. You missed the spectacular show, Meng Xian said with a smile, glancing back at her maid. Xiao Dai, please inform my father that I will be there shortly. Yes, Mississippi. The maid obediently uttered a word, casting a slightly displeased glance at Xiao Zijing before walking away. Xiao Zijing helplessly touched his nose, realizing that even a mere maid held him in disdain. His social standing seemed rather dismal. He hastily inquired, what splendid performance is underway? I just saw young Master Meng Xing, seemingly on a quest to capture some poison-imbued fairy. Indeed, Meng Xian stepped forward, entwining her arm with Xiao Zijing's and urging him. Come, uncle, let us sit over there and converse. This affectionate gesture left Xiao Zijing feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, Meng Xian was no longer the childish little girl of yore. In their family, 14-year-old girls were already of marrying age, and Xiao Zijing suddenly felt the weight of many hostile glances and a palpable aura of animosity directed at him. Several passing members of the Meng family witnessed this scene, promptly placing Xiao Zijing on their blacklist, marked for elimination. Nevertheless, Meng Xian appeared oblivious, unfazed as she led Xiao Zijing to a nearby flowering tree, where they took their seats. Speak, Xiao Zijing urged, looking intently at Meng Xian. She nodded, her tone growing somber as she said, Uncle, you must be aware of the Prince of Chu Nan's residence, correct? Of course, Xiao Zijing replied. In our Long Yong dynasty, there are 6 kings and 18 lords. Among the 6 kings, the king of Jiangyu, discontent with an unjust verdict from the emperor, has long been stationed at the border, vowing never to return to the capital, even if it costs him his life. Among the remaining 5 kings, the one with the greatest ambition and power is undoubtedly the Prince of Chu Nan. Could this incident be related to him? Meng Xian looked at Xiao Zijing with a serious expression, her voice heavy as she stated. This incident was orchestrated by the Prince of Chu Nan. 13 assassins arrived in total, 12 at the initial stage of the Sea of Clouds realm, along with 1 poison-imbued fairy at the later stage. It seems they sought to test our clan uncle, Meng Canglan's, stance. However, they did not anticipate that our clan uncle would exhibit no interest in the Prince of Chu Nan's affairs and would eliminate all the assassins with a single strike, leaving only the poison fairy to escape. A single strike? Xiao Zijing was taken aback. Sea of Clouds realm warriors were figures of considerable influence throughout the entire Su province. 12 could easily decimate ordinary families, yet they couldn't withstand even one attack from Meng Canglan. Just how formidable was Meng Canglan? It was no wonder that before Meng Xiaoyao passed away, he believed that as long as Meng Canglan was around, the Meng family would remain unharmed. Xiao Zijing continued to listen as Meng Xian recounted the recent events in the Meng family's Zunyu Pavilion, which spanned 3 stories and was constructed entirely of red copper wood, boasting a durability rivaling steel and soundproof qualities. Numerous individuals surrounded a round table on the 3rd floor. Upon closer inspection, one would find that they were all high-ranking members of the Meng family, with Meng Canglan at the helm, and naturally, Meng Canglan beside him. That brat Meng Xing, what is he doing chasing a poison fairy at this time? Does he truly believe he can contend with such a being? Meng Canglan exclaimed, his voice laced with irritation. Meng Canglan, however, interjected calmly, that poison fairy has already been severely injured by me, and his spiritual power is depleted to the extent that he cannot even employ his eye techniques. Even a regular practitioner at the condensing essence realm could easily subdue him, so there is no cause for concern. Meng Canglan chose not to reveal that the poison fairy had already fallen to Xiao Zijing's hand. If he is no longer a threat, then so be it. Meng Canglan surveyed the room, stating, what I am about to share is classified information concerning the future of our Meng family, pivotal to our very survival. I hope each of you can keep your mouth shut and not bring ruin upon our family through careless words. Upon hearing Meng Canglan's words, the faces of the gathered members turned grave, fully aware that he did not speak lightly. Canglan, please proceed, urged the eldest elder, Meng Daoran, offering a reassuring glance. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Canglan began, during my last outing, for certain reasons, I inadvertently provoked a sect known as the Xueyu sect. The Xueyu sect? Gasps of astonishment filled the room, though they seldom ventured beyond Su province. They were well aware of the Xiao sect's reputation as a powerful force in the eastern domain, with a lineage spanning over a millennium. Rumors spoke of their sect leader having received teachings from an immortal, possessing unparalleled strength. It was shocking that Meng Canglan had entangled himself with such a formidable entity. Noticing the fearful expressions among those present, Meng Canglan smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern. With the assistance of certain friends, I have eradicated the Xiao sect entirely, leaving no survivors. Oh, that is a relief. The second elder, Meng Canglan, sighed in relief, only to suddenly turn pale and rise in shock, exclaiming, "Eradicated? You destroyed the Xiao sect?" The other elders were equally incredulous. Meng Canglan nodded. "Is it truly all resolved?" A somber voice interjected. "Canglan, you must understand that the Xiao sect is a colossal entity beyond our Meng family's capability to confront. Even a single overlooked disciple could bring catastrophic disaster upon us. I hope you have truly completed this task thoroughly," cautioned the third elder, Meng Baiyan. His eyes filled with concern. "Rest assured, there is absolutely no issue," Meng Canglan assured him, then turned to Meng Canglan, stating, "With the destruction of the Xiao sect, a portion of their wealth has been allocated to my friends. The remaining wealth is far too substantial for our Meng family to manage at this time, so I have only returned 1%. The rest will be kept elsewhere until our family is truly capable of safeguarding it. However, I have brought back some of the advanced techniques that the Xiao sect had accumulated over the years." Techniques? The eyes of the assembly lit up. The Meng family lacked this essential element. Their most advanced technique only allowed practitioners to reach the yin-yang path. Had it not been for Meng Canglan's fortunate encounters, he would not have achieved his current level. Meng Canglan gestured toward a corner where a chest lay, saying, "All the techniques are within this chest, sufficient for our Meng family's disciples to progress swiftly. However, I must stress that only the direct descendants of the Meng family may practice them. If this were to leak out, it would bring misfortune upon us." Everyone nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of this matter. "Patriarch, who is this person?" Meng Canglan waved his hand, and an image appeared before the assembly, revealing a young boy. Meng Canglan's expression shifted, and he fell silent, while Meng Canglan chuckled. "This is Xiao Zijing, the adopted son taken in by our late patriarch." "Ah, so it is he." Meng Canglan responded with surprise, clearly recognizing the name. He turned to Meng Canglan, stating, "Patriarch, please include Xiao Zijing in the selection of techniques." The assembly paused, glancing at Meng Canglan in confusion. Meng Canglan merely smiled gently, saying nothing further. Chapter 006. Meng Canglan had his own plans. The Meng family could not always rely on him. The disciples of the Meng family needed proper nurturing. Previously, upon hearing from Yuzong Yuan about Xiao Zijing's confrontation with the poison fairy, Meng Canglan realized that with proper training, Xiao Zijing would undoubtedly shine. Furthermore, Meng Canglan was aware that Xiao Zijing harbored secrets. Otherwise, Meng Xiaoyao would not have risked his beloved's life to protect this child he had taken in. "Master Elder, please store these techniques in the Meng Wu Pavilion," he requested. As Meng Canglan turned around, he remarked that in a chilling corner, an elder had been sitting in silence from the very beginning. This individual was the guardian of the Meng family's martial arts, the most formidable figure in the family aside from Meng Canglan. Having one foot firmly planted in the realm of yin and yang, Meng Canglan cast a casual glance at the large boxes and stated, "Rest assured, I will safeguard these treasures with my life." Upon finishing, a glimmer of joy appeared in Meng Canglan's eyes. Possessing these advanced techniques would allow him to venture further in his pursuits. "Second Elder, you are primarily responsible for the family finances. I will hand over the items I retrieved from Xiao sect to you for proper accounting," Meng Canglan instructed, turning his gaze towards Meng Canglan. Meng Canglan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly replied, "Absolutely. Let's proceed at once." Upon hearing about the influx of wealth, the second elder was invigorated as if he had been energized, prompting Meng Canglan to sigh in exasperation. Meng Canglan, unfazed, retorted, "In life, one must have aspirations. If my cultivation in martial arts is lacking, should I not pursue development in other areas? Without my contributions, would our family's business prosper as it does now?" Meng Canglan chuckled at their banter, recalling how the first elder and the second elder had always enjoyed their verbal sparring. Under the flowering tree, Meng Xian had conveyed most of the situation to Xiao Zijing, whose expression grew grave. If this were indeed the case, trouble loomed for the Meng family. The king of Chu Nan was not to be trifled with. Observing Xiao Zijing's serious demeanor, Meng Xian pondered aloud, "Uncle, I have a hunch that our clan uncle's actions are intended to strengthen the family. After all, the Meng family's current standing is largely due to his efforts. If I am not mistaken, he plans for us to resolve this predicament ourselves." Xiao Zijing rose slowly, sighing. Indeed, the current Meng family is overly reliant on Meng Canglan. This was also evident to my adoptive father. Did your grandfather say the same? Meng Xian asked in surprise. Xiao Zijing nodded, a wry smile gracing her lips. Unfortunately, your father seems content with the status quo. I will eventually lead the Meng family beyond Su province, Meng Xian declared with newfound determination. Surprising Xiao Zijing with the ambition she had not anticipated, perhaps even surpassing her brother Meng Xing in this regard. Just then, a voice resonated in their ears. All who hear my words must gather at the Meng Wu Pavilion tomorrow morning. This matter is not to be shared with others, otherwise, you shall be expelled from the family. It was Meng Canglan's voice. Those within the Meng family who heard this were momentarily taken aback. What could possibly be the reason for such a summons? While others were puzzled, Xiao Zijing was even more curious about her own involvement. Casting a glance at Meng Xian, she found him looking back at her, scanning their surroundings, and quietly inquiring, "Did uncle hear that too?" Xiao Zijing was momentarily stunned. Then her expression shifted as she hastily raised a finger, feigning anger. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Come now. Uncle is not an outsider," Meng Xian teased. Flashing a sweet smile, "I shall seek out my father now. See you tomorrow morning." "You mischievous girl." Xiao Zijing shook her head in resignation. Given the necessity to go to the Meng Wu Pavilion the next morning, Xiao Zijing decided against returning to the Meng Gui Hall that night. After all, she had a small residence within the Meng family and would stay there for the night. Pushing open the door, a cloud of dust greeted her, as if the place had long been neglected. Since Meng Xiaoyao's death, she had seldom stayed here. After brushing off the dust from a chair, just as she settled down and began to examine her belongings, footsteps echoed from outside. Frowning, she swiftly concealed her items. "Brother Zijing, are you there?" "Yes, come in." To her surprise, it was Meng Mo entering. Upon seeing him, Xiao Zijing smiled. "You're back so soon. Has Meng Xing found the poisonous illusory immortal?" "Not yet." Meng Mo approached, intending to sit but hesitated at the sight of dust on the chair, opting to remain standing. "We covered a portion of the mountain forest and found blood from the poisonous illusory immortal, but his whereabouts remain unknown. It's as if he vanished into thin air, truly perplexing. Finding him would indeed be a miracle," Xiao Zijing muttered. "What did you say?" Meng Mo asked, curious. Xiao Zijing laughed heartily. "Oh, nothing. So, did you come to see me for a reason?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I gathered a few friends for drinks. Shall we go?" Meng Mo replied with a smile. "Very well, let's go." Xiao Zijing complied, realizing she likely wouldn't have time to explore her secrets and the mysterious elixir that night. She followed Meng Mo to a tavern under the Meng family's name, where other distant relatives were present. Only the collateral descendants would invite Xiao Zijing to partake in merriment. The direct line would not deign to dine with those of lesser status. As the night wore on, they drank until the early hours, and Xiao Zijing, having the weakest constitution, succumbed to sleep as soon as she hit the bed. Morning broke, with the first light of dawn heralding a thunderous voice ringing in Xiao Zijing's ears. "Hurry to the Meng Wu Pavilion for assembly." Startled awake, she recalled her appointment at the Meng Wu Pavilion. Having indulged too much the previous night, her head throbbed painfully. She hastily washed up and rushed towards the pavilion. The Meng Wu Pavilion was the heart of the Meng family, housing their martial arts, a legacy passed down through generations. Regrettably, the most potent techniques could only cultivate an individual to the realm of yin and yang. In contrast, those capable of reaching higher echelons were regarded as treasures on the continent, with a single manual capable of inciting chaos. Although the Meng family's martial arts may not be the most formidable, they held a treasure-like status in Su province. With even the Han and Su families possessing techniques that reached only to the realm of yin and yang, the guardian of the Meng Wu Pavilion was Meng Canglan, who had a biological son named Meng Fengyi. By virtue of his position, Meng Fengyi trained in the family's most profound techniques, making him a formidable contender alongside Meng Xing and Meng Xian. Upon arriving, Xiao Zijing observed the gathered crowd, instantly recognizing them as direct descendants. "Meng Zijing, what brings him here?" "Indeed, it is customary for our direct descendants to attend. He hardly qualifies as a collateral descendant." Whispers of confusion circled around. Meng Xing glanced at Xiao Zijing but chose not to speak. However, Meng Xian naturally approached her side with a smile. "Greeting, good morning, uncle." "Good morning," Xiao Zijing replied, feeling the weight of many hostile gazes upon her. "Everyone," a voice commanded attention, and they turned to see Meng Canglan emerging from the pavilion, followed closely by Meng Fengyi. The latter moved with a grace that seemed to defy comprehension, each step resembling a dance through snowy paths, captivating all who beheld him. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as they realized this was no mere display of the Meng family's martial arts. As the dreamer awoke, a sudden darkness clouded his expression. He had always regarded Dream Thingy as his greatest rival, but upon witnessing Dream Thingy's exquisite footwork, he realized he had been left behind. However, what was the essence of this technique? Dream Thingy, brimming with self-satisfaction, surveyed the crowd, yet when his gaze fell upon Dream Xian and Xiao Zijing, his countenance darkened. He, too, was a suitor of Dream Xian, and he had not anticipated her intimate proximity to Xiao Zijing. Dream Shanjing observed the assembly and remarked, "Our clan has fortuitously acquired some advanced martial techniques that surpass those of the Dream family. I have summoned you all to permit each of you to select a suitable technique for your cultivation. However, remember this, such matters must remain confidential, for their revelation could bring calamity upon our family. I trust you will heed my words. Do you understand?" As he cast a sweeping glance across the gathering, the pressure of his formidable presence descended, instantly instilling a sense of gravity within the assembly. Everyone nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. One by one, enter, choose your techniques, and then report back to me, Dream Shanjing instructed before striding into the Dream Martial Pavilion. The crowd was ablaze with anticipation, their eyes nearly bulging with excitement. The footwork displayed by Dream Thingy was undoubtedly a new technique. Yet, they were aware that he likely practiced more than one, being the guardian of the Dream Martial Pavilion. Xiao Zijing was equally exhilarated, puzzled as to why such an opportunity had come his way. He questioned whether Meng Canglan had made an error, but at that moment, nothing else mattered. All he desired was to rush in, find a technique suited for himself, and cultivate into a powerful warrior, one day avenging Dream Xiaoyao. "What kind of technique do you wish to choose, uncle?" Dream Xian inquired with genuine curiosity. "Perhaps a sword technique," Xiao Zijing pondered. At a distance, Dream Thingy glared at the friendly exchange between Xiao Zijing and Dream Xian, his eyes burning with envy, as if they could bleed from the intensity of his resentment, and he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 007. The schemes of Dream Xian. Dream Thingy believed that he alone among the Dream Clan had the merit to stand alongside Dream Xian, for he was the foremost young warrior of the clan. Each time he saw Dream Xian with Xiao Zijing, an impulse to eliminate Xiao Zijing surged within him. However, such actions were strictly forbidden within the Dream family, compelling Dream Thingy to suppress his feelings. Due to Xiao Zijing's non-residence in the Dream Clan, Dream Thingy lacked the opportunity to confront him directly. The first to enter was naturally Dream Xian. As the young patriarch of the Dream Clan, he had undeniable priority. But this still placed him one step behind Dream Thingy. After a prolonged wait, Dream Xian had yet to emerge, and the crowd grew increasingly anxious. Aware that within lay martial techniques capable of enhancing their strength, no one could remain calm. Only Dream Xian and Xiao Zijing appeared relatively composed. Dream Xian maintained a serene mindset, while Xiao Zijing, having waited many years, was unperturbed by the moment. He noted Dream Thingy's malevolent glare directed at him. Sensing that trouble was on the horizon, "He-S out! He-S out!" someone exclaimed, prompting the crowd to turn toward the Dream Martial Pavilion. Gradually, Dream Xian's silhouette became distinct as he emerged, joy evident upon his face. He scanned the crowd and said, "I apologize, everyone. The techniques are not permitted to be removed, so I transcribed them on site." "What's that?" Suddenly, one of the Dream Clan's members noticed that besides a transcription of the technique, Dream Xian held a small box. Curiosity swept through the crowd, as they recalled that Dream Xian had entered empty-handed. With a smile, Dream Xian lifted the box, declaring, "The clan has invested considerable effort into our training. I hope you all will cultivate diligently to bring glory to the Dream family. This box contains a small Yuan power pill. Consuming one will enhance your power by 2 years, making our journey of cultivation significantly more efficient." Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. A small Yuan power pill. The clan was exceedingly generous to provide such a treasure. It was well known that such pills sold for 100,000 gold coins outside. Now, each person was to receive one. Excitement surged through the crowd. With one exception, Xiao Zijing. Xiao Zijing frowned at the small Yuan power pill. As a healer, he understood the principle that all medicine carries some toxicity. The small Yuan power pill was no exception. Its residual effects could hinder one's development. Warriors who relied on such pills would inevitably lose their chance at reaching the pinnacle of their strength. Yet, who could resist the allure of such an enhancement? The prospect of gaining 2 years of power was irresistible to anyone, even to Xiao Zijing, who, fully aware of the drawbacks, found himself tempted. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled against the charms of beauty, but it seems that warriors also grapple with the enticements of pills. Dream Xian chuckled from the side. Xiao Zijing glanced at Dream Xian. Though she was young, she exhibited remarkable maturity. Dream Xian, a low summons echoed from within the Dream Martial Pavilion. Dream Xian offered Xiao Zijing a faint smile before stepping inside under the watchful eyes of the crowd. In just a quarter of an hour, Dream Xian emerged from the pavilion, holding a book and another small yuan power pill. Upon seeing her, Dream Fengyi hurried over, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Xianer, how did you return so swiftly? Surely half an hour was insufficient to thoroughly examine the offerings? That is enough. And Dream Fengyi, my name is Dream Xian, not Xianer. Should you misname me again, I will ensure you face the consequences, she replied in a calm, yet icy tone, not even deigning to look at him. In front of everyone, she showed no regard for Dream Fengyi, whose expression darkened. Then, under Dream Fengyi's watchful gaze, she approached Xiao Zijing, smiling as she said, Uncle, I must take my leave. Xiao Zijing felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. Was this girl intentionally trying to draw enmity towards him? The atmosphere fell silent, as the crowd swallowed hard. Previously, Dream Xian had asserted her name, then approached Xiao Zijing and gifted him a charming smile while referring to herself as Xianer, a blatant slap to Dream Fengyi's face. With a delicate touch, Dream Xian's feet barely grazed the ground as she glided away in her flowing white dress, a skill few in the Dream Clan could replicate. As she departed, Xiao Zijing lifted his gaze to find Dream Fengyi glaring at him with unabashed murderous intent. A harbinger of disaster, Xiao Zijing murmured. Dream Xian stood at a distance beneath a flowering tree, her white dress set against the vibrant blossoms, creating a scene of enchanting beauty, reminiscent of a fantastical vision. Her gaze turned toward the Dream Martial Pavilion, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she murmured, Uncle, Grandfather urged you to stay by my side until his last breath. I know you are not as simple as you appear. You have remained unassuming thus far. But since the Dream Clan is intent on cultivating you, I must establish a formidable rival for you. After all, without pressure, where is the motivation? With that, Dream Xian's expression sharpened as she surveyed the expansive Dream estate, her tone descending to a somber note, though the Dream family appears grand and prosperous. Can we continue to live in such tranquility and ease in the days to come? Dreaming Clan Uncle, I perceive your intentions to some extent. Yet I hope you can exercise restraint. Upon finishing her words, Dream Fairy leapt gracefully, resembling a pristine snowflake drifting through the heavens, and vanished in a flicker. Perhaps Meng Canglan himself could not have anticipated that his subtle motives went unnoticed by the higher echelons of the Dream family and its elders, yet were thoroughly discerned by a mere 14-year-old girl who was simultaneously nurturing talents for the Dream Clan. Without a doubt, Xiao Zijing became Dream Fairy's initial target. As time flowed by, the direct descendants of the Dream family entered the Dream Martial Pavilion one after another, acquiring the martial arts they desired, clutching small yuan gong pills and hurrying away to consume them and commence their cultivation. Eventually, the last individual emerged from the pavilion. A voice resonated from within, Xiao Zijing. At last, it was her turn, and she hurried to enter, only to be confronted by the sudden appearance of Meng Fengyi. Her presence overwhelming Xiao Zijing with an oppressive aura that nearly compelled her to kneel. A change washed over Xiao Zijing's countenance as she stifled the impulse to bow, fixing her gaze upon Meng Fengyi's menacing eyes. Meng Fengyi, what do you intend? She inquired solemnly. Meng Fengyi held Xiao Zijing's gaze, suppressing the urge to eliminate her. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to advise you to keep your distance from Fairy Xian. Otherwise, do not blame me, Meng Fengyi, for being ungracious. With that, Meng Fengyi stamped her foot on the ground, causing the very earth to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake, shattering the stone beneath her. The force emanating from her compelled Xiao Zijing to stagger back several paces, and she felt a surge of energy invade her body, yet it vanished without a trace. As if swallowed whole, Meng Fengyi scoffed and, with an elegant step, disappeared from sight. Although she yearned to eliminate Xiao Zijing, killing within the Dream family bore severe consequences if discovered. However, Meng Fengyi pondered, the force from my stomp has entered her body. Her internal organs are likely injured and will continue to deteriorate. Within a month, she shall undoubtedly perish, and no one will suspect me. Little did she know that the energy she unleashed was absorbed by the mysterious force within Xiao Zijing, leaving her utterly unharmed. Xiao Zijing stepped heavily into the Dream Martial Pavilion. Dream Shanjing was well aware of the events outside, but showed no inclination to intervene. Upon seeing Xiao Zijing enter, he remained silent, merely instructing, once you have selected your martial arts, transcribe them at the table, and you may leave. Xiao Zijing saluted Dream Shanjing and proceeded inside. Unbeknownst to her, Dream Shanjing informed the other Dream Clan members of the new martial arts available, yet he offered no such guidance to Xiao Zijing. The Dream Martial Pavilion housed thousands of martial arts tomes, with the newly arrived offerings numbering fewer than 100. As it was her first visit, Xiao Zijing felt somewhat bewildered upon entering. Just as she intended to start from the beginning, a sudden tremor of the mysterious power within her caused her to shudder, her eyes widening in astonishment as she instinctively moved toward a distant shelf, as if guided by an unseen force. How peculiar. This sensation was unlike anything she had experienced before. Curious, she casually picked up a tome from the shelf. White Slaughtering Thousand Armies Palm. A palm technique? Flipping to the first page, she discovered it stated, "This technique can be cultivated to the peak of the condensing yuan realm. It must be a family martial art," she thought, and she set it aside. Following the mysterious sensation, she approached a sturdy shelf and perused the martial arts texts, selecting another volume. Great Dream of the Vast Sea Technique. Upon gently opening the first page, she read, "This technique can be cultivated to the 6th level of the Nine Zhuang realm." Xiao Zijing's pupils constricted. The Nine Zhuang realm. Her heart ignited with fervor as she regarded the technique, astonished that it could lead to such heights. In the martial world, the realms include the virtual martial realm, the condensing yuan realm, the vast sea realm, the Yin-Yang path, and the Nine Zhuang realm. The most formidable techniques within the Dream family could only reach the late stage of the vast sea realm. Now, a technique capable of reaching the Nine Zhuang realm lay before her. How could this not exhilarate Xiao Zijing? A master of the Nine Zhuang realm would be a paragon of strength, revered throughout the empire, a being of unparalleled prowess. Such characters were typically found only within larger sects. Could the Dream family soon boast such power? Setting aside that tome, she noted that while it was undoubtedly formidable, it was ill-suited for her. She continued to browse, discovering techniques capable of reaching the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang path, some even promising to attain the 6th level of the Nine Zhuang realm. If the Dream family were to produce a master at that level, the entire empire would surely regard them with newfound respect. Yet, Xiao Zijing remained uncertain about Meng Canglan's true strength and whether he had attained the Nine Zhuang realm. Despite the potency of these martial arts, her interest lay elsewhere. She sought a sword technique. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a somewhat worn tome. As her eyes landed on it, the mysterious power within her trembled anew, a sensation she had never before encountered, nearly suffocating her heart with excitement. Sword Immortals Path. The 4 characters leapt before her. Xiao Zijing was momentarily taken aback. This technique was audacious enough to claim the title of Sword Immortals Path. Immortals are enigmatic beings, each possessing the power to bring about cataclysmic destruction. Few have ever laid eyes upon them, most only knowing of them through ancient texts. Could this technique truly lead one to the realm of immortality? As this thought crossed her mind, she chuckled softly, recognizing the improbability of such a claim. Even if such a technique existed, it would never be housed in such a place. A method capable of imparting immortality would spell the demise of the Dream family should it be exposed, igniting a bloodbath across the continent, potentially leading to the downfall of countless dynasties. With a casual flick, she opened the Sword Immortals Path, and an ancient, desolate aura enveloped her. Xiao Zijing was struck with astonishment, finding herself seemingly transported to an endless expanse of primordial chaos, the surroundings fading from view, leaving only a shattered sky and a scarred earth stained crimson, with a solitary sword standing resilient amidst the desolation. What is happening? Her complexion paled as a chilling atmosphere enveloped her, causing her to stagger back 2 steps. The scene gradually dimmed, returning to the familiar surroundings of the Dream Martial Pavilion. Yet, she was drenched in sweat, the eerie silence having left her with an indescribable sense of oppression. Before she could comprehend the occurrence, a line of text on the first page of the tome captured her attention. A glimpse into the threshold. No rival remains in the mortal realm. With minor mastery of the technique, even immortals can be slain. Xiao Zijing's heart trembled. Even immortals can be slain? Her pupils shrank to pinpricks. Could this truly be the case? Yet, if this technique were so extraordinary, how could it be displayed here? As Xiao Zijing hesitated, a voice filled with impatience echoed through the air. Xiao Zijing, you have lingered for half an hour. Choose a martial art and leave the Dream Martial Pavilion swiftly. Half an hour? Xiao Zijing was somewhat taken aback. It felt as though he had barely been there for a quarter of that time. Shaking his head in resignation, he concluded that the old coot, Meng Canglan, simply did not favor him and was eager to send him away. Yet, Xiao Zijing was mistaken in this regard. He had indeed spent a full half hour within the illusion. Although his departure from that realm seemed instantaneous, he had actually been ensnared for quite a while. With no other options, he resolved to try the path of the Sword Immortal. It was not that he wished to forsake other choices, but the practitioners of Shui Yuzong rarely cultivated sword techniques, leaving him with scant options. As Xiao Zijing approached Meng Canglan, intending to transcribe the path of the sword immortal, Meng's brow furrowed, and he coldly stated, "You need not transcribe that technique. Take the original instead." Is that permissible? Xiao Zijing inquired, looking perplexed at Meng Canglan. "Take it. Besides you, no one else would choose this technique," Meng Canglan scoffed, adding, "You can return now." Xiao Zijing had initially wanted to ask why, but upon hearing Meng Canglan's insistence to leave, he immediately queried, "Elder, what about my small yuan gong dan?" "Lost. It is no longer yours," Meng Canglan replied curtly, turning away as he ascended the stairs. Gazing at Meng Canglan's retreating figure, Xiao Zijing frowned. It appeared that Meng Canglan was aware of Meng Fengyi's hostility towards him, thus targeting him in these matters. Truly, like father, like son, though perhaps that phrase was misapplied. Since Meng Canglan would not provide for him, Xiao Zijing felt indifferent. Exiting the Dream Martial Pavilion, he did not linger in the Meng family, as he felt uncomfortable there, and returned directly to the Dream Return Hall. In the Dream Return Hall, everything was as usual. Xiao Zijing did not make his presence known and slipped back into his courtyard through the back door. In the Zunyu Pavilion, nearly all the family's senior members were present. Meng Canglan stepped forward, presenting a roster that recorded the martial arts selections of the direct descendants for the day. This list would guide Meng Canglan in determining the future cultivation direction for these disciples. Meng Canglan quietly examined the booklet. Upon reviewing the first name, Meng Xing, Meng Canglan remarked, "Meng Xing possesses a solid foundation. His gait exudes a dragon's grace. His inner energy has been significantly tempered due to his prior training in the family's shock source fist technique, rendering it exceptionally robust. His punch is swift, and his control over his energy is superb. The technique he has chosen, 3 energies and 6 forces, complements his fist technique beautifully. An excellent choice." The elders nodded in agreement, especially Meng Chengyuan, who beamed with delight since this was his son being praised. Meng Xian, known for her exceptional agility, had chosen the misty immortal steps, which would further enhance her capabilities. Even if she faced opponents several ranks stronger, it would be exceedingly difficult to harm her. Meng Canglan noted this entry in the booklet. Next, Meng Canglan observed that each family descendant had selected martial arts that suited them exceptionally well. He nodded and remarked, "Some of the techniques previously practiced by our disciples conflict with their current selections. Thus, to reconcile these 2 styles, they will require special elixirs for adjustment. I will provide the formulas shortly, and I ask that you all assist in gathering the necessary herbs for their concoction. Leave the herbal gathering to me." Second Elder Meng Qianxiu proclaimed confidently, knowing that he managed the family's finances and had recently acquired a substantial fortune through Meng Canglan's efforts. As Meng Canglan continued to peruse the final page, he came across Xiao Zijing's name. Meng Canglan held Xiao Zijing in high regard, but upon seeing the martial art he had chosen, his heart sank. The path of the sword immortal. Bang! Meng Canglan slammed his palm onto the table, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he exclaimed, "Elder Meng Canglan." The assembly gasped, surprised by the sudden shift in Meng Canglan's demeanor, who had previously been jovial. Meng Canglan felt a jolt in his heart. Although Meng Canglan held a lower rank in the family, he was perceived as its guardian. And Meng Canglan dared not act rashly. He cautiously inquired, "Canglan, what troubles you?" "Humph." Meng Canglan snorted, tossing the roster aside in frustration. "Elder Meng Canglan, what is the meaning of this path of the sword immortal? Did I not instruct you to discard it? It is a worthless technique. Why did you not prevent Xiao Zijing from choosing it?" Meng Canglan had not anticipated Meng Canglan's profound concern for Xiao Zijing, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sensing the tension, Meng Baiyan interjected, "Canglan, Meng Canglan has served as the guardian of our Dream Martial Pavilion for many years, diligently attending to the family's needs. Is it not a bit excessive to speak to him in such a manner? By seniority, you are far beneath him. And with so many elders and the clan leader present, is this the decorum you wish to display?" His words thickened the atmosphere with discomfort. Meng Canglan was indeed the pillar of the Meng family. Without him, what pride could the family claim? Everyone was taken aback by Meng Baiyan's audacity. A venomous glint flickered in Meng Baiyan's gaze, while Meng Canglan narrowed his eyes, fixing his stare on the third elder. Under that intense gaze, Meng Baiyan felt a rush of unease, as if he could scarcely breathe. Ignoring Meng Baiyan, Meng Canglan coldly declared, "Tomorrow, allow Xiao Zijing to return to the Dream Martial Pavilion to select another martial art. Is that appropriate?" Meng Baiyan retorted through gritted teeth. Originally, every disciple was allowed to select only one martial art. If Xiao Zijing were granted an exception, it could provoke discontent among the other disciples. Indeed, since Xiao Zijing chose the path of the sword immortal, it must be fate. One technique per person is the rule. How can we break it? Meng Canglan chimed in. One per person, you say? Meng Canglan scoffed, glancing at Meng Canglan. As for your son's snowy night surprising steps, eternal autumn finger technique, 8-part mountain crumble force, and weapons and 4 symbols, which would you prefer to retain? Shall I, Meng Canglan, personally nullify the other 3? Bang! Meng Canglan erupted in fury, slamming his palm down, shattering the once sturdy table into splinters. Chapter 009. 9 Palaces Sword Technique. The Zunyu Pavilion fell into a profound silence. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. It was common knowledge that Meng Canglan had opened doors for his own son, a truth everyone had turned a blind eye to, never daring to voice it openly. Yet today, Meng Canglan had laid it bare. With a single strike, he had obliterated the table crafted by Shi Tianmu, reducing it to mere dust, an act that even the most powerful among them, Meng Canglan, could only gaze upon in awe. Meng Canglan grew cautious, acutely aware of Meng Canglan's ire. He had always held Meng Canglan in high esteem, never anticipating that such an outburst would arise over Xiao Zijing. Meng Baiyan, too, remained silent, bewildered by Meng Canglan's vehement fury over a mere Xiao Zijing. Meng Canglan cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, his anger gradually subsiding as he spoke coolly. When the former patriarch, Meng Xiaoyao, was alive, I, Meng Canglan, was merely a minor member of the family, far from being a direct descendant. Surely, all are aware that at that time, the Meng family faced adversaries. The Han and Su families were watching closely, and the city lord's mansion showed us no favor. Moreover, the Tang family was determined to drive us to ruin. Under the leadership of the former patriarch, our family united against these threats, ultimately annihilating the Tang family and instilling fear in the Han and Su families. Now, as the Meng family enjoys a prosperous life, it is disheartening to witness internal scheming and mutual protection, even to the point of plotting against a fellow clan member. How intriguing! Meng Canglan's words flushed the faces of those present. He turned to the elder, Meng Daoran, and said, Elder, I know you are the fairest among us. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Xiao Zijing to the Meng Wu Pavilion to select a new cultivation method. Today, I shall exercise my authority. This decision rests solely with me, and none of you may interfere. Otherwise, I shall no longer wish to remain in the Meng family. This declaration astonished everyone. Meng Daoran hastily stood up and said, Leave this matter to me. Meng Canglan glanced at him, then at Meng Baiyan and Meng Canglan, coldly stating, You all should consider your actions carefully. With that, he vanished from the room, leaving the others exchanging helpless glances. Meng Baiyan, gritting his teeth, turned to Meng Canglan and declared, Patriarch, this precedent cannot be set. Meng Canglan shot a glare at Meng Baiyan, retorting, Cannot be set? Who are you to decide that? If Canglan leaves, can you protect the Meng family? Why should you heed this fellow? Enraged, Meng Baiyan stood up, glaring at Meng Canglan. Meng Canglan lowered his gaze to the shattered remnants of the table, gently picking up a fragment and rolling it between his fingers, saying softly, The entire Meng family exists because of Canglan. Without him, we would have been destroyed countless times. I am the patriarch, and you are but an elder. What use are we without him? Meng Baiyan fell silent, unable to respond. On a small hill, the flames danced, crackling as firewood burned. An elderly man sat nearby, gazing at the flames, lost in thought. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a figure approaching. The old man smiled and said, What's wrong? Are you disappointed with the Meng family? It truly pains my heart to see it in such a state. Meng Canglan sighed deeply. Indeed, it pains me greatly. Meng Baiyan is opposing you. Yu Zongyuan tossed a piece of wood into the fire, the flames illuminating the wrinkles on his face. Meng Canglan glanced at him and inquired, Surely Meng Baiyan is up to something? Yes. He has secretly contacted members of the Su family. Yu Zongyuan nodded. Sighing, Meng Canglan sat down. In the backyard of Meng Guetang, Xiao Zijing had spent an entire day studying 2 cultivation methods, the path of the sword immortal and bone refinement golden body, the latter being a treasure for her. The strength of the poison wraith's physical form was largely due to this technique, which detailed the cultivation process requiring rare herbs and enhancement pills. However, from the condensing origin stage onward, the focus shifted to poison techniques, which did not interest Xiao Zijing, although the early training effects were still quite remarkable. Moreover, the mysterious pill she obtained was a grand yuan pill prepared by the poison wraith for breaking through from the Sea of Chaos to the yin-yang path. The lesser yuan pills received by Meng Xing and others could only increase their power for 2 years, but the grand yuan pill could enhance it for an entire decade. The value of a lesser yuan pill was around 10,000 gold coins, whereas the grand yuan pill was worth 1,000,000. Upon realizing it was a grand yuan pill, Xiao Zijing was taken aback. With this, she no longer needed to rely on the lesser yuan pill that Meng Canglan had denied her. As for the path of the sword immortal, after half a day of study, she still could not grasp the meaning of the initial phrase. To cultivate this technique, one must shatter the sword heart and forge the 9 palaces. What does it mean to shatter the sword heart and forge the 9 palaces? Xiao Zijing murmured, genuinely puzzled. The subsequent descriptions of the 9 palaces were merely names without any cultivation mantras. Lingjian Palace, Mingjian Palace, Mianjian Palace, Lijian Palace, Zhangjian Palace, Fengjian Palace, Suijian Palace, Kongjian Palace, Gujian Palace. What did these 9 palaces truly represent? Xiao Zijing furrowed her brow, increasingly sensing the peculiarity of this technique. The flames flickered on Meng Canglan's face as Yuan chuckled. I also saw it. Xiao Zijing walked away clutching that worthless technique as if it were a treasure. Meng Canglan sighed. I had not noticed before. When we swept through the Shuyu sect, I took everything without a second thought, never imagining that the manual for the path of the sword immortal would be with them. I wonder why the Shuyu sect collected such a thing. Yuan laughed. Perhaps the sect master wished to comprehend the 9 palace sword techniques within the path of the sword immortal. You must know that this technique was once a sensation across the continent. The entire Guanlan continent was thrown into chaos over its possession, leading to the demise of many immortals. The one who ultimately acquired it pondered for hundreds of years without any resolution, only to declare it a farce. Not a farce, Meng Canglan replied, his expression growing solemn. Shattering the sword heart and forging the 9 palaces must hold some significance. Unfortunately, there are countless sword practitioners in the world. Yet those who can cultivate a sword heart are a rarity. Even if one does succeed, who would be willing to forsake their unparalleled mastery to pursue a technique of uncertain merit? Yuan continued. Once, the legendary sword king, Duan Weiqing, spent 300 years cultivating to achieve his sword heart. Upon obtaining the path of the sword immortal, he resolutely shattered his sword heart, yet nothing transpired. This once mighty figure became a mere shell of his former self, ultimately dying in regret, declaring that he was fated to be disconnected from the sword, becoming a laughingstock of the ages. Duan Weiqing claimed that when he opened this technique, he beheld a primordial world, where a colossal sword stood tall. Such a sight convinced him of its authenticity. Meng Canglan said softly, while Yuan furrowed his brow, asking, could it be true? I have also opened this technique, yet saw nothing. Yang Qingtian, another with a sword heart, also claimed to witness such a vision upon opening it. It seems that only those who cultivate a sword heart can perceive such phenomena, Meng Canglan mused. The red sky and the towering sword, what could it all mean? Xiao Zijing pondered the scene she had glimpsed when she first opened the technique. If Meng Canglan were to learn that she too had seen that vision, he would be utterly astonished. Those who can see such visions are indeed powerful sword practitioners. As for bone refinement golden body, the herbs required for the first 4 layers were relatively easy to obtain, but from the 5th layer onward, Xiao Zijing focused on the herbs needed for the 5th layer, one of which, the night orchid, was rather rare. Although the Meng family's influence could provide opportunities to acquire it, Xiao Zijing felt she lacked the authority, and gathering such a sum of gold coins was beyond her means. It is best to practice the earlier levels first and consider the night orchid grass later. With determination in her heart, Xiao Zijing directly entered the dream return hall from the backyard. She gathered a considerable amount of herbs from the hall and recorded her gold coins in the ledger. Over the years, Xiao Zijing had accumulated quite a fortune, totaling more than 4,000 gold coins, making her a small tycoon in the city of Shuzhou. Initially, she believed herself to be wealthy, but the price of a single night orchid grass, exceeding 10,000 gold coins, made her acutely aware of her financial limitations. After acquiring the herbs, Xiao Zijing prepared a large wooden barrel, filled it with hot water, and boiled the herbs to create a medicinal broth, which she then poured into the barrel. Following the instructions in her book, she leaped into the barrel and began her cultivation practice. With her eyes closed, she appeared to be in a deep slumber. And to her astonishment, the medicinal effects began to manifest swiftly. The originally dark green water gradually became clear with each breath she took. As the visible essence of the broth seeped into her skin, no one could have anticipated such rapid efficacy. Xiao Zijing felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, even in her bones. Despite this, she refrained from seizing the opportunity to grasp her circumstances, focusing instead on the breathing techniques outlined in her book to adjust her internal state, while simultaneously reinforcing her flesh, bones, and even her organs with the medicinal broth. She remained immersed in the barrel throughout the night, eventually succumbing to sleep within the water. She did not consume the Great Yuan Power Pill, as she was well aware of its properties. Given her current strength, if she were to ingest it recklessly, she risked being harmed by its potency. Only upon reaching the 5th level of the Void Martial Realm would she be able to safely take it, and by then, she would need to concoct additional herbal remedies to mitigate the pill's impact. As dawn broke, Xiao Zijing felt a gentle chill as she awakened from her slumber in the barrel. Upon opening her eyes, she observed that the medicinal broth had completely evaporated, leaving only clear water. Rising to her feet, she clenched her fists and was pleasantly surprised to feel the tautness of her muscles. This cultivation method of the poisonous fairy was indeed remarkable, yielding such impressive results in a single night. After a moment, Xiao Zijing's expression settled into calmness. While the rapid enhancement of her strength via medicinal means was undeniable, she remained aware of the lingering toxicity that could hinder her development. However, she did not dwell on this, as her sole intention was to avenge her adoptive father. She sought to uncover the identity of the perpetrator responsible for Dream Xiaoyao's grievous injuries and eventual demise years ago. Just as she finished dressing, a servant knocked on her door. "Master, there is someone from the Meng family seeking your presence," the servant informed her, clearly anxious about delaying matters related to the Meng family. "Oh," Xiao Zijing replied, somewhat surprised by the frequent visits from the Meng family in recent days. Adjusting her collar, she stepped outside, only to find that the Dream Return Hall had yet to open. In the main hall, she spotted a young man quietly sipping tea. Upon noticing her, he set down his cup and fixed his gaze upon her. To her astonishment, it was Meng Yang from the Meng family. "Why are you here, Meng Yang?" Xiao Zijing inquired, as they were not well acquainted, and thus, formalities were unnecessary. "The Great Elder sent me to find you," Meng Yang stated calmly. "The Great Elder?" Xiao Zijing was taken aback, pondering why Meng Daoren sought her. "The Great Elder instructed me to inform you to go to the location we visited yesterday morning in 1 hour," Meng Yang concluded, rising and departing without further explanation. "To the place we visited yesterday morning?" Xiao Zijing murmured, observing Meng Yang's retreating figure. She realized that he likely did not know the precise location either, as he was merely a member of the collateral branch of the family. The place mentioned was undoubtedly the Dream Martial Pavilion. What could be the purpose of summoning her there today? Nevertheless, with the Great Elder's command, Xiao Zijing felt compelled to comply. Although she had an hour, she decided to arrive early. After a brief preparation, she set off towards the back entrance of the Meng family. This route was relatively short, and Xiao Zijing seldom approached the Meng family through the front gate. The back entrance was not only closer, but also nearer to the Dream Martial Pavilion. As she walked, the fragrant scent of flowers and grass filled the air, and trees lined the path along which she had traveled many times before. Light on her feet, she felt as graceful as a swallow. Nearing the Meng family, her senses heightened after last night's immersion in medicinal herbs. She suddenly heard a woman's delicate gasps emanating from a nearby thicket. At this early hour, Xiao Zijing shook her head in exasperation, realizing that the couple in the woods must be involved in some indiscreet activity, not one to stir up trouble. She turned to leave when suddenly a figure emerged from the thicket, clad in disheveled clothing. To her astonishment, it was Meng Yao, a member of the collateral branch of the Meng family. "You," Meng Yao, equally startled, stared at Xiao Zijing, clearly taken aback by their unexpected encounter. Just then, a man appeared from behind Meng Yao, also in disheveled attire and glistening with sweat. Upon seeing Xiao Zijing, he too froze in surprise. At that moment, Xiao Zijing's thoughts raced wildly. What had she just witnessed? The man was none other than Meng Qian, another member of the collateral branch. What on earth were they doing, appearing like this in the woods at dawn? Meng Yao, recognizing the peculiar look in Xiao Zijing's eyes, quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "It's not what you think." Meng Qian's face flushed crimson at the implication. "What is going on?" Xiao Zijing furrowed her brow, struggling to conceive an alternate explanation. Were they truly practicing martial arts in such a state of undress? Just then, a sultry voice emerged from behind them. "What on earth is happening? Why did you leave me there?" A stunning figure stepped into Xiao Zijing's view, exuding an air of seduction, her half-exposed bosom revealing a scandalous state. As she approached, her presence startled her upon noticing another person present, leading her to yelp and hastily retreat behind Meng Qian. Xiao Zijing was genuinely at a loss for words. So, this early morning had witnessed a scandalous rendezvous among the three? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes widened in shock. "You, Feng Susu," the woman, upon recognizing Xiao Zijing, shyly concealed herself behind Meng Qian, hesitant to reveal her presence. Both Meng Qian and Meng Yao trembled at the realization that Xiao Zijing had identified her, their eyes suddenly flashing with murderous intent. Feng Susu was the wife of Meng Lai, one of the 9 leaders of the Meng family's Dream Guard, whose strength had already reached the Yuan condensation realm. Not only were the leaders of the Dream Guard formidable, but each member was also a warrior of at least the 6th level of the Void Martial realm. Any one of them would be beyond the capabilities of the two. If Meng Lai were to learn of this incident, would they even survive? Meng Qian glanced at Meng Yao, and from the determination in Meng Yao's gaze, he understood his brother's resolve. Xiao Zijing, sensing the shift in atmosphere, could hardly believe that her inadvertent discovery would lead to such trouble. Are you two intending to violate the Meng family's rules? She asked in a low voice. Rules? Meng Qian replied with a mature demeanor, furrowing his brow as he regarded Xiao Zijing. Rules are meant for the living. Adhering to them might turn us into corpses. Xiao Zijing, we have no enmity with you, but today's events threaten our lives, so we must impose upon you. Rest assured, during the festivals, we shall burn extra paper money for you. Xiao Zijing cast a glance at the two, recognizing them as insignificant figures within the Meng family, their strength lacking. Meng Yao was at the 4th level of the Void Martial realm, while Meng Qian was at the 5th. Given her own prowess, Xiao Zijing could likely match Meng Yao, but facing Meng Qian would undoubtedly be perilous. Yet, she felt no fear. After all, even the poisonous wraith had succumbed to her blade. What were these 2 Void Martial warriors? Attack! Meng Qian commanded sharply. As his words fell, Meng Yao surged forward, his gaze fixed on Xiao Zijing as if she were already a corpse. His claw-like hand shot towards her neck, employing the Meng family's congealing wind claw. At its peak, this technique could etch a mark on a century-old tree with a mere flick. Observing Meng Qian's movements, Xiao Zijing noted their sluggishness, slightly perplexed. She evaded the vicious strike with ease. A cold smile graced her lips as she tensed her muscles and delivered a powerful punch to Meng Yao's abdomen. With a grunt, Meng Yao spat blood, his body propelled backward for several meters by the force of her strike. Everyone present, including Xiao Zijing, was taken aback by the display. A glimmer of joy flickered across Xiao Zijing's face. The bone-refining golden body of the poisonous wraith had indeed proven remarkable, enhancing her physical strength significantly overnight. Meng Yao lay on the ground, racked with pain and coughing up blood, while Meng Qian's expression darkened. Seeing Xiao Zijing still in disbelief, he seized the opportunity to strike. Like the roar of a tiger, Meng Qian charged at her, his speed markedly superior to Meng Yao's. Despite Meng Qian's status allowing him only to train up to the 4th level of the Void Martial realm, his father had once earned a minor merit for the family, thus granting him access to the 5th level's techniques. Having reached this level, Meng Qian was a minor tyrant among the ordinary branch disciples. Feeling the oppressive force of his punch, Xiao Zijing did not retreat. Her earlier display of strength had instilled confidence within her. They both collided with their fists. Boom. The explosive sound resonated powerfully, a force difficult to fathom for a clash between 2 Void Martial warriors. Xiao Zijing's expression shifted slightly. Upon impact, she felt as if something had detonated upon her fist, causing her entire hand to tingle with soreness. The sheer strength of the collision made her arm tremble, and she staggered back 2 steps. Meng Qian, however, was not in a better state. Stumbling back, he felt a powerful force assail him, nearly overwhelming him. He was knocked back several steps before barely regaining his balance, almost toppling to the ground. Incredulity filled his eyes as he struggled to comprehend how Xiao Zijing, a mere 4th-level Void Martial warrior practicing the family's most inferior technique, could unleash such potent attacks. The Void Martial realm was a phase of body refinement. How could Xiao Zijing's physical prowess surpass his own? Meng Qian's right arm quivered, and despite his desire to eliminate Xiao Zijing, he found it immobile. Xiao Zijing shook her right arm vigorously, smirking. I hadn't anticipated your tiger roar wind strike to be so formidable. Had you reached the 6th level, that punch might have shattered my bones. With that, she strode towards Meng Qian. Grinding his teeth, Meng Qian retorted, do not be so arrogant. As his words fell, he stomped the ground and lunged at her with a speed that, while diminished, still posed a threat. Though his arm was incapacitated, his legs remained functional. He launched a kick aimed at her head. Yet, compared to the momentum of his previous punch, this strike lacked potency. Xiao Zijing narrowed her eyes, remaining still as his legs swept toward her. At the last moment, she extended her hand and seized his ankle. What? Meng Qian gasped in shock, feeling as though a boulder had pinned him down, rendering him immobile. With a powerful throw, Xiao Zijing slammed him to the ground, his head bleeding profusely. Meng Qian, Feng Susu and Meng Yao exclaimed in astonishment. They never expected someone as formidable as Meng Qian to be so thoroughly defeated. When had Xiao Zijing become so powerful? The world around them seemed to bleed red as blood trickled into Meng Qian's eyes. He raised his head to meet Xiao Zijing's cold gaze, fear creeping into his voice. What do you intend to do? Do not forget, this is the Meng family's territory. Have you forgotten the Meng family's rules? Xiao Zijing, surprisingly amused, replied. At such a moment, you choose to discuss the Meng family's rules? Do you not find that somewhat ironic? She looked towards the sun and added, I have no interest in your affairs. My actions are purely a response to your provocation. Out of respect for the Meng family, I shall not trouble you further. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, she ignored the astonished gazes of the three and walked toward the Meng family estate. Had time permitted, she would have relished teaching these two a lesson. As Xiao Zijing's figure faded from view, Meng Yao exhaled in relief. But a look of deep resentment darkened Meng Qian's eyes as he murmured, the more people know of this, the greater the danger. We cannot rule out the possibility that Xiao Zijing will inform Meng Lai. She wouldn't tea, would she? Feng Susu exclaimed, her face paling as she gazed at Meng Qian. Even Meng Yao, feeling a chill, added, Xiao Zijing has no grievance with us. She wouldn't tea complicate her life. Would she? I think we should let this go, brother Meng Qian. It's dawn. If we're discovered, it would be disastrous. Humph. A flash of malice crossed Meng Qian's eyes as he murmured, she remains a threat. As long as this threat exists, we shall find no peace. I do have a plan. What plan? Meng Yao asked, startled. Rather than being passive, we should take the initiative. The voice of Meng Qian was low and filled with an aura of conspiracy. Upon arriving once more at the Dream Martial Pavilion, the guards did not hinder Xiao Zijing, allowing her entry, indicating that the elder had made prior arrangements. As she approached the entrance, she was surprised to see Meng Canglan standing there. Xiao Zijing quickly bowed, saying, Xiao Zijing pays her respects to the elder. Meng Canglan regarded her kindly, nodding in acknowledgement. He held a favorable impression of Xiao Zijing, having watched her grow up. Over the years, her diligent management of the Meng family's Dream Return Hall had not gone unnoticed by him. Meng Canglan spoke, Zijing, I summoned you today to select a martial art from the Dream Martial Pavilion for your cultivation. Xiao Zijing looked at him in astonishment, somewhat perplexed. Elder, did we not select a martial art yesterday? Select another, Meng Canglan replied without further explanation. Thank you. Elder, Xiao Zijing's expression brightened. Although she had chosen the path of the sword immortal, the multitude of martial arts was still enticing. Since the elder had spoken, what was there to hesitate about? She stepped back into the Dream Martial Pavilion. Inside, she found Meng Canglan engrossed in his reading, who did not acknowledge her presence. Xiao Zijing made her way directly to the area containing advanced techniques. In her previous hasty visit, she had not taken the time to observe thoroughly. But this time she discovered not only various martial arts, but also some hidden lore of the continent, which piqued her interest. Suddenly, a title caught her eye, Secret Chronicles of the Eye Techniques. Eye Techniques? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had heard vague references to such techniques before, dismissing them as fanciful tales until she later learned from Meng Xian about the poisonous immortal. It was then she realized that eye techniques were indeed real. Without hesitation, she took the book and began to peruse its contents. The text described that eye techniques were said to be a bloodline left behind by the ancient divine race, a gift from the heavens. Although the gods and demons had long since vanished, the bloodlines could still awaken such techniques. In the world, there existed no two eye techniques alike. Each could only belong to one individual. Only upon the death of the eye user could another awaken the same ability. A universal law that had never been breached throughout history. These techniques, when combined with the power of the soul, possessed exceptionally profound abilities. Some could determine life and death, alter the cycle of reincarnation, revive the deceased, and disrupt the order of time and space. However, these were merely legendary tales, with no one having witnessed them firsthand. In the continent of Guanlan, those who wielded eye techniques were the most feared, as their capabilities were enigmatic and unpredictable in battle. During the conflict between the Great Capital Dynasty and the Mingyue Empire, an army of 300,000 cavalry traversed the Tianyuan Gorge. A young man from a small family, the Yang Clan, named Yang Zhentian, only 18 years old, unleashed an eye technique that caused several mountains in the gorge to collapse, resulting in the demise of nearly all the cavalry, with fewer than 50,000 surviving. Upon reading this, Xiao Zijing gasped in shock. The mere power of a gaze had brought entire mountains to ruin. What fearsome ability was this? Another tale spoke of a mysterious young man in the west, who, possessing a treasure, was besieged by a dozen masters. He unleashed an enigmatic eye technique, causing them to vanish without a trace, leaving only a single survivor to return years later, recounting how they had inexplicably found themselves billions of miles away. The Wang family, having offended the Kaitian sect, faced annihilation. The young master, barely at the level of Songhai, fled while being pursued by a peak 9 Zhuang realm expert. Utilizing the exquisite eye technique, he managed to bind the pursuer for several hours, escaping and subsequently disappearing without a trace. These extraordinary examples filled the pages, igniting a fervent passion within Xiao Zijing. Such wondrous eye techniques, if only she could possess one. Closing the book, she felt a lingering desire for more knowledge. Yet she also recognized the drawbacks of possessing such powers, either being revered by the continent's supreme forces or hunted down as an aberration. After pondering for a quarter of an hour, Xiao Zijing finally chose a martial art and emerged from the pavilion, still adhering to the rule of not taking the original texts. Having previously obtained the path of the sword immortal, she now opted for a movement technique, selecting the Snowy Night surging step, akin to Meng Fengyi's choice. Weighing her options, she found the best contenders to be Snowy Night surging step and ethereal fairy step. Yet the latter leaned towards gentleness, more suitable for female practitioners, so she ultimately chose the former. As she departed, she paid no heed to the old man Meng Canglan, treating him as if he were heir, and proceeded to record her selection. Upon exiting the Dream Martial Pavilion, she was surprised to find Meng Canglan still waiting. "Ah, Elder, you are still here?" Meng Canglan turned to her, inquiring, "Have you selected your new technique?" Xiao Zijing nodded. "Excellent. In that case, please return the previously selected path of the sword immortal tomorrow." Meng Canglan's words struck her like thunder. Xiao Zijing was taken aback. Although she had not fully comprehended the path of the sword immortal, her instincts told her it was an extraordinary technique. Just the phrase, "even immortals can be slain," made her reluctant to part with it. Moreover, the path of the sword immortal had elicited a strange reaction from the power within her, further solidifying her belief in its potency. She glanced at Meng Canglan, then down at the Snowy Night surging step in her hand, and surprisingly raised it to return to him. Meng Canglan appeared slightly astonished at her action, but soon grasped her intent. He stroked his beard and explained, "The path of the sword immortal is a technique that cannot be cultivated. Originally, Canglan had ordered it to be burned, but it was forgotten and fortuitously chosen by you. This is why I asked you to select another technique today. That particular technique has brought about considerable calamity in the past. Although it has since been confirmed to be a jest, there may still be those who covet it. It's best to dispose of it promptly. Cannot be cultivated?" Xiao Zijing stared at Meng Canglan in disbelief. "Indeed," he affirmed, nodding. "To cultivate this technique, one must first shatter their sword heart. However, you must understand that achieving a sword heart signifies one has entered the ranks of the continent's top powerhouses. Even at the same level, a wielder of a sword heart can contend against multiple opponents and emerge victorious. Who would willingly forsake their hard-earned sword heart to pursue such a technique?" Indeed, Xiao Zijing pondered. Furthermore, there have been instances of reckless individuals who shattered their sword hearts to attempt to cultivate this technique, yet they ultimately failed and met with tragic ends. Thus, it is merely a jest. To avoid further calamity, you must return this technique to me tomorrow. Meng Canglan spoke gravely, and Xiao Zijing raised her head to glance at him, nodding in response. As the Grand Elder, Meng Canglan held the authority to command Xiao Zijing to surrender if he wished, yet he chose instead to discuss the drawbacks with her in a tone akin to negotiation. Xiao Zijing felt immense gratitude. Had it been the third elder, Meng Baiyan, he would have likely resorted to outright coercion. As she meandered back to the Dream Return Hall, the initial elation of acquiring the Snowy Night surprising step had long since faded. She gazed at the book in her hands, The Path of the Sword Immortal, and sighed deeply, expressing her frustration. "I had hoped you would offer me a glimmer of hope, only to discover you are but a jest. Had I known, I would have selected a combat-oriented martial art from the Dream Martial Pavilion instead. Am I destined to remain powerless in avenging my adoptive father?" With that, Xiao Zijing opened the path of the sword immortal once more. The words before her read, "Upon glimpsing the threshold, no adversary remains, with minor mastery. Even immortals may be slain." Such a sentiment washed over her. How wonderful it would be, she murmured. No sooner had she spoken than the entire volume erupted with a primordial aura, reminiscent of a force emanating from the depths of the infinite void. A consuming presence that engulfed her. Xiao Zijing's countenance shifted dramatically. This newfound intensity was far more potent than before, akin to a colossal beast awakening from primordial slumber, its gaping maw poised to devour her whole. She felt utterly powerless against this force that drew her inexorably inward. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded in her mind, and Xiao Zijing was struck with a blinding headache. As she squinted, a blood-red sky came into view. Struggling to open her eyes, she found herself transported once more to that otherworldly realm she had encountered long ago. In this strange world, a towering giant sword stood in the distance. resembling an immortal monument. The aura radiating from this sword compelled Xiao Zijing to kneel in reverence. Beneath the blood-stained heavens, she sensed a vast righteousness emanating from this sword, which seemed untouched by the stains of time. Despite the bloodlust and malice that permeated the air, there was an inherent purity. Instinctively, she began to stride toward the giant sword, but as she took her first step, a crack echoed beneath her feet. Glancing down, she gasped in horror. It was a hand bone. The bone gleamed with a translucent quality, emanating a faint light, untouched by even a drop of blood, and surprisingly warm beneath her foot. Xiao Zijing's pupils constricted. Such divine remnants were beyond the reach of even the most formidable experts on the continent. Suddenly, she looked up. Having only noticed the giant sword before, but now she beheld countless skeletal remains scattered around her, millions of the fallen. Her expression soured. Although a healer, she had never witnessed such an overwhelming number of corpses, now reduced to stark white bones. After standing in stunned silence for a quarter of an hour, she finally regained her composure and noticed something glimmering amidst the bones. Cautiously approaching, she extracted a slightly damaged jade tablet, inscribed with ancient characters. Fortunately, having learned some from Meng Xiaoyao in the past, she could barely decipher the words, ethereal immortal sovereign. Her heart raced as she read the inscription. Could these corpses belong to immortals? Aren't they supposed to be immortal? Just as doubt crept in, a voice echoed from the void. Come closer, let me see you. The voice was somewhat childlike, yet among the multitude of remains, it sent chills down Xiao Zijing's spine. Before she could react, her body moved of its own accord, propelling her toward the giant sword. Resigned to her fate, she could hardly muster any resistance in this realm of fallen immortals. The closer she approached the giant sword, the more she felt the mysterious power within her trembling intensely. Gradually, a diminutive figure emerged before her eyes. Beneath the giant sword, on a massive stone, sat a small boy, appearing no more than 4 or 5 years old, clad in an adorable bellyband. Yet, his gaze bore the weight of an ancient soul, creating an oddly disconcerting juxtaposition. Xiao Zijing descended before the child, who scrutinized her carefully before breaking into a smile. I didn't expect to find such a fortunate little one. Little one? Xiao Zijing found it amusing to be referred to so by a child, prompting her to ask, who exactly are you, and where is this place? This is, of course, the path of the sword immortal, and I am the sword soul of the 9 palaces, the boy retorted, casting her a perplexed look. The path of the sword immortal? The sword soul of the 9 palaces? Xiao Zijing struggled to comprehend. The sword soul sighed in exasperation at her bewildered expression and was about to explain further when he abruptly froze, staring at her with incredulity. His mouth agape. He seemed momentarily speechless, as if struck by a revelation. Impossible. The sword soul sprang to his feet, startling Xiao Zijing. How can you possess only the cultivation of the 4th layer of the virtual martial realm? What's it to you if I'm only at the 4th layer? Xiao Zijing retorted, somewhat annoyed. The sword soul ignored her protests, his gaze fixated on her with an expression of disbelief. But, you are at the 4th layer. And you have not even practiced sword techniques. How have you cultivated a sword heart? Sword heart? Xiao Zijing was taken aback. The sword soul beckoned her closer with a finger, and in that instant, the mysterious force within her began to tremble once more. Is this the sword heart? She gasped in shock. Ha! The sword soul erupted into laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Throughout history, countless sword practitioners have sought to cultivate a sword heart. Yet only the most extraordinary among them have succeeded. The revered genuine immortal sovereign spent over 100,000 years in seclusion to cultivate a sword heart. And if he were to learn that a fool has stumbled upon one without even knowing, who knows what he would do to you from among the millions of corpses? Xiao Zijing was rendered speechless, realizing that the mysterious power within her was indeed a sword heart. Where had this come from? She pondered. Perhaps Meng Xiaoyao would have known. But he had passed before he could share this knowledge with her. Once the sword soul had finished laughing, he turned to Xiao Zijing and said, a natural sword heart. It has been ages since I witnessed such a phenomenon. However, this bodes well. To master the 9 palaces sword technique, one must forsake their original cultivation. And you have conveniently bypassed that requirement. TSK, your fortune is truly remarkable. What exactly is the 9 palaces sword technique? Xiao Zijing could not help but inquire. I have heard that many have pursued the path of the sword immortal, yet why has no one ever succeeded in mastering it? The 9 palaces sword technique is a creation of the master from years past. It is not something that mere mortals can cultivate. Those who have yet to refine their sword heart have no right to practice the techniques devised by the master. The 9 palaces sword soul replied with a hint of disdain in its eyes. Master? Xiao Zijing caught onto that word. The expression on the Nine Palaces sword soul's face grew despondent, yet it said nothing. Xiao Zijing could tell that it was reluctant to share more. A childlike sorrow lingered on its youthful visage. She quickly changed the subject. But I have heard that even those who have cultivated their sword heart and attempted the path of the sword immortal have also met with failure. Thus, the world deems this sword technique a grand joke. You must be referring to that fellow named Duan Weiqing from 300 years ago. The Nine Palaces sword soul gradually lifted its head. Indeed, that individual had remarkable courage, daring to shatter his sword heart to cultivate the Nine Palaces sword technique, using the fractured sword heart to forge the Nine Palaces. Unfortunately, the requirements of the Nine Palaces sword technique are exceedingly strict to a degree that is utterly appalling. Duan Weiqing indeed showed promise. He shattered his sword heart and attempted to forge the Nine Palaces, but ultimately failed. A look of regret appeared on the Nine Palaces sword soul's face. Duan Weiqing's potential can be described as unparalleled genius, lacking only the slightest bit of luck. After lying dormant for countless years, when someone finally came here to meet me, I became overly excited and overlooked a crucial issue, leading to Duan Weiqing's demise at my hands. I must say, I owe him an apology. Xiao Zijing's heart sank. It turned out that Duan Weiqing had perished because of this small entity. Sword cultivators vary in strength and weakness, and naturally, the sword hearts they cultivate are also ranked. Duan Weiqing's sword heart was indeed exceptional, a true prodigy, but he possessed only 8 sword hearts. To forge the 9 palaces, one requires 9 sword hearts. Hence, after shattering his sword heart, I realized this issue, which led to Duan Weiqing's failure in forging the 9 palaces. How unfortunate! A generation of talent was wasted. The 9 palaces sword soul sighed deeply. Xiao Zijing anxiously inquired, "Then how many sword hearts do I possess?" The 9 palaces sword soul glanced at her and replied indifferently, "You too have 8 sword hearts." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zijing's expression fell. "So I am also destined to be unable to cultivate the 9 palaces sword technique?" "Not at all." The 9 palaces sword soul fixed its gaze on her, stating, "Remember, I mentioned earlier that you are an exceptionally fortunate little one. Even though you possess 8 sword hearts, by conventional standards, you would not qualify to cultivate the 9 palaces sword technique. However, you have overlooked a vital factor." Xiao Zijing was taken aback, murmuring, "Duan Weiqing." "Precisely. Duan Weiqing's 8 sword hearts remain, though they have long since exhausted their energy over the span of 3 centuries. However, if the remnants of his 8 sword hearts were to merge with yours, they would suffice to replace your last sword heart. If you had only 7 sword hearts, it would be impossible, but with your 8 sword hearts combined with Duan Weiqing's, you could indeed cultivate the 9 palaces sword technique." The 9 palaces sword soul asserted confidently. "Wonderful." Xiao Zijing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing her enthusiasm, the 9 palaces sword soul countered with a cold smile. "Do not be deceived into thinking that there are free lunches in this world. To cultivate the master's 9 palaces sword technique indeed promises a bright future. Yet you also bear a mission assigned by the master that you must fulfill." "Mission?" Xiao Zijing looked at the 9 palaces sword soul in confusion. "Do not look at me like that. I do not know what it is either." The 9 palaces sword soul shook its head. "Only by opening multiple palaces will you possibly uncover the nature of this mission, which might lead you down an irreversible path, even to the brink of destruction. If that is the case, do you still wish to cultivate?" The 9 palaces sword soul suddenly lifted its head, its gaze sharp as a sword directed at Xiao Zijing. Yet, her expression remained unchanged as she smiled and replied, "Why not? Am I truly destined to be a mere physician in this small city of Shuzhou for the rest of my life? Have you truly thought this through?" The 9 palaces sword soul was taken aback by Xiao Zijing's swift agreement, but soon realized that she was simply a naive young one unafraid of danger. Xiao Zijing nodded, and with a flick of the 9 palaces sword soul's hand, the entire world trembled. The sky shattered, threatening to collapse, startling Xiao Zijing. From the rifts in the void emerged 9 small towers. "This is the 9 palaces." The 9 palaces sword soul gazed at the 9 towers with a hint of tenderness in its eyes, murmuring, "Once you master the 9 palaces sword technique, you shall become the master of these 9 palaces. Within each palace lies something left for you by the master, and each palace has its own guardian. Only by defeating the guardian can you unlock the next palace and claim the treasures bestowed upon you by the master." Xiao Zijing's gaze grew fervent as she beheld the 9 palaces. The treasures left by the immortal must be various rare materials. The 9 palaces sword soul observed her expression, revealing an odd look, and then the entire crimson world began to distort, transforming into a vortex. The 9 palaces sword soul followed suit, ultimately merging with Xiao Zijing's mind. Xiao Zijing was taken aback as the scenery before her vanished, finding herself still in her room, as though the preceding events had been but a dream. Still clutching the path of the sword immortal technique, before Xiao Zijing could comprehend what had transpired, the voice of the Nine Palaces' sword soul echoed in her mind. I shall reside in your spiritual realm from now on. The path of the sword immortal technique has become obsolete. Since your family wishes to reclaim it, you may return it to them. When you reach the condensation stage, I shall assist you in cultivating the Nine Palaces' sword technique. However, until then, I require you to practice another technique. What technique? Xiao Zijing instinctively asked. The soul technique, the Nine Palaces' sword soul declared. The soul technique. Xiao Zijing exclaimed in astonishment. What use do I have for that? Only those with techniques can cultivate the soul technique, and I possess no such ability. As she spoke, Xiao Zijing suddenly froze, her expression shifting to one of surprise. Could it be that the Nine Palaces left me, indeed, a bloodline with techniques? The Nine Palaces' sword soul replied matter-of-factly. Xiao Zijing felt a surge of excitement that left her momentarily speechless. She vaguely recalled the secrets she had seen in the Dream Martial Pavilion regarding techniques. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, techniques? What kind of techniques are they? I have seen records stating that some can trigger landslides, burying tens of thousands of soldiers, while others can even control lightning. First, focus on finding the soul technique. Additionally, hasten your cultivation to the condensation stage. The Nine Palaces' sword soul concluded, falling silent thereafter. Xiao Zijing remained enraptured. In the midst of countless skeletal mountains, the Nine Palaces' sword soul gazed at the 9 small towers, chuckling softly to itself. Landslides? Lightning? Such abilities dare to call themselves techniques? After the initial excitement, Xiao Zijing's heart grew slightly heavy. The soul technique. Only families with techniques possess such a legacy. Each tome of the soul technique is invaluable. How would she acquire one? With a resigned shake of her head, Xiao Zijing chose to set aside her thoughts and continued to prepare the medicinal brew. After soaking the concoction overnight, the effects became even more pronounced as she felt a significant increase in her internal strength, at least doubled compared to before. Her muscles, bones, and even vital energy seemed more stable than ever. After 3 more sessions, she planned to consume the De Yuan Gongdan, the Grand Elder. This is the path of the sword immortal. At dawn, Xiao Zijing arrived at the Meng family estate and sought out the Grand Elder, presenting the path of the sword immortal to Meng Canglan. After examining it closely and confirming its authenticity, Meng Canglan burned the manuscript to ashes right before her eyes. He patted Xiao Zijing on the shoulder and said, if an opportunity arises, I will assist you in acquiring a martial art focused on offense for your cultivation. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Grand Elder, Xiao Zijing replied with a slight bow. As she prepared to return to Menggui Hall, the Jiugong sword soul suddenly spoke. I did not expect the Meng family to harbor such a formidable expert. The power of their soul energy is quite impressive. They must have practiced soul cultivation techniques. Perhaps you could learn something from him. Who? Xiao Zijing asked, taken aback. An old man on a hill in the northwest. Jiugong, sword soul replied. Xiao Zijing glanced in that direction. Though she saw nothing, she committed the location to memory. Just then, a chilling aura of malice surged from afar. Xiao Zijing. A thunderous voice rang in her ears. The roar was far more imposing than Meng Qian's from the previous day. Turning to face the source, she saw a man clad in golden armor, his face twisted with rage and bloodlust, a heavy aura emanating from him, with signs of true energy swirling around him. A formidable condensation realm expert, Meng Lai. Xiao Zijing's pupils constricted. This man was Meng Lai, one of the 9 leaders of the Dream Guard. Frowning, she stepped forward and cupped her hands in greeting. Commander Meng. Bang. Without hesitation, Meng Lai kicked out. Xiao Zijing sensed the incoming attack. But the disparity in their power was too great. Even with warning, she could not evade. She felt as if her chest had been struck by steel. A sweetness rising in her throat as blood threatened to spill. Yet she forced it back, her entire body ablaze with pain. Seeing Xiao Zijing unscathed surprised Meng Lai momentarily. But his fury only intensified as he growled. Xiao Zijing, you dare to defile my wife? Today, I will have your life. Xiao Zijing's expression darkened. It was clear that Meng Qian and Meng Yao had slandered her, and with Feng Susu as a witness, Meng Lai was bound to believe them. Chapter 014. For the sake of cultivation, Xiao Zijing recognized the precariousness of her situation. Struggling to rise from the ground, she stated, I realize that anything I say now is futile, but this is the Meng family. Even as the commander of the Dream Guard, you have no right to kill me. Meng Lai regarded her coldly, his knuckles cracking ominously. His recent attack on her had already violated family rules. Should he kill her now, he would certainly be expelled from the Meng family. As he recalled Feng Susu's tearful accusations of defilement, his murderous intent surged. With Meng Yao and Meng Qian as witnesses, he felt compelled to believe them. Locking eyes with Xiao Zijing, he noted her unwavering gaze, confused as to why someone who should feel guilty would confront him with such strength. Indeed, within the Meng family, I cannot harm you. However, Xiao Zijing, I will petition the third elder to activate the Meng family's life and death arena. If you are a man, you will stand and face me in a duel. Meng Lai declared through gritted teeth, his true energy visibly agitated, revealing the depth of his fury. Xiao Zijing, however, remained remarkably calm, as if she had anticipated this resolution. After a moment of reflection, she replied, the Zhoushan conference is in a month. After it concludes, I will meet you in the life and death arena. Then I hope you remember your words. If you do not dare to show up, I, Meng Lai, will not hesitate to kill you, even at the cost of being expelled from the Meng family. With that, Meng Lai departed. Once he was gone, Xiao Zijing felt a tremendous weight lifted from her shoulders, releasing a sigh of relief. Had Meng Lai truly been consumed by rage and decided to attack, her life would have been forfeit. Given her current strength, escaping from Meng Lai would have been akin to a fool's errand. Luckily, she had a month to prepare. Contemplating her progress over the next month, she realized she had acquired a superior cultivation technique compared to the Meng families. However, to reach the 5th level of the virtual martial realm, she needed to obtain the night orchid grass. After much deliberation, she felt a pang of regret for Han Shixuan. Rather than returning to Menggui Hall, she ventured into the mountains. The rear mountains of the Meng family were vast, teeming with medicinal herbs, truly a treasure trove for an herbalist. Xiao Zijing was well acquainted with this area, knowing that medicinal materials included not only plants but also insects with medicinal properties. After searching for some time, she found a robust ancient tree and collected several herbs to concoct a medicinal juice, which she gently applied to the tree's trunk. Instantly, a strange aroma filled the air. Then, with a swift movement, Xiao Zijing concealed herself in nearby grass. After waiting for nearly half an hour, she was on the verge of dozing off when her eyes brightened. She spotted a vile-looking black flesh worm crawling on the trunk, repulsively thick as a thumb, its transparent shell revealing its innards. With a cold smile, she murmured, the bright armor leech, at last, I've found you. My future lies within you. She had deliberately concocted the medicinal juice to attract this creature. Known for its fearsome reputation, the bright armor leech may seem small, but it contained potent venom. And the antidote was notoriously complex, requiring precise measurements based on the severity of the poisoning. Too much or too little could prove fatal. In an instant, Xiao Zijing leapt forward, capturing the bright armor leech and placing it in a small herbal cage she had prepared. With a triumphant grin, she descended the mountain, not returning to Menggui Hall, but heading toward the Han family. Many in Su province recognized Xiao Zijing, and as she walked, numerous acquaintances greeted her, to which she responded with a smile, striding purposefully toward the Han family estate. Upon reaching the entrance, she approached confidently, but the 2 guards stationed at the door immediately blocked her path. Who are you? This is the Han family. Do not trespass, one guard demanded. I am Xiao Zijing, here to see your young master, Han Shixuan, she replied. The guard frowned. To see our young master? He does not meet with just anyone. Don't cause a ruckus. Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to act. Xiao Zijing looked at them, slightly taken aback. The guards muttered among themselves, recalling a previous encounter where someone had claimed to see the young master only to demand repayment of a gambling debt, leaving them reprimanded. What is going on? At that moment, a voice emerged from the entrance, and an elderly man in a pale yellow robe approached, casting an annoyed glance at the guards. What is all this commotion? At the entrance of the Han residence, boisterousness is strictly prohibited. Is that not common knowledge? The 2 guards hastily bowed and replied. It is indeed the esteemed steward. It is this young man who insisted on making a commotion to see the second young master. The elder in the yellow robe followed the direction indicated by the guards and immediately spotted Xiao Zijing, his expression reflecting a hint of surprise. Xiao Zijing smiled and clasped his hands, saying, Steward Duan, it has been quite some time. The elder promptly returned the courtesy, not at all. I was unaware of your visit, and I apologize for the lack of a proper greeting. This elder, surnamed Duan, is an outsider and serves as a steward within the Han family. He had accompanied Han Shixuan to the Menggui Hall previously, and as stewards hold a modest position within the family, he naturally showed deference to Xiao Zijing. Steward Duan cautiously inquired, might I ask, is Dr. Xiao here today for a specific purpose? I have come to assess Han's injuries. After all, he has been gravely poisoned, and I must monitor his condition closely. Xiao Zijing replied. Very well, Dr. Xiao, please. Steward Duan promptly ushered Xiao Zijing inside. To be precise, Xiao Zijing could be considered a benefactor of the Han family. Had it not been for him, the family patriarch, Han Zhonglai, might have lost his youngest son. Following Steward Duan through the winding corridors of the Han residence, they arrived at a rather opulent courtyard. The wide path led to a striking residence prominently marked with the characters Wanxiang Courtyard. Xiao Zijing glanced at Steward Duan in astonishment and exclaimed, "This is where the second young master resides?" Steward Duan appeared somewhat embarrassed and nodded. At that moment, laughter from women and Han Shushuan's voice echoed from within. "Hee, darling, where are you? Don't run away, see how I catch you." The frivolous tone caused Steward Duan to blush, and after clearing his throat, he said, "Dr. Xiao, please wait a moment. I shall announce your arrival." "There is no need for that." Xiao Zijing waved his hand and, without further ado, pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious courtyard adorned with several peach trees, their blossoms in full bloom, creating a picturesque scene. 3 charming young women were laughing and fleeing beneath the trees when Han Shushuan, blindfolded, was running around attempting to catch them. As Xiao Zijing approached, Han Shushuan, seemingly hearing his footsteps, suddenly lunged forward to embrace him, laughing, "Haha, I've caught you. Now guess who I am." The 3 young women looked on in surprise as Xiao Zijing's expression darkened. Han Shushuan leaned in to sniff, puzzled. "Strange, I've never encountered this fragrance before. It smells almost medicinal. Let me see. Hey, why is your chest so small?" As he spoke, Han Shushuan could not resist pulling off his blindfold and instinctively asked, "Who exactly are you?" What met his gaze was a man's face. Xiao Zijing retorted angrily, "I am your elder," and promptly gave Han Shushuan a light tap on the head. Han Shushuan yelped, "Oh my, it's you, big brother." Noticing Xiao Zijing's intent to scold him, Han Shushuan quickly added, "Big brother, please calm down. I was wrong. Don't be angry." He then turned to let the young women leave. "Come on, big brother. Let us go inside and talk," Han Shushuan said, grinning. Xiao Zijing nodded and followed Han Shushuan around the small courtyard, arriving at a lavish pavilion. Han Shushuan led him into his room, where Xiao Zijing casually found a place to sit. Han Shushuan eagerly rushed over to pour him a glass of water and smiled. "Big brother, is there something you wish to discuss today?" "Yes, I came to check on your injuries," Xiao Zijing replied. "I've been feeling much better lately. I can move around a bit now." Han Shushuan quickly offered his arm. Xiao Zijing took a cursory glance, deeming it unnecessary to examine closely. After inspecting Han Shushuan's arm, he wandered around the room, chuckling, "Your lifestyle is indeed extravagant." "Not at all. If you wish to stay with us, our family would certainly provide you with an equally splendid accommodation," Han Shushuan quickly assured him. Enough of such banter. Xiao Zijing waved his hand and, seizing the opportunity, discreetly placed a leech from the grass container into Han Shushuan's bedding. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Xiao Zijing prepared to leave. Despite Han Shushuan's insistence that he stay for a meal, "You are quite mischievous," suddenly remarked the voice of the Jiugong sword spirit in Xiao Zijing's ear. Xiao Zijing chuckled. "What can I do? I must leverage the power of the Han family to elevate myself. However, Han Shushuan will be fine. Now that I wield the power of the sword heart, I can surely neutralize his poison." To possess the power of the sword heart? Such audacity. You have merely grazed the surface of its essence, yet you dare to boast. The Jiugong sword spirit scoffed. Ignoring the Jiugong sword spirit, Xiao Zijing returned to Menggui Hall. Although he had yet to procure the 5th-level medicinal concoction, he gently opened the technique book Snowy Knight's Graceful Steps. Chapter 15. The Assertive Han Family. Previously, at the entrance of the Dream Martial Pavilion, all had witnessed Meng Fengyi's footwork, which resembled a graceful dance across the snow, leaving no trace in the wind, evoking envy even in Xiao Zijing. Hence, he chose to cultivate the Snowy Knight's graceful steps. Xiao Zijing, being inherently intelligent, began practicing the Snowy Knight's graceful steps after his sword training. The book detailed the circulation of true energy through the legs when executing the technique, and he memorized the routes almost instantly. According to the text, when perfected, one could traverse a snowy expanse without leaving a single footprint, indicating the remarkable nature of this light-footed skill. As Xiao Zijing practiced this footwork, the Jiugong sword spirit found the activity rather dull and decided to join in. After observing the steps, it disdainfully remarked, "This technique is utterly flawed, riddled with vulnerabilities. What good is it to master such a flawed method?" Upon hearing the Jiugong sword spirit's disparaging tone, Xiao Zijing's eyes brightened. "You are well versed in the ways of the world. If that is the case, I shall abandon this Snowy Knight's graceful steps. Please present me with a technique cultivated by immortals." "None." The Jiugong sword spirit responded bluntly, as if it took pride in its lack of offerings. Xiao Zijing sighed. What is there to boast about when you have nothing? After so many years, how can you not possess even a single Immortals technique? After a moment of silence, the Jiugong sword spirit replied, in the past, there were indeed many, but I never paid them any heed. If you seek superior techniques, there is a way. Once you shatter the sword heart and forge the Jiugong, perhaps within it lies the technique you desire. Are there many treasures within the Jiugong? Xiao Zijing's eyes sparkled. The Jiugong sword spirit replied earnestly, within the Jiugong, every palace has a guardian. Should you defeat the guardian, you may claim a treasure from within. Each palace contains a relic left behind by the master, each an invaluable treasure, handpicked. What they are specifically, I cannot say, but I do know of a bloodline tied to the ultimate totem. The ultimate totem? Xiao Zijing mused, unsure of its significance, yet he refrained from inquiring further. The Jiugong sword spirit, observing Xiao Zijing's reaction, could not help but smile wryly. Had any immortal in the distant ancient celestial realm heard of a bloodline tied to the ultimate totem, they would likely engage in a bloody struggle over it. Although I cannot provide you with advanced techniques, I can certainly assist in rectifying some flaws within the Snowy Knight's graceful steps. The tone of the 9 palaces' sword soul grew steady as it softly remarked. To master the Snowy Knight surging step requires relentless practice, enabling one to instinctively execute this technique during combat. Moreover, to achieve the elusive goal of leaving no trace upon the snow, one must possess exceptional control over their internal vital energy. Xiao Zijing nodded, grasping the essence and direction of this technique. Presently, Xiao Zijing was capable of executing the Snowy Knight surging step, albeit with some difficulty. Gently placing the manual aside, she moved, and in an instant, it appeared as though a phantom had been unleashed, her speed propelling her to a position several meters away. The 9 palaces' sword soul chuckled. What sort of Snowy Knight surging step is this? It is merely a slight improvement over your previous speed. The initial attempt was somewhat awkward, and despite recalling the flow of vital energy, its execution lacked fluidity. Xiao Zijing candidly acknowledged her attempt as a significant failure, falling far short of the Snowy Knight surging step demonstrated by Meng Canglan. Yet, she remained undaunted. After all, Meng Canglan had likely practiced it all night and was a practitioner of the origin consolidation realm, possessing a mastery of energy control that Xiao Zijing could not compare to. The mere fact that she could execute it at all was a commendable achievement, having lived for countless years. The 9 palaces' sword soul had witnessed numerous prodigies and was not easily astonished. The only time it was truly surprised was when it discovered Xiao Zijing possessed a natural affinity for the sword. As daylight began to wane, Xiao Zijing, engrossed in her training, perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps. With a swift movement, she transformed into a delicate white figure, akin to a pure butterfly, seemingly stepping through the air as she appeared at the courtyard entrance. Upon opening the door, she encountered Xiao Lu, who was breathless and rushed. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, when will you learn to curb your anxious tendencies? Xiao Zijing said with exasperation. Xiao Lu, however, was not in the mood for banter. He quickly replied, you must come see. The Han family has sent someone. The Han family frequently visited Dream Returning Hall, and if the Meng family discovered this, they might suspect Xiao Zijing had aligned with the Han family. Xiao Zijing shook her head helplessly, while the 9 palaces' sword soul remarked, it's no surprise. You poisoned the young master, after all. How shameless can you be? With that, Xiao Zijing followed Xiao Lu into the Dream Returning Hall. Upon arrival, she furrowed her brow at the sight of the entrance, which had been shattered into splinters. 3 individuals stood there menacingly, led by a young man whose arrogant demeanor was immediately off-putting. The young man, upon noticing Xiao Zijing, expressed his impatience. So, you are Xiao Zijing? Xiao Zijing cast him a cold glance, remaining silent as she inquired, who is responsible for breaking down my door? Xiao Lu, trembling, replied, shopkeeper. We typically close at this hour. This young master from the Han family arrived and forcefully knocked on the door. I was in the back organizing herbs and came out too late, only to find the door shattered. Xiao Lu dared not look at the young man, retreating behind Xiao Zijing, as the other staff had already left for the day. Only Xiao Zijing and Xiao Lu typically remained at Dream Returning Hall. Xiao Zijing strolled over to the broken door, crouching down to inspect the wooden shards. The young man from the Han family, seeing that Xiao Zijing ignored him, felt a surge of anger and coldly remarked, I take it you are the shopkeeper, Xiao Zijing? Gently picking up a piece of wood, Xiao Zijing murmured, I have used this door for over a decade. Though it may be worn, I never intended to replace it. To think it would be reduced to kindling today. As Xiao Zijing continued to disregard him, the young man's fury flared. One of his subordinates, noticing the young man's ire, stepped forward, angrily stating, Our young master Han is speaking to you. Are you deaf? With that, he grabbed Xiao Zijing's shoulder. With a swift motion, Xiao Zijing freed herself from the subordinate's grasp, lightly seizing his arm. A slight tremor followed, and in an instant, the young man's arm hung limply, having dislocated entirely, the sound crisp and clear. For Xiao Zijing, this was as effortless as a mundane task. The subordinate, being merely a first-tier practitioner of the void martial realm, was no challenge for her. The subordinate let out a pained cry, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Seeing this, another subordinate prepared to retaliate, but Xiao Zijing calmly warned, "Young Master Han, should you fail to control your dog, I will not be so gracious." Her voice was steady, yet it carried a chilling undertone, causing the second subordinate to tremble and hesitate. Han Jing observed the pained subordinate with no trace of empathy, as though the individual were inconsequential to him. Frowning, he remarked, "I had not anticipated that Physician Xiao was also a practitioner. However, my Han family does not permit its members to be so easily harmed. If you injure one of my family, do you comprehend the consequences? And do you comprehend the repercussions of damaging my door?" Xiao Zijing slowly rose, turning her back to Han Jing. "You seek your own demise." Han Jing roared, unable to restrain himself any longer, and attacked Xiao Zijing. As a fifth-tier practitioner of the void martial realm, he possessed strength that surpassed even Meng Qian's. With claws formed from his martial arts, he aimed for Xiao Zijing's head, capable of leaving deep marks even on stone, let alone inflicting multiple wounds on a human. With a scoff, sensing the fierce wind behind her, Xiao Zijing moved with agility, causing Han Jing to feel as if a tempest had passed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zijing had transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from his sight. Just as Han Jing stood bewildered, he suddenly felt sharp pricks in his legs. Looking down, he saw 2 silver needles embedded within, and his legs weakened instantly, causing him to kneel. Chapter 16. Han Shiyang. Han Jing could scarcely believe he had ended up in such a position, his strength sapped from his legs as they gradually lost sensation. He struggled to comprehend how Xiao Zijing had maneuvered behind him so swiftly. The fleeting shadow had left him without a moment to react. Could it be that the Meng family possessed such profound techniques? As I turned to speak, I was suddenly kicked in the back by Xiao Zijing, causing Han Jing to collapse to the ground. He let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he heard Xiao Zijing's cold voice. "I have no interest in listening to a dog barking here." After saying this, Xiao Zijing glanced at the unscathed attendant who stood there in a daze and calmly declared, "Have the Han family bring money to redeem him." "Redeem him?" The attendant stammered, looking at Xiao Zijing with confusion. "Is this considered kidnapping?" "Nonsense," Xiao Zijing retorted angrily. "Do you think I won't demand compensation for the damage done to the door of my dream return hall?" The attendant looked at Han Jing, who lay on the ground, and at another attendant writhing in pain, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Han Jing gritted his teeth and urged, "Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Can't you see I'm still on the ground?" "Oh, right," the attendant exclaimed, quickly rushing out. Han Jing turned to Xiao Zijing with murder in his eyes, gritting his teeth as he said, "Xiao Zijing, you will regret this. You have offended the Han family, and I am the nephew of the second elder. Too much talk." Xiao Zijing replied indifferently, then stepped down with a force comparable to that of a fifth-tier martial artist, causing Han Jing to spew a mouthful of blood, his face instantly paling. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Han family, not for any other reason, but because of Han Shiyang. When he attempted to rest, he was bitten by an unknown creature, leading to a high fever, a face clouded with malice, convulsions, and foaming at the mouth, appearing as if he could die at any moment. The family patriarch, Han Jianglai, rushed to Wanxiang courtyard, summoning the physicians from Hanxiang Hall, but unfortunately, these seasoned doctors found themselves helpless upon discovering the poison was from the bright armor leech, unable to assess its severity. "Shiyang, hang in there." Han Jianglai stood anxiously at his son's bedside. Han Shiyang, though not particularly accomplished, was his most beloved child, and the situation filled him with dread. As Han Shiyang convulsed on the bed, he hoarsely asked, "Father, is Physician Xiao not here yet? If you rely on these useless fools, I will die." "I have already sent someone to fetch him. He will arrive shortly," Han Jianglai replied hastily. After that, Han Shiyang fell silent, still convulsing. Han Jianglai slowly turned, observing several elders behind him deep in discussion. His expression darkened as he coldly addressed them. "Old Xiao, you 3 have been deliberating for ages. You have practiced medicine for half your lives and are renowned in Shuzhou. After such a long discussion, can you give me an answer?" The 3 elders exchanged looks, each reflecting signs of helplessness. The elder known as Old Xiao clasped his hands and said, "Patriarch, the second young master is afflicted by the poison of the bright armor leech, which typically resides in. Before old Xiao could finish, Han Zhonglai impatiently waved his hand, exclaiming, I have no interest in that creature. I want to know if you three can treat him. The three did not dare to lift their heads. Seeing this, Han Zhonglia's face turned ashen, but old Xiao quickly reassured him, do not lose hope, patriarch. Physician Xiao has not yet arrived. Though young, he has been able to neutralize the poison of the seven-colored poison python and should have a way to deal with the bright armor leech's poison. Indeed. Another elder chimed in. The medical compendium of the legendary physician Xinjin Xiao was purchased by Meng Xiaoyao at a high price and passed on to Xiao Zijing. With him here, it should be manageable. Upon hearing this, Han Zhonglia's expression eased slightly, but he reproachfully remarked to the three, I truly do not understand what use you are to me. This time, the Han family owes the Meng family 2 favors. The 3 elders flushed with embarrassment at Han Zhonglia's words, and he snorted coldly, feeling agitated. Why has physician Xiao not arrived yet? He will not come. A voice suddenly interrupted from outside. The door swung open to reveal a robust young man, exuding an aura of authority. His steady gaze and rhythmic breathing indicating he was a martial artist at the condensing origin stage. Shiyang, you are back, Han Zhonglai exclaimed. Recognizing the young man as Han Shiyang, his eldest son and Han Shishuan's brother. Stepping forward, Han Shiyang appeared to glide effortlessly to his brother's side. Observing Han Shishuan's condition, he frowned and said, I just returned after completing my tasks outside and learned of Shishuan's predicament upon arriving at the entrance. I happened to encounter an attendant who informed me that Han Jing sought out Xiao Zijing, leading to a confrontation. Now, Xiao Zijing is waiting for us to bring money to redeem him, claiming we damaged the door of Dream Return Hall. Such a liability. Han Zhonglai seethed. Han Shiyang glanced at his father, hesitating to speak, but ultimately said, I will personally visit Dream Return Hall. Han Zhonglai nodded gravely, be courteous. We owe the Meng family a favor. Han Shiyang nodded and departed. Watching his son's retreating figure, Han Zhonglai noted the stark contrast between Han Shiyang's diligent, composed nature and Han Shishuan's reckless demeanor. He had never had to worry about his eldest son. At that moment, within Dream Return Hall, Xiao Zijing sat upon a chair, his foot resting on Han Jing, who now lay obediently without uttering a word. As any complaint would result in more bloodshed, Xiao Zijing termed it a means to promote blood circulation, claiming that expelling blood was beneficial for the body. Han Jing cursed Xiao Zijing silently, vowing that upon returning to the Han family, he would ensure Xiao Zijing suffered the same fate. Gradually, Xiao Zijing noticed someone approaching Dream Return Hall. Xiao brother, the newcomer greeted as he entered, bowing politely to Xiao Zijing while completely ignoring Han Jing on the ground. Xiao Zijing narrowed his eyes, quickly discerning that this individual was a condensing origin stage expert, yet he had little recollection of him. Curiously, he rose and asked, May I inquire who you are? I am Han Shiyang, the visitor replied, the eldest son of the Han family. Xiao Zijing was taken aback. He had not anticipated the eldest son of the Han family would come in person. Han Shiyang smiled and continued, I heard that Han Jing misbehaved in Dream Return Hall and damaged its property. I have come on behalf of the Han family to offer compensation. With that, he produced a card from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Zijing, stating, a small gesture, intended as compensation for the door. Please do not take offense. If this is insufficient, we can negotiate the price further. Han Shiyang's demeanor was respectful yet assertive, leaving little room for criticism, and he displayed no hint of arrogance or impatience. Xiao Zijing's assessment of him shifted. He recognized Han Shiyang as a competent candidate for future leadership, a formidable individual. Though his brother was clearly poisoned, he exhibited no signs of panic and did not immediately demand a diagnosis, demonstrating a commendable composure. Receiving the card, Xiao Zijing understood its significance. It could be exchanged for gold coins at the Guanlan Bank on Guanlan continent, and it contained no less than 10,000 gold coins. Such an amount would be more than sufficient to cover the cost of several door panels, even enough to purchase half of Dream Return Hall. Thus underscoring the Han family's sincerity, Xiao Zijing replied coolly, Then I shall graciously accept. Han Shiyang nodded, and then said, Brother Xiao, my younger brother has encountered a problem. May I request your esteemed presence for a consultation? Oh, Xiao Zijing feigned surprise and asked, What has happened to Brother Shishuan? Han Shiyang briefly explained the situation, prompting Xiao Zijing to respond, There is no time to lose. Let us be on our way. What about him? Xiao Zijing pointed at Han Jing. Han Shiyang glanced at Han Jing and softly replied, Let him return by himself. Very well. The two men disregarded Han Jing entirely and left without a backward glance. Watching their retreating figures, Han Jing gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Xiao Zijing, Han Shiyang, I will not let the two of you off easily. What if your father is the clan leader? He is merely a puppet. I will surely take my revenge. With Han Shiyang leading the way, they hurried towards the Han family estate. No one dared to obstruct them, and they made their way directly to the Wanxiang courtyard. It was at this moment that Xiao Zijing realized Han Shiyang was genuinely concerned for his brother, Han Shiyuan. Upon arriving at the courtyard's entrance, Han Shiyang did not bother to open the door, but shattered it with a single forceful strike. This revelation made Xiao Zijing understand it was not Han Jing's fault. Was breaking down the door a tradition of the Han family? Dr. Xiao has arrived. Upon entering, Han Shiyang announced. 3 elderly men rushed forward, respectfully addressing Xiao Zijing as Dr. Xiao. Xiao Zijing nodded, disregarding the crowd and even neglecting to speak with Han Jianglai. He went straight to Han Shiyuan's side and assessed the situation. Han Shiyuan was now unable to speak. Xiao Zijing quickly wrote out a prescription and handed it to Old Chow for the herbs. Old Chow glanced at the prescription. He could recognize the herbs, but he was uncertain about the dosage, as he could not ascertain the depth of Han Shiyuan's poisoning. Night orchid grass. Old Chow was taken aback. Chapter 17. 3 herbs. The other herbs posed no issues, but the final ingredient, night orchid grass, left Old Chow bewildered. He asked, Dr. Xiao, I can understand the other ingredients, but what purpose does night orchid grass serve? Its nature is warm, primarily used to calm the mind, and it seems unnecessary for detoxifying young master. The other 2 physicians instinctively nodded in agreement. Xiao Zijing coldly regarded the 3 men and said, in truth, night orchid grass should not be included in the antidote. However, the toxicity of the Mingjia leech is unpredictable, and a slight excess of its potency could result in heightened toxicity, severely impacting both the brain and heart. The inclusion of night orchid grass is intended to mitigate this impact. Are you all wishing for Han Shiyuan to become a fool due to my carelessness? Old Chow pondered for a moment, suddenly recognizing the validity of Xiao Zijing's argument. Xiao Zijing turned to Han Jianglai and clasped his hands, saying, Master Han, I am not a member of the Han family, but of the Meng family. If your clan harbors doubts about me, I shall take my leave. I do not appreciate being scrutinized with suspicion. Han Jianglia's expression shifted, and he quickly responded, Dr. Xiao, you misinterpret our intentions. We harbor no such thoughts. The 3 elderly fools are merely speaking nonsense. Please disregard their words. He then shot a furious glare at Old Chow, rebuking him, You 3, stop your idle chatter. If you have the ability, cure young master. Now hurry and prepare the items Dr. Xiao requires. Yes, yes. The 3 men hastily left, heads bowed. Han Shiyang observed Xiao Zijing without any discernible change in expression. Their eyes met, and although Xiao Zijing remained silent, Han Shiyang's enigmatic gaze caused a flicker of unease within him. Yet, Xiao Zijing managed to conceal his emotions well. At that moment, the 9 Palaces' sword soul interjected with a smile, Fear not. Once we acquire the night orchid grass, I will ensure you can take it without anyone noticing. Xiao Zijing raised an eyebrow in surprise. The path of the sword immortal is a separate realm. After the master departs, I will take control. If you have items without a place to store them, you can leave them with me. You can store as much as you wish, and no one will perceive the existence of this realm, the 9 Palaces' sword soul assured, instilling a spark of excitement in Xiao Zijing. Are you saying I now possess a vast storage space? Precisely. The 9 Palaces' sword soul confirmed. If I find myself in danger, can I retreat there? Xiao Zijing asked eagerly. Not quite. The 9 Palaces' sword soul scoffed. With your current strength, merely the aura from a single celestial corpse would reduce you to ashes. Once your power grows, you may enter, but for now, it is impossible. Xiao Zijing was taken aback. But I entered before without any issue. That was merely your consciousness, not your physical form. Although you arrived in the realm of the sword immortal, your body remained in your chamber. Moreover, your current consciousness cannot enter due to the destruction of the sword immortal's manual, which served as a protective passage. Unless your spiritual power is greatly enhanced, you cannot enter. The 9 Palaces' sword soul explained. Why did you not mention this earlier? Xiao Zijing lamented, regretting the destruction of the manual. Cough, cough. The sound of Meng Lai's cough pulled Xiao Zijing from his thoughts. He noticed Han Shiyuan was suffering through a painful fit of coughing. Shiyuan, how are you? Han Shiyang rushed over, his face etched with concern. He deeply valued his younger brother, for within the Han family, only Han Shiyuan shared a strong bond with him. The rest were all scheming against one another, particularly their father, the clan leader, who had most of the power in the hands of the Elder Council. The clansmen of the elders openly claimed to be direct descendants, hinting at aspirations for the leadership position. Han Shiyang would never allow this to happen. Xiao Zijing approached Han Shiyuan, feeling a pang of sympathy at his suffering. He gently placed his fingers on Han Shiyuan's pulse, channeling some of his sword heart power into him, forcefully suppressing the poison. Xiao Zijing then took out silver needles and inserted them into several acupoints to alleviate Han Shixuan's torment, causing his complexion to improve slightly. Han Shixuan glanced at Xiao Zijing, a hint of gratitude in his expression. Xiao Zijing nodded inwardly, thinking that if Han Shixuan were to discover he was the one who had administered the poison, his fate would not be much better than the shattered door outside. At that moment, old Xiao finally returned. Dr. Xiao, the herbs are ready. He held a bundle in his hands. Xiao Zijing nodded and said, let us go prepare the medicine. I should accompany you. Old Xiao was taken aback. Come help. Xiao Zijing replied casually as he stepped outside. The Han family members felt a sense of guilt at Xiao Zijing's actions. His medical skills surpassed everyone present, and he required no assistance in preparing the medicine. His gesture was a declaration of his innocence, essentially allowing old Xiao to monitor him, ensuring the Han family understood that he, Xiao Zijing, had not taken anything from them. Indeed, during the preparation of the medicine, Elder Xiao had little to occupy himself with other than observing Xiao Zijing as she deftly added one herb after another into the cauldron. The fragrant aroma of the concoction gradually filled the air. Xiao Zijing was cautious with the quantity of herbs she used, opting for a smaller dosage, unsure of the precise measurements. However, she reassured herself that it was acceptable if the treatment was not entirely effective, for the power of the sword heart could dispel the toxins within. As she grasped the final herb, the night orchid, with its eerie dark leaves, Xiao Zijing felt a mysterious energy emanate from her hand, causing the night orchid to vanish instantaneously. She then covered the cauldron and patiently awaited the outcome. Elder Xiao, witnessing this process, felt a twinge of guilt for having underestimated the value of the night orchid, realizing he had misjudged her intentions. When Han Shixuan consumed the potion, Xiao Zijing infused it with a measure of her sword heart's power, thoroughly cleansing him of toxins. Yet, the venom from the seven-colored poison python remained, as a complete eradication might raise suspicions. Upon seeing Han Shixuan's complexion return to normal, everyone finally exhaled in relief, their admiration for Xiao Zijing's medical skills deepening. Han Zhonglai approached her, bowing slightly, and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Dr. Xiao, for saving my son's life. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. There is no need for such formality, Xiao Zijing replied, waving her hand dismissively. Not at all. Han Shixuan interjected with a smile. If my family were to offer nothing in return, it would appear we are too stingy. Who would dare to seek refuge with the Han family then? We are a family that values gratitude and repays kindness. If there is anything you need, Dr. Xiao, do not hesitate to ask. We will go to great lengths to assist you. The Nine Palaces sword spirit observed with a smirk, remarking, how clever to poison and then save, all while securing a favor. And now they are compelled to express their gratitude. Quite the strategy indeed. While a tad unscrupulous, I must admit I find your approach to dealings quite admirable. Then I shall not refuse, Xiao Zijing said, recognizing that rejecting the offer would seem insincere. Dr. Xiao, please state your needs. We will provide. Han Zhonglai smiled. Very well, I shall shamelessly request 2 herbs, Xiao Zijing stated. The 3 elders exchanged startled glances. As the Han family's apothecary was under their management, they would typically bear the costs of any requested herbs. However, given Xiao Zijing's kindness, they were prepared to part with their resources. Elder Xiao quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of courtesy, saying, Do not worry about the 2 herbs. Even an entire apothecary pales in comparison to the life of the young master. What herbs do you require, Dr. Xiao? I hope we have them in stock. Another elder said cautiously, wary that she might request mythical ingredients like the 10,000-year blood spirit ginseng or the rebirth immortal grass that could bankrupt the entire Han family. I am currently experimenting with something and require a red silk fruit and a blood vine of 50 years, Xiao Zijing replied, unabashed. The 3 elders felt a jolt of alarm. The red silk fruit was somewhat acceptable, valued at around 50,000 gold coins. Yet the 50-year-old blood vine was a rarity with only 2 specimens in the entire Han family apothecary, each priced above 300,000 gold coins. Faced with Xiao Zijing's smiling countenance, their frustration grew. Xiao Zijing inwardly rejoiced, thinking, if they insist on giving, I shall not decline. The 5th level of the bone-building golden body requires the night orchid, the 6th the red silk fruit, and the 7th the 50-year-old blood vine. Now, I have everything I need. What are you all standing there for? Go fetch the herbs for Dr. Xiao. Han Zhonglai said, his tone growing stern. Yes, the 3 men, faces drawn, retreated. Before long, Xiao Zijing received the desired items and declined the invitation to stay for a meal, departing the Han residence directly. Han Shixuan observed her with a calm demeanor, and after she left, picked up the bowl that had contained the potion, delicately licking it with his tongue. He nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, just as I suspected, no night orchid. In Chapter 018, The Water of No Trace. Han Shiyang concealed the bowl within his sleeve and silently exited the room without informing anyone. Shortly thereafter, Han Shiyang regained consciousness, learning that Xiao Zijing had come to save him, and his gratitude towards her deepened. Despite being a frivolous young master who often indulged in mischief with other scions, Han Shiyang was loyal and honorable. Xiao Zijing's 2 acts of salvation weighed heavily on his heart, and he vowed to repay her kindness when the opportunity arose. Upon returning to the Dream Return Hall, Xiao Zijing found that new doors had been installed. Entering, she saw little Six diligently sweeping the floor, gathering remnants. Upon noticing Xiao Zijing's return, he hurriedly said, "Boss, I've had the carpenter fix the new door." Xiao Zijing paused, noting the bruises on little Six's face and the dirt and tears on his clothing. "Did Han Jing lay hands on you?" she asked, her expression darkening as her fists clenched. "Yes," little Six replied, his head bowed, his voice thick with emotion. He said no more, and Xiao Zijing could see he was holding back tears. They had known each other for many years, and he had worked tirelessly at the Dream Return Hall, learning much from her. Xiao Zijing even hoped to have him inherit the hall one day, considering him almost like a disciple. Xiao Zijing approached and gently patted little Six's shoulder, saying softly, "I'm sorry." "No, it's not your fault," he quickly protested. Without further discussion, Xiao Zijing took out 10 gold coins and pressed them into little Six's palm, instructing, "Go buy a new outfit, get some ointment for your injuries, and treat yourself to something nice." "This is too much, boss," little Six exclaimed, astonished. His annual salary was merely 2 gold coins at best, and Xiao Zijing was offering him nearly 5 years' worth of wages all at once. Xiao Zijing maintained a stern expression, asserting, "I am the boss. You must heed my words. Now go." "Yes," little Six acquiesced, bowing slightly before he left. Once little Six departed, Xiao Zijing's expression turned grim, her icy demeanor rising like summer ivy in full bloom. "Has Han Jing truly harbored murderous intent?" she murmured. The 9 Palaces sword spirit spoke with a hint of seriousness. "Throughout history, which strong individual has not climbed atop a mountain of corpses? To become powerful, to avoid being bullied, and to protect those you cherish, you must wield your sword and eliminate those who pose a threat. The law of survival has always been one of the strong preying upon the weak. If he seeks to kill, then eliminate Han Jing. He is merely a stepping stone on your path. We shall address future matters in due time," Xiao Zijing replied casually. The 9 Palaces sword spirit sighed softly, sensing that the new inheritor of the 9 Palaces sword technique had a rather carefree disposition. Yet this very nonchalance also reflected Xiao Zijing's commendable character. Xiao Zijing procured several medicinal herbs from the Dream Return Hall, subsequently instructing the 9 Palace sword soul to hand over the precious night orchid grass. She divided the night orchid grass into 3 portions and, following the instructions detailed in bone-building golden body, concocted a new medicinal bath. As night fell, Xiao Zijing immersed herself in the bath. The experience was markedly different from her previous one. Instead of the expected warmth, the medicinal bath felt chillingly cold. This icy sensation stimulated every minuscule pore of her skin, enveloping her heart in tranquility. Xiao Zijing keenly sensed strands of energy penetrating her body through the pores, nourishing her internal organs and bones, causing every blood vessel to subtly expand. Within the Dream Manor, most individuals had succumbed to slumber by this time. On a distant mountaintop, Yu Zongyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the horizon, his piercing eyes seemingly observing something far away. At that moment, a slight disturbance arose behind him. Yu Zongyuan withdrew his gaze, his eyes growing profoundly deep, as he turned to find Meng Canglan, clad in black, materializing behind him. Meng Canglan's aura was entirely reined in, yet Yu Zongyuan could faintly perceive another shadow emanating from him, as if a mysterious flow was in motion. Yu Zongyuan's pupils contracted in astonishment. "Young master, have you broken through again?" A flicker of joy crossed Meng Canglan's face as he replied, "I didn't expect that a return to the family would lead to a breakthrough." "Congratulations, young master," Yu Zongyuan said with a hint of excitement. Meng Canglan exhaled, casting a glance into the distance, and inquired, "Old Yu, you haven't rested yet. What are you watching?" "Ah, I am observing that interesting little fellow." Yu Zongyuan responded with a faint smile. "Oh." Meng Canglan looked at him with surprise, as it was rare for Yu Zongyuan to show interest in anything. "It is that little one who killed the poison wraith immortal. I am curious to see how far he can grow, since I have some free time. Watching his development seems quite entertaining. He appears to be doing well in cultivating the bone-building golden body." Meng Canglan nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, The bone-building golden body requires many precious herbs to assist in successful cultivation. This little fellow, as the steward of the Dream Return Hall, certainly has convenient access. Yu Zongyuan shook his head and chuckled. Do not underestimate this young man. Although he is not a member of the Meng family, he is fervent about their interests. Meng Canglan regarded Yu Zongyuan curiously. Although he is the steward of the Dream Return Hall, he always pays for the herbs he uses, and they are quite valuable. Today, however, he cleverly devised a scheme to thoroughly outsmart the Han family, proving to be a rather intriguing character. I see, Meng Canglan murmured. Indeed, he was not a member of the Meng family, yet he did not exploit their resources, surpassing many actual members. It seems he has gathered all the herbs needed for the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels. In that case, old Yu, I shall deliver the Wuhan water required for the 8th level to him. As for the 9th level, he will have to manage on his own. Is that wise, young master? Yu Zongyuan asked, looking at Meng Canglan. Instead of responding, Meng Canglan stated, Old Yu, I plan to leave the Meng family tomorrow. Such sudden news. Yu Zongyuan was taken aback. Meng Canglan confirmed, I need to attend to matters at the Demon Prison C, but before that, I intend to make a trip to the Chu Nan Wangfu. After speaking, he turned to Yu Zongyuan and added, Old Yu, I entrust the Meng family to your care. Your command shall be fulfilled without fail, Yu Zongyuan assured firmly. A glimmer of light flashed in Meng Canglan's hand as he produced a small vial and handed it to Yu Zong, saying, This is the Wuhan water. Please deliver it to Xiao Zijing. He possesses a commendable disposition. Although he has only chosen the Snow Knight frightening step, when paired with the bone-building golden body, he will surely develop well. In the future, should he discover a superior body-refining technique, he will undoubtedly achieve great success. The former clan leader, Meng Xiaoyao, is my utmost idol, and thus I shall take care to assist his adopted son. As for the one responsible for the demise of the old clan leader, I have already ascertained their identity, but it would not be appropriate for me to intervene. Whether it is Xiao Zijing or Meng Canglan, they must decide for themselves. I find Meng Canglan lacking in ambition. Yu Zongyuan remarked indifferently. Living comfortably for too long has dulled the spirit. Meng Canglan sighed deeply, his eyes seemingly piercing the very heavens beneath the resplendent night sky. The following day, Meng Canglan departed. This news spread rapidly, bringing relief to the other families, and even the city lord's residents felt a sense of ease. Recently, Xiao Zijing had been quite diligent, dedicating his days to cultivation, practicing the Snow Knight frightening step by day, and soaking in medicinal baths by night. Finally, on the 3rd day, as the night orchid grass was exhausted, Xiao Zijing sensed an invisible shackle within him had suddenly been unbound. A powerful aura erupted from him, nearly shattering the large wooden tub. He could feel his strength ascending to a new level, realizing he had finally entered the 5th stage of the virtual martial realm. The difference between the 5th and 4th stages was akin to heaven and earth. Yet, this was merely the experience of Xiao Zijing. Others would not perceive such a significant leap. Due to the nature of his cultivation method, his internal organs, bones, and meridians were already extraordinary, allowing even a casual punch to carry a gust of wind. Having reached the 5th stage, with the forthcoming assistance of medicinal herbs, Xiao Zijing would be able to consume the Great Yuan Power Pill for further cultivation, ensuring his efforts would yield fruitful results. At the 6th stage, you must pause momentarily. At that moment, the voice of the Nine Palace Sword Soul resonated in Xiao Zijing's mind. Why? Xiao Zijing was taken aback. I need to teach you something different. The Nine Palace Sword Soul replied. Whether it is the medicinal bath you have soaked in or the Great Yuan Power Pill you intend to consume, all are medicinal herbs. Medicine is 3 parts poison. If accumulated in the body for too long, they will hinder your development. Thus, I shall teach you how to harness the power of your sword heart to expel the side effects left by the herbs. Once you master this, you will be able to consume anything without obstruction. Chapter 019. The Clash of Sword Bones. Xiao Zijing's pupils widened, his heart racing. Across the vast expanse of the Guanlan continent, many extraordinary talents and formidable beings at the pinnacle of power have attained their current accomplishments through unimaginable toil. Occasionally, some may stumble upon a legendary herb that possesses no side effects, but such treasures are exceedingly rare. Even a single legendary herb that enhances one's power would astonish the entire continent, prompting countless factions and empires to fiercely vie for it. Numerous superpowers and secretive great families often control their talented descendants, ensuring they consume so-called power-enhancing pills, fearing the accumulation of residues in their bodies that cannot be eliminated, thereby stifling their growth and forfeiting their qualifications to ascend to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses. Conversely, some individuals recklessly consume an array of legendary herbs and pills, rapidly augmenting their strength. These individuals do not harbor ambitions of reaching the pinnacle of power, so they simply grow as strong as they can. However, despite their high realms, their strength often feels hollow compared to those who have diligently honed their abilities through arduous practice. If one could eliminate the side effects brought about by pills and legendary herbs, they would be aptly described as defying the heavens. It is evident that if Xiao Zijing's comprehension is sound, the words just spoken by the Jiugong sword soul convey precisely that meaning. Is what you say true? Xiao Zijing inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, it is true, Jiugong sword soul replied with a smile. This technique, when it was conceived many years ago, caused a tremendous stir in the world. However, there exists a restriction that has deterred countless individuals from practicing it. This technique is specifically designed for those possessing a sword heart. Only by harnessing the power of the sword heart can one cultivate it. Yet, those capable of developing a sword heart are inherently strong, having never consumed any elixirs to enhance their power. They are already formidable in their own right, which is why this technique is often regarded as the most trivial in history. Initially, I viewed it as a mere joke, never anticipating that I would encounter you. A natural-born sword heart, for whom it seems tailor-made. Xiao Zijing was utterly elated. Is this a blessing from the heavens? The following day, after infusing the red tassel fruit into the medicinal bath, Xiao Zijing plunged into the concoction with a splash, subsequently swallowing the great yuan pill in one swift motion. Huh! Xiao Zijing exhaled sharply. As the great yuan pill entered his being, he immediately felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, nearly overwhelming him with its intensity. However, at that moment, the effects of the medicinal bath surged in, forcefully suppressing the violent energy of the great yuan pill within him. Xiao Zijing's face flushed crimson. His expression twisted in pain, clearly suffering at that moment. Is it all right? Jiugong's sword soul voiced his concern. The potency of the great yuan pill is tenfold that of the little yuan pill, and while the multiplication factor poses a challenge, the purity of the medicinal essence contained within the great yuan pill far exceeds that of your family's crude little yuan pill. Given your current strength at the 5th level of the void martial realm, consuming the great yuan pill is still a considerable strain. Xiao Zijing remained silent. Yet the redness in his face gradually eased. Observing Xiao Zijing, Jiugong's sword soul was taken aback and immediately released his spiritual energy to probe into Xiao Zijing's body to discern the situation. To his astonishment, the power of the great yuan pill remained immensely potent, surging violently into Xiao Zijing's meridians. Yet, within those meridians, a transparent energy, akin to flowing water, was countering the impact of the great yuan pill, leaving Jiugong's sword soul utterly astounded yet again. The sword heart was autonomously protecting its master. Jiugong's sword soul was left speechless. How can this be possible? He muttered to himself, and at that moment, Xiao Zijing's bones began to crackle. With a slight movement, every bone in his body resonated, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, and upon closer inspection, it was the resounding echo of a sword's cry. At the 6th level of the void martial realm, the bones harmonized. Why is it a sword's cry? It appears to be a body forged from sword bones. At that moment, the transformation of Xiao Zijing left Jiugong's sword soul astounded, for he had never witnessed anyone cultivate sword bones while still in the void martial realm. Was this person truly born to be a sword? The sound of the sword's cry rippled through the air, like waves upon water, radiating endless ripples. In the residence of the Prince of Chu Nan, a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped the air. Should an ordinary person find themselves here at this moment, they would surely succumb to despair. Though it appeared tranquil, devoid of any visible threat, this very atmosphere of malice was enough to instill fear. With various masters lying in wait, including 3,000 archers, never before had the Prince of Chu Nan's residence been so heavily fortified, not for any other reason, but because a distinguished guest had arrived that day, a seemingly unremarkable young man. The son of the Prince of Chu Nan instantly recognized this young man as Meng Canglan, the individual listed as number 1 in his father's personal records. Recently, the prince had tested Meng Canglan's disposition, sending individuals, none of whom returned, illustrating Meng Canglan's stance towards the prince's residence. Today, as Meng Canglan sought an audience with the prince's son, concerned for his father's safety, dispatched experts to protect him. However, the prince and Meng Canglan retreated to the prince's secluded garden, a forbidden zone where no one was permitted to approach without the prince's command. Thus, all remained outside in ambush. The son of the prince was an ambitious individual. Since Meng Canglan was unwilling to ally with the prince's residence, he resolved that upon Meng Canglan's exit, he would make him a target. Half an hour passed in silence. The prince's son, who had been waiting outside, heard the voice of the prince emanating from within. Yang Ji, you may enter. The voice drifted in the air, and he was momentarily taken aback. How could he be summoned inside? Yet, he could not disregard his father's command. Curious about the conversation between his father and Meng Canglan, Yang Ji coldly declared, no one is to withdraw without my command. Yes, a man behind him quickly replied. Yang Ji rose, adjusted his attire, and strode towards the entrance of the garden. As the son of the prince, he naturally possessed an air of authority. Yang Ji had always been astute, and the prince had earnestly nurtured his political acumen. His greatest admiration was for his father, sharing the same ambition for the Dragon Yong Empire. Father, he softly called out at the entrance. Come in. The voice of the prince bore hints of fatigue. Yang Ji stepped inside, casting a glance around, only to find that the garden was devoid of anyone but the prince himself. Meng Canglan was nowhere to be found. Surprised, Yang Ji asked, Father, where is Meng Canglan? He has left, the prince replied, his gaze fixated on a grand, ironless tree. He has left? Yang Ji's heart sank, and he quickly spoke, Father, Meng Canglan's refusal to ally with the prince's residence will undoubtedly disrupt our peace. We have prepared for so long. What if we fail due to this unknown Meng Canglan? He poses a significant threat. The prince remained unperturbed by Yang Ji's words, instead appearing somewhat reassured. Yang Ji, I recall you have long desired to learn about the origins of this ironless tree, the prince remarked, gazing at the dark-hued tree. Yang Ji was taken aback. He had often seen his father pondering beneath the ironless tree and had previously inquired about its significance. But the prince had only stated that it was a gift from a great master, revealing nothing further. Why, today, had his father chosen to speak of it? This ironless tree was bestowed upon me by my master, the prince said quietly, as if reminiscing. Yang Ji remained silent, understanding that his father was not merely a political strategist, but also a formidable warrior, recognized as a top-tier expert even within the empire. It dawned on him that his father had a teacher. Yet, the next revelation left Yang Ji utterly astonished. My master is a semi-immortal, the prince stated with a reflective tone. A semi-immortal? Yang Ji was taken aback. A semi-immortal is an individual surpassing ordinary masters, yet slightly inferior to legendary immortals. Such beings are exceedingly rare across the entire Guanlan continent, each possessing the power to command the elements and reshape the world. Father, if your master is indeed a semi-immortal, would it not be a mere trifle for our Yang family to dominate the empire? Yang Ji exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. The expression of King Chu Nan remained unchanged as he continued. My master took me under his wing for 3 months before departing. Before he left, he carved a scratch on the ironless tree with his sword, saying that he would only return to see me when I could leave a similar mark. When I reached my 6th year of training, I managed to carve a scratch, though it barely broke the skin. King Chu Nan gazed at the insignificant scratch on the ironless tree and continued, by the time I reached my 30th year of training, I managed to leave a more noticeable scratch, yet it still pales in comparison to my master's mark. Yang Ji, upon hearing this, finally understood the origin of the scratch. He recalled how the first scratch was impeccably neat and penetrated deeply into the wood, and he had been curious about the identity of the one who could leave such a mark on the ironless tree. However, as Yang Ji's gaze shifted, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His pupils constricted to the size of pinholes, as if he had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. Above the first scratch, there was indeed another mark, equally precise, yet deeper than the first. King Chu Nan, observing the newly added scratch, smiled lightly and said, this mark was just made by Meng Canglan. Chapter 20. The Meng family's turmoil. Meng Canglan did this? Yang Ji repeated King Chu Nan's words in a daze, his mind momentarily blank. Seeing Yang Ji's reaction, King Chu Nan could not help but chuckle softly. He too had felt a similar astonishment when Meng Canglan had casually carved that mark. It had been years since he, as the esteemed King Chu Nan, had lost his composure in such a manner. With the strength of the Chu Nan royal family, capturing Meng Canglan seemed as futile as chasing a dream. He had transcended that level. Despite his relatively short time training, he was undeniably a prodigy. With Meng Canglan in the Meng family, they were assured of their position, capable of entering the ranks of the continent's foremost families. King Chu Nan continued, this individual will not interfere with our plans. Even if he wished to, it would be of no consequence. To us, he is akin to the heavens. If it is destined to be, we cannot defy it. Yang Ji remained silent. King Chu Nan turned back to the ironless tree, fixating on the scratch, and said calmly, return and inform your mother to prepare a few dishes. I shall be home for dinner tonight. Yang Ji's face brightened, and he promptly replied, understood. With the rustling of leaves in the wind, the sounds of metal clashing echoed, resembling the cacophony of thousands of soldiers fighting on the battlefield. King Chu Nan observed all this with a tranquil demeanor. And soon a piece of news emerged from the Chu Nan royal residence, spreading to Suzhou City within a day. This news was nothing short of catastrophic for the Meng family, the rulers of Suzhou City. Upon hearing it, Meng Canglan spat blood and collapsed in his chair. Meng Canglan had been captured by the Chu Nan royal residence, stripped of all his powers, and imprisoned in a death cell. This news was also a favor Meng Canglan had requested from King Chu Nan before his departure. The king had readily agreed, not out of fear, but because of Meng Canglan's extraordinary swordsmanship. He did not wish to offend such a remarkable individual, recognizing that forging an alliance with him was a tremendous opportunity for the Yang family. The news spread swiftly, and within mere hours, it reverberated throughout Suzhou City, igniting a fervor among its residents. Other families in the city lord's office reacted with astonishment. They had witnessed Meng Canglan kill members of the Chu Nan royal family, and now his downfall was undeniable, especially since the information had originated from the royal residence. Meng Canglan, I knew his day would come. A man clad in a purple robe sat in a chair, a cunning smile gracing his lips as he read a letter. His eyes sparkled with both mirth and malice. He was Su Xiangdong, the head of the Su family, and a sworn enemy of the Meng family. Yet, due to Meng Canglan's presence, he had refrained from acting against them. However, with Meng Canglan gone, Su Xiangdong sensed the perfect opportunity to suppress the Meng family. In the study of the city lord's residence, a robust man finished reading the letter, his gaze darkening as he fixated on the name Meng Canglan. With a flick of his finger, he punctured the name in the letter, murmuring, Meng family, you've relied on Meng Canglan to suppress me, Gahong, for years. I've kept a mental tally of your offenses. Within a night, all animosity was directed toward the Meng family. The Meng family convened an emergency meeting to discuss the situation, yet all present wore grim expressions and failed to reach any conclusion. The third elder, Meng Baiyan, remained silent throughout the night, his face fluctuating between shadows and light, his fists clenched as if contemplating a significant decision. The Meng family's enterprises suddenly lost countless clients, and disturbances from unknown sources plagued them. Some shops were even vandalized, an unprecedented occurrence. At that moment, the Meng family appeared to have lost their backbone, vulnerable to exploitation. Everyone sensed the impending storm. All families resolved to seize the opportunity to truly suppress the Meng family. With the upcoming Zhoushan conference in half a month presenting the perfect chance. Bang! A loud crash echoed as two figures flew out of the Meng family hall, landing on the ground with bruised faces. Both were fifth-level martial artists who had come to cause trouble, but were unexpectedly sent flying by an unassuming youth with just 2 punches. As they attempted to rise, they caught a whiff of a fragrant scent that made them pause. Raising their heads, they beheld a young girl standing before them, her features delicate, with waist-length hair as dark as ink, her youthful visage enchanting. Though she appeared to be merely in her teens, her figure was already curvaceous, hinting at a beauty yet to fully bloom. The two men gulped, captivated by this ethereal presence. The girl, with a hint of concern, asked softly, "Are you two all right?" They scrambled to their feet, despite the pain, standing tall and feigning strength, replying, "We're fine, really, we're completely unhurt." Yet their eyes were fixated on the girl, nearly drooling. The girl flashed a charming smile and said, "Oh, if that's the case, it seems my uncle was too lenient with you." Huh. They were taken aback. Xiao Zijing was currently preparing medicine when she heard the two men's cries outside. Moments later, a graceful girl entered, and upon seeing Xiao Zijing, she exclaimed, "Uncle." "Meng Xian, what brings you here?" Xiao Zijing paused her work to look at Meng Xian. Meng Xian observed Xiao Zijing at work and sighed. "I must say, uncle, with such a significant incident in the Meng family, how can you still be here preparing medicine?" "Ha ha." Xiao Zijing chuckled, rinsing her hands before saying, "Come. Let us discuss this in the inner hall." At that moment, many eyes in the Meng family hall were drawn to Meng Xian, unable to look away. "Is that Dream Ch's daughter, Dream Xian?" "Indeed, she is stunning, resembling a celestial being. In a few years, she will undoubtedly become a source of calamity for the nation." Alas, the Dream family has fallen into decline. It may not be long before Dream Xian is married off to form alliances. Otherwise, once the Dream family completely deteriorates, the frivolous scions of other families may not treat this young girl kindly. "Hush, keep your voice down." Although they are speaking discreetly, how could they evade the ears of Dream Xian and Xiao Zijing? The two paid no heed and entered the inner chamber. Xiao Zijing poured a cup of tea, and as Dream Xian was about to speak, she suddenly cast a surprised glance at Xiao Zijing, exclaiming, "Uncle, you have actually reached the 6th level of the virtual martial realm?" "Indeed," Xiao Zijing nodded. "What about you, Dream Xian?" I have just reached the peak of the condensing yuan realm, Dream Xian replied with a playful smile. Xiao Zijing nearly choked on her tea. Merely with a single yuan power pill, Dream Xian had ascended to such heights? It could only be said that Dream Xian was truly a prodigy. Recently, my brother and the others have been in seclusion at the family's behest, preparing for the upcoming Zhoushan conference in half a month's time. Moreover, our family has become the target of many. Everyone knows that this Zhoushan conference poses the greatest danger for the Dream family. Dream Xian spoke eloquently, and Xiao Zijing nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, the Dream family has become a thorn in everyone's side. At this Zhoushan conference, several families, and even the city lord's mansion may take action against us. It is prudent for everyone to cultivate in seclusion. Every bit of strength increases our chances of survival. Xiao Zijing turned to Dream Xian and asked, why haven't you entered seclusion? I have reached a bottleneck. Even if I were to enter seclusion now, I wouldn't break through to the ocean realm. Thus, I prefer to wander about and explore. I just saw some trouble at your Dream Returning Hall, uncle. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well stay at the Dream Returning Hall and assist you. You can focus on your cultivation. Although you are participating in the Zhoushan conference with the family's medical team, there may still be dangers. As you said, every bit of strength is a safeguard. Dream Xian said earnestly. Hee, you little girl. Xiao Zijing smiled slightly. There are few in this world who genuinely care for her. Dream Xian is evidently the one who treats her the best. Recently, Xiao Zijing's cultivation involved sitting in meditation to circulate her energy and harness the power of her sword heart to eliminate residual medicinal effects within her body. The two individuals, previously injured by Dream Xian, were from the Su family. The Su family had sent formidable reinforcements, but Xiao Zijing did not allow Dream Xian to deal with them, stating that it was inappropriate for a young lady to constantly expose herself in battle. Today, the Su family sent 3 groups. 2 6th-level virtual martial realm practitioners were directly sent flying by Xiao Zijing. 2 7th-level virtual martial realm fighters were also dispatched with a single punch. A practitioner at the 8th level of the virtual martial realm was severed at the arm with a sword strike by Xiao Zijing and subsequently hurled away. Dream Xian was left astonished, her mouth agape, utterly speechless. Xiao Zijing, merely at the 6th level of the virtual martial realm, had actually defeated an 8th level fighter. While defeating an 8th level practitioner barehanded might pose some difficulty, employing her sword left no room for doubt. In the quiet of the night, after a long day, Xiao Zijing returned to her chamber, her mind echoing with the voice of the 9 Palace Sword Soul. Xiao Zijing, what exactly is this Zhoushan conference that the girl mentioned? Chapter 021. The Zhoushan conference, why the sudden inquiry? Xiao Zijing sat on her bed, regulating her breath. The 9 Palace Sword Soul nonchalantly replied, given the current state of your Dream family, various factions are preparing to strike during the Zhoushan conference. If that is the case, why does your Dream family not simply abstain from attending? Not participating should pose no loss to your family. How could there be no loss? Xiao Zijing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then explained to the 9 Palace Sword Soul, the Zhoushan conference can be seen as a trial for the disciples of all families in Shuzhou City. The Zhoushan mountain range lies 100 miles from Shuzhou City. Its vastness is beyond my comprehension. In short, it is immense, exceeding the jurisdiction of the Longyong Empire. Within the mountains dwell numerous formidable beasts. It is said that at the center, there are even beasts of the 9th rank, quite powerful. Oh, the 9 Palace Sword Soul responded with indifference. To the Sword Soul, 9th rank beasts held little significance. Xiao Zijing continued. We in Shuzhou refer to this event as the Zhoushan Conference. I am unaware of the names used in other states. Our trial site is in Zhoushan, and this conference occurs every 5 years, each time in a different state initiated by the Wulian Mountain. Family disciples who perform well during the trials have the opportunity to be noticed by those from Wulian Mountain and are then taken back to their sect. Is that so? The 9 Palace Sword Soul finally understood, saying, in other words, it is initiated by a sect, and the ultimate goal for everyone participating in this trial is to gain entry into this sect. In a roundabout way, it serves as Wulian Mountain's 5-year selection of disciples. Xiao Zijing nodded, her eyes gleaming with desire. If one can enter the sect for cultivation, the benefits will be manifold, as sects typically provide numerous advanced techniques for training, as well as auxiliary pills and guidance from experts. Overall, it is a tremendous advantage with no downside. Moreover, being associated with the Wulian Mountain sect means having a powerful backing. It is said that the last Zhoushan conference occurred 70 years ago, during which no one from Shuzhou was selected. However, it is rumored that a youth from Yunzhu City, several hundred miles away, was chosen and ultimately became a formidable figure in the Yin Yang path, elevating his family to the foremost status in Yunzhu City. This is an opportunity. The Nine Palace Sword Soul stated calmly. It represents a chance for your dream family. If someone from your family is selected and taken into Wielding Mountain, even if Dream Canglan encounters troubles, your family will remain secure. The higher-ups of your dream family likely ordered the disciples to cultivate in seclusion in preparation for this event. Meanwhile, other families will undoubtedly train their disciples rigorously during this time, aiming to prevent your dream family from entering Wielding Mountain. If I am not mistaken, they intend for your family's talents to be thwarted in the Zhoushan mountain range. Naturally, Xiao Zijing affirmed confidently. Do you also need to participate in the Zhoushan conference? The Nine Palace Sword Soul suddenly recalled Dream Xian mentioning Xiao Zijing's participation. Xiao Zijing smiled slightly. I am indeed attending the Zhoushan conference. However, unlike the other disciples from the family, I am going in the capacity of the Dream Returning Hall. According to the rules, there will be experts accompanying the medical team to seek out the injured and provide timely treatment. By convention, while warriors are permitted to gather what they need and engage in battles for it, our medical team is not to be attacked, ensuring our safety. At this point, Xiao Zijing's brow furrowed slightly as she added, however, this is merely the regulation. I fear there may be those who do not abide by the rules. According to the regulations, should anyone breach the rules and attack the medical team, they would be killed by the expert leading the medical team. Nevertheless, exceptions always exist, and I will naturally be well prepared. If anyone dares to provoke me, I won't hesitate to bury them in Zhoushan. TSK. The Nine Palace Sword Soul remarked with a sly smile. It seems your heart is quite restless. However, that Wielding Mountain holds little value for you. With so many sect members, it might expose the secret of the Nine Palace Sword, thus I advise against your participation. Moreover, as a member of the medical team, you are in no position to contend for this opportunity. Additionally, I must express my concern that the challenges in Zhoushan are formidable. Your current strength is still somewhat inadequate. At this moment, I possess resources that could elevate me to the 7th level of the Void Martial Realm. Given the uniqueness of the Bone Refinement Golden Body, I should be capable of putting up a fight against martial artists at the 9th level. As for the elusive 8th level of the Traceless Water, I remain at a loss, but I believe I might discover the bloodline of the 9th level Bloodshadow Wolf within the Zhoushan mountain range. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Zijing murmured, while Traceless Water is rare, it is not impossible to find within Zhoushan. A meticulous search may yield results. The Nine Palaces Sword Soul reassured her. If you can ascend to the 1st level of the Condensation Realm, you will be able to cultivate the Nine Palaces Sword Technique, which will grant you sufficient means to protect yourself in Zhoushan. Half a month is neither excessively long nor unduly short. In this time, Xiao Zijing has thoroughly cleansed her body of residual impurities. The current Xiao Zijing exudes a markedly different aura from her former self, embodying a more carefree and ethereal grace. As if she has undergone a transformation. Every movement radiates a sense of lightness, leaving Meng Xian utterly astounded. When pressed for an explanation, Xiao Zijing evaded the inquiry, leaving Meng Xian dissatisfied, pouting as she returned to the Meng family, resembling an aggrieved little bride. Boom. In the Meng family, the stone door of a secret chamber creaked open, startling the surrounding birds into flight. Outside the cave, an elderly man sat cross-legged in vigil. Upon hearing the door's opening, he immediately opened his eyes, gazing into the secret chamber. A chilling breeze emanated from within, reminiscent of winter. Suddenly, a figure clad in white emerged, moving with such finesse that it appeared as though multiple avatars had been conjured. With barely a whisper, his toes barely grazed the ground without stirring a speck of dust. Snowy Knight's surprising step. Among the younger generation of the Meng family, only 2 individuals are versed in this technique, Xiao Zijing and Meng Canglan's son, Meng Fengyi. The rich essence of true energy swirled around Meng Fengyi, rendering him substantially more formidable than before, as if he were on the brink of becoming a torrential river. With his martial knowledge, he could confidently claim to be the most skilled among the younger generation of the Meng family. Meng Canglan's eyes gleamed with surprise, exclaiming, 9th level of the Condensation Realm. It was worthwhile for me to have given you Xiao Zijing's Yuan Power Pill. You have not disappointed me. Though you've only just entered the 9th level, it is more than sufficient. You shall undoubtedly claim victory at the Zhoushan tournament, and Wielding Mountain will undoubtedly take notice of you. Once you are chosen, you will become the 2nd Meng Canglan, and the Meng family will be under our dominion. Meng Canglan said, his face brimming with excitement. Hearing this, Meng Fengyi smiled faintly and remarked, Meng Xian, by that time, I shall have you kneeling before me, pleading for me to take your hand in marriage. Meng Xing also emerged from seclusion, exuding an aura distinctly different from his previous self. With every breath, one could sense the air around him expanding and contracting, a formidable presence that rivaled even those of the ocean realm. However, Meng Xing understood that this was due to the influence of the technique 3 forces and 6 energies. His own strength had risen to the 8th level of the condensation realm, still a step shy of the 9th. In a quaint courtyard, a tall and slender youth emerged from a room, his true energy still circulating around him, indicating he had just awakened from meditation. Standing in the courtyard was Meng Canglan, the 3rd elder of the Meng family. Casting a glance at the youth, he inquired, "Is it over?" "Yes, father," the youth replied with a respectful gesture. "Meng Xiao, wear a purple ribbon on your sleeve during the Zhoushan tournament," Meng Canglan instructed, handing him a purple ribbon. Meng Xiao accepted the ribbon, puzzled. "Father, what does this signify?" "Donning this ribbon will ensure the Su family does not harm you," Meng Canglan stated solemnly. "This Zhoushan tournament has drawn the ire of all families against the Meng family. We risk severe repercussions, perhaps even total annihilation, akin to the Tung family's fate in Su City. The Su family and the city lord's residents have conspired to eliminate the Meng family. Thus, we must seek an ally, a refuge, lest we become mere dust in the annals of history." "Father." Meng Xiao's expression changed drastically, clearly in disbelief. Meng Canglan turned away, not responding, leaving Meng Xiao to exclaim in anger, "We are Meng family members, with the blood of the Meng family coursing through our veins. We should stand united, facing adversity together. I have dedicated my life to the Meng family, and I cannot accept that in my old age, I might find no place to rest, nor a coffin when I die. You may call me selfish, but I act for your sake. With Meng Xing and Meng Fengyi, there is no hope for your rise. Wake up, we will gain nothing by this path." With a long sigh, Meng Canglan gazed into the distance and stated, "The matter is settled. You can either heed my counsel or leave me to mourn your loss. Choose wisely." With that, Meng Canglan departed the courtyard, leaving Meng Xiao staring blankly at his father's retreating figure, tightly clutching the purple ribbon in his hand. Chapter 022. Extorting Elder Yu as night fell. A few solitary stars flickered in the desolate sky, soon obscured by dark clouds, followed by a light drizzle that calmed the restless hearts throughout Su City. Yet, none were more on edge than the Meng family. Meng Canglan had coughed up blood during his last encounter, and he had yet to recover. The Meng family had sought calming formulas from the Dream Return Hall several times to alleviate his condition. In the back courtyard of the Dream Return Hall, amidst the rain, Xiao Zijing was surprisingly practicing her punches, indifferent to the rain soaking her. Although she had never formally learned any martial arts, her movements were spontaneous. However, if a martial arts master were to witness her, they would surely be astonished by the aura she emanated through her improvised technique. Her actions were not particularly precise, yet an impressive energy radiated from her, harmoniously flowing as her true energy began to circulate with her movements. Engrossed in her practice, Xiao Zijing had no intention of training. She merely sought to relax her mind before the upcoming Zhoushan tournament. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly chaotic practice that revealed her innate martial talent. Suddenly, her internal sword heart trembled, and the 9 palaces' sword soul coldly warned, "Someone approaches. It is that old man from the Meng family." Xiao Zijing, sensing the disturbance in her sword heart, completed 2 more punches before gradually withdrawing her energy. Brushing off her sleeves, she inquired, "What brings you here at such a late hour, Elder Yu?" Elder Yu Zongyuan was taken aback. Initially, he had come to observe Xiao Zijing out of curiosity, and upon witnessing her create a palpable energy through her unrefined technique, he felt compelled to investigate further. To his surprise, he found that Xiao Zijing had sensed his arrival even before he announced himself, leaving him utterly astonished. Surely, such awareness is beyond even the experts of this empire. Xiao Zijing turned around and was greeted by the sight of an elderly man, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. His demeanor was warm and inviting, evoking a sense of goodwill. Xiao Zijing approached him and slightly bowed, saying, "Xiao Zijing pays his respects to the esteemed elder." Yu Zongyuan, regaining his composure from a moment of astonishment, scrutinized Xiao Zijing closely. To his eyes, the young man appeared to be an ordinary martial artist at the 6th level of the virtual martial realm, devoid of any remarkable traits. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yu Zongyuan inquired, "Young man, how did you discern my presence here?" Xiao Zijing offered a faint smile and gestured invitingly, saying, "Since the esteemed elder has made the effort to visit, please indulge in a cup of wine." The 2 settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard, where a jug of wine awaited them, accompanied by a solitary cup. Just as Xiao Zijing intended to fetch another cup, he noticed a flash of light in Yu Zongyuan's hand, and a second cup materialized. Xiao Zijing's pupils contracted. Could it be that this elder possessed a storage artifact? Sipping his wine contemplatively, Xiao Zijing asked. You must have accompanied Uncle Meng back, correct? Yu Zongyuan cast a glance at him, a smile forming in his heart. Indeed. This young man held secrets and demonstrated a sharp intellect, deftly sidestepping the previous topic to inquire about him. Nevertheless, Yu Zongyuan replied, Indeed, I returned with Meng Canglan. Uncle Meng truly has the best interests of the family at heart. With you here, it seems the Meng family shall not face extinction. Xiao Zijing remarked as he raised his cup. Just as Yu Zongyuan was about to pour himself some wine, his hand hesitated in midair. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I can only ensure that the Meng family will not lose its lineage. I cannot intervene in their affairs. Naturally, if you were to intervene, it would serve no purpose, rendering Uncle Meng's meticulous plans ineffective. Xiao Zijing replied casually, lifting his gaze to meet Yu Zongyuan's eyes. The elder, unfazed, smiled and said, It appears you are well aware of Meng Canglan's strategies. Xiao Zijing nodded in affirmation. Yu Zongyuan sighed deeply, continuing, Meng Canglan's journey has not been easy. He left the Meng family to forge his path in the outside world, relying on his tireless efforts and fortuitous encounters to achieve his current success. Although I did not accompany him for long, I witnessed much. In the future, Meng Canglan will return less frequently, for his aspirations lie beyond this place. He cannot carry the Meng family with him. The outside world is fraught with peril, and he will be unable to attend to them. Thus, this time, Meng Canglan is resolute in imparting the ways of survival to the Meng family, for they cannot rely on him indefinitely. Uncle's burden must be considerable, Xiao Zijing mused, staring into his cup, lost in thought. He has great faith in you. I hope you strive diligently, Yu Zongyuan encouraged. I harbor no affection for the Meng family. His faith in me is of no consequence, Xiao Zijing stated bluntly. What I protect is not the Meng family, but the ideals and wishes of my adoptive father. Once I have avenged him, I intend to leave the Meng family to seek my biological parents. Yu Zongyuan fell silent. He produced a small vial and handed it to Xiao Zijing, saying, This is something Meng Canglan entrusted me to deliver to you. Xiao Zijing looked at him in astonishment, and Yu Zongyuan smiled gently, explaining, It contains the water of impermanence, which will aid you in cultivating to the 8th level of the bone-refining golden body. However, the blood of the blood shadow wolf required for the 9th level is something you must seek out yourself. Xiao Zijing scrutinized Yu Zongyuan, frowning as he asked, May I inquire how you came to know that I am cultivating the bone-refining golden body? Old man. Yu Zongyuan was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been referred to as esteemed elder. He instinctively replied, I observe your training daily. Naturally, I know what techniques you are practicing. I witnessed your performance when you dealt with the poisonous delusion immortal. You did quite well. Xiao Zijing's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet, pointing at Yu Zongyuan, exclaiming, Then you mean to say you saw me bathing every day in the nude while I was in the medicinal bath? Indeed, Yu Zongyuan admitted. Momentarily stunned, You actually spied on me while I bathed. Xiao Zijing exclaimed in shock. Goodness. Yu Zongyuan could no longer contain his irritation. You are hardly a stunning beauty. You are male, and I simply observed. What of it? There is nothing inappropriate about my gaze. Peeping on someone while they bathe and being so brazen about it. Xiao Zijing retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu Zongyuan. With so many women in the Meng family, who knows if you've been peeping on others too? Yu Zongyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. If anyone else dared to speak to him like this, he would have swiftly dealt with them. But given the circumstances within the Meng family, he refrained. He huffed in annoyance. Forget it. I won't stoop to your level. This old man is going to sleep. Xiao Zijing nodded, responding, Oh, very well. However, tomorrow I must certainly warn all the women in the Meng family to be particularly cautious while bathing. For there is an old man lurking about who may be peeping. I will even describe his characteristics. Yu Zongyuan shuddered at the thought. He had never had the habit of spying on women while they bathe, but who would believe him if such rumors began to circulate? Years later, when Meng Canglan returned and the Meng family was at peace, he could imagine the awkwardness if he were introduced in front of everyone, only to have them whisper among themselves, Isn't that the pervert who peeks at women bathing? How did he become acquainted with Uncle Meng? The mere thought of such a scenario made Yu Zongyuan wish for death. He seethed, What exactly do you intend to achieve? Xiao Zijing grinned unabashedly. Esteemed elder wasn't it, old man? Old grandpa, Xiao Zijing declared with a self-satisfied smile, which in Yu Zongyuan's eyes appeared distinctly lewd and utterly detestable. Just moments ago, he had thought Xiao Zijing a rather pleasant young man, but now he found him entirely unappealing. Esteemed elder, you are undoubtedly a master of your craft, and the secrets you possess must be numerous. I, lacking in any worthy cultivation methods, would be most grateful if you would generously bestow one upon me. I assure you I will keep my mouth shut. Yu Zongyuan was taken aback. He had been extorted. When he was with Meng Canglan, the latter had often resorted to similar tactics. Now, in the Devil's Prison Sea, many would flee at the sight of Meng Canglan. Had the Meng family become known for such behavior? Yu Zongyuan shook his head helplessly, saying, very well, very well. I have heard you chose that useless path of the sword immortal only to later switch to Snowy Knight's frightening steps. Lacking offensive capabilities is indeed pitiful. I shall grant you a decent body refinement technique, 8 parts crumbling mountain strength. However, Xiao Zijing shook his head, responding, I do not desire this. What do you wish for then? Yu Zongyuan stared at him in astonishment. With Snowy Knight's frightening steps combined with bone-refining golden body, Xiao Zijing could wield tremendous destructive power if he possessed a formidable body refinement martial art. Xiao Zijing chuckled mischievously and said, I seek a soul technique. I humbly request that the esteemed elder bestow one upon me. Chapter 023. The Seven-Tiered Pavilion of Zhoushan, a soul technique? Yu Zongyuan scrutinized Xiao Zijing's countenance, adopting a serious tone. Do you possess the ability to employ eye techniques? I do not, Xiao Zijing replied truthfully. Nonsense. Yu Zongyuan exclaimed with anger. What use is there in pursuing soul techniques if you cannot even wield eye techniques? The benefits of cultivating soul techniques for martial arts are minimal. It would be far more pragmatic to select a more effective method, given your current physical condition. Choosing an offensive technique is the wisest course of action. After all, the bone refinement golden body technique will be of no use to you after reaching the condensation realm. What will you do then with the techniques beyond the condensation realm? The 8-part mountain shattering fist can elevate you to the 9th rank. At that point, you will be a top expert throughout the Lonyong Empire, capable of vanquishing any foe. I still wish to pursue soul techniques. If you happen to possess any, I kindly ask for a copy, Xiao Zijing replied, putting aside her playful demeanor and speaking earnestly to Yu Zongyuan. Her sincere expression stirred something within Yu Zongyuan. It seemed her desire to cultivate was not merely a whim. Yet, he found it perplexing that, since Xiao Zijing was not a natural eye practitioner, she sought soul techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Zongyuan said, since you desire it, I shall grant it to you. I will not question your motives. Perhaps you have your own reasons. In any case, I trust that Meng Canglan has not misjudged your character. With that, a bound manuscript suddenly appeared in Yu Zongyuan's hand, which he then handed to Xiao Zijing. Xiao Zijing's face brightened with joy as she eagerly accepted it. Noticing the 4 prominent characters inscribed on the cover, Great Era Origin Decision, Yu Zongyuan spoke solemnly. Although soul techniques are not particularly rare, they are not immune to covetous gazes. Therefore, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The Great Era Origin Decision is a soul technique that can be cultivated to the 9th rank. It will suffice for your needs. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out at the Meng family. After saying this, Yu Zongyuan's figure flickered and vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. I have obtained the soul technique, the 9 Palaces Sword Soul remarked with excitement. Holding the Great Era Origin Decision, Xiao Zijing felt elated, envisioning the day she would master eye techniques and combine them with her soul power. The thought of the legendary technique capable of subduing an army of 300,000 sent a thrilling rush through her veins. I have also acquired the water of no trace. Now, I only lack the blood of the blood shadow wolf, Xiao Zijing murmured. The 9 Palaces Sword Soul replied cheerfully, tomorrow, when we reach Zhoushan, I shall assist you in searching for the blood shadow wolf, enabling you to break through to the condensation realm, thus allowing you to practice the 9 Palaces sword technique. The next day, following a gentle rain, the air was unusually fresh. Xiao Zijing awoke early and gazed at the words written by Meng Xiaoyao on the wall of the inner hall. Father, I am departing. The Meng family is in crisis. And you once expressed your hope that I would wield my sword to protect our family during such times. Regardless of how the Meng family has treated me, today, for your dream, I, Xiao Zijing, shall fight. With that, she gently donned a white physician's robe, a sharp aura radiating from her. With long hair like ink and a robe as white as snow, she wore a short sword at her waist, appearing as mere decoration, yet concealing a profound awareness and lethal intent. Turning back to glance at the inscription once more, a carefree smile graced her lips. And in the blink of an eye, she vanished like a gentle breeze, her progress in the Snow Knight's surging step having significantly advanced. The family disciples had already set out, heading toward the Zhoushan Mountains, while all physicians were to gather at the city lord's mansion. Upon Xiao Zijing's arrival, she found a dozen individuals already assembled at the entrance, all familiar faces from various families. As they noticed her arrival, they promptly saluted, Physician Xiao. Indeed, Xiao Zijing nodded. Many were accustomed to her demeanor and would ordinarily remain silent. But the current plight of the Meng family ignited dissatisfaction among some. The Meng family is on the brink of ruin, yet they still put on airs. One scorned, "Once the Meng family falls, I will bring Xiao Zijing to my family as an apprentice, torturing him daily for his arrogance." Unfriendly glares were directed at Xiao Zijing, the physician from the Han family. An elder named Xiao refused to engage with her, still nursing the pain of losing 2 precious herbs to Xiao Zijing previously. Xiao Zijing noticed the malice but chose to ignore it, finding a spot to sit. The remnants of the medicinal effects within her had long been eradicated by the Sword Heart's power, and she prepared to seek a quiet place in the Zhoushan Mountains to concentrate on breaking through her strength. As more physicians arrived, the assembly grew to over 20. While impatience began to brew among the group, the doors of the city lord's mansion swung open. A man in black emerged, tall and slender with a hawkish nose. Upon seeing him, Xiao Zijing immediately sensed the formidable strength he possessed, likely at the Songhai realm, as his true energy surged like a relentless river, imposing a palpable pressure. She realized that if she were to confront him now, even her Snow Knight surging step might not suffice for an escape. The conversing physicians fell silent as the man surveyed the crowd. "It is Tang Zong, the city lord's commander," one physician approached respectfully, and the others quickly grasped his identity. The commander of the city lord's mansion was a master at the Songhai realm. It seemed the city lord's power exceeded their expectations. Tang Zong scanned the assembly, his voice frigid as he addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will lead you in the forthcoming Zhoushan conference. Stay close to me. The Zhoushan Mountains are rife with demonic beasts. If you stray too far and encounter danger, I shall bear no responsibility. I trust your families will not seek explanations from the city lord's mansion in such a case. That is all I have to say. Are there any questions?" Everyone shook their heads. The rules of the Zhoushan conference were well understood. Tang Zong cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Zijing, saying nothing. Yet a peculiar flicker in his eyes did not escape her notice. A slight heaviness settled in her heart. While it was understandable for the city lord's mansion to take action against the Meng family, did they intend to spare no one, even the physicians? "Tang Zong harbors murderous intent toward you. It seems the city lord's mansion is preparing for a thorough cleansing of the Meng family." The 9 palaces' sword soul remarked in her mind. "I am aware," Xiao Zijing replied coolly. The warriors from each family made their way on foot toward the Zhoushan Mountains, while the physicians enjoyed the privilege of riding in carriages, 3 in total, adorned with the city lord's banner. Some mountain bandits roamed the roads, yet upon seeing the banner, they dared not attack. Throughout the journey, Xiao Zijing remained silent, and the other physicians showed no inclination to converse with her, maintaining a heavy silence. By noon, they finally arrived at the small town of Zhoushan. The 7-tiered tower was the finest inn in the town, where all the family heads and elders resided. Once, Meng Canglan of the Meng family was the focal point of attention. His mere presence would draw a crowd, with other clan leaders showering him with flattery. However, this time, upon his arrival, he was met with an unusual chill and indifferent gazes. His expression darkened as he followed the other clan leaders to the 7th floor of the Chichong Tower. Upon ascending, he beheld 2 elderly men seated upon chairs. One elder bore a sharp countenance, exuding an aura of swordsmanship that was daunting to behold, while the other, slightly portly, greeted the assembly with a gentle smile. Rising to say, "Welcome, esteemed clan leaders." Meng Canglan and the other leaders promptly bowed, responding, "We pay our respects to Elder Feng and Elder Zhao." The swordsman elder nodded gravely, addressing the assembly. "We from Wulian Mountain have come to seek out some talented individuals to bring back to our sect for training. 5 years ago, our visit to Zhangzhou City left us greatly disappointed. We hope this time you will not send us back empty-handed." "Rest assured, Elder," the assembly replied. The swordsman elder continued, "The rules remain unchanged. The time limit is 7 days. Anyone who withdraws midway from Zhoushan will be considered to have forfeited. Obtaining a demon beast's inner core of the same level counts as 1 point, while one of a higher grade counts as 2. Cheating is futile. We have brought with us the pure soul water, which will allow us to detect any foul play immediately. Those found cheating will be disqualified from future Zhoushan competitions. I trust you have informed your clan's disciples accordingly." Indeed, they all confirmed. The portly elder smiled, saying, "Then let the competition commence. Your medical teams have also arrived. Let them proceed into the mountains." "Where is the Lord of Shuzhou?" the swordsman elder suddenly inquired. "I am here." A man stepped forward from among the group, bowing respectfully to the swordsman elder. The elder smiled slightly, remarking, "Li Jishan from Jiuzhou Prefecture is an old acquaintance of mine. He asked me to check on you during my visit to Shuzhou. I hear he is your uncle." The man lit up, exclaiming, "Indeed, Li Jishan is my uncle. I am Li Haoran." The swordsman elder nodded with satisfaction, then added, "The rest of you may take your leave. We have matters to discuss." "We take our leave." They acknowledged. Funded by the Lord's estate, Xiao Zijing and others procured numerous medicinal herbs, placing them into baskets without pause. Following Tang Zong through the small town toward the Zhoushan mountain range. Chapter 024. King Yin Xiao Zijing did not hesitate to take advantage of the funding from the Lord's estate, purchasing a considerable amount. Each herb placed in the medicinal basket was directly absorbed into the 9 palaces' sword soul space, allowing Xiao Zijing to amass 5 times the amount of herbs compared to others. He was cautious not to overdo it, lest he attract suspicion. Nonetheless, others cast doubtful glances at his basket, wondering how it could hold so much. As they entered the Zhoushan mountain range, everyone took a deep breath. The vastness of the mountains was beyond comprehension. The ancient forest stretched endlessly, its dense foliage obscuring the sunlight, casting the woods into a dim light that weighed heavily on their hearts. A cold wind seeped through the trees, carrying a hint of chill, causing several elderly physicians to shiver. Leading the way was Tang Zong, with Xiao Zijing trailing behind, observing the conditions of the Zhoushan mountain range closely. "This is indeed a fine training ground," remarked the 9 palaces' sword soul. "There are many formidable creatures within the Zhoushan mountains, primarily concentrated in the central region. The outer areas where clan disciples train contain some relatively strong low-level demon beasts, but most are at the Shiwu realm, with few at the Ningyuan realm. The few at the Songhai realm could be considered local lords, with no other Songhai realm beasts appearing within dozens of miles. Demon beasts have always had clearly defined territories." "Any signs of the Blood Shadow Wolf?" Xiao Zijing inquired, focused on his primary concern. The 9 palaces' sword soul pondered for a moment before responding, "Not yet detected. I can only perceive the general strength of the various demon beasts. I haven't distinguished them closely yet. Finding a Blood Shadow Wolf will require careful searching. We cannot rush this. For now, stay close to Tang Zong, but be wary of any underhanded tactics." Xiao Zijing's gaze remained fixed on Tang Zong's back. Although Tang Zong had not yet acted against him, Xiao Zijing understood that he would eventually do so. He communicated to the 9 palaces' sword soul, "It's fine. He won't act openly against me here, especially with so many physicians around. Attempting to silence me would be impractical. If news were to leak, the Lord's estate would become a target, and even Wulian Mountain would blame them for breaking the rules. The Lord would find himself in a dire situation. It seems he may resort to other means," the 9 palaces' sword soul asserted confidently. "Indeed," Xiao Zijing replied, feeling untroubled. Unlike the other physicians, he was a martial artist. As long as Tang Zong did not act personally, he should be safe. After walking through the valley for quite some time, they finally heard the sound of flowing water in the distance. Tang Zong turned around and said, "There is a creek ahead. Let us set up our tents there." "Understood." The disciples from various families in Shuzhou City had gathered in the Zhoushan mountain range for training, each group fervently engaging in their endeavors. The Shiwu and Ningyuan realms were divided into separate groups due to the scarcity of Ningyuan realm beasts. The Meng family sent over 100 members, all acutely aware of their mission. Should they succeed in entering Wulian Mountain, the Meng family's crisis would surely be averted. Some operated in groups of 3 to 5, while others ventured alone. The disciples of other clans had also been assigned missions to suppress the Meng family, aiming to ensure their decline or even extinction, if necessary. They were permitted to eliminate members of the Meng family, as countless lives had perished in the Zhoushan mountains over the years, with the blame conveniently placed on demon beasts. A piercing scream erupted from a wild boar, which was sent sprawling, its massive body crashing to the ground. Its hooves thrashed wildly for a moment before falling silent, clearly lifeless. Approaching from a distance was a young man dressed in the golden attire of the Meng family, wearing gauntlets and embodying a body-training warrior. Just as he intended to claim the boar's inner core, a flash of silver light caught his eye. Startled, he felt a bone-chilling cold sweep over him. And before he could comprehend, he was met with a gruesome scene of blood splattering everywhere. With a thud, the young man collapsed, a sword piercing his neck. He never glimpsed his assailant. Behind him stood a young man clad in a purple robe, sneering at the Meng family members. "Meng family members are truly easy prey. I used to merely fantasize about what it would be like to kill one, never expecting to have the opportunity to do so myself. How delightful," he remarked, licking his lips in a disturbingly grotesque manner. Just then, another voice chimed in. "I never thought that Su family's little prodigy Su Fan would take an interest in slaying a Meng family's Shiwu realm junior." The young man in the violet attire furrowed his brows and abruptly turned around, only to discover a young man clad in green standing behind him. Su Fan's tense expression relaxed, and he smiled, saying, "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's you, Han Fengzi." So, have you gained anything after spending half a day in the Zhoushan Mountains? Han Fengzi lowered his head and chuckled before approaching, responding, what could I possibly gain? To be frank, I have little interest in this Zhoushan conference. Unlike you, who belongs to a prestigious family, I am affiliated with the city lord's mansion. Considered an official, even if I were to achieve remarkable results, I would not be selected by the Wulian Mountain, as typically, sects or families do not see eye to eye with officials. Our presence at the Zhoushan trials is merely to partake in the festivities and engage in pursuits that bring us joy. Joyful pursuits? Su Fan inquired with curiosity. Yes. For instance, eliminating those we find particularly displeasing, such as members of the Meng family. Han Fengzi replied with a slight smile that concealed a hint of malice. Su Fan suddenly understood and glanced at Han Fengzi, coldly remarking, it seems Brother Han still remembers the events of yesteryear. During one family gathering, you teased Meng Xian for a moment, only to have your entire cultivation rendered useless by Meng Fengyi. However, Brother Han, even though your strength has been restored, I fear it may not suffice to confront Meng Fengyi. I have heard she is now on the verge of entering the Songhai realm. Oh. Han Fengzi's expression darkened as he asked Su Fan, is the information credible? The Meng family's every move is under the watchful eye of my Su family. Su Fan replied with a dismissive snort. Ha ha. Han Fengzi suddenly burst into laughter, causing Su Fan to frown in confusion. What was the matter with him? Han Fengzi's visage twisted into a sinister grin as he declared, how could a mere Meng Fengyi stand in my way? I will tell you the truth. To deal with Meng Fengyi, I have sent a letter to Senior Yan. He returned from the Zhouzhou mansion 3 days ago and has also come to the Zhoushan Mountains. With him here, Meng Fengyi is as good as dead. Yan Wang. Su Fan shuddered, evidently intimidated by the mention of that name. Senior Yan's strength has already reached the 9th level of the Ningyuan realm. He is highly regarded in the Zhouzhou mansion. Han Fengzi smiled indeed. Su Fan cast a complex glance at Han Fengzi and remarked, it seems the attention is not solely on Yan Wang's power, but rather on his formidable eye technique. If Yan Wang employs his eye technique, Meng Fengyi would indeed be no match. But enough idle chatter. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Seemingly wary, Su Fan leapt away, leaving behind only Han Fengzi and the corpses of the Meng family members. Han Fengzi looked up and murmured, the Zhoushan Mountains are merely a vast prison. No matter how much you strive, the Meng family is destined to remain trapped within. This gathering of families is solely to deal with you, Meng family. I shall see how you escape this calamity, Meng Fengyi. You shall pay dearly for your past transgressions. The city lord's mansion once feared Meng Canglan would pursue this matter. But now that he is gone, I, Han Fengzi, will ensure you are ground to dust. The rustling of grass caught Han Fengzi's attention, and he turned to see a man in a white robe approaching. The man bore a scar on his face, emanating a heavy sense of oppression, not merely from his strength, but from his status, exuding the aura of a superior. Though his features were unremarkable, his eyes were unforgettable, surrounded by a triangular pattern of earthy hues. If anyone knowledgeable were to see, they would surely gasp in recognition. Lai Shijinta, Senior Yan, Han Fengzi quickly said with respect. The man nodded, glanced at the corpse of the Meng youth on the ground, and softly remarked, is this a Meng family corpse? Quite a rarity. Han Fengzi nodded, indeed. It is my first time seeing one. It will be discovered if left here, and it is clearly a sword wound, Senior Yan commented. As he spoke, his peculiar eyes began to rotate, startling Han Fengzi. The earth beneath the Meng youth's corpse transformed into quicksand, and the body slowly sank into it. Han Fengzi's pupils dilated. Was this the power of the eye technique? With a loud crack, the corpse submerged into the quicksand, shattering into countless fragments before disappearing entirely. Senior Yan's eyes ceased their rotation, and the ground returned to its previous state, as if no corpse had ever existed there. Chapter 025. Life and Death Escape. Han Fengzi's face paled as he watched. Realizing why Yan Wang had been taken by the Zhouzhou mansion even in the early stages of the Ningyuan realm, it was the formidable Lai Shijinta that earned him such treatment. Let us depart. It is getting late, Yan Wang said, casting a glance at Han Fengzi before turning to venture deeper into the forest. Yes, Han Fengzi replied, his tone now imbued with reverence. While he had always respected Yan Wang, his demeanor had shifted from mere respect to awe. His heart raced with excitement. With Yan Wang by his side, Meng Fengyi would inevitably meet a grim fate, and he was determined to make her suffer. At this moment, the medical team, led by Xiao Zijing, after setting up their tents and resting briefly, also entered the Zhoushan Mountains alongside Tang Zong. After traversing for 3 full hours, each time hearing sounds of battle, Tang Zong would take note and lead the physicians to assess any casualties. Should there be any injured, The physicians would promptly assist in stabilizing their conditions. The significance of Xiao Zijing's medical team lay in this very purpose. While any disturbances from demonic beasts were swiftly dealt with by Tang Zong. "Let us take a moment to rest," Tang Zong suggested, glancing at the exhausted physicians behind him. Among them were elderly men who were clearly fatigued, and upon hearing they could rest, they quickly sought a place to sit. Xiao Zijing also searched for a spot to recuperate, though she did not wish to appear weary, knowing that someone was always ready to eliminate her. City Lord's Mansion Commander. Tang Zong. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing sensation. The group found themselves near a cliff, with a steep rock face visible nearby. One misstep could lead to a fall, plunging into a frigid river at the valley's bottom, which cascaded into a waterfall. Even if one were fortunate enough to land in the water, they would still be swept down the falls, facing certain doom. Let me summarize the achievements of our 3 hours. The elder from the Han family slowly rose, retrieving a small booklet from his robes. He glanced at the gathering and began. In the past 3 hours, we have treated a total of 16 injured individuals, 6 from the Bai family, 2 from the Sun family, 4 from the Gu family, and 1 each from the Su, Han, Duan families, and the City Lord's Mansion. This is the outcome of our efforts over the past 3 hours. Our family's men are fighting valiantly for the trials, while we, who are powerless, can only contribute in this insignificant manner. The crowd nodded in agreement. Xiao Zijing's brow was tightly furrowed. In the span of 3 hours, not a single member of the Meng family had appeared, which struck him as rather peculiar. The gazes of the others subtly shifted towards him, and a physician, observing Xiao Zijing's expression, could easily discern the underlying tension. Yet, he could not help but sneer. It seems the Meng family truly deserves their reputation as the foremost family in Shuzhou, even with the city lord's men injured. Not one member of the Meng family has sustained harm. It's no wonder the Meng family has thrived these years. Their young men are seemingly invulnerable. Indeed. An old servant chimed in, brushing the dust from his cloth skirt. The Meng family's cultivation techniques are advanced, far beyond the capabilities of our humble clans. I dare say even the disciples of the city lord's estate pale in comparison to those of the Meng family. Xiao Zijing absorbed their words in silence. His demeanor calm as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind, igniting a spark of excitement within him. After a prolonged wait, he had finally received news from the Jiugong Sword Soul. It seemed that blood shadow wolves indeed roamed the Zhoushan region. He quickly inquired, "Where are they? What is their strength?" "On a cliff to the northwest, approximately 50 miles from here. Their power is not formidable, yet they possess a peak strength equivalent to the virtual martial realm. With caution, they can be dealt with," the Jiugong Sword Soul informed him. Rising to his feet, Xiao Zijing declared, "It is time to depart. I shall find a suitable location to cultivate the bone refinement golden body to the 8th level. With my strength at that level, defeating a blood shadow wolf of peak virtual martial realm should pose no challenge." "And what of Tang Zong?" the Jiugong Sword Soul asked, frowning. "How do you intend to escape him?" "I have my methods," Xiao Zijing replied with a sidelong glance at the group. "You have all conversed for so long and walked for quite a distance. You must be thirsty. I see a fruit tree over there. I shall gather some fruit to quench your thirst." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Did Xiao Zijing truly intend to gather fruit for himself after their earlier remarks? Tang Zong followed his gaze and spotted a tree on the cliff bearing wild fruit. To his surprise, he noticed a venomous python coiled among the branches. His eyes brightened, and before the other physicians could respond, he remarked, "In that case, I must trouble you, Physician Xiao. To be honest, I am parched as well." Xiao Zijing nodded, saying, "Please wait a moment." He made his way toward the wild fruit tree. Despite their usual residence in the apothecary, the physicians were well aware that the city lord's estate and the Su family harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Meng family. It was curious that they spoke so courteously to Xiao Zijing. Upon reaching the tree, Xiao Zijing examined the colorful fruits. Familiar with the area, he recognized that these fruits were safe to eat. Just as he reached out to pick one, a hissing sound emanated from above. Tang Zong's brow furrowed as he shouted, "Physician Xiao, step back. There's a snake." Before he could finish his warning, a dark figure lunged from the tree, moving with lightning speed towards Xiao Zijing's face. If bitten, his appearance would surely be marred. Xiao Zijing's face paled, and he instinctively dodged backward, only to trip over a stone, sending him tumbling toward the cliff's edge. "Be careful," Tang Zong shouted, rushing towards Xiao Zijing. Yet, his speed was clearly not that of a warrior of the ocean realm. Even a casual practitioner of the virtual martial realm would have outpaced him. Xiao Zijing rolled off the cliff with a long cry, and then silence fell. In a moment, Tang Zong's movements sharpened as he reached the cliff's edge, watching Xiao Zijing plummet until he vanished from sight. The physicians were left in shock, rushing to the precipice. Their expressions a mix of disbelief as they turned to Tang Zong, asking, "Commander Tang, is Xiao Zijing truly gone?" With his eyes closed, Tang Zong shook his head, murmuring, "This is all my fault. I should have been the one to gather the fruit." One physician quickly interjected, "Commander Tang, do not blame yourself. You bear no responsibility in this. It was Xiao Zijing's own recklessness that led him to gather fruit, resulting in his encounter with the snake. You did your utmost to save him, but it was too late." "Indeed, that is correct," the other physicians concurred. Feigning sorrow, Tang Zong addressed the group. "While the truth may be as you say, I cannot escape my share of the blame. Therefore, after the conclusion of the Zhoushan conference, I, Tang Zong, will treat everyone to a meal. Let us raise a toast to Physician Xiao, as a means of atonement for my shortcomings." "Excellent. Commander Tang is truly benevolent." Meanwhile, beneath the valley, on the cliff's face, a shower of sparks erupted, followed by the sound of metal clashing. A young man, clutching a short sword embedded in the rocky wall, dangled precariously, his expression revealing a hint of pain. This young man was none other than Xiao Zijing, who had just fallen from the cliff. "You acted recklessly," the Jiugong sword's soul scolded, clearly irritated. "If you had truly fallen, you would have met your end. Why did you not consult me first? Your demise would be inconsequential, but where would I find another fool willing to shatter their heart and cultivate the Jiugong sword technique?" "Come now, I am fine," Xiao Zijing reassured, sensing the Jiugong sword soul's attempt to console him. "Fine," the Jiugong sword soul retorted, exasperated. "Look at your right arm. Had you not cultivated the bone refinement golden body, your arm would surely be ruined. Even now, it is injured." Xiao Zijing nodded, glancing down at his feet. He was merely 100 meters from the ground. Suddenly, he drew his short sword, lightly tapping the cliff face with his toes, his descent resembling a drifting snowflake. As his speed increased, he tossed the short sword toward the adjacent cliff face. Upon collision, it rebounded. Xiao Zijing then stepped onto his sword, transforming midair into a graceful butterfly, executing a series of steps until he gently landed on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zijing reflected. Had it not been for the Snow Knight's soaring step, descending would have been quite the challenge. Just then, he detected a sound nearby, resembling metal clashing. "Did I mishear?" he pondered. At that moment, two figures clad in purple robes approached him. "The Su family," Xiao Zijing murmured. "Quickly hide," the Jiugong sword soul urged. "Your right arm is injured. If discovered, you will be at a disadvantage in combat." Both of them are in the 7th level of the virtual martial realm. Xiao Zijing picked up his short sword, exhibiting no intention to hide. Instead, he smiled. "I have been searching for the Su family, since they have come to me. I shall not be polite. My injury is inconsequential. With my left hand and the Snow Knight soaring step, I can certainly handle 2 mere practitioners of the 7th level of the virtual martial realm. You are being reckless." The 9 Palaces sword soul expressed irritation, saying, "How did I never realize you are such a reckless individual? You jumped off the cliff without consulting me and now wish to engage in a deadly duel." "Enough of the nonsense. I am well aware of the situation," Xiao Zijing replied solemnly. At that moment, 2 members of the Su family entered and immediately spotted Xiao Zijing. Dressed in a pure white physician's robe, prominently adorned with a large character for Dream on the chest, quite conspicuous. The 2 paused, surprised. They wouldn't have been as astonished to see a member of the Meng family, but encountering a physician from the Meng family here was unexpected. Exchanging glances, one of the short-haired youths exclaimed, "Su Qing, why is a Meng family physician here? Is the physician's team nearby?" The other youth, named Su Qing, furrowed his brow as he glanced at Xiao Zijing and surveyed the surroundings, smiling as he said, "It seems not. This physician has an injured arm, and there are no signs of other physicians around. If I'm not mistaken, this physician has been abandoned. Considering he hails from the Meng family, he has become a public enemy in the city." After speaking, Su Qing looked at his companion, Su Ling, and whispered, "If we bring this physician back to Brother Su Pingji, what rewards might we receive? Injuries are inevitable during our training here, and if we encounter the physician's team, it would be fortuitous. Otherwise, the danger is too great. Having him around to tend to our wounds should prove advantageous. Once the training concludes, we can dispose of him." "Great idea." Su Ling's eyes sparkled. Though their voices were low, Xiao Zijing, having cultivated the bone-setting golden body, possessed exceptional vision and hearing, capturing every word. He decided against confronting the 2. It would be wiser to follow them, adapting as necessary to eventually locate members of the Meng family. Xiao Zijing was also concerned for the Meng family, realizing that all factions seemed poised to launch a purge against them. His hand, which had rested on the sword hilt, now fell limply to his side as Su Qing and Su Ling approached him. Xiao Zijing glanced at the two and coldly inquired, "What do you want? I warn you. I am a member of the physician's team. Should you harm me, it would constitute a breach of decorum. And the city lord's manor and Wu Lian Mountain will hold you accountable, leaving the Su family unable to escape the consequences. Stop wasting words." Su Ling spat, seizing Xiao Zijing by the collar and sneering, "Don't give me that nonsense. If you fall into my hands, you will obediently comply. Perhaps then you may find a chance to survive. Otherwise, I will turn you into a corpse. Do you believe me?" Xiao Zijing hesitated, meeting Su Ling's lethal gaze. He said nothing, feigning fear, which elicited laughter from Su Qing and Su Ling throughout the journey. Xiao Zijing remained silent, led along by Su Ling and Su Qing. Along the way, he sensed his right arm gradually healing. For an ordinary person, such injuries would take months to mend, but due to his unique constitution, enhanced by the bone-setting golden body, he could recover from such wounds within a few hours. After nearly an hour, the trio arrived at the entrance of a cave. Upon entering, they found the cave illuminated by torches, and Xiao Zijing quickly noticed 6 or 7 individuals within. He was surprised to see so many from the Su family gathered together. Most were at the 6th level of the virtual martial realm or lower, except for a young man seated in the center, a practitioner at the 8th level, who appeared to be meditating. I expected to encounter a formidable opponent, but it turns out to be a disorganized mob. No wonder they dare not act alone, only congregating together. Xiao Zijing mused to the 9 palaces sword soul, who concurred, stating, "We are still merely on the outskirts of the mountain range. The beasts we encountered were predominantly below the 5th level of the virtual martial realm." Seeing Su Qing and Su Ling hesitate to attack reveals their limited capabilities. "Brother, we have returned," announced Su Qing and Su Ling as they approached. The gathering turned to regard Xiao Zijing with curious expressions. Su Pingji, seated on a stone platform, slowly opened his eyes. Upon spotting Xiao Zijing, he paused momentarily before asking, "Why did you bring back a Meng family physician? Did you capture him from the physician's team?" "Not at all." Su Qing stepped forward, smiling as he recounted the events. Su Pingji's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "You two have done exceptionally well. With this lad, our safety is significantly enhanced." The other members of the Su family regarded Xiao Zijing with mocking eyes, but he remained silent, seeking a corner to recuperate. As night fell and everyone slept, Xiao Zijing's hand emitted a sound akin to a sword's resonance, and he felt his prior injuries vanish entirely. He tested his arm, finding it completely healed. Yet he chose not to eliminate this group, recognizing their potential utility. The following morning, as everyone awoke, Xiao Zijing leaned against a rock, feigning sleep. One Su family disciple scornfully remarked, "Still asleep? Do you truly believe you are still in the Meng family?" He then approached Xiao Zijing, lifting a foot to kick him. At that moment, Xiao Zijing suddenly opened his eyes, startling the disciple. With a swift motion, Xiao Zijing struck out, sending the disciple flying. "What?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Su Qing's expression shifted as he angrily commanded, "Capture him." 3 practitioners at the 6th level of the virtual martial realm rushed forward. Xiao Zijing clapped his palm against the ground, launching himself into the air, striking out at the first assailant. The opponent underestimated Xiao Zijing's strength, feeling as though he had struck steel, resulting in a painful shout as he stumbled backward. The remaining 2, witnessing this, drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Zijing with their blades. Xiao Zijing let out a cold snort, sidestepping and flicking his fingers, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing as he sent their blades flying. The shockwave shattered their grips, and with 2 swift slaps, Xiao Zijing sent them both sprawling, their teeth flying from the impact. All present were left stunned. Xiao Zijing smiled at Su Qing and Su Ling, asking, "Shall you come at me one by one, or together?" Su Qing and Su Ling swallowed hard, exchanging glances. They had just witnessed Xiao Zijing's decisive prowess. Even a mere flick of his fingers had incapacitated 2 practitioners at the 6th level of the virtual martial realm. Such skill was beyond their capabilities. They turned to Su Pingji, who remained composed, observing Xiao Zijing's battle. "I did not expect the surprise Su Qing and Su Ling brought back to be a wolf in sheep's clothing," Su Pingji remarked coolly. "Since you refrained from harming us last night, it seems you have other intentions. Speak, what do you desire? I am listening." Xiao Zijing raised his chin, gazing at Su Pingji, and replied, "I desire nothing in particular. However, traversing the Zhoushan mountain range alone can be rather lonely. I find myself in need of a few subordinates. I shall reluctantly accept your company." "Ha ha." Su Pingji unexpectedly burst into hearty laughter, and then a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. "Your body refinement technique appears formidable. I am eager to ascertain whether the Meng family's method or my Su family's flame refinement technique holds greater merit. The flame refinement technique? Xiao Zijing fixed his gaze on Su Pingji and remarked, "It seems you hold a respectable position within the Su family to be able to cultivate one of their most esteemed techniques. I have only heard of it, but never witnessed it. In that case, Su brother, allow me to experience its prowess." Chapter 027. A battle with full might. Su Pingji rose from the stone platform, brushing off the dust from his garments. He glanced at Su Qing and Su Ling, saying, "You two will only bring me trouble. Once I deal with that brat from the Meng family, I shall return to properly discipline you both." Su Qing and Su Ling trembled, aware of the severity of Su Pingji's punishments, which could send shivers down anyone's spine. Xiao Zijing chuckled lightly. "Do not fret. I will not punish you too, so pray that I emerge victorious over Su Pingji." Su Qing and Su Ling were drenched in cold sweat, uncertain of whom to support. The surrounding disciples of the Su family quickly made way as Su Pingji descended from the stone platform. Observing Xiao Zijing's confident demeanor, Su Pingji smirked inwardly. "You shall soon understand the extent of my strength. Do not be misled by my mere 8th level of the virtual martial realm. Even a peak warrior of the 9th level would find defeat against me, as I possess a wealth of profound martial arts from the Su family. Awaiting you are only failure and demise." Even if Xiao Zijing were to be vanquished, Su Pingji had no intention of retaining him as a healer. For having a healer of nearly equal strength in his ranks would be akin to keeping a venomous serpent that could strike at any moment, a folly he would not commit. Observing Su Pingji's composed footwork, Xiao Zijing discerned that he indeed had certain advantages. As for the flame refinement technique, he had only heard of it and remained uncertain of its true characteristics. "If you wish to witness, then today I shall grant you a splendid spectacle." As soon as the words left his lips, Su Pingji's aura erupted, enveloping him in the peak energy of the 8th level of the virtual martial realm. Even hinting at the 9th level, this aura radiated an intense heat, as if he had transformed into a furnace. "I see." Xiao Zijing narrowed his eyes slightly. Sensing Su Pingji's aura, he understood the cultivation method of the flame refinement technique. It likely required training in a scorching environment, allowing the skin to absorb the intense heat through a unique method that invigorates the body's cells, thereby enhancing physical strength and defense to levels surpassing ordinary warriors. However, such a training regimen must be exceedingly arduous. Otherwise, how could even a 9th level warrior be easily bested? "Your analysis is astute," the 9 Palaces sword spirit interjected. Having overheard Xiao Zijing's deductions, "I did not expect your perception to be so keen. But then again, as a healer, observation is your forte. Without it, your efforts would be in vain." His technique, while superior to many, is indeed a grueling body refinement method. Yet do not underestimate yourself. Your golden body technique is commendable, ranking among the best and perhaps even surpassing the flame refinement technique. Just then, a flicker of light gleamed in Su Pingji's eyes. With a sudden shift of his stance, the ground beneath him fractured, cracks radiating outward in all directions. Xiao Zijing furrowed his brow, immediately sensing an indescribable force surging toward him. Su Pingji was likely the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far. Having anticipated Su Pingji's movement from the moment his gaze shifted, Xiao Zijing was prepared. Yet he did not expect Su Pingji to be so remarkably swift. In an instant, Su Pingji appeared before Xiao Zijing, launching a powerful punch that resembled a comet hurtling toward him. Su Pingji was certain that if this strike connected, Xiao Zijing would witness his own demise. However, Xiao Zijing was prepared. Sensing the impending impact, he deftly evaded, his form gliding backward as though carried by a feather. Su Pingji's punch struck nothing but air, yet the sound of it slicing through the atmosphere indicated its formidable force. "How swift!" both Xiao Zijing and Su Pingji uttered in unison. Xiao Zijing appraised Su Pingji, astonished by his rapid footwork, which, while not quite reaching the level of the snowy knight's swift steps, was impressively close. Conversely, Su Pingji was taken aback by Xiao Zijing's speed, which surpassed his own. The moment their words fell, Su Pingji launched another assault, and this time, Xiao Zijing chose not to retreat, but to engage him head-on. Their fists collided in the air, each demonstrating their utmost prowess. Utilizing the speed of the snowy knight's swift steps, Xiao Zijing gained the upper hand. Although Su Pingji's movements were not as swift, he successfully countered Xiao Zijing's assaults. Their physical strength was surprisingly equal, given that Xiao Zijing was 2 levels below Su Pingji. Holding his ground was a remarkable feat that astonished Su Pingji. The surrounding disciples of the Su family stood in stunned silence. Typically, Su Pingji was regarded as a formidable warrior of the condensation origin realm, as most ninth-level warriors from the virtual martial realm triumphed over him. Having trained rigorously in the flame refinement technique, he often secluded himself in volcanic caves to endure unbearable heat. Yet today he found himself evenly matched against a mere 6th-level warrior from the Meng family, who also happened to be a healer. The confidence that once filled the hearts of those who supported Su Pingji now wavered. Boom! The very air seemed to tremble, and everyone felt a slight vibration as dust on the ground quivered. The two warriors unleashed a flurry of punches without reservation, and Su Pingji still could hardly believe that this seemingly frail youth could withstand him. Each of the 3 punches was executed without restraint, yet Xiao Zijing effortlessly countered them. Su Pingji snorted in frustration, stomping the ground and propelling himself into the air, unleashing a sweeping kick. Feeling the fierce gust of wind, Xiao Zijing nimbly sidestepped. Su Pingji sneered, "It's over." As soon as the words left his mouth, his fist transformed into a claw, seizing Xiao Zijing's shoulder with a weighty force like a mountain. The onlookers gasped in shock. In a fleeting moment, the fist-fighting Su Pingji had resorted to clawing? "It's the inner claw technique," Su Ling exclaimed in astonishment. This was indeed a secret art of the Su family, requiring exceptional control over one's true energy. A single strike would leave no visible scars, yet the collarbone and all meridians would shatter. Xiao Zijing, however, displayed no sign of panic. With his right hand, he gathered his fingers and pointed decisively at Su Pingji's arm. The finger pointed directly at Su Pingji's arm, and his face changed dramatically, as though that single touch had become a fatal strike. The claw mark immediately loosened, followed swiftly by a palm strike from Xiao Zijing that sent Su Pingji hurtling away. His arm rendered immobile. Su Pingji coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at Xiao Zijing, unable to fathom. "Why? How could you unravel my inner claw technique? I have diligently trained in it for many years, and today is the first time I have employed it in combat. Did you already anticipate my use of the inner claw technique? How could you have pinpointed my acupoint to neutralize my attack so effortlessly?" Xiao Zijing regarded Su Pingji with a disdainful huff. "During our battle, I noticed the numerous calluses on your hands, a testament to your claw technique training. Naturally, I anticipated you would possess such skills, so I remained on guard. Nonetheless, your fire refinement body technique is commendable, putting me in a tough fight." The other disciples of the Su family exchanged glances, and one drew his sword, seething with rage. "Let's fight him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xiao Zijing let out a cold snort, his body vanishing like a wisp of snow. The others were momentarily stunned, and blood splattered as the Su disciple's neck erupted with a deluge of crimson, while Xiao Zijing's short sword became stained with blood. Clang! The short sword returned to its sheath. Xiao Zijing's gaze swept across the group, and he spoke. "Anyone who dares to resist will meet a similar fate." A collective gasp echoed among them, as they recoiled at Xiao Zijing's ruthless decisiveness. He had killed without hesitation, with Su Pingji, the strongest among them, vanquished. Who could possibly contend with Xiao Zijing? From his robe, Xiao Zijing produced a vial of medicine and tossed it to the ground, stating, "This was concocted during my leisure. Each of you will take 1 pill, and in 12 hours, I shall provide the antidote. Should any of you harbor thoughts of rebellion, I shall feed the antidote to my dogs." The crowd was taken aback, casting wary glances at Xiao Zijing's retreating figure, their apprehension deepening. This youth was merciless. "You have 10 breaths to consume it, or you shall perish." His cold voice rang out like a death knell, compelling all to approach and swallow the small pills. Observing his orders obeyed, Xiao Zijing exited the cave, leaving behind a group of helpless individuals exchanging silent, bitter smiles. They had come to slay members of the Meng family, only to find themselves reduced to their subservience. Not long after Xiao Zijing stepped outside, his complexion turned pale, and he could no longer suppress the urge to vomit. "I thought you would be fine, yet you held on until now to be sick," exclaimed the 9 Palaces sword soul in surprise. After a brief bout of retching, Xiao Zijing retrieved his water flask to rinse his mouth and gasped, "I have witnessed death, but I have never taken a life myself. That was my first." Chapter 028, My surname is Meng. "Murder is the most auspicious beginning of cultivation," the 9 Palaces sword soul remarked with a chuckle. Once he had purged himself sufficiently, Xiao Zijing buried the remnants of his sickness in the earth, sprinkling some pungent herbs around to mask the scent, lest beasts be drawn to it, which would lead to further complications. After ensuring everything was in order, Xiao Zijing steadied his expression and returned to the cave. The Su family disciples, upon seeing him return, felt their hearts leap to their throats. Xiao Zijing cast a glance at the group and commanded, "All of you leave. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Guard the entrance and allow no one through." They exchanged glances, helplessness evident, and one by one, they exited the cave. Though they did not understand Xiao Zijing's reasoning for sending them away, they dared not question him. Once alone, a radiant light flashed beside Xiao Zijing, and a large bathing tub materialized out of thin air. He had brought all his belongings with him, preparing to break through his limits in the Zhoushan mountain range. Having gathered all the necessary herbs, Xiao Zijing leaped into the tub. He activated his inner energy, rapidly absorbing the essence of the herbs in the bath. Such swift absorption was typically unfeasible, but with the support of the Great Yuan pill, he could expedite the process, albeit at the cost of some of the pill's efficacy. Remarkably, he had not even absorbed 1% of the Great Yuan pill's power. Although his meridians were sufficiently fortified, this endeavor remained a challenge, and failure could lead to peril. As he absorbed the concoction, Xiao Zijing's strength gradually escalated, propelling him towards the 7th level of the virtual martial realm. Outside the cave, all the Su family disciples remained silent, crouched in unease, Su Pingji included. Uncertain of Xiao Zijing's activities within, he felt an increasingly potent aura emanating from the cave. Su Ling stealthily approached Su Pingji, whispering, "Brother, are we truly to be at the mercy of this Meng family's boy? Shall we not charge at him together? If word of this gets out, how will we ever show our faces in Suzhou City again?" Su Pingji shook his head, gazing into the distance with a furrowed brow. "It would be unwise to attack him all at once. We might not even prevail. And we are still afflicted by his poison. Surviving this ordeal is a small concern. The greater issue is whether we will live at all." An hour passed. The bathwater had transformed into a transparent liquid, and Xiao Zijing had absorbed it rapidly. The potency within swelled, but he did not waste time. Should the potency swell too much, he could vent it by battling a beast later. He then retrieved the water of no trace to concoct another batch of medicine, preparing for yet another immersion. Should he fully absorb this new concoction, he would master the 8th level of the bone refinement golden body technique. Xiao Zijing fervently circulated his inner energy to hasten the absorption of the medicinal bath. This was merely the 2nd day. Chaos erupted throughout the Zhoushan mountain range, with shadows of death pervading the air and order entirely obliterated. Many disciples from various families abandoned their hunts for beasts, unleashing their fury upon the Meng family members. In the span of a single day, countless Meng disciples fell at the hands of rival families, their corpses either hastily buried or tossed into packs of beasts to be devoured. Within the Meng family, Yuzong Yuan's 1,000-mile divine eye remained ever watchful, observing the massacre of Meng family members without a flicker of emotion on his face. He had witnessed too much bloodshed. Death had become a mundane occurrence for him. During his time with Meng Canglan in the Demon Prison Sea, there was daily death, relentless slaughter, and constant evasion from pursuers. While Meng Canglan now commanded great respect, his past was fraught with peril, fleeing from powerful enemies like a lost dog. Gazing upon the Meng family members in the Zhoushan mountain range, Yuzong Yuan murmured, "Can the Meng family produce another savior like Meng Canglan?" Suddenly, a sword struck down upon a Meng disciple, severing his head. Blood sprayed forth, the severed head soaring into the air, eyes wide with terror. This small squad from the Meng family, originally 4 in number, now found 3 of their ranks slain. The assailant, a figure clad in purple from the Su family, one of their prodigies, Su Hongyi, now at the 5th level of the condensing origin realm. Su Hongyi's swordplay was masterful. He sheathed his blade, casting a final glance at the last surviving member of the Meng squad. A cold smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave the scene. 3 lifeless corpses lay amidst a solitary survivor, whose arm was ensnared by a purple ribbon. A mere waste from the Meng family dared to encroach upon the Su clan. How utterly ironic. Su Hongyi's voice dripped with disdain. Just then, he halted, his gaze fixed upon the distance, where beneath an ancient tree, a maiden clad in a golden robe rested. She leaned against the tree, her right arm curled around her knee, her serene eyes observing the swirling leaves, as if entranced in a trance-like state. A subtle, indescribable melancholy graced her exquisite features, stirring an unexpected flutter in Su Hongyi's heart. Such beauty! The harmonious blend of this enchanting scenery and the maiden was a flawless combination. Su Hongyi found himself captivated. He gazed upon the maiden of the Meng family, glancing around to confirm their solitude, his heart racing with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. Imagining the goddess-like maiden beneath him, he felt his breath grow heavy and found himself unconsciously approaching her. Yet, before he could advance far, her voice pierced the air. "How does it feel to slaughter my Meng kin? Thrilling, is it not?" Su Hongyi, startled by the distance separating him from the maiden, realized with astonishment that she had detected his presence. Awakened from his fantasy, he sensed no aura emanating from her. Could she be a formidable opponent? At that moment, Su Hongyi dismissed any inappropriate thoughts and scrutinized the young woman carefully, his tone grave. Identify yourself, daughter of the Meng family. With a lilting laugh, she rose slowly. Her gaze fixed on him, and replied, you need not know my name. I shall come to your grave to reveal it when the time is right. For now, my task is to escort you to your tomb. The girl was sharp-tongued. Su Hongyi's hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword. Come, let us see. She chuckled mischievously. Seeking death, Su Hongyi roared in fury, his figure darting toward her. Leaves scattered into the air as he unleashed his energy, cleaving them into countless fragments. Though he had yet to draw his sword, the aura of his blade already surged around him. Among the Su clan's disciples, while Su Hongyi's overall power was not the highest, he was unquestionably the master of swordsmanship, possessing an innate sensitivity to it. The fierce blade, like a wraith, descended upon her with relentless fury. This was the frenzied demon blade technique, an esteemed swordplay bequeathed by a legendary swordmaster of the Lanyong Empire. Not originally part of the Su family's martial arts. However, it had found its way into their lineage, and only Su Hongyi had managed to cultivate it to an elementary level. With his 5th-level cultivation, he was capable of contending against a 7th-level warrior. Unperturbed, the maiden calmly observed the myriad of sword shadows descending upon her. Meanwhile, Meng Xiao sat on the ground, fixated on the purple ribbon on her arm, while the 3 lifeless bodies of her fellow Meng disciples lay nearby. She gazed at them for an extended time, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though their strength was modest and their status in the Meng family insignificant, they were genuinely her dear friends, brothers with whom she had grown up. It was unfathomable to witness their demise while feeling utterly powerless. Father, although we have survived, we have forfeited our right to be human, Meng Xiao murmured. Just then, soft footsteps approached, and she lifted her head to see a young maiden in a golden robe walking toward her. The girl regarded Meng Xiao, observing the purple ribbon on her arm, and gently inquired, you are not injured, are you? At that moment, Meng Xiao burst into tears. An unexpected sight for a young woman in her 20s. Kneeling on the ground, she cried out, Miss. The maiden was Meng Xian, who, upon witnessing Meng Xiao's distress, sighed softly and tossed her a blood-red scabbard, saying, bury this blade with them. Meng Xiao was taken aback, her pupils dilating in realization. It was Su Hongyi's sword. As she stood in shock, Meng Xian approached, crouching beside her to gently untie the ribbon from Meng Xiao's arm, offering it back with a warm smile. Brother Meng Xiao, there is no shame in choosing your path. What matters is that you remember your surname, that you know whose blood flows through your veins. Meng Xiao looked up at Meng Xian's face, captivated by her gentle smile. I am Meng Xian, and my surname is Meng, she declared with a smile. Meng Xiao grasped the purple ribbon tightly, his inner energy shattering it to pieces. I am Meng Xiao, and I too bear the Meng surname. With the blood of the Meng family coursing through me, that truth will never change. Chapter 29. The earthbound barbarian bear Meng Xian patted Meng Xiao's shoulder, a young girl comforting a young man in his 20s, an incongruous sight. She said nothing further but stood up and leaped gracefully, her movements akin to a breath of fresh air, leaving Meng Xiao entranced. In that moment, he felt Meng Xian was more suited to lead the Meng family than Meng Xing. In the Zhoushan mountain range, while families began their slaughter of the Meng Clan, they had not forgotten the trials of Zhoushan. Each family was collecting the inner cores of beasts at their respective cultivation levels, hoping to achieve higher scores and gain entry into Wulian Mountain as disciples. The Meng family had not been entirely passive. Many from other families had also perished at the hands of the Meng disciples. Among all, a few names were whispered with trepidation: Meng Xing, Meng Fengyi, and the rarely seen Meng Xian, deemed the most perilous. When encountered, fleeing was the best option. Many had perished at the hands of these 3, including those from the city lord's manor. Outside the cave, everyone waited for Xiao Zijing for 3 full hours, yet she did not emerge. Curiosity about her activities within the cave plagued them, but no one dared to venture inside, knowing it would be tantamount to courting death, especially given Xiao Zijing's notorious ruthlessness. They could only wait anxiously, while Su Ling and Su Qing conferred with Su Pingji on how to deal with Xiao Zijing. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, halting all conversation and tightening everyone's nerves. The ground trembled slightly beneath them. They exchanged worried glances, rising to grasp their weapons, ready for conflict. Su Pingji also stood, his injuries having improved considerably over the 3 hours. Xiao Zijing had not inflicted severe damage, and now he was nearly at his peak strength. Su Pingji's expression darkened as he murmured, "It seems the earthbound barbarian bear has returned." The mention of the earthbound barbarian bear sent a shiver through everyone. Previously, a bear had resided in the cave, merely at the 6th level of the Shiwu realm, but Su Pingji had forcibly driven it away. He had intended to rest for a night before departing, but then the incident with Xiao Zijing had occurred. The bear's return was not alarming. However, Su Pingji's next words plunged their hearts into despair. This is not the same bear as yesterday. This one's aura is significantly stronger. It must have summoned reinforcements. As the words fell, a long howl suddenly echoed. The sound trembled through the mountains and forests, like a fierce hurricane sweeping through. Everyone witnessed leaves and stones being flung into the air. What immense power! Su Pingji's countenance drastically altered as a colossal earth bear appeared before them. Its entire body was a rich earth tone, towering over 3 meters high. With a mere flick of its robust arm, a tree came crashing down. Those present broke into cold sweat. Yesterday's earth bear had been large, yet only stood just under 2 meters. What was the meaning of this 3-meter behemoth? Uncle? Or perhaps a long-lost father? Is a protector here? Eldest brother, we must flee quickly. Su Qing trembled as he spoke to Su Pingji. Su Ling interjected, flee? That would be simple, but what about the poison in our bodies? That wretched lad from the Meng family has poisoned us. If we run, it won't be long before we succumb to the poison. Su Pingji's expression was grim as he addressed the others. Since death is inevitable, we might as well fight. It is merely a 9th-tier earth bear. It is just a beast. If we join forces, we may stand a chance to defeat it. The group nodded solemnly in agreement. Suddenly, Su Qing had a thought and quickly said, eldest brother, perhaps the earth bear returned to reclaim this cave. If we flee now, it may disregard us and enter the cave. If it finds Xiao Zijing inside, she could be crushed by the bear. Once she is dead, we can then find an opportunity to retrieve the antidote from her. A splendid idea. Su Ling concurred. Su Pingji, however, remained impassive and remarked, what if there is no antidote on Xiao Zijing? Could that be true? Su Ling was momentarily stunned, and at that moment, the distant earth bear was already charging towards them, the ground trembling with its footfalls. Su Pingji gritted his teeth and declared, there is no other way. We cannot gamble our lives on uncertainties. For now, we must hold off the earth bear. Xiao Zijing should hear the commotion and come out soon. Then we can escape. Charge. With a command, over a dozen Su family disciples surged forward towards the oncoming earth bear, weapons drawn. However, the earth bear, known for its strength and defense, easily brushed aside the attacks from the 6th-tier combatants. They were sent flying by the bear's savage charge, feeling as if they had collided with steel, their insides seemingly rearranged. The 6th-tier fighters lacked even the ability to resist, being violently thrown away. Bang! Su Ling and Su Qing unleashed their most powerful strikes against the bear's chest. Yet they too were forced back several steps by its impact, their fists numb, fear etched on their faces. Only Su Pingji, a maniac in body refinement, engaged directly with the earth bear. The bear roared in fury, surprised that a human could stand against it. Its right arm swept towards Su Pingji's head. Su Pingji felt a surge of danger, every pore on his body standing on end. Yet his reactions were swift. He stomped the ground, raising his left arm to engage in a true confrontation with the earth bear. Collision. A thunderous sound erupted. Su Pingji's complexion paled as the bear's strength exceeded his expectations. With all his might, he barely withstood the bear's attack, his left arm going completely numb and immobile, his entire body feeling rigid. The residual force threatened to rupture his internal organs. At that moment, the bear's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and it swiped down at Su Pingji's head. Gritting his teeth, he executed his exquisite footwork to evade. Bang! The ground was smashed into a deep pit by the bear's strike. The astonished gazes turned towards the bear, fear already gripping their hearts. No one could fathom that the earth bear, a creature of the virtual martial realm, possessed such terrifying power. Su Pingji staggered back a few steps, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, his eyes losing their color. Facing such a terrifying creature, he lost confidence. The body refinement techniques he had honed over the years seemed utterly insignificant before the earth bear. Huff! The earth bear exhaled heavily, charging towards Su Pingji with a murderous glint in its eyes. To it, everyone else posed no threat. Only this human could challenge it. Thus it chose to eliminate him first before dealing with the others. Su Pingji's face changed as he saw the bear coming, wanting to dodge. But his prior injuries slowed him down, unable to match the bear's speed. Su Ling and Su Qing, paralyzed by fear, dared not advance. The earth bear roared and raised its massive paw to strike down with even greater force than before. Just as Su Pingji faced utter despair, a refreshing breeze swept in, and a white figure appeared before him in an instant. Su Pingji's pupils constricted, astonished by the speed. That familiar white silhouette. Su Pingji froze. Xiao Zijing? Boom. The earth bear's attack struck down, yet Xiao Zijing calmly faced it, raising her right arm to block the blow. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath her shattered, her feet sinking deep into the soil, up to her ankles. The Earth Bear was taken aback. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of all, Xiao Zijing delivered a punch to the bear's abdomen. The speed of this punch was so swift that everyone's eyes struggled to keep up. Bang! A deep sound resonated. And to the astonishment of all, the towering Earth Bear was sent flying by Xiao Zijing's single blow. A pained wail escaped the bear as it flew over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 30. 8th Tier of the Virtual Martial Realm. Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Eyes filled with disbelief were fixed on Xiao Zijing. At this moment, she was beyond comprehension. Previously, her strength was merely comparable to Su Pingji's. Yet how had she grown to this extent in mere hours, capable of defeating the Earth Bear? And she had done so with just a single punch. Only Su Pingji, standing behind her, grasped a semblance of the truth. Xiao Zijing's previous punch had not been one blow, but 3. The speed was such that it appeared to be a single strike. Cold sweat streamed down Su Pingji's face. To unleash 3 punches with such velocity was unfathomable. If she had used this technique during their previous spar, he would likely have been defeated long ago. As the Earth Bear attempted to rise from the ground, Xiao Zijing slowly approached it. The bear glared at her, fury radiating from its gaze. The force of her previous punches still coursed through its body, causing intense pain to its internal organs. Furthermore, as a healer, Xiao Zijing was well aware of precisely where to strike for maximum agony. The earth-shattering bear roared in fury, enduring excruciating pain as it sprang to its feet and lunged at Xiao Zijing. "Come at me." Xiao Zijing's eyes lit up, and she executed the snowy night gliding steps. Despite the bear's impressive speed, it was utterly incapable of landing a hit on the agile Xiao Zijing. Her figure flitted about like a delicate butterfly, deftly evading the bear's onslaught, while occasionally darting in to engage it in combat. Each collision reverberated through the ground. Yet Xiao Zijing remained unperturbed by the bear's formidable brute strength, skillfully countering its attacks. "Is this real?" Su Ling gasped, astonished. "Not long ago. She was merely on par with my elder brother's strength. How has she suddenly reached a level where she can contend with the earth-shattering bear?" Su Qing nodded in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the transformation. 8th level. Su Pingji's eyes narrowed, his voice cold as he remarked, "When we fought, she was at the 6th level of the void martial realm. Now she has advanced to the 8th level. The difference is obvious." "What?" The others were taken aback by Su Pingji's revelation. How could someone elevate from the 6th to the 8th level in just a few hours? Was this individual a prodigy? The most gifted member of the Su family took 4 months to achieve such advancement, and yet Xiao Zijing had accomplished it in less than 4 hours. Everyone stared in disbelief at Xiao Zijing, questioning the very rhythm of this astonishing pace. Observing the fierce battle, Su Pingji commented, "It must be due to her unique cultivation technique. I wonder what method she employs. Not only does she ascend in rank swiftly, but her physical prowess is also remarkably potent. Initially, I sensed her strength, but noticed her energy was slightly scattered, as if she struggled to maintain control. Now, however, her energy seems to meld perfectly with her essence. My initial thoughts appear to be correct." Silence enveloped the crowd as they watched the fierce exchange between Xiao Zijing and the bear. From a mere defensive stance, she had progressed to a full-on melee with the bear, which suited her fighting style perfectly. The bear's robust physical defenses allowed her to unleash her blows with unabated fervor. Xiao Zijing relentlessly bombarded the earth-shattering bear, gradually forcing it into a purely defensive position. The bear, overwhelmed, writhed in agony under the relentless barrage of Xiao Zijing's fists. As the battle unfolded, Xiao Zijing felt her internal energy coalescing more harmoniously than ever. Previously, she could only exert 80% of her strength. Now, she felt capable of unleashing her full potential. The 9 Palaces Sword Soul observed the skirmish and remarked, "Impressive. I did not anticipate the effectiveness of the bone-constructing golden body technique. However, your boxing skills are rather lacking. Your strikes appear chaotic. Were you to face a true master, you would likely have been defeated by now." "I have not studied any martial arts," Xiao Zijing replied. "I am merely awaiting the opportunity to learn the 9 Palaces sword technique, as it is only with the sword that I feel I can truly manifest my potential." "That is due to your innate sword heart," the 9 Palaces sword soul chuckled. "Possessing an innate 8 sword heart affords you an indescribable affinity for the sword. However, to cultivate the 9 Palaces sword, you must first shatter your sword heart and forge anew. At that point, your 8 sword heart will need to be reformed from a singular sword heart. But fret not, although you possess an innate 8 sword heart, you have yet to unlock even a fraction of its potential." Beginning anew from a singular sword heart will yield greater results than your current control over the sword's power. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, Xiao Zijing nodded in understanding. Upon concluding their conversation, she halted her assault. The earth-shattering bear, having endured a relentless barrage, sensed a sudden cessation of blows and cautiously glanced at Xiao Zijing. Upon meeting her gaze, the bear's fury had inexplicably morphed into fear. Xiao Zijing coolly commanded, "Begone." As if understanding her words, the bear, surprisingly compliant, stood and fled. Chuckling at the bear's retreating figure, Xiao Zijing found the scene amusing. Turning to her companions, she observed the glimmer of fear in their eyes. They desperately wished for her to grant them an antidote, to also be told to flee, vowing they would run faster than the bear. When Xiao Zijing was at the 6th level of the void martial realm, they had contemplated how to outmaneuver her. Now, at the 8th level, they dared not entertain such thoughts. "We should depart," Xiao Zijing suggested, looking to Su Pingji. Su Pingji exhaled deeply, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What exactly do you want from us? What are your plans? At the very least, you should inform us." Xiao Zijing nonchalantly brushed off her sleeves and cast a sidelong glance at Su Pingji. "I have no grand designs. I merely need to locate something in the Zhoushan mountain range. I anticipate encountering considerable challenges along the way, and having you all with me will alleviate many of my troubles. Do you understand?" With that, Xiao Zijing entered a nearby cave. The group exchanged confused glances. Some grasped her intent, while others were left bewildered. After a moment, Xiao Zijing emerged from the cave, adorned in a purple long robe belonging to the Su family. The others paused in surprise, quickly realizing she intended to seek refuge with them. Su Pingji remained silent. Since they had already committed to this course, further discussion seemed futile. Xiao Zijing regarded Su Pingji and declared, "Let us proceed. Su Pingji, you shall lead the way. Should you attempt any tricks, I assure you, the consequences will not be pleasant." "Humph," Su Pingji scoffed, and the group set forth with determination, guided by the 9 palaces' sword soul's direction, heading westward. In the ancient forest, the scent of decaying leaves permeated the air, evoking a sense of revulsion. The rustling of leaves was audible as a young man traversed the littered ground, a bulging backpack slung over his shoulders. Peering through a small opening, one could glimpse an array of beast cores within, numbering at least 20. At that moment, the young man halted and declared nonchalantly, "Since I've arrived, lurking in the shadows serves no purpose. Come forth." With that, he discarded his burden, drawing his sword with a resonant clang. At that instant, 2 figures emerged from the ancient trees ahead, clad in garments of the city lord's residence. Behind the young man, 3 more figures appeared, 2 from the Han family and 1 from the Su family. The 5 individuals exuded a formidable aura, their essence swirling around them. The young man, Dreamfungi, smiled lightly and assessed his adversaries. 1 at the 9th level of the condensation realm, 2 at the 8th, 1 at the 7th, and 1 at the 5th. "It appears you all hold me, Dreamfungi, in quite high regard." "Humph." One youth stepped forward, furious. "Dreamfungi, do you remember me, Hanfengzi?" Dreamfungi appraised Hanfengzi, noting his 5th level of the condensation realm. He replied with a smile, "Apologies, but I do not recall such a minor character." With a cold smile, Hanfengzi stepped forward, his eyes glinting with a frosty light, bearing an expression that suggested he wished to devour Mengfungi. He spoke, "How forgetful you are, esteemed one. Do you not recall the day at the City Lord's family gathering when you publicly incapacitated my abilities? Otherwise, how could I, Hanfengzi, ever be beneath you, Mengfungi? It truly disheartens me that you claim not to remember me now." Mengfungi nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, "It seems there is some truth to that, though my recollection is rather vague." Turning to the 3 individuals behind her, she smiled, "Han Xingyu and Han Xiaoyang. Have you 2 from the Han family come to join the fray as well?" Han Xingyu replied, "Mengfungi, though Han Fengzi hails from the City Lord's estate, he is originally from my Han family. Naturally, we must support him. Moreover, our families do not share such an amicable relationship. And I have long wished to teach you a lesson, Mengfungi." Han Xiaoyang waved his folding fan, chuckling, "Brother Meng, we have shared drinks on 2 occasions. It would be a shame to fight. Given that there are 5 of us, your chances of victory are slim. You should submit. I can plead your case. Incapacitate your dantian and sever your tendons, ensuring you live as a beggar. Should you find yourself at the doorstep of my Han residence one day, simply let it be known, and I, Han Xiaoyang, shall toss you a few silver coins." "How benevolent of you, Xiaoyang, to consider a way out for Mengfungi," remarked a member of the Su family, his gaze icy and laden with murderous intent. As he looked at Mengfungi, his indifferent expression was chilling. Mengfungi turned to the young man from the Su family, her countenance darkening as she said, "I had not recognized you." It seems the eldest son of the Su family, Su Yaosheng, has taken up with this lot. Enough idle chatter. Prepare to die? Su Yaosheng retorted, not wasting words. His true energy surged rapidly, and he leapt toward Meng Canglan, wielding a massive battle axe aimed directly at her head, the oppressive weight of his attack looming overhead. With a weapon weighing over 300 jin, a direct confrontation with Su Yaosheng would surely lead to death. Meng Canglan furrowed her brow, her expression turning serious. She recognized that those gathered were among the finest young talents of Suzhou City, and a misstep could be fatal. In a graceful motion, Meng Canglan leapt, swiftly dodging the axe's strike and curving behind Su Yaosheng. This unexpected agility momentarily astonished him. What kind of footwork is this? Snowy Night soaring steps? Meng Canglan executed her technique with remarkable fluidity, unpredictable in its nature. A surge of restless energy emanated from her as she delivered a powerful punch to Su Yaosheng's back. Yet Su Yaosheng was no pushover. He executed a mid-air flip, raising his axe defensively. Meng Canglan's punch collided with the blade, but she shouted, 8 parts crumbling mountain. Boom, 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 boom. Four explosive sounds erupted from her fist as Meng Canglan's expression hardened, her true energy flowing like a river. Su Yaosheng's face paled as he sensed 4 successive forces striking him, each stronger than the last. The first shattered his grip, the second sent his axe flying, and the third and fourth struck his chest directly. A mouthful of blood erupted from Su Yaosheng as he was hurled backward, the sound of his ribs fracturing echoing in the air. Standing beside Han Fengzi, Yan Wang's eyes widened in astonishment as he remarked, the Meng family possesses such a technique? Where did they acquire it? Han Fengzi looked at Yan Wang in surprise, asking, do you recognize this technique? Meng Canglan had not displayed such footwork before. It is indeed curious. I once witnessed a senior brother demonstrate this technique at the Zhezhou mansion. He was a formidable practitioner from the mid-Songhai realm, and with his exceptional physique, he could even defeat late-stage Songhai practitioners using the 8 parts crumbling mountain technique. Only major sects possessed such methods, and that senior brother emerged from one, which is why he mastered it. However, Meng Canglan has not fully grasped it, as the name suggests, at its peak. It can unleash 8 waves of energy, yet she has only manifested 4, and due to her lack of physical training, its power is significantly diminished, Yan Wang explained. Han Fengzi felt a jolt of realization, not a physical practitioner, yet she defeated Su Yaosheng with merely 4 strikes? Meanwhile, the 2 strong men from the Han family had engaged Meng Canglan in combat. Against 2 opponents, Meng Canglan showed no signs of faltering. In fact, she held the upper hand, as she was a 9th-level practitioner of the condensed Yuan realm, while her adversaries were merely at the 8th level, making victory over her a daunting task. Furthermore, her Snowy Night soaring steps rendered her movements unpredictable, much to their chagrin. Though Meng Canglan's swordsmanship derived from the Meng family's martial arts, it was no less formidable. Combined with her footwork and current realm, it bore a unique flavor, leaving Han Xiaoyang and Han Qingyu utterly defenseless. With a flash, the sword light surged forth like a lightning bolt aimed at Han Xiaoyang's face. Gritting his teeth, he unsheathed his folding fan to block the strike, the sound of metal clashing resonating in the air. Meng Canglan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Han Xiaoyang's fan could withstand her blade. In that instant, Han Xiaoyang pivoted, activating a mechanism on the fan. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several needles shot forth from the fan, a dozen in total, hurtling toward Meng Canglan as Han Xiaoyang wore a sinister smile, coldly declaring, prepare to die. Hidden weapons. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Yet Meng Canglan remained unfazed, positioning her sword defensively. For symbols of war, Xian. With that declaration, her aura shifted, emanating a protective force akin to a tortoise shell before her. All the hidden weapons were deflected upon contact with this barrier. What? Even Yan Wang was taken aback, exclaiming, is that a breathing technique? Seize him. With a swift motion, Yan Wang charged toward Meng Canglan, preparing to engage her directly. Han Xiaoyang and Han Qingyu also sprang forward, and as the 3 approached, Meng Canglan remained undeterred, thrusting her sword into the ground and shouting, for symbols of war, bye. Upon uttering her command, Meng Canglan unleashed a thunderous roar toward the heavens. Roar. The sound resonated like a true tiger's roar, amplified by her potent true energy. The 3 assailants felt a ringing in their heads, the echo disorienting them. However, Yan Wang's spiritual power was formidable, allowing him to quickly regain his composure as he bellowed, Meng Canglan, prepare to die. With that, Yan Wang's pupils began to whirl. Boom. A vast sandstorm erupted from the ground, surging toward Meng Canglan, intent on burying her within its depths. Technique. Meng Canglan was taken aback. Quickly employing the Snowy Night frightening swan step, advancing over 20 steps with such swiftness that even the sand conjured by Yin Wang lagged behind. However, Yin Wang remained unfazed, sneering, "Unless you can fly, you will undoubtedly be engulfed by my golden sand today." With that, Yin Wang's pupils began to whirl menacingly once more. Though this time it seemed to take a considerable toll on him, beads of sweat appearing on his brow. As Meng Fengyi focused, his heart sank. The ground around them had transformed into quicksand, ensnaring all who dared to tread upon it. The two members of the Han family hastened to Yin Wang's side to avoid being caught in the chaos. From a distance, the terrain for miles had morphed into a sea of sand, with trees succumbing to the engulfing tide. Suspended in the air, Meng Fengyi was perilously close to plunging into the sandy abyss. "Heh, Meng Fengyi, perish," Yin Wang scoffed. Chapter 32. Escape from death. Everyone was acutely aware that should Meng Fengyi fall into that sea of sand, his demise would be inevitable. Even the stones and trees on the ground were shattered to dust under the weight of the golden sand. It was clear that Meng Fengyi was trapped with no way out. "To wish for my death, you pitiful wretches lack the capability," Meng Fengyi declared, plunging his sword into the quicksand. The force of the sand distorted the blade's tip, threatening to shatter his weapon. Just then, as his figure descended, Meng Fengyi forcefully pushed off the sword's hilt, launching himself back into the air, executing the snowy knight frightening swan step to dart towards the perimeter of the quicksand. "If you think you can escape so easily, you underestimate me," Yin Wang gritted. Yin Wang, his pupils spinning wildly as the ground trembled anew. The expanse of the sand sea was rapidly expanding, doubling from a mile to 2, toppling countless trees and dragging even the unprepared beasts into the crimson tide, their life essence swiftly vanishing. Meng Fengyi, witnessing this from above, felt a chill of dread creep up his spine. He understood that if he were to fall, there would be no grave for him. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his internal energy, forming a torrent of vital force that surged around him. Whirling around, he shouted in fury, "You who wield the eye technique, I will remember you. You have forced me, Meng Fengyi, to this point. One day, I shall return to settle the score." With that, his aura shifted dramatically. "For symbols of war, Zhu," he bellowed. In an instant, the flowing vital energy coalesced into 2 wings beside him. Yet, lacking the strength to truly control them, he relied on their gliding ability to soar towards the edge of the sand sea, calculating the wind direction and gliding speed to ensure his escape. Is he actually flying? Han Fengzi and the others gazed in awe as Meng Fengyi approached the sand sea's edge, the ethereal wings astonishing them. Even Yin Wang was caught off guard by Meng Fengyi's formidable display of power. The Meng Clan must harbor secrets. How else could they cultivate such profound techniques? Meng Fengyi's father is the guardian of the Meng Martial Pavilion, and this boy has evidently benefited from his father's legacy, mastering a haphazard array of martial arts, making him quite the nuisance. Han Qingyu frowned. It appears this technique is called 4 Symbols of War. I just witnessed him employ the Xian character technique to counter Han Xiaoyang's surprise attack. And now he unleashes the Bai character technique, producing a roar that shattered our spirits. Now, with the Zhu character technique, he can take to the skies. If I am not mistaken, there should still be the Qin character technique yet to be revealed. Yin Wang stepped forward, his gaze flickering with cold malice. "I care not for your Qin character or whatever, no one escapes my grasp. Meng Fengyi shall not receive any special treatment. Today, I must end his life." With that, his pupils spiraled once more. "Meng Fengyi, meet your end." Gathering his energy, Yin Wang roared, his voice echoing for miles. Meng Fengyi, still airborne, felt a tremor course through him as the sand sea surged once more. A colossal arm, formed entirely of golden sand, erupted from the depths, its palm the size of a mountain, swiftly descending upon Meng Fengyi's back. At that moment, Meng Fengyi's expression paled. Should he be struck, he would meet his end. With a thunderous crash, the palm descended like a mountain. In that instant, a fierce resolve ignited within Meng Fengyi's eyes. He folded his wings, channeling all his vital energy into his dantian, transforming himself into an indomitable sword. He raised a finger, imbued with an air of desolation, and pointed. One finger to eternity. Meng Fengyi unleashed his full power in this decisive moment. This technique was learned from the Eternal Finger technique. Due to time constraints, Meng Fengyi had only mastered this singular strike, yet its might was formidable. To everyone's astonishment, his fingers shattered Yin Wang's sandy palm, causing the surrounding quicksand to dissipate. Reverting to solid ground, Meng Fengyi plummeted from the air, but he forcefully executed the snowy knight frightening swan step, vanishing from sight. Having expended all his vital energy, Meng Fengyi knew he could not afford to engage further. Survival took precedence, and so he chose to flee. Meanwhile, Yin Wang, having spat blood, staggered back. Collapsing to the ground, his face as pale as paper, a sight to behold. Yin Shixiang, are you all right? Han Fengzi rushed to his side. Yin Wang gasped for breath. Waving his hand, his pupils returning to normalcy, fatigue etched on his face as he gazed ahead. The relentless use of so many techniques has drained my spiritual power far too quickly. In my final attack, I exhausted my soul's energy. Otherwise, how could Meng Fengyi have escaped? Allow me to rest and regain my strength. I will hunt down that Meng Fengyi once more. Meanwhile, Meng Fengyi felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The power wielded by those who mastered techniques was truly terrifying. Such extraordinary capabilities were beyond the reach of ordinary beings. In a conventional confrontation, he bore no fear of Yin Wang, for despite Yin Wang's prominence in the 9 prefectures, his martial arts were not necessarily superior to those of the Snow Jade sect. It was solely the insidious techniques that instilled fear. In the valley, a dozen individuals trekked westward, all donned in purple garments, members of the Z clan. However, upon closer inspection, the leader was merely at the 8th level of the Void Martial Realm, treading into areas where condensed Yuan realm beasts roamed. The group moved cautiously, every rustle of grass or whisper of wind causing them to tense, closely following a young man in purple attire, none other than Xiao Zijing. Since entering this mountain range, Xiao Zijing has encountered several condensation realm beasts along the way, managing to dispatch 2 of them. She must admit that dealing with beasts of this caliber is exceedingly strenuous, requiring the application of sword techniques to prevail. Thus, on this journey, even Xiao Zijing has had to tread cautiously. How much longer must we walk? Su Ling turned back, cautiously regarding Xiao Zijing. After a moment of silence, she replied, "We are about 15 miles from our destination." Xiao Zijing was uncertain about the exact distance to the Bloodshadow Wolf. This information was relayed to her by the 9 Palaces Sword Soul, which typically assists in scouting for powerful beasts nearby, guiding her on the path to take. The 2 condensation realm beasts they encountered were both of the 1st level, relatively weak, serving as mere practice for Xiao Zijing. 15 miles, Su Qing lamented, his expression forlorn. In this place, danger lurks at every turn. My mind is perpetually on edge. It is truly unbearable. Xiao Zijing cast a sidelong glance at Su Qing, saying, "Stay close to me, and you will be safe. If you wander off and get devoured by a beast, I shall not intervene." Just then, the 9 Palaces Sword Soul hastily alerted Xiao Zijing. Someone is approaching. Indeed. Xiao Zijing nodded, having also heard the footsteps ahead. It was merely one individual, but the steps were steady, accompanied by a subtle sound of circulating true energy. It appeared to be a martial artist of the condensation realm, albeit with a somewhat feeble aura, likely someone who had recently entered this realm. "Someone is coming," Xiao Zijing whispered. The group halted, and Su Pingji, at the forefront, remained silent, fixated on the direction ahead. Everyone held their breath, refraining from speaking. After a while, a figure emerged from behind a massive boulder. This man carried a battle axe on his back, his physique robust and bare-chested, though a purple garment was tied around his waist. The flow of true energy on his skin confirmed his status as a condensation realm martial artist, and the purple attire indicated he was a member of the Su family. Su Pingji's eyes narrowed, exclaiming, "Su Jun." Chapter 033. Reunion with an old friend. The burly man, upon seeing Su Pingji and his companions, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that you, Su Pingji? What brings you here? This area should not fall within your hunting grounds. And you have brought so many Su family juniors. Do you wish for them to perish alongside you?" Su Pingji glanced back at Xiao Zijing, who remained silent, giving him a look. With no alternative, Su Pingji steeled himself and stepped forward, stating, "We got lost in the valley and inadvertently wandered here. We are searching for a way out." Since it was Su Pingji speaking, Su Jin took him at his word, gesturing toward a nearby path. "Do you see that path? It leads out of this valley." Su Jun tightened the garment around his waist and continued, "This area is rife with condensation realm beasts. Encountering even one would be quite a challenge for you. Do not wander aimlessly. By the way, I just encountered 2 lost youngsters here as well. You should escort them out. I do not have the time to tend to them." "Huh." Su Pingji frowned. "Who are they?" "They are not from our Su family. They are 2 youngsters from the Han family," Su Jun replied nonchalantly. "They seem to have fallen from a cliff and, by a stroke of fate, ended up here, just in time to be attacked by beasts. I saved them, and now we in Suzhou City must look out for one another, united in our goal to eliminate the Meng family. So, you should bring these 2 along with you." Su Pingji was at a loss for words, casting 2 furtive glances at Su Jun, but Su Jun, misunderstanding, thought Su Pingji was merely injured from his earlier battle with the beasts, and he paid no heed, turning to lead Su Pingji and his group. Seeing the situation unfold, Xiao Zijing had no choice but to follow suit. After traversing a small stream, they spotted a dense thicket ahead. Su Jun halted and called out toward the woods, "You two brats, come out." As soon as he spoke, the leaves in the thicket rustled, and two young men emerged, appearing disheveled as though they had been robbed. Xiao Zijing's sharp gaze scanned them, and her pupils contracted in surprise. Both were familiar faces, an unexpected turn of events. One was Han Shixuan, the second heir, who had come to participate in the Zhoushan conference, while the other was none other than Han Jing. Su Pingji stealthily approached Xiao Zijing, asking what their course of action should be. Xiao Zijing smiled and suggested they take both of them along. Su Jun glanced at Han Shixuan and Han Jing, impatiently instructing, "You may follow them out of this area." All right. Han Shixuan cheerfully approached, his sycophantic demeanor eliciting exasperation, while Han Jing silently positioned himself behind the Su family members, following without a word. Su Jun, having spoken, vanished into the forest, leaving no trace. Su Pingji looked at Han Shixuan and Han Jing, saying, "Gentlemen, let us be on our way. Yes, we should hurry. Dusk is approaching. If we do not move swiftly, we will be in trouble when the beasts come out." Han Shixuan urged, his expression betraying the fear he felt after the Zhoushan conference. Given his cultivation at the 6th level of the void martial realm, he was hardly a standout at the event. Han Jing, on the other hand, appeared haughty, seemingly struggling to accept being escorted by the Su family. Rather than retrace their steps, Su Pingji and the others, under Xiao Zijing's guidance, chose an alternate route, circumventing Su Jun and continuing toward the direction Xiao Zijing desired. As they walked, Han Jing sensed something amiss and suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, are we not taking the wrong path?" "Indeed," Xiao Zijing replied coolly without turning back. "How can it not be the wrong path?" Han Jing halted, scrutinizing his surroundings. His conviction solidified. He took a few cautious steps back, frowning. "What exactly are you planning?" "You should know that our common enemy is the Meng family, not a time for inter-family disputes." Su Ling chuckled at this, unable to suppress his amusement. "Inter-family disputes? Do you think a mere trifling cultivator at the 5th level of the void martial realm has the right to speak?" Han Jing's expression shifted, and even Han Shixuan sensed that the situation was turning unfavorable. "Would you like me to personally explain why you will meet your demise here?" came a voice. Han Jing looked up to see a figure turning around. Although clad in Su family attire, he felt an odd familiarity with this person, though he could not quite place them. Han Shixuan, however, recognized him immediately, exclaiming, "Xiao Zijing, the boss." A jolt ran through Han Jing's heart. Xiao Zijing of the Meng family. It was him. Han Jing recalled the chaos that had erupted at Meng Clan, remembering how he had thoroughly beaten the attendant before leaving. Now, facing Xiao Zijing's piercing gaze filled with malice, he understood that his chances of survival were dwindling. Clearly, the Su family members were inexplicably following Xiao Zijing's lead. "Noble friends," Han Jing stammered nervously, "he belongs to the Meng family, not the Su family. Are you not aware?" Su Ling and Su Qing exchanged glances, and the others looked at one another, fully aware of the truth. However, what could they do? They had been drugged by Xiao Zijing, and disobedience could lead to their very demise. "Han Jing, on that day you harmed Xiao Lu, I vowed to avenge him." Xiao Zijing slowly stepped forward, gazing calmly at Han Jing. He harbored no concerns about Han Jing escaping from his grasp. At that moment, Han Jing felt a chill settle in his heart. He cast a glance at Han Shixuan and coldly remarked, "Second young master, this group intends to take our lives. Are you truly prepared to resign yourself to such a fate?" Han Jing calculated his options. If he could persuade Han Shixuan to join him during the ensuing chaos, he might gain a fleeting chance to escape. However, despite Han Shixuan's lack of intelligence, he would not fall for Han Jing's schemes. Shaking his head, he declared, "What does it matter if I resign myself? My life has been saved twice by boss Xiao Zijing. Even if he were to kill me, I would not utter a single complaint. As for you, since you have enmity with boss Xiao, it would be wise to surrender. Otherwise, even if the boss does not intervene personally, I will ensure that you are captured for him." The crowd was momentarily stunned by Han Shixuan's unexpected conviction and sense of loyalty. They regarded him with newfound respect, and Xiao Zijing's slight smile indicated an immediate increase in his regard for Han Shixuan. How audacious, Han Shixuan, to betray the Han family. Han Jing was nearly driven to fury, while Han Shixuan chuckled. "Only now do you acknowledge me as the second young master of the Han family? The second elder has long coveted power over our family, and even you, a mere parasite, try to act like a formidable hunter. To be honest, if you were to meet your end here, I, Han Shixuan, would celebrate upon returning to the Han residence." "You." Han Jing was rendered speechless, then turned his gaze to Xiao Zijing, contemplating that he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the virtual martial realm, stronger than before. and perhaps could find a path to survival. He then pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Zijing and shouted, as a member of the Meng family, "How dare you rely on the Su family? Do you have the courage to face me in single combat, a battle that belongs solely to us?" The words left even Xiao Zijing momentarily speechless, while members of the Su family erupted into laughter, including Su Pingji, who typically wore a serious demeanor, and Su Ling, who laughed so hard he sat down. Su Qing shook his head helplessly, thinking that this young man really knew how to pick a fight, believing Xiao Zijing would be an easy target. Xiao Zijing sneered and glanced at Su Ling, saying, "I have no interest in this fool, nor do I wish to waste time on him. Toss him to the bears." "Excellent," Su Ling replied with a sinister smile, having been suppressed by Xiao Zijing previously. He was eager to vent his frustrations, and this was the perfect opportunity. The other members of the Su family watched enviously, wishing to partake in the punishment as well. Su Ling took a few steps forward, turned back, and grinned. "What about it, brothers? Are you interested in joining me?" "Yes." The crowd responded in unison. And soon Xiao Zijing could hear Han Jing's wails nearby, echoing his claims about his uncle being the second elder of the Han family. But who would care? Even if it were the second elder of the city lord's mansion, if he deserved a beating, he would receive one. Xiao Zijing advanced a short distance, realizing they were still several miles away from the Blood Shadow Wolf's territory. Only by obtaining the Blood Shadow Wolf's bloodline could he elevate the Golden Body technique to the 9th level, allowing him to enter the first level of the condensation realm and subsequently practice the 9 Palaces sword technique. Suddenly, Xiao Zijing's sword heart trembled, and his expression shifted as a sense of danger approached. He quickly turned around to see a man standing 20 meters behind him, silent as a shadow, his breathing imperceptible. Xiao Zijing could not fathom when this person had appeared behind him. Dressed in green, he seemed not to belong to any family. Xiao Zijing watched the man warily, who regarded him with curiosity and smiled. "I did not expect such remarkable talent from the Su family. A mere 8th-level virtual martial realm practitioner can sense my presence. Impressive." Xiao Zijing fixed his gaze on the man, remaining silent, his full concentration directed at him. Should he sense any ill intent, he would immediately employ the Snow Knight Phantom Step to flee. This man's strength appeared to be merely at the pinnacle of the condensation realm, perhaps not swift enough to pursue him. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiao Zijing felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from this peak condensation realm warrior. At that moment, the 9 Palaces sword soul whispered, "Xiao Zijing, do not underestimate this individual. Though merely a peak condensation realm warrior, he possesses techniques. I can sense that his soul power is formidable, but currently depleted, clearly exhausted." So that was it. No wonder he felt so perilous. Xiao Zijing relaxed slightly and clasped his fists, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Yin Wang, affiliated with the Jiuzhou Prefecture. However, given the context of the Zhoushan Conference, I suppose I am under the auspices of the city lord's mansion," the man replied with a smile. "I have some acquaintances among your Su family, so you need not worry. I will not harm you. I am merely curious why a mere 8th-level virtual martial realm warrior has ventured into this area. Do you not realize this is the domain of condensation realm beasts?" "I am aware," Xiao Zijing replied, frowning. Yin Wang glanced into the distance and said solemnly, "Moreover, you have brought so many people with you. Do you naively believe that sheer numbers can defeat condensation realm beasts? How foolish." Just then, the Su family members, having dealt with Han Jing, arrived at Xiao Zijing's side and noticed Yin Wang's presence. A mere glance from him made them feel an overwhelming pressure. "Who is this man? He is formidable," Su Pingji exclaimed, while the others stared in astonishment at Yin Wang. "Humph, a bunch of reckless fools, daring to venture into this territory with such meager strength. You truly court death," Yin Wang scoffed. "Considering my ties with the Su family, I do not wish to see you perish here. I advise you to leave immediately. If you are cautious on your way back, you should be safe. Leave one person to assist us. Su Yaosheng is injured and requires a Su family member to care for him." Xiao Zijing glanced at Su Qing, saying, "Su Qing, you stay behind to look after Su Yaosheng." "Me?" Su Qing looked at Xiao Zijing in disbelief, surprised that he was being chosen to remain, but Yin Wang interrupted, "No. This fellow is only at the 7th level of the virtual martial realm. He would merely be a burden here." Afterward, he turned to Xiao Zijing, patting him on the shoulder. "It's you. I see that your strength is the highest among this group. You are the most suitable." Xiao Zijing's heart sank. If he were to meet Su Yaosheng, would he not reveal his true identity? "I have my own matters to attend to. At the Zhoushan Conference, I naturally wish to compete for more inner alchemy to enter Wulian Mountain. I cannot afford to waste time here." Xiao Zijing retorted with a hint of anger directed at Yin Wang. Yin Wang chuckled coldly and seized Xiao Zijing's shoulder. A torrent of power surged from him. his grip like iron, locking onto Xiao Zijing's arm. The strength was far beyond what Xiao Zijing could withstand. He feared that with a slight exertion, Yin Wang could easily tear his arm from its socket. Yin Wang leaned in, fixating on Xiao Zijing's eyes, who met his gaze without flinching. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Zijing's eyes, while Yin Wang's gaze radiated an even more chilling menace. In a voice as cold as ice, he stated, "What I despise most is when others defy my words. You can choose not to come. With a mere flick of my hand, I can extinguish your life. Decide, will you come or perish?" The remaining members of the Su family, including Han Shishuan, felt their hearts race with anxiety. They could only hope Xiao Zijing would survive, for his demise would spell doom for them all. "Very well, I shall go," Xiao Zijing conceded, realizing that defiance would likely provoke Yin Wang to take lethal action. This was no jest. Preserving his life was paramount. He could always seek an opportunity to escape later. With that, Yin Wang released him with a disdainful snort and led Xiao Zijing away, disregarding the Su family entirely. The Su family members were distraught, tears brimming in their eyes. Confronting Yin Wang would undoubtedly result in their immediate demise, yet if they did not follow, Xiao Zijing's departure would leave them without an antidote, sealing their fates. Observing their despair, Han Shishuan quietly nodded, realizing the depth of their bond with Xiao Zijing. As Yin Wang strode ahead, Xiao Zijing followed at a measured pace. Suddenly, Yin Wang inquired, "Did you come from the east?" "Yes," Xiao Zijing replied. "Have you seen Meng Fengyi?" Yin Wang turned to scrutinize Xiao Zijing's eyes. Xiao Zijing shook his head. He had not seen her. Yet, this question sparked a nagging suspicion within him. The Sword Soul had mentioned that this individual's soul power was depleted, likely from battling a formidable opponent. Now, inquiring about Meng Fengyi suggested a confrontation with her had occurred, leading to his soul power being entirely spent while allowing her to escape. Xiao Zijing felt 80 confident in his deduction, while pondering, Su Yaosheng is indeed with Yin Wang, and if he is injured, it is likely the work of Meng Fengyi. The Nine Palaces' Sword Soul interjected, "Your analysis holds merit." Their ambush on Meng Fengyi was undoubtedly premeditated, yet they failed to anticipate her escape. Xiao Zijing suddenly shook his head, contemplating, "No, if they were indeed surrounding Meng Fengyi, based on their previous alliance, it could not have been solely Yin Wang and Su Yaosheng. I refuse to believe the Han family would refrain from meddling in such a favorable situation. Moreover, if they were to encircle either Meng Fengyi or Meng Xing, the Han family would serve as the best free enforcers. Therefore, I suspect that awaiting me ahead are not just Su Yaosheng, but also formidable members of the Han family. With such a gathering, even Meng Fengyi had been forced to flee. I am eager to see what means you, Xiao Zijing, possess." The Nine Palaces' Sword Soul's tone grew heavy as he remarked, "Should you reach the realm of condensation, entering the Lingjian Palace may grant me the ability to assist your escape. However, at present, the Lingjian Palace remains inaccessible, leaving me powerless to aid you." "There will be a way," Xiao Zijing murmured, his voice growing faint as he kept his head bowed, lost in thought. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a tranquil lake emerged ahead, where three young men were engaged in conversation. On a nearby rock lay a young man in purple, reclining in contemplation, a massive blade resting upon his lap, appearing exceedingly weighty. Xiao Zijing's gaze sharpened. There were 5 individuals present, one at the peak of condensation, 2 at the 8th level, 1 at the 7th, and 1 at the 5th, each capable of effortlessly obliterating him. The Nine Palaces' Sword Soul spoke with a tone of despair. "Xiao Zijing, do take heed." Yin Wang glanced at Su Yaosheng and spoke, "Su Yaosheng, I have brought back a member of the Su family for you to look after. Given your injuries." Su Yaosheng slowly raised his head, directing an astonished look at Xiao Zijing. "Are you a junior of the Su family? What is your name?" Xiao Zijing felt a surge of joy. With thousands in the Su family, it was impossible for Su Yaosheng to recognize everyone, especially considering his elevated status rarely allowed him to mingle with those of lesser rank. "Brother Sheng, do you not remember me? I am Su Jin. We met at a grand family gathering. I was with brother Su Pingji then." "Oh." Su Yaosheng remained silent, as family gatherings included all clansmen, and it was unlikely he would remember every individual. Just as Xiao Zijing felt a sense of relief, a sudden tremor in his sword heart alerted him. A fierce punch of wind struck from his left side. Every nerve in Xiao Zijing's body stood on edge. He stomped the ground, shattering it beneath him, and shot forward like a cannonball, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Upon regaining his composure, he realized the attacker was the 5th-level condensation practitioner. Su Yaosheng frowned, addressing Han Fengzi. "What is your intent?" Han Fengzi withdrew his fist, smiling. "No harm intended, merely a test. It appears you have indeed employed the Su family splitting body technique. The many gazes fixated on Xiao Zijing shifted from suspicion to intrigue. Su Yaoxing seemed displeased with Han Fengzi's actions, but refrained from voicing his discontent. Recognizing his current vulnerability and the alliance between Yin Wang and Han Fengzi, along with two other members of the Han family present, Han Fengzi regarded Xiao Zijing thoughtfully, commenting, "Your splitting body technique seems a bit rusty. Perhaps even some 6th-level practitioners of the martial realm could perform it better than you. While your physical strength is commendable, it appears you have neglected your footwork, so do practice diligently." Xiao Zijing quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." A wave of fear washed over him. His back was already drenched in sweat as he awkwardly shuffled to sit beside Su Yaoxing, his breath trembling. In that fleeting moment of attack, Xiao Zijing instinctively sought to employ the Meng family's Snowy Night Leap, but a sudden realization struck him, having previously clashed with Meng Fengyi. Using the Snowy Night Leap would undoubtedly expose him. Even without encountering Meng Fengyi, executing the Snowy Night Leap would raise Su Yaoxing's suspicions, as the Su family had no knowledge of this technique. Recalling Su Pingji's use of it in their match, he mimicked it, albeit clumsily. Xiao Zijing recognized he was ensnared in a perilous situation. Any careless mistake could lead to his obliteration. Among the 5 present, none were his match. Cursed Meng Fengyi. Where have you run off to? Han Qingyu returned from his search, empty-handed but carrying a beast known as the Meng Niu. Han Xiaoyang waved his folding fan and chuckled. Meng Fengyi must surely be too frightened to face us again. After narrowly escaping last time, we have deciphered his tactics. Should we encounter him again, he cannot hope to evade capture. Yin, how is your soul power recovery progressing? 30%, Yin Wang replied coolly. The group fell silent, and Han Fengzi stared at Yin Wang in astonishment. Yin, it has been nearly a day. You have only recovered 30%? Humph. Do you think restoring soul power is an easy feat? Exhausted of soul energy, I find myself barely able to recover. Were it not for the elixir I procured from the 9 provinces mansion, my restoration would be a mere 30% at best. Typically, it takes over a month to return to peak condition. Do you think my ocular techniques can be unleashed without limit? If I could fully replenish my energy in a day, I would indeed be invincible. Yin Wang cast a dismissive glance at the 3 individuals. Achieving a 30% recovery in a single day, thanks to the elixir, is already remarkably swift. The voice of the 9 palaces' sword soul echoed in Xiao Zijing's mind. Depleting soul energy is arduous to recover from, and his soul realm is still quite low. In contrast, an individual with a robust soul realm may require a year and a half to regain their full strength after complete depletion. This serves as a limitation to the ocular techniques. Xiao Zijing cast a glance towards Yin Wang, remaining silent as he pondered methods of escape. A violent fit of coughing erupted from Su Yaoxing, who was coughing up blood. His injuries were the most severe, having sustained 4 strikes from Meng Fengyi's 8 parts crumbling mountain. The first and second strikes had sent his large blade flying, while the third and fourth strikes struck him squarely in the chest. Yin Wang and the others turned their attention to Su Yaoxing, with Han Qingyu frowning. "Brother Su, we did not bring any healing elixirs on this excursion, and we have yet to locate the medical team. Can you endure? If not, I shall escort you from Zhoushan." "Do not worry." Su Yaoxing waved his hand dismissively, forcing himself to speak. "I am not in danger of death. It's merely a minor injury that will heal in a couple of days. Currently, Meng Fengyi and the others are likely hunting beasts to accumulate inner cores for entering Wulian Mountain. My Su family shall not allow them to succeed. At this critical moment, how could I, Su Yaoxing, possibly withdraw? I wish to witness this opportunity firsthand." "Yet your injuries are quite severe," Han Fengzi approached, concern evident in his tone. "I said I am fine," Su Yaoxing replied impatiently. Just then, 2 fingers pressed against his wrist, causing everyone to pause. It was Xiao Zijing, checking Su Yaoxing's pulse. Su Yaoxing frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Xiao Zijing slowly raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Yaoxing, exuding an air of superiority that made Su Yaoxing's heart sink. "Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of unease around this individual?" As a physician, Xiao Zijing's discerning gaze often made patients feel guilty when they failed to adhere to medical advice. "Your internal organs are ruptured, there is congealed blood within, and signs of fractured ribs suggest you were indeed injured by the strikes. If you do not receive treatment soon, you will surely perish. Is this what you call fine?" Xiao Zijing's cold demeanor left no room for argument. Su Yaoxing fell silent, while Yin Wang's expression sharpened as he remarked, "I did not realize that Brother Su was knowledgeable in medicine. The Su family truly possesses many talents." Xiao Zijing did not lift his gaze, replying to Yin Wang, "My master is Su Anquan." Su Yaoxing then understood. So you are a disciple of physician Su. No wonder. He then inquired gravely, what is the extent of my injuries? And how might I be treated? Xiao Zijing withdrew his hand, shaking his head in resignation. The injuries are too severe. If I had medicinal herbs available, I could gather some for your treatment, but alas, I possess nothing, and the medical team is still unaccounted for. However, your condition cannot be delayed for long. I am currently contemplating what to do next. Yin Wang surveyed their surroundings and said, though the medicinal herbs of the Zhoushan Mountains may not be as abundant as those of Yaoshan, over the years, there must be many rare specimens. Gathering some herbs should not be overly difficult. Xiao Zijing nodded. I have observed the environment nearby, and it indeed favors the growth of the herbs I require. Gathering them is not impossible, but I lack a necessary medicinal guide, which is the corpse wolf flower. What is that? The others queried, having never heard the term. Xiao Zijing pondered for a moment before explaining, the corpse wolf flower, also known as blood seal flower, thrives in extremely hot regions, typically found only in the northwest of the empire. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions darkened. Traveling to the northwest of the empire would take not just 2 days, but likely 2 months. Observing their reactions, Xiao Zijing continued, another option is to seek out the blood shadow wolf. Its unique physiology causes its blood to possess an intensely fiery attribute, which promotes the growth of the corpse wolf flower when its carcass is present. We may need to locate a den of blood shadow wolves. Ah, that makes sense. Hence the name corpse wolf flower, Han Xingyu remarked. The Nine Palaces' sword soul interjected, unable to contain itself. Hey, how come I have never heard of this corpse wolf flower? Just fabricated, Xiao Zijing replied without a flicker of emotion. Seriously? You make it sound so convincing, the Nine Palaces' sword soul retorted. Xiao Zijing smiled. If I did not weave a tale, how could I convince them to aid in obtaining the blood shadow wolf's blood? It is clear that these individuals share a strong bond. They will not stand idly by as Su Yaoxing perishes, and I intend to leverage that. Blood shadow wolf. The group exchanged glances, aware that this elusive beast would be difficult to locate. Sensing their apprehension, Xiao Zijing refrained from revealing his knowledge of the blood shadow wolf's whereabouts, which would undoubtedly raise suspicion. With a swift thought, he addressed them. On my recent trek through the mountains, I encountered numerous sunburning grasses. This plant thrives in heat and may yield clues, possibly leading us to the blood shadow wolf. Yin Wang glanced at the others and declared, I will accompany Han Xingyu and Su Zijing to search for it. Zifeng and Han Xiaoyang shall remain here to tend to Su Yaoxing. The group nodded in agreement. With that, Xiao Zijing led Yin Wang and Han Xingyu into the forest. They had not ventured far when they stumbled upon several sunburning grasses, all of which pointed westward. Xiao Zijing remarked, it appears that the western region, characterized by its aridity, is favored by the blood shadow wolf. If we head westward, our chances of success should be significantly increased. Yin Wang and Han Xingyu, lacking knowledge on the subject, chose to follow Xiao Zijing's lead. The Nine Palaces' sword soul scoffed. Those two fools, the direction of the grass blades merely indicates the sun's position, akin to sunflowers. With the sun setting in the west, it is only natural they would point that way. This cannot be blamed on them. Xiao Zijing smiled and commented, such plants are rarely included in medicinal compendiums. And unless one is an experienced physician, younger practitioners often lack knowledge of the sunburning grass, let alone Yin Wang and Han Xingyu. Even if we summon the medical team, not 1 in 30 would be aware of this plant's properties. It seems they are destined to be your unwitting pawns, the Nine Palaces' sword soul remarked. Xiao Zijing followed closely behind Yin Wang and Han Xingyu, murmuring to himself, I do not wish to be in the company of 2 ticking time bombs. Yet I have no choice. They have come to me. These explosives are bound to detonate, and I shall utilize them to the fullest. The Nine Palaces' sword soul remained silent, and after a moment, calmly stated, you 3 are drawing closer to the blood shadow wolf's location. Indeed, Han Xingyu and Yin Wang were sprinting ahead, traversing the path toward the west in search of something, their pace unhurried. Meanwhile, Xiao Zijing was able to keep up with them. Along the way, both of them exuded their formidable auras, their dense vital energy swirling around their bodies. Weaker demonic beasts sensed their presence and dared not approach, while stronger beasts, recognizing the two's might, also refrained from provoking them. Thus, the duo enjoyed an unobstructed journey, with Xiao Zijing trailing behind, her gaze scanning the surroundings, lost in thought, and quietly conferring with the Jiugong sword soul. Within a secret cave, a young man clad in golden robes emerged, only to find another young man, similarly attired, standing before him. How did you find your way here? The cave's occupant inquired, frowning. Haha, we've known each other for many years and have fought countless battles. If I wish to find you, It would be an effortless endeavor. The young man outside the cave replied, glancing at the disheveled appearance of the one inside, then smiling as he patted the bulging pack on his back. Meng Fengyi. Nearly all the clans have set their sights on the Meng family members, and no one is genuinely seeking the inner cores of demonic beasts. It seems the opportunity to enter Wulian Mountain is rightfully mine. Suit yourself. Meng Fengyi leaned gently against a haystack, remaining silent. As if her hopes of entering Wulian Mountain had all but faded, Meng Xing observed her demeanor and turned away, saying, since your vital energy has mostly recovered, seize this chance to eliminate some members of other clans, especially those from the Su family and the City Lord's mansion. Hiding here serves little purpose. Meng Fengyi furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on Meng Xing's retreating figure. You needn't tell me that. As for you, despite gathering a fair number of demonic beast cores, you might find yourself killed soon, rendering those treasures meaningless. Humph. Meng Xing offered no response to her words and slowly vanished from her line of sight. Meng Fengyi's eyes fell upon the spot where he had stood, where 2 bottles of vital energy recovery pills and a bottle of healing medicine lay. She coldly remarked, this boy is as tiresome as ever. Do you think I, Meng Fengyi, require your charity? Humph. Her eyes narrowed as she recalled a childhood incident at the Meng family. One year, as children, she had been punished by the 3rd elder for a mistake, forced to face the wall, cold and hungry. At that moment, Meng Xing had approached her, pompously mocking her, yet had secretly left her 2 buns before departing. When she was caught eating them by the 3rd elder, Meng Xing had also been punished to face the wall. What brings you here? Meng Fengyi asked, glancing at Meng Xing, who was also kneeling in punishment. Boredom led me to keep you company, Meng Xing retorted defiantly. What's wrong with facing the wall? I even mocked you before. I gained from it. Now you wish to ridicule me? You're the one facing the wall. What right do you have to mock me? Heh, I may not have the right to mock you, but I do have the right to offer you something, Meng Fengyi declared, tossing him a slightly chilled bun. Meng Xing was momentarily taken aback, looking at her as she turned her face away and said softly, I cannot eat just buns without any side dishes. I can barely force one down, so take it. I have no desire for it. Meng Xing observed her, his ears catching the unmistakable sound of her stomach growling. Leaning against the haystack in the secret cave, Meng Fengyi stared dreamily at the bottles of pills in her hands, seemingly lost in memories. The two had always been competitive since childhood, vying to surpass each other in cultivation. Each time one made even the slightest progress, they would seek the other out for a sparring match to determine who was stronger, often resulting in bruised faces. Meng Xing, who had just departed, walked slowly, seemingly in no rush to hunt, gazing at the sky as if reminiscing about amusing childhood moments with Meng Fengyi, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hey, Meng Xing, what is your dream? Under the moonlit lakeside, the 2 little ones sat together, both sporting injuries and panting heavily, clearly having just fought. My dream? Meng Xing looked up at the moonlight, saying, my dream is to protect the Meng family, ensuring my loved ones are not bullied. And what about you, Meng Fengyi? My dream is to become a formidable expert. Once I achieve that, no one will dare to bully us, and no one will dare to oppress the Meng family, Meng Fengyi replied earnestly, a smile adorning her lips as she gazed at Meng Xing. Indeed, Meng Xing nodded firmly, a smile on his face. With the 2 of us together, no one shall dare to threaten the Meng family. The echoes of their childhood words lingered in the air. Meng Xing halted, glancing back toward Meng Fengyi's direction, shaking his head with a sense of resignation. Though we remain, our dreams have changed. As I witness our Meng family brothers and sisters being slaughtered by other clans, I recklessly strive to enter Wulian Mountain, while you, Meng Fengyi, hide here nursing your injuries. Reflecting on our childhood vow to protect the Meng family feels so ironic. Each day, I push myself to surpass you, Meng Fengyi, to hold the position of the strongest among the younger generation of the Meng family, while you covet the position of the clan leader. On another front, the Bloodshadow wolves were drawing nearer, and Xiao Zijing faintly heard sounds of battle ahead. Naturally, Yan Wang and Han Qingyu also noticed the commotion and exchanged glances before accelerating toward it, prompting Xiao Zijing to frown and follow suit. The Bloodshadow wolf, with its entire body a deep crimson, was smaller than the average wolf, yet its speed and attack power were unmatched, known for its ferocity. If any creature dared approach, it would pounce and kill without hesitation. Presently, the sounds of combat emanated from within a pack of Bloodshadow wolves. Kill! A furious roar erupted as 3 figures wielding their battle blades charged out, swiftly injuring 3 oncoming Bloodshadow wolves. There were 7 individuals in total. The 3 in front were breaking through, while the remaining 3 held back the pursuing wolves, with a golden armored figure in the center providing support. These 7 had unwittingly ventured into the territory of the Blood Shadow Wolves and were immediately besieged. "Commander, you must leave. We 6 will hold them off." One man shouted fiercely. "Shut your mouth." The golden-armored man bellowed, enraged, channeling his vital energy into his blade to slay a Blood Shadow Wolf that lunged at him. However, more wolves continued to emerge from behind. The other 6 urged him, "Commander, you must escape. The Meng family's strength is our only hope. You cannot perish here. We will fight our way out." The golden-armored man insisted, shaking his head vigorously. A Blood Shadow Wolf lunged forward, its gaping maw biting off a man's arm. The man, his face contorted in agony, glared at the wolf, his severed arm useless, and lunged at it with his mouth, shouting, "Commander, you must go. If we lose our lives, so be it. But we cannot let the future of the Meng family perish. Otherwise, we would all be sinners." "Xiao Shan," the golden-armored man cried out in despair. "Let us fight to the death." The remaining 5 individuals unleashed their full power, charging recklessly into the wolf pack without a hint of defense. One man was instantly bitten, sustaining numerous wounds. It seemed his life was slipping away. Yet, he turned to the armored man and smiled, saying, "Commander, the brothers have exchanged their lives for your chance at survival. If you do not cherish it, you may remain here, which would be a grave affront to the dignity of our 6 lives. Brothers, this book has finally been signed. We are now in the ranking phase, and I hope you will support me wholeheartedly. Please shower me with flowers and votes, and for those who have not yet collected, I urge you to do so swiftly. I will continue to write with dedication. Thank you for your support." Chapter 037. Reunion with Meng Clan. The golden-armored man, witnessing this scene, felt tears welling up in his eyes as he prepared to unleash his fury into the sky with a roar. He then closed his eyes tightly and turned to dash towards the blood-soaked path leading to the periphery. His companions, seeing him run, could not help but smile with relief. In the face of the Blood Shadow Wolf's ferocity, pain was forgotten, replaced by raucous laughter. "Fourth brother, are you afraid of death?" "Death? Haha, I've never experienced it. Let us see what it feels like. Kill." As the sounds behind him faded into the distance, the golden-armored man's tears flowed freely. After so many years, he had almost forgotten what it felt like to cry. Whether during training or missions, he had endured countless injuries without shedding a tear. Yet now, he wept like a child, as if trying to exhaust a lifetime's worth of sorrow. These brothers had grown up with him, sharing life and death countless times, drinking deep into the night in taverns, and facing family punishments together. He had watched them marry and become fathers. Witnessing their joy and excitement as they embraced their new roles, their former martial prowess diminished in the face of such moments. He had seen them join the Meng family's dream guard, vowing to protect their lineage. Finally breaking free, his golden armor drenched in blood, he seemed to lack the strength to run any further. He collapsed beneath a tree, tears streaming down his face, his mind haunted by the images of his brother's final moments, their smiles, their resolute gazes, and their faith in sacrificing for the future of the Meng family. "Have you cried enough?" A cold voice echoed before him. The golden-armored man jolted, realizing someone had approached without him noticing. He looked up to find 3 figures before him. The one in the lead wore green robes, exuding a suffocating aura of true energy. The second was a member of the Han family, recognized as one of their younger warriors, Han Qingyu. The last was a youth in purple, whose strength appeared modest, though his face remained obscured as he gazed away. Yet, the golden-armored man sensed his grim fate looming. "Who do we have here?" Han Qingyu smiled mockingly. "Is this Meng Clan, one of the 9 commanders of the Meng family's dream guard?" "The Meng family's dream guard?" Yin Wang glanced at Meng Clan, scrutinizing him before stating, "It seems the Meng family's dream guard is not much, a mere commander at the initial stage of the condensation realm. It appears the Meng family, aside from Meng Canglan, is filled with nothing but useless individuals, and Meng Canglan is now a mere shell of his former self, imprisoned in the dungeons of the Chu Nan royal palace. His power utterly wasted." Meng Clan glared intensely at Yin Wang. If his gaze could kill, Yin Wang would have perished countless times. "Our uncle may be gone, but the spirit of the Meng family endures. We shall not be easily defeated by your pitiful clan." With those words, Meng Clan rose painfully, surveying Yin Wang and Han Qingyu with a cold smirk. "So, how shall we proceed? One at a time, or shall you all come at me together?" Xiao Zijing cast a sidelong glance at Meng Clan, noting the absence of fear on his face, replaced instead by a carefree thrill and a hint of resolve, even a deathly determination. Xiao Zijing mused that while Meng Clan might lack wisdom, his loyalty to the Meng family surpassed that of Meng Xing and Meng Fengyi. "No need to team up. I could defeat you with a single finger," Han Qingyu scoffed, stepping forward with a mocking expression. At that moment, Xiao Zijing interjected, Senior Han. Perhaps it would be best if I handled this one. Han Qingyu halted, turning to look at Xiao Zijing alongside Yin Wang. Xiao Zijing, do you truly believe you can confront a warrior of the condensation realm with your mere 8th stage of the virtual martial realm? Xiao Zijing smiled lightly, stepping forward. Rest assured, I am quite confident in my abilities. I've already slain 2 first-stage condensation realm beasts on my way here. Besides, look at him. He is clearly battered and bruised. This will be good practice. Yin Wang nodded in agreement, a glint of admiration in his eyes. This young man possesses remarkable courage. Should you manage to defeat Meng Lai with your 8th stage strength, I shall recommend you to my 9 prefectures mansion. We value those who can overcome challenges beyond their means. Thank you, Senior Yin, Xiao Zijing replied, stepping ahead to face Meng Lai. Meng Lai, however, scoffed. You send a mere 8th stage child to fight me? It seems you wish for him to perish. So be it. Meng Lai's words faltered as he suddenly froze. Realizing the identity of his opponent, he stared intently at Xiao Zijing, who silently urged him to escape, indicating he had a plan to help him flee. Yet, Meng Lai completely disregarded Xiao Zijing's silent plea. Xiao Zijing felt a chill. If Meng Lai was foolish enough to mistake their earlier misunderstanding as a reason to fight, the situation could turn dire. At that moment, Meng Lai slowly drew his weapon, a fierce battle intent radiating from him, signaling his resolve to engage Xiao Zijing. Xiao Zijing gritted his teeth, knowing the only course left was to defeat Meng Lai and help him escape. Just then, Meng Lai's expression wavered, as if caught in hesitation. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful surge, darting towards the east like a streak of golden light, reaching an astonishing speed. Xiao Zijing's face lit up with joy as he feigned an angry roar. Where do you think you're going? I'll catch you and tear you apart. With that, he pursued swiftly. Only Yin Wang and Han Qingyu remained, exchanging bewildered glances. What just happened? Han Qingyu blinked, scratching his head. I don't quite understand. When Meng Lai was ready to fight us, he seemed resolute. Why did he flee upon seeing Xiao Zijing, who is merely an 8th stage warrior? Yin Wang pondered for a moment, his expression shifting as he declared, let's follow them and see. Both individuals were at the pinnacle of the condensation realm. Although Han Qingyu lagged slightly behind in rank, his speed was not to be underestimated. After pursuing for half a day, they had yet to catch sight of Xiao Zijing and Meng Lai. Yin Wang's expression grew increasingly grim as he exclaimed, if I am not mistaken, Su Jin must be acquainted with Meng Lai. They are undoubtedly allies. Han Qingyu remained silent, yet he shared the same sentiment. Yin Wang lifted his gaze, leaping gracefully atop the ancient tree's crown. With the lightest of touches, he stood upon the leaves without causing a rustle, demonstrating his remarkable agility. His pupils shifted as he scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting Xiao Zijing and Meng Lai in the distance. Indeed, my suspicions were correct, he coldly remarked. In the heart of the forest, Xiao Zijing and Meng Lai sprinted with fervor. Meng Lai's voice was low and urgent. Do not think that your act of saving me will allow our issues to be easily forgotten. We must prioritize our escape. Other matters can be addressed later. Xiao Zijing frowned, but before he could respond, a tremor coursed through his sword heart. Danger. The thought barely registered when he felt the sky darken ominously. Glancing back, he saw a colossal hand made of sand reaching out from the ground, its golden grains shimmering with a blinding light, attempting to ensnare him. However, having been forewarned by his sword heart, Xiao Zijing was prepared. He pivoted, his left foot tracing a swift arc on the ground, evading the massive hand, which instead crashed down, creating a deep crater. Suddenly, 2 chains of sand surged towards Meng Lai, aiming to bind him. Startled, Meng Lai attempted to evade, but his injuries slowed him just enough for the chains to nearly ensnare him. At that moment, Xiao Zijing's reflexes outpaced the advancing sand. He leaped into the air, propelling Meng Lai upward with a powerful thrust of his foot, covering dozens of steps in midair before they landed hundreds of meters away. From the treetops, Yin Wang narrowed his eyes. The same footwork as Meng Fengyi. They are indeed of the Meng family. Curse it, he roared, his formidable aura radiating outward, shattering the branches and leaves before him. His expression twisted into a fierce snarl, his pupils glinting with a terrifying intensity, as if he yearned to devour. The atmosphere he exuded was chilling, even causing Han Qingyu beneath the tree to shiver, silently acknowledging Yin Wang's anger was indeed formidable. Yet, upon reflection, Yin Wang's fury was justified. As a key figure nurtured within the 9 prefectures, a master of ocular techniques, he was accustomed to being treated like royalty. Arriving at the Zhoushan mountain range for the Zhoushan conference, he anticipated an easy encounter, only to have Meng Fengyi escape after their initial clash, depleting his soul energy and forcing him to expel blood. After regaining some strength, he encountered a young man from the Meng family who toyed with him, even eluding capture despite using his ocular techniques. I will capture that young man, Yin Wang declared, leaping from the tree, his eyes ablaze with determination. Han Qingyu nodded in agreement. Being outmaneuvered by a mere 8th-level martial realm youth was indeed disheartening. The two quickly set off in pursuit of the fleeing duo. However, by then, Xiao Zijing and Meng Lai had vanished without a trace. Humph, that fellow Meng Lai is injured and cannot have gone far. They must be nearby. We shall search thoroughly, Yin Wang stated coldly. Agreed, Han Qingyu replied, scanning the area before leaping into action, determined to track down Xiao Zijing and Meng Lai. Yet, after half an hour of searching, they found no sign of the pair. Upon reaching a small waterfall, Han Qingyu stared at the crystal-clear water, crouching down to wash his face. As the cool water cascaded over him, he sighed, "This feels refreshing. Where could those two have hidden? Have they been devoured by a beast? If we cannot find them, Yin Wang will surely go mad." With that, he departed from the water's edge. Behind the waterfall, a concealed cavern lay hidden, its spacious interior obscured by the flowing water. Inside, Xiao Zijing and Meng Lai leaned against the cave's entrance. Meng Lai's injuries continued to bleed, and the sharp pain from even the slightest movement nearly caused him to cry out. But Xiao Zijing swiftly covered his mouth, signaling him to remain silent. After a quarter of an hour, Han Qingyu leaped down from a tree, glancing around with a furrowed brow. This area is ideal for hiding. I am surprised they truly are not here. Could I have miscalculated? He scoffed and turned away from the small waterfall. Seeing Han Qingyu depart, Xiao Zijing remained motionless, uncertain if Han Qingyu had truly left. The Nine-Palace Sword Soul confirmed that Han Qingyu had yet to exit. Xiao Zijing narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "What a troublesome individual. He is too cunning." They waited for over an hour before the Sword Soul finally informed Xiao Zijing that Han Qingyu had departed. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Zijing relaxed on the ground. Meng Lai, noticing Xiao Zijing's demeanor, understood that Han Qingyu had indeed left, but was puzzled as to how Xiao Zijing was so certain. Meng Lai scoffed, "Xiao Zijing, let me be clear. My willingness to flee is not born of fear for my life, but rather to prevent the path my 6 brothers carved for me from being wasted. It is just the two of us now. Our previous grievances remain unsettled." As he spoke, Meng Lai struggled to rise, but Xiao Zijing swiftly pressed him back down, shaking his head in resignation. "I have already stated that I did not tarnish your wife's honor. Whether you believe me is your choice. We agreed to settle our differences after the Zhoushan conference, and I currently lack the inclination to engage in battle. I have other matters to attend to." Humph. Meng Lai coughed several times, recalling their previous agreement to resolve their issues post-conference, and fell silent. Xiao Zijing continued, "You should remain here for now while I step outside. If I can return, I will bring you something to eat." With that, he prepared to exit the cavern. The Nine-Palace Sword Soul interjected, "Xiao Zijing, Yin Wang and Han Qingyu are both searching for you. Where do you intend to go?" Xiao Zijing paused, replying, "There is no choice. I did not obtain the bloodline of the Blood Shadow Wolf when I saved him. Even if Yin Wang and Han Qingyu are looking for me, I must seek the Blood Shadow Wolf. Otherwise, when will I reach the 9th level of my bone-refining golden body?" Suddenly, the Nine-Palace Sword Soul erupted in laughter, saying, "Xiao Zijing, you are usually so astute. How can you be so muddled at this moment? What are you doing searching for the Blood Shadow Wolf's bloodline? Meng Lai has just emerged from a pack of Blood Shadow Wolves, covered in their blood. A mere drop is all you need. It merely serves as a catalyst." "Ah, indeed." Xiao Zijing gazed at Meng Lai's blood-soaked attire, exuding a scent reminiscent of wolves. Her eyes sparkled with delight, as though she had unearthed a hidden treasure. Meng Lai, despite the excruciating pain from his injuries, had survived against all odds and had intended to take a brief respite. However, he was suddenly struck by an unsettling gaze directed at him. Upon lifting his head, he found Xiao Zijing regarding him with an unsettling intensity, her eyes glinting with something unwholesome. Instinctively, Meng Lai stepped back, his expression a mix of astonishment and alarm. "What are you planning?" he demanded. But Xiao Zijing was oblivious to his words, her focus solely on the bloodstains adorning his garments. With a gleeful grin, she exclaimed, "My dear, do you have any idea how long I have sought you? You have consumed my thoughts day and night, and today, at last, you have fallen into my grasp. With you, I shall find fulfillment." Meng Lai's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in fury. "Get away from me. You dare approach, and I swear I will end my own life before allowing you to tarnish my wife. Xiao Zijing, if you possess any courage, wait until I have healed and challenge me then." At that moment, Xiao Zijing was lost in fantasies of achieving the condensation realm while practicing the Nine Palaces sword technique, entirely disregarding Meng Lai's protestations. When she finally snapped back to reality and glanced at Meng Lai, she found him cowering in a corner, his eyes filled with trepidation. Confused by his demeanor, she turned her head to inspect the surroundings, finding nothing menacing. Growing impatient, she urged him, "Enough with the chatter. Hurry up. Hurry up? What are you planning?" Meng Lai felt like a frightened bride confronting a predator, anxiety coursing through him. Given his current physical state, a confrontation with Xiao Zijing could spell disaster for him. Was death truly his only recourse? "What do you mean?" "Strip," Xiao Zijing commanded, pointing at the armor Meng Lai wore. Meng Lai felt a cold sweat break out on his palms, contemplating whether to throw himself against a rock to escape this predicament. But then he remembered his fallen brothers, who had sacrificed everything for his survival. How could he face them in the afterlife if he surrendered his life here? Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Susu, forgive me for what I must do today." With a sudden resolve, Meng Lai removed his clothing, coldly asking, "Is this where it happens?" "Of course," Xiao Zijing replied, frustration evident in her tone. "Where else would we practice? If we go outside, the Yan Wang might strike me dead with a single blow." Upon seeing Meng Lai's disrobed form, she lunged forward, seizing his armor, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the blood of the shadow wolf. To Meng Lai, her enthusiasm appeared grotesque, reminiscent of a perverse individual relishing in the garments of a woman. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps Xiao Zijing had not sullied his wife, as his affections clearly lay elsewhere. Emerging from the water cave, Xiao Zijing summoned the sword spirit to retrieve a wooden barrel and some potions. Mixing the blood of the shadow wolf into the concoction, he filled the barrel with water, which instantly transformed into a deep black hue. Meng Lai, perplexed, wondered where Xiao Zijing had acquired such a barrel. Typically, he preferred to practice in solitude, but now circumstances forced him to train here. Xiao Zijing began to undress. Witnessing this, Meng Lai felt tears well up as he silently removed his undergarments, resigning himself to the inevitable, hoping only for a modicum of gentleness from his captor. Gazing into the inky depths of the medicinal bath, Xiao Zijing felt a surge of exhilaration, grateful to Meng Canglan for providing him with the water of no trace. Were it not for this, he would still be searching. By absorbing the potion's effects, he would finally grasp the fundamentals of the bone refinement golden body, propelling him into the condensation realm. "Here I go." Xiao Zijing steeled himself, ready to embrace the transformation. Suddenly, a voice broke through the stillness. "I'm here." Meng Lai stood behind him, completely bare, his expression one of despair. "I'm ready. Let us just get this over with." Seeing Meng Lai, despite his injuries, standing there filled Xiao Zijing with dread. "What do you want? Don't you dare come any closer. Stop pretending. Do you really have this inclination?" Meng Lai retorted, his frustration boiling over. "I should have left you to your fate. Why are you hitting me?" Meng Lai exclaimed, raising his fists in defiance. In a flurry of chaos, Xiao Zijing found himself grappling with Meng Lai, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from the blows. I never imagined this fellow would harbor such desires. No wonder his wife, Feng Susu, strayed with Meng Yao and Meng Qian. It turns out he has no interest in women, only men. Alas, the world is indeed full of surprises. Even the Nine Palaces' sword spirit marveled at the turn of events. Well, it's for the best that he fainted. It spares me the distraction during my training. With that, Xiao Zijing leaped into the barrel with a splash. As he submerged, a wave of intense heat surged through his pores, flooding his body with a wild energy that filled his meridians. Even Xiao Zijing's broad channels felt swollen under this force. Though the sensation was uncomfortable, he trusted in his body's resilience and fervently began to absorb the potion's potency. With each passing moment, his aura intensified, shifting from formidable to razor-sharp. His very bones, organs, skin, and meridians felt as if they were undergoing a baptism of sorts. Had he been able to see, he would have noticed a faint golden hue emerging upon his bones and a soft glow radiating from his insides, akin to a phoenix rising anew. He felt stronger than ever, as if the chasm between the 7th and 8th levels was merely the length of a football field, while the gap between the 8th and 9th levels was vast enough to encompass an entire airport. The power of the bone refinement golden body was reaching unprecedented heights. At this moment, the Nine Palaces' sword soul observed the body of Xiao Zijing, astonished by the transformation before him. Although the bone refining golden body is indeed a commendable body refinement technique, it merely ranks as an intermediate level skill on this continent. Yet, the effects it has produced in Xiao Zijing rival those of the continent's most elite body refinement methods. The strength of Xiao Zijing's physical form has reached a level where even martial artists below the condensation yuan realm would find it impossible to inflict harm upon him. The youthful visage of the Nine Palaces' sword soul furrowed in contemplation, and after a moment of reflection, he remarked, It seems my conjecture holds true. It is due to the innate sword heart. Each time he cultivates, the sword heart autonomously conveys power to assist in forging Xiao Zijing's body. This lad possesses an innate sword heart, one that exhibits sentience. What could this possibly mean? Such a phenomenon was entirely foreign to the Nine Palaces' sword soul, who had accompanied his master for countless years without witnessing anything like it. Suddenly, Xiao Zijing raised his head, gritting his teeth as his skin began to tighten uncomfortably. Yet, subtle traces of genuine qi flowed across the surface of his skin, with every cell within him containing formidable power. At this moment, Xiao Zijing had evidently stepped into the 9th level of the virtual martial realm, directly catalyzing the effects of the hidden Great Yuan pill within him to surge towards the condensation Yuan realm. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder echoed within Xiao Zijing's body as the potent effects of the Great Yuan pill erupted, shattering barriers within him. He sensed a torrent of genuine qi surging forth from his dantian. The medicinal bath had long since cleared, and now, genuine qi swirled around him like a cyclone, enveloping him completely. Xiao Zijing finally grasped the disparity between the condensation Yuan realm and the virtual martial realm. His control over genuine qi had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Only by attaining the level of condensation Yuan could one cultivate the techniques of qi refinement. More striking was the purity of the genuine qi erupting from his dantian, far surpassing that of the virtual martial realm. It flowed more smoothly, exhibiting a significant leap in both quality and quantity. If the genuine qi accessible in the virtual martial realm resembled a small stream, then reaching the condensation Yuan realm was akin to possessing an ocean. As Xiao Zijing entered the condensation Yuan realm, he felt the very heavens tremble. Suddenly, the water cave before him vanished, and a chilling aura of slaughter enveloped him. The path of the sword immortal. Xiao Zijing's pupils constricted. He was no stranger to this place. The 9 Palaces' sword soul remained composed, observing him. Glancing at the countless corpses surrounding him, Xiao Zijing curiously inquired, "How peculiar. Did you not say I could never return here without the tome of the sword immortal's path? If I arrived here, would the strength of these millions of corpses not be sufficient to shatter my soul?" "Not anymore," replied the 9 Palaces' sword soul. "Now that you have attained the condensation Yuan realm, I can utilize the power of the 9 Palaces to protect you. Previously, even the power of the 9 Palaces could have claimed your life." The 9 Palaces' sword soul slowly rose from the ground, his expression grave as he looked at Xiao Zijing. "Xiao Zijing, having reached the condensation Yuan realm, you are now eligible to cultivate the 9 Palaces' sword technique. I must ask you, are you willing to practice the 9 Palaces' sword technique to become the disciple of the master of the infernal profound sword, and embark on a path of uncertainty and peril? The master of the infernal profound sword?" Xiao Zijing mulled over this name, which sounded formidable. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "I am indeed willing." "Good." The 9 Palaces' sword soul responded, gazing downwards. He swiftly executed a series of hand seals, causing numerous restrictive talismans to emerge from the earth, making the entire path of the sword immortal tremble. Xiao Zijing's pupils widened as a gravestone slowly rose from the ground behind the 9 Palaces' sword soul. The moment the gravestone appeared, a bone-chilling aura enveloped him. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The anguished cries echoed in his mind, and Xiao Zijing's complexion paled. What was happening? Why did he feel such a sensation? The massive gravestone was entirely silver, yet Xiao Zijing could not discern any inscriptions upon it. Instead, a blood-red robe hung from the gravestone. Merely gazing at it nearly caused him to spew blood as he fell into an illusion. Celestials surged toward him, all with crimson eyes, intent on wreaking havoc. In that moment, a figure clad in a blood-red robe wielding a sword slaughtered through the throng of millions, embodying an invincible war god. One man defends the pass. No celestial can enter. Just a glimpse of that silhouette struck terror into Xiao Zijing's heart. He sensed something new within his consciousness, yet no matter how he searched, he could find nothing, dismissing it as mere illusion. "Awaken!" A cold command from the 9 Palaces' sword soul shattered the illusion, bringing Xiao Zijing back to reality. Drenched in sweat, the 9 Palaces' sword soul regarded the gravestone and explained, "This gravestone was built for my master. Yet I shall not inscribe his name until I am certain he has truly perished." The blood-red robe was worn by him. Xiao Zijing nodded thoughtfully. "Now, let us begin your training in the 9 Palaces' sword technique." The 9 Palaces' sword soul turned to face Xiao Zijing, declaring, "Let us commence with the broken sword heart." With that, a surge of energy manifested in the hands of the 9 Palaces' sword soul, though it did not appear overwhelmingly powerful. Xiao Zijing sensed an immense sword intent emanating from it. Curiosity sparked within him as he observed this energy. The sword heart of Duan Weiqing. Xiao Zijing's expression turned solemn as he contemplated the sword heart energy. He had heard of Duan Weiqing from the Nine Palaces' sword soul, a peerless talent who, after merely 300 years of cultivation, birthed a sword heart, and even rarer, an 8-sword heart. He had the audacity to shatter his sword heart to practice the Nine Palaces' sword technique, yet he ultimately failed in forging the Nine Palaces and met a tragic end, becoming the laughingstock of the world. Xiao Zijing regarded this individual with deep respect. Resolutely, he knelt and bowed 3 times to the sword heart of Duan Weiqing, knowing that without him, he would never have the opportunity to cultivate the Nine Palaces' sword technique. Without this skill, he would lack the power to avenge his adoptive father. Rising to his feet, he turned to the Nine Palaces' sword soul and said, "Let us begin." "Very well." The Nine Palaces' sword soul affirmed. He swiftly formed hand seals once more, and his youthful hands moved with astonishing speed, faster than Xiao Zijing's gaze could follow. Rays of light and power spiraled from the hands of the Nine Palaces' sword soul, coalescing into beams that shot toward the heavens, splitting into 9 luminous streaks that struck the sky. Astonishingly, Xiao Zijing felt the entire path of the sword immortal begin to tremble. Boom, 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 boom. 9 resounding booms echoed through the heavens. Xiao Zijing gazed upward, witnessing a sight he would never forget in his lifetime. The distant sky began to fracture, revealing enormous black holes from which countless blades of wind surged forth, rending the very fabric of space and creating numerous fissures. Subsequently, various enigmatic powers seeped forth from these black holes. Xiao Zijing could not help but gasp in astonishment as palatial structures began to emerge slowly from the black void. Each palace radiated an unparalleled magnificence that left her utterly at a loss for words. A total of 9 palaces sprang forth from 9 distinct black holes, each exuding a unique aura. Some felt as heavy as mountains, others sharp as blades. Some were vibrant with life, while others burned with an intense heat. And some seemed to belong to another realm altogether. Is this the 9 palaces? Xiao Zijing pondered, swallowing hard. This is the form of the 9 palaces, yet it lacks their essence. The sword soul of the 9 palaces approached her, gesturing towards the palaces while introducing them: the Lingjian Palace, the Mingjian Palace, the Mianjian Palace, the Lijian Palace, the Zansword Palace, the Fengjian Palace, the Suijian Palace, the Kongjian Palace, and the Gujian Palace. Each of these palaces harbors its own soul, but they currently lie dormant. To awaken them, only the power of the sword heart will suffice. Thus, we must shatter the sword heart and infuse it into the 9 palaces to rouse their souls and attain the coveted 9 palaces sword technique. Let us begin, Xiao Zijing declared, her anticipation palpable as she gazed upon the palaces. Indeed, replied the sword soul of the 9 palaces, raising a hand and reaching into the void towards Xiao Zijing's body. Instantly, she felt a powerful tremor emanating from the mysterious energy of her sword heart. However, the sword soul furrowed its brow, pulling with great effort, yet it was unable to extract the sword heart from within her. What? The sword soul of the 9 palaces exclaimed, astonished that it, a manifestation of the 9 palaces' might, could not extract such a seemingly trivial force. Come forth, it bellowed, unleashing a torrent of immense power that surged forth from its being, astounding Xiao Zijing with its magnitude. This was the first time she had encountered such formidable strength, nearly causing her very soul to tremble. Yet, her sword heart remained reluctant to emerge, gradually being drawn out by the overwhelming force of the sword soul. The sword soul's gaze was sharp as a blade as it murmured, "What a restless sword heart! To require such exertion to extract you is truly remarkable. If Xiao Zijing were but a touch stronger, perhaps I would not stand a chance against you. However, your current prowess is insufficient. You must heed my guidance to forge the 9 palaces. Shatter!" The sword soul roared, releasing a wild surge of energy that threatened to blow away its own small garment. The sword heart's power, being pulled from Xiao Zijing, shattered and transformed into 8 beams of light that shot towards the heavens. While the sword soul's grasp of the sword heart power trailed a long tail towards the final palace, the Gujian Palace. As the 9 beams of sword heart energy soared towards the palaces, the sword soul's face finally displayed an expression of exhilaration, murmuring, "At last, at last." The 9 palaces sword technique is set to re-emerge in this world. With a swift motion, the 9 beams of sword heart energy penetrated the palaces, releasing an overwhelming pressure that radiated from within them. Who goes there? A faint voice resonated from the Lingjian Palace, imbued with an aura of boundless authority that reverberated in Xiao Zijing's ears like thunder. The mere sound seemed to encapsulate a profound sword intent, causing her hidden blade to tremble as if to submit to it. "It is I," exclaimed the sword soul, as a figure emerged from the Lingjin palace. The figure was a man clad in a black cloak, his countenance sharp with sword intent, and his eyes seemed capable of shattering the void with a mere glance. Upon seeing the sword soul, he nodded and remarked, "It seems to be the sword soul himself, awakened after so many years. Have you found a successor?" "It is he." The sword soul indicated towards Xiao Zijing. Then addressing her, it said, "Xiao Zijing, this is the master of the Lingjin palace, a once mighty figure who commanded great respect." Recognizing the significance of the master, Xiao Zijing stepped forward respectfully, saying, "I humbly greet the master of the Lingjin palace." "Very well, come with me." With that, the master beckoned, and Xiao Zijing vanished from sight, reappearing in a vast prairie. To her astonishment, the ground was littered with countless swords, perhaps billions, each one appearing to be worth a fortune. Curious, Xiao Zijing picked up a sword and, with a gentle flick of her finger, it emitted a melodious chime that stirred her heart. "What a magnificent sword!" she exclaimed in admiration. "A mere trinket, nothing more than scrap metal." Came the voice of the master of the Lingjin palace from behind her. Turning around, Xiao Zijing smiled and replied, "Perhaps they are insignificant in your eyes, but to me, they are the finest swords I have ever encountered." "The finest?" The master regarded her with mild surprise before shaking his head in resignation. "It appears this realm is truly quite primitive. Come now, select a sword and let us spar." "Engage in a spar?" Xiao Zijing was taken aback. The master continued, "I shall teach you the first palace of the 9 palaces sword technique, the sword art of the Lingjin palace. Although the techniques of the 9 palaces are few, each one embodies the essence of swordsmanship. Only by mastering the sword techniques of the Lingjin palace will you earn the right to challenge the second palace for its sword art. Before that, I wish to see your swordsmanship." "Very well," Xiao Zijing declared, gripping the sword she had just picked up, taking a deep breath, and saying, "I ask for your guidance." "Master, and do take care." The master chuckled, saying, "What need is there for caution? If you can wound me, I shall send you to the Mingjian palace to meet its master." With a swift motion, Xiao Zijing propelled herself off the ground, her footwork executing the Snowy Night surprising swan technique to perfection. Now at the condensation realm, her control was far more stable and exquisite than before, her figure appearing to split into several ethereal images in midair. With her gaze sharpened, she unleashed a single strike with her sword. A simple thrust. Yet, in an instant, she executed 4 strikes. This surpassed her previous limits by 1. They rushed towards the master of the Lingjin palace's head. The master observed her attack, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. With a subtle movement of his hand, a sword from the ground soared into his grasp. He raised it effortlessly, parrying her attack with ease. With a resonant clang, the sound rippled through the air as Xiao Zijing's 4 strikes landed in succession at the same point, each bolstered by her profound energy. Given her current strength at the first level of the condensation realm, one might think a practitioner at the 5th level of the virtual martial realm would hesitate to meet her full force. Yet, the master, wielding his sword with one hand, remained as unyielding as a mountain, unfazed by her onslaught. The master of the Lingjin palace gazed at Xiao Zijing and remarked, "This swordplay is quite impressive. You have managed to strike the same spot 4 times in succession. I suspect it required an extensive and tedious practice. How intriguing. Now, show me your true abilities." With a clang, Xiao Zijing casually tossed the sword aside and earnestly replied, "That is all I know. I can only perform this one move." The master of the Lingjin palace was taken aback, staring at Xiao Zijing in disbelief. "Is this a jest? Was that attack truly your entire skill set? You are a cultivator who has attained the sword heart. How could you possess such limited prowess? Although your sword heart may be shattered now, surely you can still execute some of your former techniques?" A solitary voice emerged, the shadow of the 9 palaces sword soul materializing beside the master. "This lad genuinely possesses no other skills. His sword heart is not cultivated but innate. His innate strength has only recently reached the condensing yuan realm, which explains his modest capabilities." "An innate sword heart?" The master of the Lingjin palace looked at the 9 palaces sword soul in astonishment and inquired, "Are you serious? In all my years, I have never heard of anyone born with a sword heart. Throughout the countless realms we traversed with the sword master, there has never been mention of such a phenomenon. Could there be a mistake?" "There is no mistake. I have verified it. Initially, I too was skeptical, but the truth is undeniable," the 9 palaces sword soul replied, adopting an air of authority. The master of the Lingjin palace regarded Xiao Zijing with a peculiar expression, seemingly astonished by the existence of someone with an innate sword heart. Historically, few have succeeded in cultivating a sword heart, whether human or celestial. Is it possible that such individuals are born solely for the purpose of mastering the sword? The master's eye sharpened as he stated, "Very well. If that is the case, I have nothing more to say." Approaching Xiao Zijing, he continued, "Your name is Xiao Zijing, correct? I am the master of Lingjian Palace. I will teach you the first form of the 9 Palaces sword technique. Only by defeating me in swordplay will you earn the right to learn the second form. Before that, the sword master has left items in each of our 9 palaces, and in Lingjian Palace. There lies a weapon, a sword bestowed by the sword master during his travels. If you can find it on this plane, it shall be yours." Oh! Xiao Zijing's eyes lit up. A sword left by the master of the 9 palaces must be an extraordinary weapon. However, upon surveying the area, he noticed countless swords scattered across the plain, perhaps billions. The thought of searching for a singular divine weapon seemed an insurmountable task. Yet, if he did not search, the master of Lingjian Palace would surely not provide him with anything. With that, Xiao Zijing ventured eastward. The 9 Palaces sword soul observed his retreating figure and remarked with a smile, "I didn't expect the lessons to commence so soon." To master the 9 Palaces sword technique, one must harmonize with the sword heart. If he continues searching aimlessly, he will surely come up empty-handed. When he inevitably returns in defeat, it will be the perfect opportunity for you to teach him about the sword heart. Among the 9 masters, you are the most adept at instructing disciples. Yet, even I am curious, of the many swords the master encountered in his travels, which one remains? Heh, the master of Lingjian Palace chuckled quietly. The 9 Palaces sword soul glanced at the master's smile and cautiously asked, "Could it be the blood doubt?" "Not at all." The master of Lingjian Palace shook his head. "Perhaps the Yushuang?" The 9 Palaces sword soul pondered before concluding, "That seems unlikely. Its chill is too intense for Xiao Zijing to wield. Could it be the divine feather sword?" "Stop guessing, you are all mistaken." The master of Lingjian Palace maintained a soft smile. "It is the heavenly punishment." Goodness! The 9 Palaces sword soul could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "How could it be that sword?" The master scarcely used it before switching to the divine feather sword. To suppress his own demonic nature, the master chose the heavenly punishment for millennia. Upon reaching a mysterious level, he finally integrated his demonic essence with himself. The heavenly punishment has contained violent energy for thousands of years. Wielding it carelessly would be perilous for someone of Xiao Zijing's strength. It is the sword master's decision. The master of Lingjian Palace stated. Moreover, much of the demonic essence has been suppressed by my own magic, so there should be no issue. The sword's formidable power will serve as a means of self-defense for this young one. It would be a tragedy to lose a promising successor before they have had the chance to grow. That is quite reckless, the 9 Palaces sword soul lamented. At that moment, he turned to where Xiao Zijing had departed and was astonished to see Xiao Zijing seated on the ground. An imperceptible energy emanated from him, sweeping across the entire plain like a divine consciousness. The master of Lingjian Palace expressed mild surprise, remarking, "This young man possesses commendable comprehension." After walking several hundred meters, Xiao Zijing realized that with a sword heart, locating a divine sword should be a simple task. It was precisely because of his sword heart that he was able to discover the path of the sword immortal. The sword heart has an affinity for treasures. Soon, he remembered that his sword heart had split into 8 parts, each residing within one of the 8 palaces. This meant that his sword heart was present within Lingjian Palace. If he could sense its location, finding the divine sword would pose no challenge. Thus, Xiao Zijing sat down to attune himself to his sword heart. Initially devoid of hope, he soon felt the familiar rhythm. The pulsation of his sword heart allowed him to pinpoint a specific area. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and dashed toward the southeast. "He has found it," the master of Lingjian Palace said with a smile. Upon reaching the area his sword heart indicated, Xiao Zijing immediately noticed that among the myriad swords, one emanated a far more potent aura than the others. This sword contained an exceedingly violent essence, unsettling in its agitation, as if it were sealing away an ancient behemoth. Carefully, Xiao Zijing approached the sword and grasped its hilt. With a hum, the ancient sword trembled briefly before settling into stillness, resembling an ordinary sword in his grasp. "How curious," Xiao Zijing mused, observing the sword in his hand. "It seems rather unremarkable." From a distance, the master of Lingjian Palace and the 9 Palaces sword soul stood in disbelief. The 9 Palaces sword soul stuttered. "How can this be? How is it possible?" The master of Lingjian Palace was equally speechless. He had anticipated that Xiao Zijing would struggle, for the heavenly punishment was not easily tamed. A stranger seeking to master a sentient sword requires enduring trials of life and death together before the spirit would submit. Why then did the heavenly punishment yield to Xiao Zijing so readily? What could account for such an occurrence? Who upon grasping the heavenly punishment, could avoid being harmed and instead immediately be recognized as its master? The master of Lingjian Palace pondered in bewilderment. In the gaze of the 9 palaces' sword soul, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled as it softly remarked, if there exists such a person, then it must undoubtedly be the master. Could he be the reincarnation of the sword master? Exclaimed Ling Jian, the master of the Ling Sword Palace, in astonishment. The 9 palaces' sword soul shook its head, replying, no, a being of the master's caliber, if reincarnated, would surely possess a celestial body from the moment of birth. This Xiao Zijing is clearly not such an entity. And moreover, if he were indeed the master's reincarnation, I, as the 9 palaces' sword soul, would certainly sense it. A remarkable sword, Xiao Zijing mused, gazing at the blade in his hand with great delight. With a casual flick, a sharp sword light surged forth, instantly unleashing a terrifying whirlwind of sword energy that swept away all swords on the ground, reducing them to mere scrap metal in an instant. Chapter 042, The Test of Sword Intent. Xiao Zijing gasped, his entire being momentarily stunned. His astonished eyes were fixed on the heavenly punishment sword in his grasp. What began as a mere flick unexpectedly erupted with such formidable power. He had unwittingly released sword energy, a feat that had seemed so distant for him. What an extraordinary sword, Xiao Zijing thought, unable to part with the heavenly punishment. He realized he had never even heard of a sword as powerful as this in his lifetime. The 9 palaces' sword soul approached him and, observing the heavenly punishment sword, cautioned, do not rely too heavily on the heavenly punishment sword. Although it currently acknowledges you and permits your control, it still harbors a wild nature. The sword energy it releases is beyond your command, potentially endangering your allies. Thus, it is best to use it sparingly until you can truly master your own sword energy. Xiao Zijing smiled slightly and replied, I had no intention of using this sword. Oh, Ling Jian, intrigued, stepped closer. Why is that? The power of the heavenly punishment sword is immense. Even in your current state of condensed yuan, wielding it could allow you to slay those at the Sea of Stars level. Is that not enticing? With great care, Xiao Zijing returned the heavenly punishment to its sheath and replied, the essence of swordsmanship lies not merely in wielding a sword, but also in cultivating the heart. To become a master of the sword, one must not depend on the sword itself, but rather on oneself. If I were to rely on the heavenly punishment, I would be destined for mediocrity. I believe many understand this principle. To be candid, possessing a sword like the heavenly punishment indeed tempts me, yet I resist that allure. The sword master bestowed this sword upon me not merely for self-preservation, but to refine my spirit. Upon hearing Xiao Zijing's words, a smile graced Ling Jian's lips. He recalled a moment from many years past when he had asked that man whether giving away the heavenly punishment sword would foster dependence in the air. The man had responded with a smile. If one merely seeks to rely on a sword, they forfeit the right to strive for greatness. No matter how exceptional their talent, they do not deserve to practice the 9 palaces sword art that I have created. Should that heir, upon receiving the heavenly punishment sword, revel so much as to forget their own name, do not hesitate to shatter their soul, ensuring they do not fall into reincarnation. Reflecting on those words and gazing at Xiao Zijing, Ling Jian felt the power he had coalesced in his sleeve dissipate. Well done. Congratulations, you have passed the test. Turning away, Ling Jian appeared to exhale a sigh of relief. Xiao Zijing, observing Ling Jian's demeanor, nodded at his retreating figure. Upon witnessing the might of the heavenly punishment sword, Xiao Zijing surmised that this was merely a test set forth by the extraordinary sword master from countless years ago. To claim that he harbored no thoughts about the heavenly punishment would be disingenuous. This was a trial of his commitment to the path of the sword immortal and his ability to suppress desire. Now, you are qualified to learn the 9 palaces sword art. Ling Jian raised his hand, and a statue rose from the ground. From this statue emanated an overwhelming sword intent. As Xiao Zijing felt this potent aura, the heavenly punishment sword in his hand trembled slightly. Swallowing hard, Xiao Zijing realized he had never encountered such a formidable sword intent before. The statue depicted a man clad in a blood-red cloak, his expression obscured. Even if glimpsed, Xiao Zijing found that the memory would vanish from his mind in the next instant. Leaving no trace, he approached the statue, his breath quickening as he beheld the figure wielding a sword. It felt as though he could glimpse the passage of time. Witnessing the man slashing through the chaos, dominating the world, cutting through thousands amidst millions, a solitary figure, invincible with a sword. The sword intent carried an irresistible sharpness, making Xiao Zijing acutely aware that at any moment, his face could be marked by this overwhelming energy. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, He drew closer to the statue as the sword intent intensified, continuously intimidating his spirit. Suddenly, Xiao Zijing halted, transfixed by the statue, unable to take another step for what felt like an eternity. The residual sword intent left by the sword master, though many years have passed, has not diminished in sharpness. Ling Jian remarked with a smile. Among my 13 disciples, I allowed them all to experience this fierce sword intent, and of them, the 13th was the most promising, stopping merely 10 meters from the statue. With each step taken thereafter, it became a cleansing of the soul. The master's sword intent, though only a fragment, is not something everyone can withstand. For your 13th disciple to reach 10 meters is already commendable, the Nine Palaces' sword soul added with a grin. Curious. Ling Jian turned to the Nine Palaces' sword soul and inquired, does your tone suggest that Xiao Zijing might surpass my 13th disciple? Let us observe further. The Nine Palaces' sword soul replied with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Zijing stood a full 21 meters from the statue, feeling the piercing sword intent before him. He remained motionless, eyes closed, seemingly immersed in contemplation for 3 full hours. During this time, neither Ling Jian nor the Nine Palaces' sword soul spoke, both aware that the closer one ventured, the greater the rewards. At this juncture, the challenge lay in the heart. The path ahead resembled a hellish trial. Although he knew it to be an illusion, few possessed the courage to take that step due to fear. Now, Xiao Zijing's task was to transform his heart into a sharp sword to sever the fear within him. Yet, while this notion seems simple, how many can truly achieve it? I believe he has reached his limit, Ling Jian murmured after a long while, then nodded and said, yet, it is not entirely his fault. A true master who has shattered their sword heart might traverse even further, having endured countless life and death experiences and cultivated a fearless sword heart. To them, even a fragment of the sword master's sharp intent would exert little influence, and they should reach around 10 steps. However, Xiao Zijing is, after all, an ordinary person. Though his innate sword heart grants him an advantage, he still pales in comparison to those who have painstakingly forged their sword hearts. The Nine Palaces' sword spirit remained silent, fixated on the silhouette of Xiao Zijing, pondering the words of the master of Lingjian, which held undeniable merit. Just as the master of Lingjian intended to call out to Xiao Zijing, in that fleeting moment, Xiao Zijing finally stirred. His body, which had remained motionless for over 3 hours, began to move. As he did so, both the master of Lingjian and the Nine Palaces' sword spirit felt their pupils constrict. The aura emanating from Xiao Zijing had transformed entirely. It was as though the previous incarnation of Xiao Zijing had shed its skin, revealing a new essence that was strikingly different in both temperament and presence. They exchanged astonished glances, and as Xiao Zijing stepped forward with an air of calm and indifference, it seemed as if he was unfazed by the daunting trials ahead, the chilling sword intent attempting to sever his head. His demeanor remained unyielding, as if a mountain could crumble before him without causing a flicker of concern. He has undergone a metamorphosis, exclaimed the Nine Palaces' sword spirit in astonishment, while the master of Lingjian gazed at Xiao Zijing's back in awe, murmuring, who is this person, and why does he possess such profound insights into the sword? Insights that are almost enviable? Suddenly, a cacophony of sword cries resonated in the air, crashing and resounding around Xiao Zijing, yet he remained unperturbed, steadily advancing toward the statue. Gradually, he sensed the shifting sword intent emanating from the statue. Initially overwhelming, it transformed into a proud assertion of power, reaching a peak of piercing sharpness. As Xiao Zijing drew closer, the sword intent softened into a delicate essence. Upon reaching the 10-step boundary, he smiled gently, and with a single step, the previously subtle sword intent became trivial, as if he had entered a realm beyond comprehension. Standing before the statue, Xiao Zijing lifted his gaze and softly remarked, I seem to witness the life of a steadfast sword practitioner. Through your sword, I perceive your path. With a gentle touch upon the statue, Xiao Zijing's whispers seemed to isolate this moment in time, rendering him inaudible to the Nine Palaces' sword spirit and the master of Lingjian. His eyes, imbued with a mysterious depth, gazed at the statue as if 2 old friends were sharing their innermost thoughts. A thunderous sound erupted from the statue, as if the very fabric of the universe threatened to unravel. In an instant, a tempest swirled around Xiao Zijing, his white garments fluttering and his ink-black hair dancing in the wind. Centered around him, a wave of sword intent began to diffuse. Xiao Zijing's focus remained unwavering upon the statue, and from his mind emerged a faint, gravelly voice. Excellent. Sword intent. The master of Lingjian inhaled deeply, his expression turning serious. This young man has managed to approach the statue. Has he severed his fears with the sword in his heart? Although the sword intent on him is not robust, it has undeniably manifested. What could this mean? Moreover, I sensed a hint of the sword master's resonance. The Nine Palaces sword spirit said nothing, instead fixating on Xiao Zijing, stating, "Look." The master of Lingjian raised his head, observing that Xiao Zijing had settled into a cross-legged position. The energy recently released from the statue surged into him with fervor, enveloping him in a powerful wave of soul energy that intensified with astonishing rapidity. Indeed, the master left behind wondrous gifts. It is unfortunate that no one has previously reached the statue to uncover its secrets. Now, this fortunate lad has stumbled upon a fragment of the master's soul power, causing his soul energy to swell, saving him considerable time in cultivation. The Nine Palaces sword spirit watched as Xiao Zijing's soul power blossomed from nothing to the fifth realm of the virtual martial realm, then to its peak, followed by the condensing essence realm, and finally ascending through the early, mid, and late stages of the Sea of Waves realm. This newfound soul power was both formidable and stable, and Xiao Zijing wasted no moment, utilizing the Great World Origin decision during his absorption, not only elevating his soul realm, but also establishing a solid foundation for the technique, ensuring that future cultivation would yield exponential benefits. The actions of Xiao Zijing left both the Nine Palaces sword spirit and the master of Lingjin speechless. This lad was astute, leaving no room for waste. As his soul power reached the late stage of the Sea of Waves realm, it came to a halt. After a considerable duration, Xiao Zijing slowly opened his eyes, gazing up at the statue before kneeling and bowing his head. The Nine Palaces sword spirit and the master of Lingjian exchanged reassuring nods, with the master of Lingjian smiling. It seems the sword master has taken a liking to this young man. Perhaps the first sword technique of the Nine Palaces sword method requires no further intervention from me, as the sword master has likely imparted it to him already. Such a sharp sword. Xiao Zijing fixated on the statue for an extended period, uttering these words. No one knew what revelations had come to him. Yet the two behind him understood that the sword master had personally passed down the first technique of the Nine Palaces sword method to Xiao Zijing. Suddenly, he laughed heartily, gesturing with his hand, causing a sword to soar from the ground, flying into his grasp, unleashing a surge of competing sword intent from his being. As Xiao Zijing's sword intent erupted, the statue too radiated brilliance, seemingly responding to his call. Now let me give it a try, he declared. In an instant, he raised his hand and thrust forth a strike. This thrust appeared deceptively simple, lacking any extraordinary flair. Yet soon after, a keen sword intent erupted, as though it had found its outlet, rippling through the very air around him. Xiao Zijing smiled lightly, and the soul power from his consciousness surged forth, enhancing the strike like a breath of fresh air, filling the surroundings with the resounding echoes of sword cries. A clash of swords, exclaimed the Nine Palaces sword spirit in admiration. The master of Lingjian nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, that was a beautifully executed strike. Precisely the first move of the Nine Palaces sword method, a clash of swords." This technique, combined with sword intent and soul power, was potent enough to disrupt an opponent's consciousness. The master of Lingjian elaborated, if the opponent possesses formidable soul power, the effect may be diminished. However, this technique is fundamentally designed for preemptive strikes. With that, the master of Lingjian's eyes sharpened, and he calmly declared, the second technique of my Lingjian sect, wielding the sword across mountains and rivers. At his words, Xiao Zijing unleashed another strike, this one distinctly different in essence from the previous, a clash of swords. The energy within him surged wildly, and the sword intent surrounding him was no longer tranquil. As he executed this technique, the intensity of the sword intent escalated, and Xiao Zijing transformed into a formidable weapon, a sword of unparalleled sharpness. What a powerful sword intent. It surpasses the previous one by at least double. The Nine Palaces sword spirit marveled. He chuckled. Though you are the soul of the Nine Palaces sword, the Nine Palaces sword technique is something you have yet to witness. So now, observe closely and behold the formidable essence of the Nine Palaces sword technique. The first move of the Lingjian Palace is the key that will accompany one on the path to strength. The master of the Lingjian Palace spoke with an air of pride. Xiao Zijing unleashed a sword strike. Sword unleashing the landscape. Boom. A torrent of sword intent surged forth, harmonizing with the true energy within Xiao Zijing, flowing like water. The astonishing sword intent erupted, as if a blade of sword energy coalesced upon Xiao Zijing's sword. Faint yet palpable, as if it sought to sever the very fabric of the world. The soaring sword intent caused the air to tremble. In his memories, Xiao Zijing recalled the sword master wielding this very move, cleaving through mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. The overwhelming sword intent, which dared to challenge the heavens, lingered in Xiao Zijing's mind. Perhaps when his power grew, he too could manifest this move to such an extraordinary extent. The might of this sword technique had already imprinted itself upon his soul. The third move, Armor of the Sword King. As Xiao Zijing's voice resonated, the proud sword intent surrounding him suddenly contracted inward. The previously sharp sword intent remained, now enveloping him like an immense suit of armor, locking him within. Observing the armor, Xiao Zijing sensed its sharp aura, as if it could unleash sword energy at any moment. Though the colossal armor appeared robust, he felt his true energy depleting at a terrifying rate every second. With a crashing sound, as Xiao Zijing's true energy was exhausted, the external Sword King armor shattered instantaneously. Akin to glass breaking, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. It must be said that after practicing these three sword techniques, Xiao Zijing realized their power was undeniable. Yet the consumption was alarmingly excessive. At his current level, he feared that he would be drained before he could execute the techniques multiple times. The art of manipulating the soul for attack, the application of sword intent, and ultimately the mastery of qi. Reflecting on the three sword techniques, Xiao Zijing remarked, "No wonder it requires the realm of condensed essence to practice. During the void martial realm, I truly could not execute such techniques." At this moment, the master of the Lingjian Palace approached him, remarking, "I never expected the sword master to personally impart the 9 Palaces sword technique to you. It seems I need not teach you further. When you are capable of defeating me, you may ascend to the Mingjian Palace to learn the second move of the 9 Palaces sword technique." Xiao Zijing frowned and replied, "Defeating you? That seems improbable. As the master of the Lingjian Palace, your strength must surely reach at least that of an immortal. How could I possibly contend with you? You are mistaken." The master of the Lingjian Palace shook his head, stating, "Our contest is not one of raw strength, but of swordsmanship. In battle, my power will match yours. What will be tested is the control of sword intent, mastery over the soul's power, and the manipulation of qi. Only by surpassing me in these aspects will you earn the chance to enter the second palace. May I challenge you now?" Xiao Zijing inquired, smiling at the master of the Lingjian Palace. Before the master could respond, the soul of the 9 Palaces sword interjected, "I advise against wasting your time. Given your current state, having just learned the first move of the 9 Palaces sword technique, even if the master were to match your strength, he could still defeat you 1,000 times within a single exchange without even utilizing sword techniques." The soul of the 9 Palaces sword continued, "You should focus on honing your skills. Each time the palace opens, you have 30 days to cultivate new sword techniques, during which time the external world remains unchanged. In other words, if you spend 30 days here before exiting, you will find a certain bear man waiting for you." Chapter 044. Control of Qi Cultivation. Thinking of the unconscious Meng lie outside, Xiao Zijing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What was he to do when he emerged? Should he kill him? That hardly seemed appropriate. After all, he was a member of the Meng family. But what if he took the opportunity to commit unspeakable acts against him? Ba, Xiao Zijing finally murmured, resigned. For the next month, Xiao Zijing remained within the Lingjian Palace. That day, after initially finding some enjoyment in the punishment sword, he cast it aside, just as the soul of the 9 Palaces sword had advised. This weapon could harm not only enemies, but also oneself. Using it recklessly could lead to disastrous outcomes. Moreover, Xiao Zijing understood that wielding such a divine sword would inevitably attract peril. The infernal sword master had not merely provided Xiao Zijing with a means of survival, but also bestowed upon him a source of potential calamity. Xiao Zijing casually took a sword, realizing that any of the swords present could incite envy in others. To him, they all belonged to the realm of divine swords, likely fetching millions of gold coins each. As for the punishment sword, he wished to have the soul of the 9 Palaces sword safeguarded in his spatial realm, but was met with refusal, being instructed to carry it with him instead. After cursing the soul of the 9 Palaces sword for its lack of compassion, Xiao Zijing embarked on his path of cultivation. He focused on mastering the control of his soul's power, the fluctuations of sword intent, and the manipulation of qi. Initially, he had dismissed these concepts as inconsequential, but after repeatedly challenging the master of the Lingjian Palace and failing, he finally acknowledged their significance. The control of the soul's power was far from simple. After yet another unsuccessful attempt, the master of the Lingjian Palace approached Xiao Zijing with a serious expression, stating, "It is crucial to master the transformation of the soul's power, capable of both offense and defense. Your previous attempt, where you unleashed a sword strike accompanied by your soul's energy, resembled waves crashing upon the shore. How potent could such an impact possibly be? I fear even an opponent of similar soul strength could easily withstand it. You must focus on the transformation. With that, he tossed Xiao Zijing a book, saying, "Study this." Curiously, Xiao Zijing picked it up and read the title, Ling Luo Sword Array. His pupils widened as he looked at the master of the Lingjian Palace and asked, "Do you mean to say I should transform my soul's power into the form of a sword array?" The master chuckled, "With your current level of soul power, how could you possibly form a sword array? The simplest sword array might be within your reach, but the Ling Luo sword array is a highly formidable offensive formation, divided into 6 tiers. If you manage to control your soul's power to its utmost pinnacle, you may yet be able to execute the first tier of the Ling Luo sword array. I wish to try." Xiao Zijing stood, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "Oh." The master of the Lingjian Palace nodded, "Then give it a go. After all, on the path of the sword immortal, you are essentially immortal. Even if you were to perish, it would matter little." With that, the master conjured a sword from thin air. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zijing charged forward, his sword flashing swiftly like lightning. Now, his strength far surpassed his previous self, and the speed of this strike posed a danger even to those far stronger than him. A sword clash. The sword in Xiao Zijing's hand resonated with a sound akin to metal clashing, emitting a sharp, ringing note, reminiscent of a long simmering golden dragon now roaring towards the master of Lingjian Palace. The master nodded silently. Indeed, after many days, Xiao Zijing had made significant progress, and the technique of sword contest had taken shape. The master raised his hand, casually thrusting his sword, and their blades clashed. Boom! The collision of their spiritual powers reverberated. The sound of the sword transformed into an attack that penetrated their consciousness. Xiao Zijing's spiritual power, previously formless like waves, now took the shape of a massive shield, attempting to withstand the assault of the Ling Luo sword formation. The intensity of the master's spiritual power matched Xiao Zijing's, yet at this moment, it manifested into 36 long swords, forming a small sword array that spun incessantly, converging violently towards the center sword. The combination of the 36 swords seemed to amplify the attack of the spiritual power significantly. Boom! The defense conjured by Xiao Zijing's spiritual power was obliterated in an instant. He immediately felt a splitting headache, his body flying backward and crashing to the ground, taking a long while to regain his senses. The image of the 36 flying swords in formation lingered in his mind, their formidable might unmistakable, despite being at the same realm. Both in the late stage of the ocean realm, the master's Ling Luo sword formation exhibited such overwhelming offensive capabilities. "Do you understand?" the master inquired. Xiao Zijing nodded thoughtfully. After the master spoke, he vanished, leaving Xiao Zijing to ponder alone. However, mastering such exquisite control over spiritual power was nearly impossible without prolonged practice. As for the master's effortless manipulation of sword intent amidst the sword and river, Xiao Zijing believed he could not achieve such mastery. Regarding the Sword King's armor, the armor Xiao Zijing had formed merely covered his body, whereas the master's Sword King armor towered over 4 meters, its immense true energy coalescing into a battle sword, resembling a giant, and it lasted even longer than Xiao Zijing's. He realized that with less than 20 days remaining, if he continued to practice haphazardly every day, it would yield no benefit. It would be far more prudent to focus on a single aspect. Self-preservation is of utmost importance. Mastering the control of energy is a priority. Xiao Zijing murmured. After all, any means of attack presupposed the preservation of life. Thus, he resolved to hone the Sword King armor first. Residual effects of the Diyuan Zhengdan lingered within him, and he planned to absorb its full potency just before leaving the Lingjian Palace to enhance his strength. On a piece of blue stone, the 9 Palaces' Sword Soul and the master of Lingjian Palace observed Xiao Zijing's training from afar. This lad is quite astute. Choosing to refine his energy control first, the master remarked with a smile. The 9 Palaces' Sword Soul fell silent, then after a moment, said, "Seeing the Sword King's armor reminds me of the master. In his time, he wielded it to great effect." The 9 Palaces' sword technique did not originally encompass such a sword art, did it? The master nodded. It was imparted to him directly by the master. His will endures, though his life does not. The 9 Palaces' Sword Soul's expression turned slightly melancholic. He will return, the master affirmed confidently, through repeated energy control practice. Xiao Zijing made notable advancements, yet he remained leagues behind the master. Lacking genuine learning in energy manipulation techniques, he could only rely on his own exploration, cautiously adjusting his energy from increase to decrease, treading carefully as if walking on thin ice, avoiding any training in the Sword King armor, focusing solely on energy control. While reaching the condensation realm was not overly challenging, mastering energy control proved exceedingly difficult. It was no wonder that few pursued energy manipulation techniques, despite their formidable power. Given their complexity, Xiao Zijing exhaled deeply, rising to stretch. He had been seated for over 10 days without movement, and the intense focus had significantly refined the purity of his spiritual power. Xiao Zijing. Suddenly, the Nine Palaces sword soul materialized before him, observing him with a furrowed brow. It seems your energy control has improved considerably. I can sense it from the flow around you. I did not expect such significant progress. I am here to remind you that in 2 days, you will exit the sword immortal path. What are your plans upon leaving? All families desire to obliterate my Meng Clan. I will not stand idly by as that unfolds. Regardless, when encountering members of other clans, I will not be restrained this time. Anyone who poses a threat to my Meng Clan shall be dealt with decisively, Xiao Zijing replied. Suddenly, he paused, noticing that the Nine Palaces sword soul's eyes appeared different than before. Your eyes? Xiao Zijing inquired in astonishment. I previously mentioned that should you master the Nine Palaces sword technique and enter the Lingjian Palace, it would be beneficial for me as well. I can now wield the eye technique. In critical moments, it may save your life, the Nine Palaces sword soul stated calmly. However, Xiao Zijing was puzzled, scrutinizing the Nine Palaces sword soul's eyes. Yet you are not truly a living being. You are merely a sword soul. Why do you possess the eye technique? From my understanding, only conventional life forms should have such abilities. You are mistaken, the Nine Palaces sword soul declared proudly. Your understanding of this world is still limited. Know that it is not only humans who can cultivate here. When demonic beasts grow powerful, they can eventually assume human form and become top-tier warriors. In fact, being a demonic beast grants them greater strength than humans. If a weapon acquires a spirit and reaches a certain state over time, that spirit can become a formidable force. Thus, acquiring powerful eye techniques is not impossible, provided they have the right bloodline. This was the first time Xiao Zijing had heard such a notion, and he found it intriguing, examining the Nine Palaces sword soul from head to toe. So, does that mean you could also become an unparalleled powerhouse? The Nine Palaces sword soul shook its head. The Nine Palaces sword has long been lost with the master. Now, I exist merely as a sword soul. Even the Nine Palaces sword you saw in the sword immortal path was merely a remnant. Therefore, I cannot manifest unless aided by a human body. But the strength of a human body is limited, so my power is also constrained. Before Xiao Zijing could inquire further, the Nine Palaces sword soul interjected. All right, prepare yourself. We have 2 days left before you must venture forth. With that, the Nine Palaces sword soul's figure gradually faded from view. Watching the spot where the sword soul had vanished, Xiao Zijing sensed a hint of sorrow emanating from it. Each time the name of the prison Xuanji master was mentioned, such emotions surfaced. Xiao Zijing could not fathom the depth of their shared history, yet considering the countless years they had traversed together, it was likely that their bond was profoundly rooted and not easily severed. Shaking his head, Xiao Zijing settled into a meditative posture, preparing for his impending departure. In the past decade, the essence of the Great Yuan pill had been partially utilized by Xiao Zijing, yet a significant portion remained within him. Now, Xiao Zijing intended to absorb all of it. Once the medicinal effects were fully integrated, the depth of his true energy would naturally flourish. When he emerged into the Zhoushan mountain range, every family that sought to undermine the Meng Clan would find that his presence added strength to their cause. The Meng family, which Meng Xiaoyao had once protected with his life, could not be allowed to falter. Boom! A surge of formidable power erupted from Xiao Zijing. The potency of the pill surged within him, and his golden body reached fruition. His meridians expanded, becoming robust and resilient. The pill's energy crashed against his body like a tempestuous ocean, relentlessly racing towards his dantian. However, at that moment, Xiao Zijing was astonished to discover that his dantian had vanished, replaced by an exquisite palace, the Lingjian Palace. How could this be? At present, the pill's power had fully erupted, and Xiao Zijing could not afford to ponder such mysteries. He commanded the Lingjian Palace at his dantian to vigorously absorb the medicinal effects of the pill. Despite the overwhelming force, his current physique could withstand it. As he absorbed the effects, Xiao Zijing's realm soared, experiencing an exhilarating ascent that propelled him from the first to the second level of the condensing Yuan realm, then to the third, the fourth, the fifth, and finally the sixth. Waves of energy radiated from his body. Xiao Zijing reveled in the unparalleled speed of his advancement, feeling the surging true energy ripple around him. The potency within him was exponentially greater than before, and he sensed that his control over this energy now surpassed anything he had previously experienced. As the pill's power gradually diminished, Xiao Zijing meticulously integrated every vestige of its strength into his meridians. With the expansion of his meridians, he felt his cells transforming. Nourished by the pill's power, coalescing from a state of disarray into a more rigorous concentration. Ultimately, the pill's energy was entirely absorbed, culminating at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the condensing yuan realm. Xiao Zijing sensed that with just a few more days of cultivation, he would undoubtedly transcend this level and step into the 7th. Time passed, and the residual medicinal properties of the pill were entirely purged. Although his sword heart had shattered, the emergence of the Lingjian Palace within him allowed Xiao Zijing to once again feel the power of the sword heart. Though not as potent as before, its fundamental applications remained intact. Upon opening his eyes, he found the master of the Lingjian Palace and the 9-palace sword soul standing before him. The master approached and said, "The time has come. You must prepare to leave. Should you wish to challenge me, you are always welcome. Remember, only by defeating me will you gain the right to enter the Mingjian Palace, where gifts await you from the sword master. Defeat me, and you may claim them." Xiao Zijing nodded, rising to offer a slight bow to the master, saying, "Thank you, master of the Lingjian Palace." A smile graced the master's face, but just then, a chill breeze swept through, and Xiao Zijing found himself transported to a water cave within the Zhoushan mountain range. A glance revealed Meng Lai lying bare on the ground, and Xiao Zijing felt a shiver of discomfort. He had not anticipated this individual to have such peculiar tastes. The previous event seemed like a dream. Looking over his shoulder, he noticed a sword on his back, unmistakably the heavenly punishment sword, and a side sword at his waist, a treasure he had casually taken from the Lingjian Palace. Capable of slicing through steel. Observing the vibrant true energy swirling around him, Xiao Zijing affirmed that he had indeed not been dreaming. He had become a peak warrior at the 6th level of the condensing yuan realm, a formidable contender among the younger generations of various families. Outside the water cave, silence prevailed, and Xiao Zijing took his time, opting to tend to Meng Lai's injuries and bandage him before quietly entering a meditative state. Following the heart method of the 9-palace sword technique, he sensed his strength inching closer to the 7th level of the condensing yuan realm. Despite having reached this level, Xiao Zijing understood that he could not consider himself a master until he achieved the oceanic realm. With his family currently besieged, he knew that only by reaching this pinnacle could he alleviate their crisis and uncover the identity of the person who had slain Meng Xiaoyao. Vowing vengeance for his adoptive father had become Xiao Zijing's singular driving force in his cultivation. Though he harbored ambitions to be remembered like the greatest of heroes, the desire for revenge outweighed all else. Suddenly, a faint groan broke the silence. Meng Lai, feeling a surge of pain, vaguely recalled Xiao Zijing knocking him unconscious. Panic surged within him, and he shifted anxiously, relieved to find no pain in certain areas. It seemed Xiao Zijing had spared him from any indecent acts during his unconsciousness. However, he soon sensed a powerful aura nearby. "Who goes there?" Meng Lai exclaimed, turning to find Xiao Zijing seated calmly. "You are awake?" Xiao Zijing, pondering the identity of Meng Lai's enemies, turned his gaze towards him. Their eyes met, and Meng Lai felt a jolt of fear as he perceived an overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Xiao Zijing. This killing aura enveloped Meng Lai, raising the hairs on his body. As the commander of the Dream Guard, he had taken many lives, yet none had exuded such a potent malice. The sharpened sensation was akin to countless blades converging upon him. Xiao Zijing's intensity startled Meng Lai. Gradually, the fierce killing intent in Xiao Zijing's gaze softened, dissipating into normalcy. Yet, Meng Lai remained in shock, not for any other reason than the palpable traces of true energy enveloping Xiao Zijing, far surpassing his own by dozens of times. He vividly recalled that Xiao Zijing had previously been at the 8th level of the Void Martial Realm. How could he now have ascended to the Condensing Yuan Realm? And not merely at its initial stage? The richness of the true energy swirling around Xiao Zijing was robust beyond measure. If Meng Lai were to classify Xiao Zijing's current level, he could only speculate, for he had only just entered the 1st level of the Condensing Yuan Realm himself. His own true energy traces barely beginning to manifest, a mere trickle compared to Xiao Zijing's torrent. "You," Meng Lai stammered, sitting up and pointing incredulously at Xiao Zijing. "What is happening? Your prowess was previously at the Void Martial Realm. How is it that you have suddenly ascended to the Condensing Yuan Realm?" As the conversation unfolded, Meng Lai found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the transformation of Xiao Zijing. Observing Meng Lai's expression, Xiao Zijing understood the underlying question. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied. Previously, the Meng family enjoyed a life of tranquility, devoid of any threats, prompting me to conceal my strength. However, now that the Meng family faces a crisis, I cannot remain idle. After all, I am also part of the Meng family and must contribute to its welfare. Seeing Xiao Zijing's earnest demeanor instilled a measure of belief in Meng Lai, though doubts still lingered. Yet you are merely a distant relative of the family. Even though you were adopted by the former patriarch, he did not impart any profound techniques to you. It stands to reason your strength should not have escalated so rapidly. My adoptive father did this to shield me, Xiao Zijing remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Meng Lai, his expression turning steely. He continued, as if reminiscing, indeed. Many years ago, my adoptive father, Meng Xiaoyao, took me in from the outside world. As his condition deteriorated, our family found itself helpless, with even the finest physicians unable to alleviate his suffering. Ultimately, he chose to seclude himself in the Xiaoyao pavilion, allowing only me to accompany him. Until his passing, he seldom interacted with the Meng family, seeing even his biological son, Meng Canglan, only a handful of times. It was only 2 months before his death that he emerged from the pavilion to settle his affairs, and during that time, he imparted little to me. Save for the art of healing. Meng Lai listened attentively. After my adoptive father, Meng Xiaoyao, passed away, I, though his adopted son, found myself in a precarious position. Meng Canglan was rather narrow-minded, and competition for the family head position was rife. As a mere physician without formidable martial prowess, I managed to survive by sheer luck. Do you truly believe I chose to leave the Meng family to become a mere steward at Meng Clan? A sorrowful smile flickered across Xiao Zijing's face, as if mocking his own circumstances. Regardless, I am still the adopted son of Meng Xiaoyao, a member of the Meng family. Many within the family remain devoted to the late patriarch. It could be said that had I spoken out, the Grand Elder would have secured my place within the Meng family in honor of my adoptive father. Yet, I resolutely declined. Why then? Meng Lai's curiosity deepened. Have you heard of someone named Xiankong Miaosho Zhu Ziliu? Xiao Zijing inquired, gazing at Meng Lai with a calm demeanor. Meng Lai's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, I've heard of him. He is renowned across the 9 continents, said to be capable of acquiring anything he desires. While his personal strength may not be extraordinary, there is nothing he cannot obtain if he truly wishes for it. My adoptive father, Meng Xiaoyao, and Zhu Ziliu were close friends, a secret known to few. Xiao Zijing stated matter-of-factly. Meng Lai was taken aback. He had never encountered this information before. Nevertheless, it was well known that the late patriarch, Meng Xiaoyao, enjoyed traveling and befriending formidable figures. Xiao Zijing nodded. During my adoptive father's time at the Xiaoyao Pavilion, one night, a man in black visited him, conversing for a long while. At the time, I was unaware of his identity, but later learned that it was Zhu Ziliu. Meng Lai nodded in astonishment, realizing that Zhu Ziliu's presence in the Meng family was akin to entering a realm unchallenged. After Zhu Ziliu's departure that night, my adoptive father summoned me and instructed me to leave the Meng family for a quiet place, assuring me that Zhu Ziliu would contact me later. A somber atmosphere enveloped Xiao Zijing as he continued. My adoptive father was gravely ill, and I had no means to assist him, for my healing skills were not yet what they are today. That night, I wept bitterly, and my adoptive father smiled, expressing his hope that I would not take up a sword to fight, but live a simple life. Yet, he also wished that if the Meng family faced dire straits, I would rise to defend it, to uphold his hopes and dreams. Hearing this, Meng Lai fell silent, his eyes moistening. He had idolized Meng Xiaoyao since childhood. In the hearts of many, he was a deity, a hero who fought valiantly, leading the Meng family to conquer the Tang family and secure a foothold in Shuzhou. The image of this legendary figure remained etched in the minds of all. At that moment, Meng Lai understood that Xiao Zijing had inherited Meng Xiaoyao's will. After my adoptive father's death, I left the Meng family, but fortunately, I possessed medical skills. When I arrived at Meng Clan, the very next night, the man in black came to see me, Xiao Zijing recalled. Meng Lai's eyes lit up. Was it Zhu Ziliu? Indeed, Xiao Zijing affirmed. Zhu Ziliu's arrival altered the course of my life, though I lacked the qualifications to cultivate within the Meng family. He promised my adoptive father that he would teach me diligently, only departing once I reached the condensing Yuan realm. Ah, I see. Meng Lai pondered, reflecting on their previous encounter at the Meng family, where he had rashly challenged Xiao Zijing to the life and death arena. Had he gone through with it, he might have met his demise. Xiao brother, Meng Lai said seriously, having heard your story, I believe you are not the sort to tarnish my wife's name. I wish to inquire sincerely about this matter. Xiao Zijing lifted his gaze. Are you willing to believe what I say now? Meng Lai nodded gravely, determination evident in his eyes. You are the inheritor of the late patriarch's will. I trust you would not deceive me regarding such matters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zijing rose and said earnestly, "If you wish to uncover the truth, you should consult Meng Qian and Meng Yao. If fortune smiles upon you, you might catch them red-handed." Meng Lai paused. Then a murderous glint appeared in his eyes as he understood Xiao Zijing's implication. "So it's those two scoundrels. When I return, I shall make them pay dearly." Xiao Zijing regarded Meng Lai with a mix of exasperation and concern. "Who you choose to kill is your business. However, could you please put on some clothes? If anyone were to see us like this, we might not survive the encounter." Only then did Meng Lai realize he was still unclothed and hastily donned his garments. At that moment, the nine-palace sword spirit chuckled at Xiao Zijing, saying, "Little one, you certainly weave a tale. If I hadn't been following you, I might have doubted the truth of your words. Does your adoptive father, Meng Xiaoyao, truly know this Zhu Ziliu?" Xiao Zijing shrugged, replying, "I cannot say for certain." At this moment, the Nine Palaces' sword soul found himself at a loss for words, having discovered that Xiao Zijing could lie without a hint of embarrassment. This, in itself, was a skill. Had it not been so, he would not have been able to slay poisonous illusion fairy. It was precisely because the fairy had believed in Xiao Zijing's fabrications that he met his demise. Now, with Meng Lai at his back, who had completely accepted Xiao Zijing's tale, there was still an air of disbelief. Meng Lai inquired, "Brother Xiao, where did the sword on your back and the one at your waist come from? I don't recall seeing them before." The Nine Palaces' sword soul chuckled softly, saying, "There are still flaws in your story. Let us see how you explain this." Xiao Zijing turned calmly to face Meng Lai and asked, "Are you familiar with the concept of a suspended hand?" As the sky gradually darkened, Xiao Zijing had yet to depart from the water cave. For Meng Lai's injuries had not yet healed. Should Xiao Zijing leave, any passing demon beast could easily devour Meng Lai. Despite Meng Lai's earlier bravado about battling Yin Wang and Han Qingyu, he was now acutely aware of his frailty, realizing that even the slightest movement brought agony. Xiao Zijing anticipated that, under the current circumstances, Meng Lai would likely need until the following morning to regain his footing. Meng Lai was diligently circulating his energy to heal his wounds, and with the flow of his vital energy, many of his injuries began to mend gradually. Coupled with Xiao Zijing's medicinal assistance, the healing process was remarkably efficient, and within a few hours, most of Meng Lai's severe wounds had ceased to bleed. Xiao Zijing sat at the entrance of the cave, the cold wind carrying the scent of decaying leaves and a faint trace of blood. He gazed up at the myriad stars, sensing an unpredictable danger looming over the upcoming Zhoushan conference. Once Meng Lai completed his recovery, he turned to Xiao Zijing's silhouette and suddenly asked, "Xiao Zijing, now that my Meng family is facing such great peril, any assistance would be invaluable. Why not reach out to Senior Zhu Ziliu? Given your relationship with him and his ties to the old patriarch, he would surely lend his aid. My master is said to be wandering the world. Who knows where he is now?" Xiao Zijing replied casually. Meng Lai pondered for a moment and said, "If my thoughts are correct, Senior Zhu Ziliu should still be within the realm of Jiuzhou, having not departed from here. If we inquire carefully, we might just locate him." "Ha ha," Xiao Zijing laughed. "The realm of Jiuzhou? Do you have any idea how vast it is? Even if we were to traverse the entirety of Shuzhou, you would not finish in a year. By the time I find my master, it is entirely possible that my Meng family would have been wiped out. Where do you suggest I search? Moreover, you may not know, but since my master is a master thief, he would not allow himself to be easily discovered. Otherwise, he would attract enemies." "That is indeed a valid point." Meng Lai nodded gravely, then curiously asked, "As you are both master and disciple, did he not leave any instructions on how to find him before he departed?" "He did," Xiao Zijing replied. "What did he say?" "There is a secret code." "What code?" Meng Lai asked, excitement evident in his voice. Observing Meng Lai's expression, Xiao Zijing chuckled and said, "First, if you think someone resembles him, engage in direct eye contact. A common person would likely accuse you of madness, but my master would not. Being an honorable man, he would feel uneasy under scrutiny. If he shows signs of nervousness, you should deliver the secret code. Simply ask him, 'Do you know?' He will respond, and then you should burst into laughter, saying, 'You son of a three-legged turtle.' Following that, he will laugh and say, 'I am my father's little turtle. Do you understand?'" Meng Lai lowered his head, murmuring the peculiar phrases as if etching them into his memory. After committing them to memory, he couldn't help but wonder why a master would devise such an odd secret code. With a cold snort, Xiao Zijing thought to himself that Meng Lai possessed only brute strength, lacking intellect. It was no wonder his wife had strayed. Thus, Xiao Zijing distanced himself from Meng Lai, fearing that proximity to such a simpleton might dull his own wits. In Zhoushan town, at the seven-tiered tower, a gentle knock echoed through the air. An elder with sword-like brows approached the door and opened it, revealing Li Haoran standing there, respectful and deferential. Upon seeing the elder, Li immediately bowed, saying, "Uncle Feng, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." This scene, if witnessed by others, would surely leave them astonished, for Li Haoran was the esteemed city lord of Xuzhou, who had never shown such deference even to Meng Canglan of the Meng family. Yet, here he was, exhibiting utmost respect to this elder with sword-like brows. "Li, my dear nephew, please come in," the elder said, a smile gracing his face. Li Haoran hurriedly entered, carefully placing several large boxes on the table. The elder's smile widened upon seeing this, for in recent days, the seven-tiered tower had received generous offerings from various families, making it quite a lucrative arrangement. However, the elder's brow furrowed slightly as he said, "Li, my dear nephew, what is the meaning of this? You have already taken such good care of me during my stay. I feel quite embarrassed. Bringing gifts is unnecessary." Li Haoran wore a smile, though inwardly he cursed, "You old coot. I haven't even brought up the matter yet, and you're already fixated on the gifts." "It is only right," he replied. "Given that the Zhoushan conference is hosted by my Xuzhou, Uncle Feng, you have worked hard. I must ensure you are well taken care of, lest my uncle accuse me of being an inadequate host." With that, Li approached the table and carefully opened one of the boxes. As he lifted the lid, a refreshing aroma filled the room, invigorating all those present. The elder quickly moved closer, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "Ice spirit ginseng. At least 100 years old. I never expected to encounter such a treasure here. Indeed, if this century-old ice spirit ginseng is refined into a pill, it could become an ice spirit pill. Uncle Feng, with your cultivation at the pinnacle of the oceanic realm, consuming one during your breakthrough on the yin-yang path will significantly enhance your chances of success," Li Haoran flattered, though his heart ached, for the ginseng had cost him a staggering 800,000 gold coins. The elder nodded, satisfied. Seeing the elder pleased, Li quickly opened the second box, which contained a scroll of calligraphy and painting. Li carefully unwrapped the scroll, and upon inspection, the elder's pupils narrowed as he recognized it as a landscape painting. However, he quickly discerned that it contained an exceptionally profound swordsmanship concept. Each stroke seemed to manifest a sword technique, drawing the viewer into an inescapable trance. The final signature read, "Li Zhiyuhang." It was none other than the genuine work of Li Zhiyuhang. The elder was overjoyed, for Li Zhiyuhang was a master swordsman, a peerless expert renowned for his swordsmanship. It was said he had reached the pinnacle of the Nine Scrolls realm, but after seeking guidance from a celestial being, he vanished without a trace. Some claimed he had ascended to immortality, while others believed he had failed and retreated into the mountains. If he could possess this painting and comprehend its depths, it would undoubtedly lead to the discovery of Li Zhiyuhang's sword techniques, an invaluable treasure. "Wonderful," the elder exclaimed with hearty laughter. "Indeed, but can it be worth 5 million gold coins?" Li Haoran thought to himself, feeling his heart bleed. The final box held a suit of armor. Li Haoran approached and opened the box, revealing a blood-red suit of armor, suffused with an aura of slaughter. The elder with the sword-like brows changed expression, exclaiming, "Could this be the fabled bloodine armor? Said to be impervious to blades and capable of withstanding 30% of any attack?" "Indeed," Li Haoran affirmed. The elder, delighted by the sight of the armor, turned to Li Haoran and said, "It is unlikely that such treasures would be bestowed upon me without reason. Speak, for these 3 items align with my desires. Whatever you wish me to assist you with, I shall endeavor to oblige." "Uncle Feng," Li Haoran's expression grew solemn. "At this Zhoushan conference, I refuse to allow the Meng family to rise again. I have endured their oppression for years and have had enough. This time, we cannot permit anyone from the Meng family to enter the Wulian Mountain. Can I count on your support in this matter?" "Impossible," the elder replied decisively. Li Haoran was taken aback, and the elder continued with a smile, "Our participation in the Zhoushan conference is under orders from above, and we are being watched. If we openly defy the rules, we shall face dire consequences. However, considering the value of these treasures, I can assist you in other ways, such as eliminating several promising disciples from the Meng family. Thus, they will be unable to qualify." "That would be splendid." Li Haoran's face lit up with joy. Observing his excitement, the elder smirked and remarked, "Nephew, a mere Meng family hardly warrants such an investment from you. Surely, there is something of immense value that draws your interest, for these treasures are worth millions of gold coins." Upon hearing this, Li Haoran's countenance darkened. The elder, noticing this change, laughed heartily. "Nephew, I was merely jesting, without any ulterior motive. Rest assured regarding the Meng family, I have come well prepared. 3 disciples from Wulian Mountain have secretly accompanied me to Zhoushan. I shall have them eliminate the so-called promising talents of the Meng family. ensuring that none can enter Wulian Mountain, allowing you to trample upon the entire Meng family. That would be excellent. Li Haoran felt a surge of elation. Exiting the elder's chamber, his demeanor gradually turned icy as he cast a cold glance back at the door, silently vowing, "Once I seize control of the Meng family and obtain the treasures that Meng Xiaoyao brought back, what need would I have for Wulian Mountain? Humph. I shall be the first to eliminate you and reclaim what I have gifted you today." A fierce determination gleamed in Li Haoran's eyes. The treasures brought back by Meng Xiaoyao were known only to a few, including himself and a significant figure from Zhezhou Prefecture. For years, he had been tasked with guarding Shuzhou City while seeking opportunities to acquire Meng Xiaoyao's treasures. In the past, no one dared to act against the Meng family due to Meng Canglan's presence. Now that he was gone, searching for the treasures was as easy as pie. As for the influential figure from Zhezhou, Li Haoran dismissed him from his thoughts. If he were to obtain a treasure that even the powerful of Zhezhou valued, what need would he have to remain a city lord? He could escape to a place where no one knew him and live freely with that treasure. In Shuzhou City, few were aware that Meng Xiaoyao had truly returned with treasures, not even Meng Canglan. Not even Xiao Zijing, who was closest to Meng Xiaoyao, knew of this secret. Meng Xiaoyao took this secret to his grave, leaving behind many mysteries. Perhaps only two individuals in the world knew of it: Li Haoran, the city lord of Shuzhou, and that mysterious figure from Zhezhou. As for the nature of the treasure, Li Haoran was unaware. Only that powerful figure truly understood its significance. It was then that Li Haoran comprehended the magnitude of Meng Canglan's prowess, as even the strong from Zhezhou feared him. After receiving the treasures from Li Haoran, the elder with the sword-like brows immediately commanded 3 hidden figures in black to swiftly infiltrate the Zhoushan mountain range under the cover of night, initiating a conspiracy against the Meng family. On the 5th day of the Zhoushan conference, what had initially been a lively event now bore an eerie atmosphere. Aside from the Meng family members, all others had shifted their focus from the beasts to the Meng family, who had become the prey of all. The objective of this Zhoushan conference was to slaughter the younger generation of the Meng family. At the Meng family estate, an elder sat atop a mountain peak, employing profound ocular techniques to observe the unfolding events of the Zhoushan conference. Witnessing the Meng family's dire predicament, Elder Yu displayed a worried expression. After all, this was the family that Meng Canglan had long been concerned about. Although the current strategy was intended to foster unity within the Meng family, their young were being systematically slaughtered, with many either killed or hiding. Faced with the combined assaults of other families, they had little capacity for defense. Even those with considerable strength would fall to the onslaught of several adept opponents, their bodies disposed of thereafter. Initially, the Meng family boasted over 100 disciples, yet now, they numbered barely 60, a loss of nearly half. Elder Yu shook his head in silence, lamenting the massacre of the young generation that Meng Canglan had cared for so deeply. Meanwhile, Meng Xing was preoccupied with slaying beasts to secure her entry into Wulian Mountain, even fleeing from encounters with members of other families. In contrast, Meng Fengyi had begun to take lethal action against disciples from other families, becoming a veritable harbinger of death. All who glimpsed her were filled with dread. Whispers of her deadly prowess spread throughout the Zhoushan Mountains. With a resounding kick, she shattered the ribcage of a Zhou family disciple, who fell lifeless to the ground. Another Zhou disciple, witnessing the brutal demise of his comrade, stood frozen in shock. As the golden-clad youth approached, he stammered, "Why, you are Meng Fengyi." The youth's indifferent gaze met that of the Zhou disciple, who then stammered, "K-killer." With a cry of fear, the Zhou disciple turned to flee using his family's movement technique. Drenched in cold sweat, darting away like a frightened animal. Only when he glanced back and saw no sign of Meng Fengyi did he allow himself a moment of relief. Yet, when he finally halted, he was horrified to find the golden-clad youth standing before him, back turned. As Meng Fengyi turned, she lifted the Zhou disciple's sword to impale him, her voice devoid of emotion. "Those who oppose the Meng family shall not escape alive." The cold wind swept through the desolate leaves as Meng Fengyi strode over the decaying foliage, murmuring, "Wulian Mountain matters not to me." Awakening from the dream, I shall now yield this opportunity to you. Your relentless pursuit of the monstrous beasts and your entry into the Wulian Mountain serves as the finest protection for the Meng family. As for the other trivial matters that seek to disturb you, I shall leave them to Meng Fengyi. You shall tread your own path, and today, I, Meng Fengyi, will lay down my life to pave the way for you, for I still recall the promise we made those years ago. As long as we, the two brothers, stand together, no one shall dare to threaten the Meng family. The battle raged fiercely. The onslaught against the Meng family intensified, with all the clans initially scattered like sand. now forming alliances, and when they encountered members of the Meng family, they surged forward in a frenzy. Regardless of your formidable prowess, it seemed inevitable that death awaited you. Suddenly, several golden figures burst forth from the dense forest. Each bore a disheveled aura, numbering 4 in total. The foremost of whom was astonishingly a woman clad in golden armor akin to that of Meng Lai. Should any Meng family member be present, they would undoubtedly recognize her as one of the commanders of the Dream Guards, Meng Clan. She was the sole female commander among the elite ranks, and none dared to underestimate her. Within the Dream Guards, Meng Clan's strength was undoubtedly among the top 3. With her cultivation at the 4th level of the condensing Yuan realm, she stood as a formidable force even among the younger generation of the Meng family. On this occasion, accompanied by several disciples, she unexpectedly encountered members of the Han family, led by Han Qingyu. Han Qingyu, in search of Xiao Zijing, had not found her but stumbled upon the Han family's contingent, learning that they were pursuing Meng Clan. Previously, during their skirmish, Meng Clan had suffered a blow from Han Qingyu, and now, bearing injuries, she arrived near this body of water. The disciples' eyes brightened at the sight of the water, for they had been running for quite some time without a drink. "We must leave quickly. We will soon be discovered here," Meng Clan stated solemnly, and the other 3 disciples nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, a mocking voice drifted from nearby. "Heh, I knew you would come here. Indeed, you cannot linger for long, but you have no hope of escaping." As he spoke, Han Qingyu emerged slowly from the other side, followed by 6 others from the Han family. Upon seeing Meng Clan and her companions, a strange smile appeared on their faces. "You have but 2 choices, to fight or to perish." Meng Clan rose slowly, unsheathing her sword, an aura of defiance radiating from her. "Commander, we shall follow you." The other 3 gathered beside Meng Clan, their eyes ablaze with anger as they glared at Han Qingyu. In the water cave, Xiao Zijing gradually opened her eyes and softly inquired, "Meng Lai, how are your injuries?" Behind her, Meng Lai had regained his composure and replied with a smile, "I am perfectly fine now." "Very well, then let us depart." Xiao Zijing brushed the dust from her white attire, standing with piercing eyes as if she could see through the waterfall before them to the world outside. A peculiar smile graced her lips as she mused, "It is time to venture forth and accomplish something." With a single step, the shackles of her cultivation at the 6th level of the condensing Yuan realm shattered. A surge of profound energy emanated from her, causing Meng Lai to feel an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. His pupils constricted. Had Xiao Zijing broken through again? The 7th level of the condensing Yuan realm. Just as Han Qingyu was preparing to engage Meng Clan and her companions, he was suddenly shaken by an extraordinary aura emanating from behind the waterfall. Meng Clan, too, felt this powerful presence and turned her gaze toward the small waterfall in astonishment. "Who is it?" Han Qingyu barked, his brow furrowed in anger. Chapter 049. The Wheel of the Sword Path. After exclaiming, "Who?" Han Qingyu realized he was inexplicably tense, a feeling that surprised him. Despite the formidable aura, it was merely that of a 7th-level cultivator of the condensing Yuan realm. Why would such a presence evoke such trepidation within him, especially when he himself was an 8th-level cultivator? Meng Clan's expression turned ashen, her once captivating beauty now marred by despair. The fiercely competitive Meng Clan, who had never easily surrendered, now felt an overwhelming hopelessness. For she did not believe any members of the Meng family could be present there, and even if they were, they would likely be no match for Han Qingyu, a formidable 8th-level warrior. The atmosphere grew palpably strange. Boom. No words were spoken. The ambience shifted dramatically with the arrival of this newfound aura. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the waterfall, as if someone were attacking the rushing water behind it. A faint sound of swords clashing could be heard, followed by a resounding roar as 7 streams of water erupted from the waterfall, hurtling toward the Han clan members. The Han family members were momentarily taken aback. Thud, 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 thud. What appeared to be gentle streams of water transformed into lethal blades as they shot forth, each imbued with a hidden sword intent. The remaining 6 martial artists of the Han family, all at the virtual martial realm, were effortlessly pierced through the throat by this torrent, their expressions reflecting utter shock before death. They had never imagined that water could be so deadly. Han Qingyu sensed the astonishing sword intent within the water streams, akin to a death-dealing sword aimed at his throat. He raised his hand and struck out with his sword. Clang. The sound rang clear as Han Qingyu deflected the water stream. Humph. He grunted, his arm tingling. He had never anticipated that a 7th-level cultivator could unleash such a potent attack. His expression darkened as he realized the individual behind the waterfall must be from the Meng family, and a remarkably strong one at that. Who could it be? Could it be Meng Xing or Meng Fengyi? He swiftly dismissed those thoughts. If it were Meng Fengyi or Meng Xing, they would have emerged directly, and neither possessed the strength of a 7th-level cultivator. It is a member of the Meng family. Meng Clan's bright eyes sparkled as her previously ashen face regained a hint of color. As a 4th-level cultivator of the condensing Yuan realm, she recognized that Han Qingyu had just suffered a minor setback, and the ability to eliminate 6 members of the Han family with mere streams of water was something she had never witnessed but had heard of before. Someone had once annihilated over a dozen formidable beings with just a few droplets of water. That individual was Meng Canglan, the guardian deity of the Meng family. Now, someone had accomplished what Meng Canglan had once done. Could it be that a new guardian of the Meng family was about to emerge? Remarkable, exclaimed Meng Clan's companions, their eyes glistening with newfound hope for survival. Han Qingyu's expression darkened as he inquired, "Who are you? Do you lack the courage to reveal yourself after launching a sneak attack?" With a rustle, as Han Qingyu's words fell, the small waterfall began to stir. His pupils contracted as, to the astonished gazes of all present, the waterfall parted from both sides, resembling a curtain. The powerful torrents cascaded down, creating a passageway in the middle. The onlookers were left in awe, mouths agape, unable to comprehend how this had come to be. Swish, swish. 2 silhouettes emerged from the water cave behind the waterfall, and as they stepped out, the cascading water swiftly closed behind them, as if nothing had transpired. Han Qingyu's expression shifted, for the leading figure, clad in a flowing white robe resembling a physician's attire, possessed a serene countenance and a pair of inky black eyes that regarded him with indifference. The man behind him was adorned in golden battle armor, typical of a commander from the Dreamland Guard. "It is you." Han Qingyu fixed his gaze upon Xiao Zijing, his voice low and filled with realization. "So you have been pretending to be a fool, and I never expected you to be a master at the condensation realm." He then glanced back at the waterfall behind Xiao Zijing. "What surprises me even more is that you are also skilled in air manipulation. Though the waterfall is modest, its force is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Your ability to part it is indeed astonishing." Meng Lai approached Meng Lan and inquired, "Meng Lan, are you all right?" Meng Lan shook her head to indicate she was fine, yet her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Zijing, curiosity evident as she asked, "Meng Lai, who is this person? Why did he come to assist our Meng family? He appears to be a physician, does he not?" Meng Lai turned to glance at Xiao Zijing, smiling as he replied, "Do you not recognize him? He is Xiao Zijing, the steward of our Meng family, Meng Guetang, the adopted son of the late patriarch Meng Xiaoyao." "It is he," Meng Lan exclaimed, surprise flickering across her features. "I met him once when I was little, but that was many years ago. I had no idea he had grown up." The atmosphere grew tense. Han Qingyu continued to glare at Xiao Zijing, sensing a formidable adversary before him. In contrast, Xiao Zijing appeared unconcerned, and observing Han Qingyu's anxiety, he suddenly smiled and said, "Why are you so tense, Brother Han? I believe my prowess in air manipulation should not alarm you. If you truly wish to be astonished, I shall show you something unforgettable shortly." "I am quite curious to know what that could be." Han Qingyu's voice deepened. "Your own mind," Xiao Zijing replied with a smile. "I would like to see your mind first." Han Qingyu roared, drawing his sword and swiftly advancing towards Xiao Zijing. His true energy surged as he entered the 8th stage of the condensation realm, and the sword in his hand became infused with his energy, slicing towards Xiao Zijing's throat with the force of a tempest. "Xiao, be cautious!" Meng Lan suddenly shouted. Han Qingyu practices the Han family's Luan Xin sword art, which unconsciously entraps your sword within his technique, leading you to follow his moves and lose your initiative. You may find yourself ensnared in his sword domain, unable to escape, while he seizes countless opportunities to strike you down. Do not engage him for too long. Too late. Han Qingyu scoffed. Xiao Zijing casually drew his sword, and as their blades clashed, he felt the intensity of Han Qingyu's killing intent grow stronger with each exchange. He found himself on the defensive, each move requiring utmost caution, as if a single misstep could plunge him into irretrievable peril. Han Qingyu's swordplay became increasingly intricate, as though a sinister force was gradually siphoning his strength away. Xiao Zijing sensed he was becoming ensnared within Han Qingyu's domain. Han Qingyu's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance as he laughed. "I expected more from you. It appears you are not as formidable as I thought. Let me witness the contents of your brain and see what truly astonishes." "This is bad." Meng Lan's complexion paled, recognizing Xiao Zijing's disadvantage. Even Meng Lai appeared tense. Xiao Zijing's lips curled into a subtle smile, and this smile sent a chill through Han Qingyu's heart. "I had expected more from you. Your swordplay pales in comparison to that of the sword master of Lingjian Palace," Xiao Zijing remarked, his tone tinged with disappointment. "What?" Han Qingyu was taken aback. The Nine-Palace sword spirit commented, "How could this lad's swordplay possibly compare to that of the swordmaster?" Break. At that moment, a surge of power erupted from Xiao Zijing's sword, shattering Han Qingyu's domain. The instant the domain crumbled, Xiao Zijing felt as if a shackled bond had finally been released. Han Qingyu's expression changed dramatically. The domain he had painstakingly established had been dismantled in an instant, something he had never encountered before. This toy-like sword domain can be shattered with a mere flick of sword intent. The Nine-Palace sword spirit sneered. With a resounding clash, Xiao Zijing executed the snowy night phantom step, appearing before Han Qingyu like a wraith, his sword slicing through the air, reminiscent of countless flying blades releasing a chorus of sword cries, imbued with boundless killing intent. Chapter 50. Sword pointing at King Yen. Han Qingyu's pupils dilated as a chilling dread enveloped him. Before him loomed numerous sword marks, rushing towards him like a tempest. The oppressive killing intent transformed into thunder, reverberating in his ears, as Xiao Zijing's strike shattered Han Qingyu's mental limits, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of futility. Nevertheless, as a master of the 8th stage of the condensation realm, Han Qingyu gritted his teeth and raised his sword, channeling his true energy in a desperate attempt to counter Xiao Zijing's assault. Clang! A crisp sound resonated, and a sinister smile crept across Xiao Zijing's lips, causing Meng Clan and Meng Lai, who were watching from the sidelines, to feel a pang of unease, sensing that this smile heralded ill tidings. True to their instincts, Han Qingyu's expression suddenly shifted, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Humph! Xiao Zijing reversed his grip, striking Han Qingyu's chest with the hilt of his sword. Han Qingyu staggered back, his sword slipping from his grasp, as he was forced to retreat several steps, his spirit seemingly crushed, almost collapsing to the ground. Struggling to lift his eyelids, he gazed at Xiao Zijing and murmured, "What just happened? I feel as if my mind has been struck by something. What strange sword technique is this? There is no need for me to disclose that to you." Xiao Zijing slowly approached Han Qingyu, who was now utterly drained of strength. The previous blow had shattered all of Han Qingyu's true energy. Han Qingyu's expression turned icy as he stated, "Xiao Zijing, you clearly had the opportunity to kill me just now, yet you chose not to. What is your true intention?" Xiao Zijing smiled faintly, his enchanting grin radiating under the sunlight, yet to Han Qingyu, it appeared utterly sinister. "It is not that I did not wish to kill you. Rather, you hold no value to me." "I noticed the presence of someone lurking nearby," he remarked, glancing towards the dense forest not far off. "Shall I clarify further? If I had struck you down earlier, it is likely that you would not have perished, for someone is there preparing to rescue you. It would be better to bring him out, so I can kill you without reservation. King Yen, I can sense your presence. Such keen perception. Even while I concealed my aura, you were able to detect my existence." As soon as Xiao Zijing finished speaking, the voice of King Yen echoed from the dense forest, laced with a hint of admiration and a mocking undertone, as if Xiao Zijing had piqued the king's interest. This voice sent a shiver down the spines of Meng Clan and Meng Lai, for among all present, the threat posed by King Yen was undoubtedly the greatest. His unexpected and terrifying eye techniques could strike down a person before they even realized it. With deliberate steps, King Yen emerged from the foliage, commenting, "I sensed a significant surge of true energy over there, so I decided to investigate. To my surprise, it turns out you and Han Qingyu are engaged in battle. Your strength has taken me aback. It seems you had concealed your true abilities back then. Remarkably, you have finally reached a level worthy of me wanting to kill you." Xiao Zijing held his sword before him, gazing at King Yen with unwavering resolve. "Let us see if you possess the capability. Don't assume that having eye techniques makes you formidable." King Yen chuckled heartily. "Why would I need such techniques to slay an insignificant creature like you? In my eyes, your eye techniques are hardly impressive. Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed Meng Fengyi to escape." Xiao Zijing smirked, a hint of disdain in his eyes. As expected, his words ignited King Yan's fury. The king was deeply displeased with the fact that he had failed to capture Meng Fengyi and had instead exhausted his soul energy in the process. Now, Xiao Zijing dared to mock him openly, provoking his wrath. "You seek death," King Yen bellowed, drawing his blood-red battle blade, which seemed imbued with the vengeful spirits of countless souls. The moment it was unsheathed, Xiao Zijing sensed the acrid scent of blood. His expression darkened. It was evident that this weapon had been stained with much blood, revealing King Yen as a formidable foe. As King Yen approached with a fierce yell, his figure flickered, and with a powerful kick, he shattered a piece of blue stone beneath him. With a whoosh, the sound of his swift movement echoed as he propelled himself along the ground, his aura thick with murderous intent. The palpable stench of blood and malice rushed toward Xiao Zijing, who did not dare underestimate such an opponent. Besides King Yan's eye techniques, He was a peak condensation realm expert, having honed his skills through practices far beyond those of ordinary clan members. Thus, Xiao Zijing shed any frivolous thoughts and prepared to engage seriously. Boom! The ground trembled slightly as King Yan's battle blade descended with overwhelming malice. Its force so great that it could cleave steel. Xiao Zijing executed the snowy knight surging step, gliding like an eel across the ground, evading King Yan's powerful strikes. It was clear that King Yan had trained in body-strengthening techniques, and Xiao Zijing chose not to clash directly, but to entangle him with agility. A strange sound suddenly resonated in Xiao Zijing's ears. Although his sword heart had shattered into 8 pieces, one shard remained within Lingjian Palace. This quivering of the sword heart warned him of impending danger. Without hesitation, he altered his steps and retreated, but it was too late. A sharp pain lanced through his waist, and blood began to seep forth. Frowning, he realized he had narrowly avoided a fatal blow that could have severed his abdomen. This boy can actually condense blade energy, the 9 Palaces' sword soul remarked, astonished. To manifest sword or blade energy, one typically needed the profound, true energy of the ocean realm. Xiao Zijing raised his head, his expression darkening. King Yan, undeterred, charged at him with a chilling smile. Previously, King Yan had not unleashed his true blade energy. His strength was merely at the peak of the condensation realm, barely a half step into the ocean realm. The blade energy was yet to be fully formed, merely extending from the weapon itself. Xiao Zijing realized he had underestimated King Yan, and he bore the wound on his back. "You are the one courting death," Xiao Zijing suddenly declared, a true killing intent radiating from him. The previous notion of evasion vanished. A man must fight honorably. With a flick of his wrist, his long sword refracted the sunlight, dazzlingly bright. Fight! 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 A surge of battle spirit erupted within Xiao Zijing, true energy surging wildly as he charged towards the approaching King Yan with his sword raised. Kill! Die! At this moment, the 2 fervent warriors clashed. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted from their center, causing Meng Clan and Meng Clan nearby to sense the eruption of their full power. Punching you, drenched in cold sweat, realized that Xiao Zijing had not been truly battling him earlier, otherwise he would have perished long ago. King Yan's sword technique was ferocious, each strike imbued with bloody malice that stifled the breath and gradually sapped morale, ultimately leading to death. Yet, this murderous aura had no effect on Xiao Zijing, who remained unfazed even in the presence of the soul-chilling energy emitted by the statue of the prison Xian sword master. Coupled with the snowy knight surging step, Xiao Zijing's sword techniques became increasingly lethal. His sharp swordplay was unyielding, every move a lethal strike. King Yan, trembling with fear, silently questioned why his murderous aura had no impact on Xiao Zijing. At that moment, Xiao Zijing's heart was as steadfast as a rock, blood staining the heavens. As King Yan attempted to unleash his blade techniques, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted, as if a million tormented souls surged forth, howling toward Xiao Zijing. Xiao Zijing's gaze turned icy as waves of chill radiated outward from him. A heavy sword intent exploded forth, severing the ties holding back his long hair, causing the very air around him to tremble, wielding the sword across the land. In that instant, an astonishing sword intent coalesced around Xiao Zijing. His long hair billowed, his white attire danced, and an overwhelming sword intent surged upward, transforming him into a divine sword master. The fierce sword intent caused King Yan's complexion to shift dramatically. Xiao Zijing was capable of manifesting sword intent, a revelation that left King Yan aghast. To condense sword intent represented a foundational understanding of the sword path, a notion not to be underestimated. It symbolized the bearer's ticket to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. With his profound, true energy, Xiao Zijing unleashed the wielding the sword across the land, infused with piercing sword intent. One strike, akin to cleaving water with a blade. One strike, as if countless leaves were falling. One strike, intent on severing mountains and rivers. Xiao Zijing's sword unleashed an overwhelming aura, the dazzling sword light colliding with the blood-red blade radiance in the sky. Her eyes, sharp as the blade itself, poured forth her true energy without reservation. The swordplay resonated with the sound of rushing waters and the echo of mountains and rivers breaking apart. A vast intent of the sword cleaved through the blood-colored heavens, as if she were parting the very sky. Suddenly, the long sword in Xiao Zijing's hand erupted with a piercing sword cry, flashing with the brilliance of the sun, accompanied by an intense murderous intent aimed directly at King Yan's throat. Xiao Zijing's sword approached with relentless precision. King Yan's blade technique faltered, and a notch appeared on the blood-red sword in his grasp. At that moment, a chilling murderous aura enveloped him, a palpable sensation akin to needles piercing his neck. With a resounding thud, King Yin stomped the ground, propelling himself backward with the swiftness of the wind. Yet, Xiao Zijing's sword was swifter still, her snowy knight surging step far beyond what King Yin could hope to rival. "You cannot outrun my sword," she declared, shaking her head. "Is that so?" The bright light flashed across King Yan's eyes, but at that instant, Xiao Zijing noticed his pupils had transformed into a golden hue. Her brow furrowed in alarm. She realized that if caught by that unexpected eye technique, the consequences would be dire. Changing her footwork, she twisted her ankle at a full 360 degrees, only to find her sword unexpectedly ensnared within a sudden wall of sand. Humph! Xiao Zijing attempted to withdraw her sword, but the sand wall held it fast, as if it were locked within. Die! A fierce shout erupted, and as she turned, she saw King Yan's battle blade before her. Its lethal edge combined with his overwhelming true energy capable of cleaving her in two. In this moment, King Yan was equally fervent, his eyes gleaming with greedy malice. Yet, Xiao Zijing remained unfazed, calmly watching as King Yan's weapon approached. With a subtle twist of her sword, she uttered, "Break." As her words fell, the entire sand wall crumbled instantaneously. Boom! A resounding crack echoed as a silver light flashed before King Yan, followed by a sharp sound, and blood splattered forth. Xiao Zijing's sword had severed the blood-red blade. King Yan's arm was slashed by her sword, blood cascading from his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he staggered back a few steps, while Xiao Zijing observed the scene with composure, showing no intent to pursue. "To think your sword is so sharp, a truly rare blade. Your swordplay astonishes me. I did not expect the Meng family to harbor such talent. I initially believed only Meng Fengyi was worthy of my attention, yet here stands another," King Yin mused, silence enveloping him for a moment before discarding his bloodied weapon and adding with nonchalance, "I am curious as to why you carry two swords. The one on your back remains unused." Xiao Zijing cast a glance at the sword of divine punishment behind her. "It is not that I do not use it. Rather, you lack the qualification to compel me to do so. Is that so? Then I am even more curious. Once I have dealt with you, I shall draw it myself." King Yin chuckled, lowering his gaze. "That depends on whether you possess the capacity to kill me," Xiao Zijing replied. But she soon caught sight of a peculiar smile spreading across King Yan's face. His pupils constricted, swirling ominously. A sudden jolt coursed through Xiao Zijing as towering walls of sand surged from all directions, rapidly converging upon her and King Yin. "Unless you can fly like Meng Feng, you shall become an art piece here today," he taunted. What an annoying eye technique, Xiao Zijing thought, observing the encroaching tide of sand, realizing her escape routes had vanished. Nearby, Meng Lai and Meng Lan displayed expressions of despair, with Meng Lai slumped on the ground murmuring, "It's over, it's over." Xiao Zijing has nowhere to flee this time. Meng Lan's gaze reflected a complexity of emotions. Boom! The walls of sand closed in, even encasing King Yin within their embrace, coalescing into a mountain of sand. Moments later, a hole appeared, and a wounded King Yin emerged from within the sandy mound, glancing back at the colossal structure with a grin. "Xiao Zijing, I have expended all my soul power to prepare this feast for you. Now savor it well." Inside the sand mountain, Xiao Zijing found herself bound and unable to move. What a troublesome predicament. "Sword Soul, you claimed you could resolve this. Hurry and assist me," she implored the Nine Palaces Sword Soul. "Rest assured," came the voice of the Sword Soul, followed by a chuckle. "Do you now comprehend the terror of the eye technique? A mere control of sand technique can defeat you. Encounter a more formidable one, and you would be obliterated in an instant." "Humph," Xiao Zijing scoffed. "Once my sword heart's power increases, I will shatter this sand mountain without your aid. Indeed, your recent destruction of a sand wall nearly depleted your entire sword heart power. Prepare to recover slowly," the Sword Soul stated, its tone turning serious. "I shall now implant a small portion of my sword's soul power within you. As I mentioned, once you activate the Lingjian Palace, I will unlock the power of the eye technique. Now, expend your soul energy to manifest my eye technique." "Why must I draw upon my soul power? Can't you use your own?" Xiao Zijing complained, to which the Sword Soul responded with resignation. "Using mine is also an option. But my soul power regenerates at an excruciatingly slow pace, taking years. Currently, I am merely a sword soul. If my soul power is exhausted, I will fall into a deep slumber. Should anything happen to you while I am dormant, it will be on you. The choice is yours." "Fine. I will handle it myself," Xiao Zijing conceded. As her words fell, a tremor coursed through her soul, a sensation akin to something invasive entering her being, leaving her feeling uncomfortable as if part of her control had slipped away. Remarkably, her pupils were no longer the deep black of before. "When I was black, The other white, resembling a taiji diagram, yet devoid of the characteristic dots, appearing exceedingly eerie as they began to rotate. Xiao Zijing felt that even without employing the eye technique, her soul energy was being consumed. Because this eye technique belongs to me, I am temporarily lending it to you. Even if unused, it will still draw from your soul energy. With your current peak soul power, you may barely be able to use it once, and its range will not exceed 500 meters. The sword's soul informed her. This eye technique is called ever-changing infinity. I will now instruct you on its use. Outside the sand mountain, King Yin surveyed the structure with a cold smirk, twisting his pupils as he declared, "Die." Boom. The entire sand mountain erupted in brilliance. The golden sand within bursting forth with tremendous power, ready to explode. Meanwhile, within the sand mountain, Xiao Zijing's pupils began to swirl. Activate. Today. There will be an additional chapter before 8 o'clock. Chapter 052, Infinite Killing Intent. Boom. A deafening roar reverberated through the air, causing the very ground to tremble. The sound traveled far and wide, seemingly reaching every corner of the Zhoushan mountain range. The beasts within the mountains poked their heads out, curious about the commotion, while birds flapped their wings and soared into the sky. The massive sand mound erupted, leaving those who heard the sound in a state of shock. What could possibly create such a tremendous noise? It was undoubtedly Yin Wang. At the edge of a small stream, Meng Fengyi's expression shifted as she raised her head to the source of the sound. From the aura emanating from that direction, she was certain it was Yin Wang. Her face paled, for she knew that only 3 individuals within the Meng family could unleash such a powerful technique capable of battling against Yin Wang. Herself, Meng Xing, and perhaps Meng Xian. Damn it, who could it be? Meng Fengyi gritted her teeth and immediately executed the Snow Knight's swift steps, darting toward the direction of the explosion. A howl echoed as a sword cleaved through the chest of a Lingfeng leopard, which slowly collapsed, its eyes dulling with the hue of death. A young man then seized his sword and extracted the inner core from the beast, placing it into a large net bag behind him. The bag was filled with a myriad of inner cores, all colors and varieties, numbering in the hundreds. After stowing the core, the youth gazed toward the distant explosion, a hint of concern crossing his brow as he murmured, "Who in the Meng family could it be? Is it Meng Fengyi or Meng Xian? Who could force Yin Wang to this extent?" A member of the Su family, astonished, muttered to himself. In the mountains, a small team stealthily traversed the terrain, comprising a dozen individuals clad in Su family attire, accompanied by a member of the Han family. Strangely, the group was adorned in vibrant colors, creating an odd spectacle. The leader had a completely green face, a yellow neck, and white arms, resembling a palette of dyes. "Stay close behind and make no noise. If we disturb the beasts, we shall not fare well," the leader admonished. "Brother Su Pingji, have we been poisoned?" A youth behind him lamented. "Humph, poisoned. Clearly, that scoundrel Xiao Zijing deceived us. We are not poisoned, but when the time comes and we lack the antidote, we'll all be rendered a riot of colors. It must be that the pills were laced with 100 flower powder, turning us into this grotesque state. When I see him next, I shall settle the score." Su Pingji replied coldly. "As long as it's not fatal," Su Qing sighed in relief. Trailing behind, Han Shishuan muttered aimlessly, his words lost to the distance. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated nearby, prompting the group to glance curiously in that direction. Su Pingji sighed. "It seems there are skilled fighters engaged in battle over there. I never expected such a tremendous sound to arise." In another part of the forest, a group was resting. The leader, clad in the attire of the city lord's residence, was encircled by individuals dressed in the robes of healers. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked up toward the source of the explosion, exchanging glances. A cautious physician asked, "General Tang, shall we investigate? It seems there is an intense battle occurring, but we do not know which family's disciples are involved." Tang Zong remained silent, his gaze drawn toward the distance, intrigued by the overwhelming force. Even he felt a chill at the thought of facing such a powerful assault. After contemplating several thoughts, he ultimately decided to take action. "Let us go and see. Such a loud explosion surely means there will be casualties. We must hurry to minimize the losses for all the families." "Understood." The physicians responded in unison. Just as Tang Zong was about to rise, his expression suddenly froze as he turned to a nearby thicket where sunlight barely penetrated, casting a perpetual gloom. Slowly, he stood, and the physicians, noticing his serious demeanor, instinctively drew closer, wary of any formidable beasts that might emerge. Gradually, a humanoid figure stepped out from the woods, moving with such grace that no sound accompanied its approach. Tang Zong narrowed his eyes, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a human. However, Tang Zong's heart raced as the newcomer exuded an aura of danger that made him feel as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Having reached the mid-stage of the Songhai realm, he had not experienced such a sensation in quite some time. I thought it was some creature resting here, but it appears to be a team of physicians. I extend my greetings. A serene voice emerged from the figure, whose features were finally illuminated by the sunlight. The onlookers were taken aback by the sight. A young woman clad in a pristine golden dress that shimmered softly in the light, exuding an aura of elegance. Her exquisite features bore a hint of youthful innocence, and her dark eyes seemed untouched by worldly dust. It is Miss Meng Xian. Several younger physicians' eyes lit up, and they quickly rose to pay their respects. Meng Xian offered a faint smile. You have all been working tirelessly these past days. I, on behalf of the Meng family, wish to express my gratitude. Miss Meng Xian, you are too kind, the physicians replied, bowing in acknowledgement. Meng Xian's gaze swept over the group, but she noticed the absence of Xiao Zijing. A pang of unease gripped her heart. Could it be that those from the city lord's residence had truly laid hands on her uncle? Curiously, she inquired, strange, all of you are here. Yet why is the physician from Menggui Hall not among you? The group exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Only a few sighed heavily, ultimately directing their gaze toward Tang Zong. Tang Zong's expression darkened, but with the matter at hand, he had no choice but to address Meng Xian. Physician Xiao was attacked by a venomous python while gathering fruits for everyone and unfortunately fell from a cliff. It is feared he has met with a tragic end. I, Tang Zong, bear an undeniable responsibility for this incident. Upon returning to the city lord's residence, I will personally apologize and accept the lord's punishment. However, a life lost cannot be restored, and I hope Miss Meng Xian can find solace in this matter. I see, Meng Xian murmured, her head bowed in melancholy. Miss Meng Xian, please accept our condolences, the group urged her. Meng Xian lifted her head, and though her expression was inscrutable, she smiled and said, You need not worry about me. I am well. Turning to Tang Zong, she added, General Tang, if upon our return, the city lord holds you accountable for this incident, it may tarnish your reputation and credibility. Tang Zong was uncertain about Meng Xian's intentions and inquired, What do you propose, Miss Meng Xian? With a light chuckle, Meng Xian's eyes glimmered with mischief. Since physician Xiao of the Meng family fell due to misfortune, General Tang, knowing you cannot evade responsibility, why not take your own life with your sword? This way, your reputation would remain intact. I am aware this is no easy task for you, but today, Miss Meng Xian is willing to lend you a helping hand. The physicians present were momentarily taken aback, each gazing incredulously at Meng Xian. Tang Zong clenched his fists tightly, coolly remarking, Miss Meng Xian, I find this joke rather unamusing. Meng Xian let out a soft chuckle, an overwhelming surge of true energy erupting within her. Her aura began to swell dramatically, and her inky hair danced wildly, emanating an unfathomable killing intent from her smile. This murderous aura exceeded the limits of Meng Xian's apparent strength, enveloping those present in a palpable dread, as if they had descended into an endless abyss. Their eyes wide with horror as they beheld her. The joke may not be funny, but witnessing it in action will surely prove far more intriguing, Meng Xian declared, her proud visage now laced with a chilling malevolence. Tang Zong's heart quaked with trepidation as he realized Meng Xian had transformed into a figure of death incarnate. The hatred radiating from her eyes seemed genuine, leaving him to wonder if she shared a connection with that enigmatic Xiao Zijing. Yet, Tang Zong had no reason to fear Meng Xian. After all, she was merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi-gathering realm. While he was a formidable warrior in the mid-stage of the Sea realm, could he truly be intimidated by this young girl? Meng Xian, Tang Zong addressed her, his eyes regaining their composure, his tone icy as he continued, It was never my intention to intervene in the cleansing of the Meng family. My sole duty is to protect the medical team. However, since you seem so oblivious to the situation, do not blame me for lacking compassion. You brought this upon yourself. When you find yourself in the netherworld, you'll have Xiao Zijing for company. I have my own matters to attend to and will not descend just yet, Meng Xian replied, shaking her head resolutely. At that moment, an overwhelming aura surged forth from her true energy accelerating in a rapid flow. A latent, oppressive force began to erupt from within her, and the surrounding atmosphere thickened with her escalating power. Tang Zong stood in stunned silence, realizing that her aura was continuously rising. And even more alarming was the sound of tumultuous waves emanating from her true energy. The cacophony resembled countless rivers converging into an ocean. Meng Xian lifted her chin slightly, a golden aura swirling around her strength intensifying, embodying a purity that seemed sacred, reminiscent of an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. The onlookers were left in astonishment, perplexed by the unfolding events, while only Tang Zong felt the cold sweat trickling down his brow. She has truly broken through. Tang Zong recognized that this was no mere temporary ascent. Meng Xian possessed the innate strength of the Sea Realm, having merely refrained from breaking through during her time at the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm. The trials of the Zhoushan assembly permitted participation only up to that level. He acknowledged that he had underestimated this enigmatic woman. I cannot allow her to succeed. Tang Zong's thoughts raced, realizing that should Meng Xian ascend to the Sea Realm, she would become a formidable adversary. Her aura grew increasingly formidable, her true energy threatening to manifest as an oceanic force. At that moment, Tang Zong finally decided to act, disregarding any semblance of dignity associated with his position. If he did not strike now, Meng Xian's ascension to the Sea Realm would spell trouble. Prepare to die? Just as the crowd remained bewildered, Tang Zong launched the first assault, his aura surpassing Meng Xian's. As a mid-stage Sea Realm warrior, his true energy surged like a tidal wave. With a flash of ferocity in his eyes, he moved swiftly before Meng Xian, opting not to wield a weapon. As his fists were his greatest arms, he was a practitioner of physical cultivation. It was as if a collapsing world swept towards her. Despite not having completed her breakthrough, Meng Xian remained unperturbed in the face of Tang Zong's assault, exuding an air of confidence. Her eyes glinted with lethal intent as she murmured, "Ridiculous." With a cold smile, Meng Xian evaded Tang Zong's punch with the grace of a leaf dancing in the wind. Tang Zong scoffed, his fist striking nothing but air. As he had anticipated her evasion, his body contorted in a manner defying the norms of human flexibility, astonishing all who witnessed, as he twisted at an impossible angle. Tang Zong unleashed a sweeping kick aimed at Meng Xian. A flicker of cold light flashed in her eyes. The 9 movements technique? She mused. This skill was one she had only heard of and never witnessed in practice. Today, she would gain new insights. Raising her slender arm, revealing her porcelain-like palm, she gently struck Tang Zong's sweeping kick. A resounding impact echoed as she felt a tremendous force surge from his leg. Utilizing this momentum, she gracefully propelled herself backward several steps. However, Tang Zong sensed that her gentle touch bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, nearly causing him to lose his balance. His expression darkened. Meng Xian was indeed not as easily handled as he had presumed. Nevertheless, as a seasoned commander, Tang Zong quickly regained his equilibrium, slithering towards Meng Xian with serpentine agility, launching a series of bizarre attacks. Meng Xian, undaunted, responded effortlessly to his onslaught, demonstrating no signs of struggle. Although Tang Zong's strikes were powerful, none found their mark on her. Utilizing her ethereal footwork, she evaded his blows as nimbly as an eel, absorbing the force of his strikes with grace. Suddenly, Tang Zong paused, initially believing Meng Xian's lack of counterattack was due to his dominance. However, as he noted the increasing solidity of her true energy, he realized he had been deceived. Meng Xian was not merely at a disadvantage. She was consolidating her newfound strength in the Sea Realm. Should she succeed, he would find himself in dire straits. Prepare to die? Tang Zong's fury erupted as his aura surged violently, his true energy flooding forth, his eyes turning crimson, his imposing presence catching everyone off guard, even Meng Xian, who had not anticipated this shift. Upon closer inspection, she narrowed her eyes, discerning that Tang Zong had employed a secret technique to temporarily augment his power, though it was evident how rapidly his true energy was depleting. With a thunderous crash, Tang Zong's speed escalated dramatically, his wild demeanor instilling fear in all who beheld him. He unleashed a punch filled with raw, unyielding force, aimed directly at Meng Xian's face. Her brow furrowed as the force of his punch whipped her hair into a frenzy. Raising her hand, she met his strike with her delicate palm, yet the impact caused her to recoil several steps, her hand tingling from the force of the blow. The sound of something tearing through the air was accompanied by Tang Zong's frenzied assault yet again. He laughed maniacally. Do you truly believe you can escape? My current state is at least twice as strong as before. Even a late-stage expert of the oceanic realm would find little advantage against me. So, Meng Xian, prepare to meet your demise. It is truly pitiful that you have just broken through to the oceanic realm in this lifetime, only to be snuffed out before you could even stabilize your breath. Is that so? A calm voice escaped Meng Xian's lips as she slowly lifted her gaze. In that instant, her aura stabilized, and a tumultuous power swirled around her. A flicker of malice flashed in Tang Zong's eyes as he furiously declared, "Even if you have stabilized, you will still die." Breakthrough fist. The very bones in his body crackled as he drew his arm back, unleashing a punch imbued with a razor-sharp intensity toward Meng Xian. Let this end. Meng Xian took a deep breath and responded, If you wish to clash head-on, then so be it. With that, she advanced rather than retreating, her delicate palm colliding with his fist, while her inner energy surged violently. 8 parts mountain collapse. A deathly sound echoed from Meng Xian's mouth. This technique, learned from Meng Canglan, was a testament to her prowess. Although it was said that one could only master one martial art, as the clan leader, how could he restrict his offspring to a single style? Meng Xian had evidently mastered this technique, which Meng Fengyi also practiced. As the time reached midnight, a rumbling sound erupted. The 8 parts mountain collapse manifested from Meng Xian, her palm resonating with the sound of wind and thunder. Tang Zong's punch was fierce, aiming to shatter the heavens. Although he sensed the formidable power behind Meng Xian's strike, he felt no fear, believing his strength to be nearly equivalent to that of a late-stage oceanic realm expert. Could he truly fear a woman who had just attained the initial stage? Bang! The two forces collided. Tang Zong's punch nearly shattered Meng Xian's arm, causing her complexion to pale as she felt the overwhelming force seep into her bones, creating fractures. Were it not for the protective energy of the 8 parts mountain collapse, that strike could have pierced through her arm. Thankfully, the energy from her technique surged forth, ravenously consuming Tang Zong's force. Bang! 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 The might of the 8 parts mountain collapse finally erupted. Tang Zong's expression darkened as he realized the technique Meng Xian wielded was of an extremely high caliber. Multiple waves of energy erupted from her palm, neutralizing the majority of his punch's power. The 4th wave not only countered his force, but even sent a backlash toward him. Bang! The 5th wave. Cracks appeared in the armor before Tang Zong, his pupils dilating as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Bang! The 6th wave. His armor shattered completely, and his chest caved in, causing him to spit blood. Meng Xian did not flinch, allowing the crimson droplets to stain her golden gown. Tang Zong felt an irresistible force coursing through him, wreaking havoc on his meridians. Meng Xian's gaze turned icy as she addressed him. Go and accompany my uncle in death. From the moment you pushed him off the cliff, you should have prepared for your own demise. Fear was etched across Tang Zong's face. He never anticipated that he would be defeated by Meng Xian despite his full strength. The 6 waves of energy she unleashed were simply too powerful. With a swift motion, Meng Xian revealed a glimmering silver sword that had been coiled around her waist, appearing deceptively delicate yet razor-sharp. In her hands, it resembled a whip. Swiftly severing Tang Zong's head, blood gushed forth as his head rolled to the ground, stopping at the feet of the physicians present. Everyone was stunned. Meng Xian had actually killed Tang Zong, a member of the city lord's mansion. Her icy demeanor elicited no sympathy from the onlookers. They had likely witnessed the death of Xiao Zijing without intervention. As Meng Xian prepared to depart, a sharp pain shot through her arm. Although she had triumphed over Tang Zong, the force of his final punch had been formidable. While Meng Fengyi's 8 parts mountain collapse could only unleash 3 waves of energy, Meng Xian had astonishingly executed 6. If Meng Fengyi were to learn of this, envy would surely ensue. Within the Meng family, the competition for the title of the foremost young expert had always been between Meng Xing and Meng Fengyi, while Meng Xian had seldom engaged in such trivial contests. Consequently, few were aware of her true strength, only evident when she truly fought. Despite the impressive power of the 8 parts mountain collapse, its strength was delivered in waves, lacking efficiency. Thus, Tang Zong's punch had indeed inflicted injury upon her. Meng Xian gazed at Tang Zong's lifeless body, murmuring to herself. A young physician from the Zhou family approached cautiously. Miss Meng Xian, you are injured. May I assist you? Get away, she replied coldly. The young physician retreated, intimidated. At that moment, no one dared to confront this young lady who had transformed from a gentle noblewoman into a formidable force, capable of dispatching the city lord's general in an instant. Uncle, Xianer has avenged you, Meng Xian whispered, preparing to leave when suddenly, a voice caught her attention. Who? She barked, and as her words fell, a cloaked figure emerged not far behind her, eyes glinting with malice. Meanwhile, a powerful figure in black had also confronted Meng Fengyi, blocking her path as she made her way toward Yan Wang. Meng Xing halted mid-step, sensing a presence behind him. He turned to find a black-clad figure looming nearby, radiating a subtle yet lethal aura. Unfazed, he smiled. What? Is the city lord finally ready to take action? The black figure narrowed his eyes and rasped, submit and perish. Meng Lan and Meng Lai gazed in shock at the explosion that had engulfed the entire sand mound, blood and visceral remains staining the golden grains. They were stunned. Xiao Zijing had truly perished. They had hoped to utilize his power for the benefit of the Meng family, yet he had met such a gruesome end. Only Yan Wang wore a relaxed, cold smile, fully aware of the devastating power of his attack. Even a strong expert trapped within its grasp would meet their end. Let alone the mere 7th stage condensing Yuan realm Xiao Zijing, whose demise was entirely expected. This is the fate of those who oppose me, Xiao Zijing. To die beneath my hand is an honor you should relish, Yin Wang muttered to himself. As soon as Yin Wang's voice fell, a remarkably familiar sound echoed from a distance. Indeed, the power is quite impressive. If I were truly trapped within, I would have undoubtedly been obliterated. But frankly, Yin Wang, you have yet to perish, and I, Xiao Zijing, have no intention of embracing death just yet. The chilling words sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Following the source of the voice, Meng Lan and Meng Lai were startled, exclaiming, "Are we being haunted in broad daylight?" Yin Wang, equally taken aback, instinctively stumbled back a couple of steps. To everyone's disbelief, Xiao Zijing stood unscathed beneath a tree, leisurely enjoying the shade. Yin Wang, his face a mask of disbelief, muttered in a daze, How is this possible? I distinctly sealed you within my sand mountain, and I saw the ground littered with corpses." Suddenly, Yin Wang froze, his gaze darting to the remnants of shattered bodies and torn garments in the sand mountain, his mind buzzing as he regarded Xiao Zijing's enigmatic smile. Then, scanning the area, he asked in astonishment, "Where's Han Qingyu?" At Yin Wang's inquiry, Meng Lai and the others began searching for Han Qingyu, only to realize he seemed to have vanished. They hadn't noticed when he had left, especially considering he had been gravely injured by Xiao Zijing, making any escape unlikely. Xiao Zijing smiled faintly and pointed to the remnants of flesh in the sand pile, saying, "Didn't you just blow Han Qingyu to bits? Why then do you ask me where he is?" Yin Wang was utterly perplexed. He remembered clearly sealing Xiao Zijing within the sand mountain before detonating it. How was it that Xiao Zijing was now outside, while Han Qingyu seemingly met his demise at his hands? What on earth was happening? This secret was known only to Xiao Zijing, who had just employed the 9 Palace Sword Soul's eye technique. Chapter 055. A future to circumvent. This was Xiao Zijing's first time using the eye technique, and she was astonished by the immense expenditure of spiritual power it required. Her soul energy, typically abundant in the late stages of the Sea of Stars realm, had been entirely depleted. Had she not activated it early, allowing her spiritual energy to drain a bit longer, she might not have been able to perform the technique at all. Before employing the technique, the 9 Palace Sword Soul had warned her of a mere 500-meter range, which she hadn't fully grasped until the technique was in motion. It was then that she perceived everyone and everything within that radius vividly in her mind. Naturally, she spotted Han Qingyu. With a mere thought, she exchanged positions with him, and immediately felt a terrifying force yank her from this time and space, inexplicably placing her where Han Qingyu had stood. She then witnessed Yin Wang detonate the sand mountain, leading to Han Qingyu's tragic end. The 9 Palace Sword Soul indicated that as Xiao Zijing's spiritual power grew stronger, the range of this technique would expand, making it an excellent means of self-preservation. However, the consumption of spiritual energy was extraordinarily vast, and it should generally be reserved for dire situations. Xiao Zijing finally understood the significance of this warning. Her complete depletion of spiritual energy was leaving her feeling somewhat dizzy. Yet, she felt no concern, for Yin Wang appeared no better off than she was. Previously, when confronting Meng Fengyi, his spiritual energy had also been wholly expended, and he was now in a state of overexertion, likely worse than her own. Nevertheless, Xiao Zijing couldn't help but envy Yin Wang, as his eye technique did not deplete his spiritual energy to such an extent and could be employed repeatedly. In contrast, although the 9 Palace Sword Soul's technique was remarkable, it drained her of all her power after a single use. If only she could utilize it continuously. Upon realizing Xiao Zijing's thoughts, the 9 Palace Sword Soul nearly succumbed to exasperation. How could she dare to compare her eye technique to Yin Wang's inferior one? Quickly, we must leave this place. Many are approaching from this direction. Soon, powerful members from other families will arrive, and escape will be difficult. There are still a few members of the Meng family here. The voice of the 9 Palace Sword Soul echoed in Xiao Zijing's mind. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Zijing replied, "What about Yin Wang? Although his eye technique is currently depleted, I cannot possibly dispose of him in such a short time, as he is a peak condensation realm warrior. If the powerful members from other families arrive, our Meng family will likely show up as well. Meng Fengyi and Meng Xian might also come. If we unite, even the members from various families will think twice before acting recklessly. Let's go." Meng Fengyi, Meng Xing, and Meng Xian are all ensnared. The 9 Palace Sword Soul's immense spiritual power encompassed the entire Zhoushan mountain range, allowing it to discern everyone's movements. It continued, previously, Meng Xian killed Tang Zong and was injured. Now he is trapped by a cloaked figure and is in a perilous situation. We must hurry to assist him, Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Upon hearing the 9 Palace Sword Soul's words, Xiao Zijing's expression darkened, murmuring, "It seems the people from Wu Lian Mountain have made their move." The people from Wu Lian Mountain? Otherwise, there would be no need for disguises. They must fear being recognized. If the City Lord's mansion intended to strike, they wouldn't need to conceal their identities, especially since numerous families and the City Lord's mansion are preparing to sever ties with the Meng family. It is likely that a family or the City Lordly Howren has colluded with the people from Wu Lian Mountain, offering them benefits to turn against my Meng family. The rules in the open cannot be broken, hence they resort to covert actions. Xiao Zijing calmly analyzed, and the truth of the matter indeed aligned closely with her deductions. "Let us depart." Xiao Zijing commanded Meng Lan and Meng Lai, who instinctively nodded in agreement. Xiao Zijing had clearly assumed the role of their leader. And even the typically headstrong Meng Lan remained silent, following Xiao Zijing into the depths of the forest. Casting a cold glance back at Yin Wang, Xiao Zijing stated blandly, "Yin Wang, for today, I shall spare your life. Should we cross paths again, your fortune will not be so favorable." With that, Xiao Zijing led her companions into the thicket, leaving Yin Wang seated on the ground, still bewildered. He could not comprehend why he had seemingly killed Han Qingyu instead of Xiao Zijing. In scarcely a moment, numerous experts from various families converged upon the scene. Among the Han family, even Han Shiyang made an appearance, accompanied by several young elites from the clan. However, it was evident that Han Shiyang had little to say to them, as the young warriors harbored no fondness for him. Han Fengzi and Su Yaosheng also arrived, alongside formidable figures from the City Lord's mansion. Upon spotting Yin Wang, the members from the City Lord's mansion paused briefly before approaching him with reverence. Addressing him as Senior Yin, Yin Wang lifted his gaze, revealing a frosty glare. After a lengthy silence, he coolly remarked, "If anyone encounters a girl named Xiao Zijing again, the people from the City Lord's mansion are to steer clear of her." The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Among them, Han Shiyang furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Zijing. He scanned the surroundings, quickly assessing the situation. Observing Yin Wang's pale face and injured arm, Han Shiyang harbored a nagging suspicion that Xiao Zijing had caused Yin Wang such considerable trouble. Though it seemed implausible, he clung to his belief, knowing there was a secret surrounding Xiao Zijing. Without a word, Han Shiyang vanished into the crowd, leaving behind a group of individuals watching Yin Wang in silence, each adding Xiao Zijing's name to their mental list of those to be wary of. Have you all memorized this? Upon encountering this individual, it is prudent to flee if possible. Should confrontation be unavoidable, at least 4 must join forces. Yin Wang's gaze swept across the crowd, and an audible gasp echoed within their hearts, leading them to nod in agreement, each speculating about the identity of this mysterious Xiao Zijing, who instilled such fear even in the formidable Yin Wang. Yin Wang, reluctant to elevate another's presence at the expense of his own, nonetheless felt compelled to voice necessary warnings. For he could not bear the thought of the brothers from the City Lord's mansion meeting an untimely end. Xiao Zijing was indeed a terrifying figure, possessing unparalleled swordsmanship and an innate sword intent. Yin Wang sensed that Xiao Zijing had yet to unleash his full potential during combat. And if the City Lord's men were to provoke him without understanding the gravity of the situation, they would likely face dire consequences, as Xiao Zijing would not hesitate to eliminate them as easily as weeds. In the dense forest, Xiao Zijing cautioned Meng Lan and Meng Lai, "Do tread carefully. I shall proceed first." With that, he executed the snowy night starlight step, vanishing before their eyes, leaving the two in stunned silence. Meng Lai plopped down onto the ground, expressing his discontent. "This year's Zhoushan Conference is utterly outrageous. What is this event? It ought to be called the Extermination Conference against the Meng Clan." Noticing that Meng Lan had not responded, he looked up to find her staring vacantly in the direction where Xiao Zijing had disappeared. The sounds of clashing weapons filled the air as 2 figures engaged in a fierce duel, their blades creating a dazzling display of light. One wielded a sword with an ethereal grace, while the other moved with an enigmatic agility, seemingly gliding above the ground as if on a slick layer of ice. The two were evenly matched in their footwork, yet the woman's breath grew increasingly labored, while her opponent's strikes became more ferocious, each blade trailing a menacing aura, like flowers of fierce energy blooming in the air. This adversary was none other than Meng Xian, having expended considerable energy when employing the 8 parts mountain crushing technique. Her right arm was injured. Despite her opponent being merely at the early stages of its Songhai realm, his profound skills far surpassed those of any mere clan member, leaving Meng Xian struggling against the odds and gradually succumbing to defeat. In the second update of the day, with a third still pending, the request for support was evident. Clang. The black-clad man raised his hand, channeling a surge of true energy into another strike that collided with Meng Xian's soft sword. The ferocity of his technique was akin to the power of a mountain being split, causing Meng Xian to feel a sharp pain radiating from her right arm as if it were fracturing. Ultimately, she lost her grip on the violet sword, which was sent flying from her hand. Staggering backward, Meng Xian struggled to maintain her balance, perspiration streaming down her pale face due to her injuries. Seizing the moment, the black-clad man slithered closer, a cruel smirk on his lips. Such a beautiful woman, I truly hesitate to kill you. But alas, the blame lies not with me, but with your surname, Meng. In your next life, choose a better family. Do not be born a Meng again. Meng Xian's voice held a chilling lilt, her lips curling into a faint smile. Despite her pallor, her beauty remained breathtaking, exuding a tragic allure that captivated her adversary. At that moment, Meng Xian coldly smirked, lifting her foot to deliver a swift kick to the man's groin. A shriek echoed through the forest, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. As Meng Xian glared at the black-clad man, who now knelt in agony, his face contorted with pain and cold sweat cascading down, appearing more haggard than she. That kick had been her last surge of strength, utilizing every ounce of energy she had left, and it seemed the man's masculinity was irreparably damaged. Yet, that was also the extent of Meng Xian's strength. She stood there, barely holding on, while the surrounding physicians hesitated to approach. However, seeing the man's distress, they instinctively covered their groins, wincing at the thought of the blow Meng Xian had just delivered. I will take your life. I will kill you. The black-clad man howled in agony, his wrath igniting as an immense wave of true energy surged forth. His eyes burned with hatred, for this woman had stripped him of his manhood. In that moment, devoid of any sense of mercy, he wielded his battle knife, transforming it into a streak of light aimed at Meng Xian's head. With a thrust, blood sprayed forth. Meng Xian gritted her teeth, her eyes turning crimson. Without hesitation, she raised her delicate palm to meet the black-clad man's blade, which cleaved through her flesh, the sound of her bones fracturing echoing. Blood gushed from her hand as she locked her gaze onto the man, a mocking smile escaping her lips. You are not, but a mere scum of Wulian Mountain. Slap. The man, caught off guard by Meng Xian's audacity to catch his blade bare-handed, was struck hard by her injured arm. The resounding crack of the slap reverberated through the air. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Even the black-clad man was momentarily dazed, facing a seemingly defenseless woman. He had been repeatedly struck, igniting a furious blaze within him. The surrounding physicians were awestruck by Meng Xian's fearless resolve in the face of overwhelming odds. Contrasting sharply with their own cowardice, the black-clad man's eyes seethed with rage, his desire to consume Meng Xian alive palpable. While she met his fierce gaze with unwavering confidence, a soft scoff escaping her lips. What now? I have struck you. What will you do about it? Very well, came the low, gravelly response from the black-clad man, his voice devoid of emotion, yet chilling enough to send shivers down spines. Everyone instinctively wrapped their garments tighter around themselves, while Meng Xian remained undaunted, a faint smile adorning her face. She understood her fate was sealed, so she embraced the fearlessness of her lineage. Born a Meng, she would die a Meng, fighting for her family without regret. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of sorrow crossed her features, lamenting that the Meng Clan had never ventured beyond Suzhou, and regretting her unfulfilled dreams. Suddenly, Meng Xian's complexion shifted as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling those around her, for the black-clad man had concentrated his energy into a pointed finger, striking her abdomen. With a second jab, Meng Xian spat out another mouthful of blood, her strength utterly depleted. The grip she once had on the man's blade loosened, and her body faltered. The black-clad man's gaze turned icy. Since you have discovered my identity, I shall no longer hide it from you. Heh. This is my Wulian Mountain's wave wind 3 fingers. You have merely experienced the first 2. Do not fret, there is a third. First finger, shatters energy. Second finger, ruptures organs. Third finger, crushes essence. Upon finishing his words, the third finger once again pointed forth, gathering a formidable surge of true energy. This singular gesture unleashed tremendous power, sending Meng Xian's body hurtling away, crashing to the ground several meters distant, incapacitated and unable to move. Though Meng Xian's consciousness remained alert, she was starkly aware that her dantian had just shattered. The implications of a shattered dantian are universally understood across the continent, even by children, signifying the end of one's martial journey, rendering one a cultivational invalid with no hope of recovery. Yet, in that moment, Meng Xian found herself indifferent. With her life hanging by a thread, what need had she for a dantian? She resigned herself to the embrace of death. The dark-clad figure's murderous intent surged forth. And in an instant, he transformed into a shadow, lunging toward Meng Clan, his battle blade poised mercilessly to strike at her heart. As the chilling blade glimmered dangerously, Meng Clan slowly closed her eyes. "Farewell, father. Farewell, brother. We shall soon reunite, uncle." Suddenly, a spray of crimson blood erupted before the dark figure, momentarily startling him. In that instant, a white figure appeared before him, intercepting the blade's path. The dark figure's weapon collided with the white figure, yet to his utter astonishment, it halted upon striking bone, as if the opponent's skeletal structure were forged from steel. The force behind the strike, which would have cleaved solid rock, had failed to penetrate. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered it was a youth clad in white. The blade had struck his shoulder, yet the white-clad youth's indifferent eyes locked onto the dark figure, exuding a deathly aura that sent shivers down the dark figure's spine. It was as though the youth felt no pain from the blade's impact, instead regarding him with a chilling detachment. In that moment, the dark figure sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from this mysterious boy, accompanied by an insatiable murderous intent. What was happening? He was merely a 7th-level condensation realm cultivator. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Zijing, who had rushed with all his speed but arrived just a moment too late. Upon witnessing Meng Clan's plight, his fury ignited, and without a second thought, he stepped in to take the blow meant for her. Facing the dark figure, Xiao Zijing paid no heed to his cultivation level. Meng Clan was his kin, the only one who acknowledged him in this world. "I will kill you," Xiao Zijing roared, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable wrath. An explosive surge of true energy erupted from his core as his sword, sheathed at his waist, was drawn in a flash. The sound of the blades unsheathing echoed ominously, infused with boundless fury. With a single, unembellished thrust, simple yet lethal, reminiscent of his years of practice, he unleashed a strike that transcended mere speed. The dark figure was taken aback, hastily raising his battle blade to block. Clang! The sound reverberated as Xiao Zijing panted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the dark figure. The latter, stunned, lowered his head to discover Xiao Zijing's sword piercing through his throat. Disbelief etched across his face as he realized the blade had penetrated his own weapon. The dark figure's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, life extinguished, unable to fathom that his blade had been bested by Xiao Zijing's sword. Chapter 057. Uncle. Those present, including the dark figure himself, were oblivious to the fact that Xiao Zijing's strike had been not one, but 4 swift thrusts. Since the surge in his power and the countless battles he had engaged in at Lingjian Palace, Xiao Zijing's comprehension of the sword had ascended to an unprecedented level. Naturally gifted with a sword heart, his understanding of the blade surpassed that of any ordinary practitioner. The techniques of Lingjian Palace emphasized ferocity, unyielding and unmatched in speed. Xiao Zijing's 4 thrusts were executed at a velocity several tiers beyond his previous capabilities, each movement reflecting a seamless integration of hand and blade, each strike landing with uncanny precision upon the same target. This level of mastery was beyond even the most seasoned practitioners of the Songhai realm, let alone those of the Yin-Yang Path or Jiuzhuan realm, as it demanded an extraordinary synergy of comprehension and personal strength. Among all weaponry in the continent, the sword is the most ubiquitous, yet simultaneously the most challenging to master. While proficiency in other weapons can yield significant power with minimal effort, swordplay is distinct. Inadequate training results in significant disadvantage, while true mastery is arduous and reliant on individual insight. Consequently, although many wield swords across the land, few attain genuine expertise. Now, Xiao Zijing had undeniably reached an entry-level mastery. His sword moved in harmony with his will. Should any sect of the 9 provinces discover that this youth, scarcely in his teens, had achieved such a profound understanding of swordsmanship, he would be revered like a treasure, with the entire sect's resources at his disposal. They would eagerly provide him with any sword technique he desired, and if unavailable, they would procure it by any means necessary. For achieving such mastery heralded the emergence of a formidable warrior, even among the ranks of Jiuzhuan realm cultivators. One who attained the unity of man and sword would command respect and admiration. Furthermore, Xiao Zijing's sword surpassed the dark figure's battle blade in quality. While it may have been deemed inferior by the master of Lingjian Palace, it was regarded as a divine weapon within the confines of the 9 provinces, and indeed, a top-tier sword across the empire, one of the essential factors enabling him to pierce through the dark figure's weapon. With a clang, the dark figure lay still, and Xiao Zijing swiftly turned to rush toward Meng Clan. She had witnessed the entire event unfold, and upon seeing the Snow Knight's surprised step, Her first instinct was not to think of Meng Fengyi, but rather of Xiao Zijing. She could not articulate why, perhaps it was an instinctual recognition. As she observed Xiao Zijing slay the dark figure with a single stroke, a faint smile graced her lips. Although the reason eluded her, it was evident that her uncle had indeed grown stronger. From the traces of true energy emanating from Xiao Zijing, she discerned that he had attained the 7th level of the condensation realm, and a sense of relief washed over her. Though she had fallen, her uncle remained. Her dreams would not be tarnished by others, and knowing it was Xiao Zijing brought her comfort. Meng Xian, how are you? Xiao Zijing hastily reached for her pulse. Yet, Meng Xian withdrew her hand, shaking her head with a bitter smile. Uncle, there's no use in taking my pulse. Even if you heal my injuries, I am fated to become an invalid. Let me leave quietly. Nonsense. Enraged by her words, Xiao Zijing retorted, I am the finest physician in the entire Suzhou city. There is nothing I cannot heal. Hand it over, and if you dare speak such despairing words again, I will ignore you henceforth. With that, he firmly grasped Meng Xian's hand. Despite her attempts to resist, she was powerless against his strength. As Xiao Zijing's fingers found her pulse, he froze. Struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Xiao Zijing's lips quivered at this moment as she gazed incredulously at Meng Xian. Meng Xian slowly closed her eyes, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She bit her lip gently to suppress her cries, drawing blood in the process. But ultimately, she could not hold back and began to sob softly. Xiao Zijing, with a pale complexion, looked at Meng Xian, watching her weep in her embrace. It dawned upon Xiao Zijing that this was the first time she had ever witnessed Meng Xian in tears. Despite the hardships Meng Xian had faced throughout her cultivation journey, she had never shed a single tear. In Xiao Zijing's memory, Meng Xian was a remarkably strong girl, a tenacious spirit, a woman of exceptional talent in her practice, and a clever and unique individual who did not vie for superiority. Uncle, my dream is to lead the Meng family out of the 9 regions and onto the broader land of Guanlan. Uncle, my brothers don't play with me. You are the best. From now on, I won't pay them any attention. Will you always play with me? Uncle, I will strive to cultivate and prove that I, as a girl, am no less capable than the boys. Uncle, are you leaving the Meng family? Please don't go. I would feel so lonely. Uncle, do you not want me anymore? Can I visit you at Menggui Hall? Hee, you are the best, uncle. Scenes and whispers replayed vividly in Xiao Zijing's mind, and she realized that the girl before her was not as strong as she had believed. With her dantian shattered, so too were her dreams, her perseverance, her life, and even her smile. Meng Xian's cries grew louder until she clung to Xiao Zijing's neck, weeping inconsolably, as if releasing all her grievances accumulated over the years. Hearing Meng Xian's sorrowful sobs, Xiao Zijing felt an excruciating pain, a sensation she had only experienced when Meng Xiaoyao had passed away. The surrounding physicians shook their heads helplessly, and everyone understood the grim fate that awaited Meng Xian. If the Meng family retained its former dominance, even if Meng Xian could not cultivate, she would still lead a life of luxury, unscathed by malice. However, given the current plight of the Meng family after the Zhoushan conference, it was likely that Meng Xian would merely become a pawn in a marriage alliance to secure the family's survival. Xiao Zijing held Meng Xian tightly, who continued to weep in her embrace, transitioning from loud wails to soft sobs. As Xiao Zijing looked at Meng Xian cradled in her arms, she saw not the foremost expert of the younger generation of the Meng family, but a mere child, a teenager deserving of pity and affection. Before long, a multitude of footsteps approached from a distance. Suddenly, a throng of people surged forth from all directions, members of the Su family, the Han family, and others from various clans, as well as those from the city lord's estate. Upon seeing Meng Xian in her current state, everyone shuddered. Countless youths had perished at her hands, and now, with her severely injured, was it not the perfect opportunity for revenge? Let us go. Meng Xian is finished, and this girl looks no better than a mere child. Now is the best time to eliminate Meng Xian, shouted a disciple of the Zhou family, brandishing a battle axe with excitement. Yes, kill Meng Xian. If we miss this chance, it may never come again, exclaimed a member of the city lord's estate, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this opportunity was indeed fleeting. At that moment, 2 golden figures descended from the sky in haste, their vital energy still swirling around them. They were Meng Lai and Meng Lan, who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the sounds of battle. However, their strength paled in comparison to Xiao Zijing's, and they could not match the swiftness of Shui Ye's stunning pace, arriving just a moment too late. When they finally laid eyes on Meng Xian, both gasped in shock. Meng Xian appeared exceedingly frail, her palms stained with blood. Although Xiao Zijing had staunched the bleeding, the crimson fluid had already soaked her golden gown. At that moment, Meng Xian exuded a haunting beauty. Both Meng Lai and Meng Lan could sense her vital energy waning, almost imperceptibly, but they could not dwell on that now. Xiao Zijing, take Miss Meng Xian and leave. We will hold them off here. Meng Lai shouted to Xiao Zijing. Meng Lan nodded, tightly gripping her battle blade. Her aura swirling as a fierce determination gleamed in her sharp eyes, ready for battle. Seeing Meng Lai and Meng Lan prepare for combat caused some in the crowd to hesitate. They exchanged glances, reluctant to step forward. After all, Meng Lan was a formidable warrior at the 4th level of Qi condensation, while most of the onlookers were merely at the 8th or 9th levels of martial void. Few had reached the Qi condensation stage, and none wished to be the first to confront the two. Just then, a young man in purple stepped forward from the crowd. His mere presence seemed to rally the others, prompting them to step back and highlighting his status. He smiled and said, Meng Lai, Meng Lan, you have no place here. Our sole target is Meng Xian, who has killed too many of our kin. We merely seek her to pay for her crimes. As long as you do not interfere, we will act as if we have not seen you and will not seek trouble with you. However, if you insist on protecting her, I won't hesitate to eliminate the two of you as well. After all, the death of 1 or 2 Meng family members is of no consequence to us. Upon seeing this man, Meng Lan and Meng Lai's expressions darkened, for they recognized him and sensed that his power surpassed even Meng Lan's. Su Xiangran, a 5th-level warrior in Qi condensation, was more than sufficient to deal with Meng Lan and Meng Lai. Count me in, came a voice from behind. The crowd turned to see another young man in golden attire gracefully enter, landing before Meng Lai and Meng Lan. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Meng Xiao from the Meng family. He had just arrived when a powerful member of the Su family followed, saying, I didn't expect such excitement here. I've come to join the fun. Meng Xiao, wouldn't it be easier for you to align with the Su family and avoid trouble? Why risk your life alongside these Meng family members? Meng Xiao, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, replied, because I am a Meng family member. It's that simple. I was born and raised in the Meng family, and everything I have is thanks to them. I have no reason not to repay the Meng family for their nurturing. Su Man, after pursuing me for 2 days, let us settle this here today. With a light, mocking laugh, Su Man emerged from the crowd, wielding a 3-foot-long sword. Her alluring figure caused many to swallow hard in admiration. Su Man was a favorite among the youth of the Su family and had reached the 5th level of Qi condensation, placing her above Meng Xiao. Just you? Meng Xiao replied with calm confidence, stepping forward. Hee, Xiangran, I relish the sight of those facing death struggling in despair. It brings me great excitement. Su Man said with a glimmer in her eyes. Su Xiangran, with a wry smile, replied, Sister Man, your tastes remain as intense as ever. That Meng Xiao is mine. You are not to lay a hand on him, Su Man proclaimed. Understood. Xiao Zijing, why are you still here? What are you waiting for? As Meng Lai turned around, he was taken aback to see Xiao Zijing still present, a surge of anger bubbling within him. Kill. The moment Meng Lai's voice echoed, at Su Xiangran's command, dozens of individuals surged forward, emboldened by the presence of 2 elite fighters from the Su family. Each person transformed into an invincible warrior, charging forward fearlessly, their gazes ablaze with fervor. The prospect of slaying Meng Xian promised substantial rewards upon returning to their clan, enough to elevate even collateral branches to equal standing with the main lineage. With a thunderous roar, they all rushed towards Xiao Zijing, while Meng Lai and Meng Lan quickly positioned themselves on either side of her, engaging in battle with the incoming assailants. Su Xiangran scoffed, plunging into the fray to confront Meng Lan, while Su Man clashed with Meng Xiao, leaving the remaining cultivators at the nascent realm to jointly besiege Meng Lai. However, in that fleeting moment, the Meng trio found themselves in a precarious situation. Meng Lai, newly initiated into the nascent realm, was utterly at a loss against several adversaries of equal rank, his previous injuries exacerbating under the relentless onslaught, adding fresh wounds to his battered form. Yet, in that moment, he was oblivious to his plight, fighting with reckless abandon. His sheer desperation instilled a sense of trepidation in the opposing warriors, for a madman with nothing to lose was a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, Meng Lan fought valiantly, akin to a goddess of war, holding her ground against Su Xiangran with her formidable skills, though the distractions from others around her continued to tilt the battle in their favor. Meng Xiao struggled fiercely against Su Man's cunning swordplay, sustaining several cuts that, while not fatal, were nonetheless alarming. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Zijing appeared oblivious to the tumult surrounding her, seated serenely on the ground, cradling Meng Xian in her arms, indifferent to the perils nearby. Exhausted from her tears, Meng Xian looked up to find the gentle visage of Xiao Zijing. Tired? Xiao Zijing inquired softly. Meng Xian nodded obediently. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of happiness washed over her as she lay peacefully in Xiao Zijing's embrace, momentarily forgetting the agony of her shattered dantian and the impossibility of her dreams. The comfort she felt now eclipsed all else. Leaning closer, Meng Xian whispered in Xiao Zijing's ear, "Uncle, I'm sorry. When I was mischievous and went to play at Dream Return Hall, I accidentally put a small cluster of ancient Cuban grass into your medicine." Xiao Zijing paused. Then a flicker of realization crossed her face, followed by a wry smile. "So it was you, little rascal. I wondered how so many patients were unusually energetic for days after taking my medicine. I puzzled over it for quite some time, but now the truth is clear." Embarrassed, Meng Xian buried her head against Xiao Zijing's chest. "Does it still hurt?" Xiao Zijing asked with concern. "It does. I will avenge you," she promised softly. "No need. You can't contend with William Mountain," Meng Xian replied anxiously. "I don't want you to seek revenge for me." "Then what do you wish to do?" "Uncle." "Yes? I want to go home." Upon hearing Meng Xian's words, Xiao Zijing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "All right, if Sienna wants to go home. Uncle will carry you back now." Meng Xian nodded. With that, Xiao Zijing carefully lifted Meng Xian and stood, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Meng Xian's face. The onlookers were initially stunned at the sight of Xiao Zijing rising with Meng Xian in her arms, but soon one shouted, "That boy intends to flee with Meng Xian. Stop him." Boom. 3 nascent realm warriors simultaneously unleashed their chi in a powerful strike, causing Meng Lai to feel a tremendous pressure, prompting him to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the crowd surged towards the gap left by Meng Lai, blades and various attacks raining down towards Xiao Zijing. "This is bad." The Meng family's expressions shifted dramatically. "Let us go home. Uncle is tired of this place," Xiao Zijing said gently, raising her head, her once gentle gaze sharpening in an instant. As the warriors pressed forward, their eyes filled with madness and fervor, driven by self-serving ambition, they saw Meng Xian and Xiao Zijing as mere stepping stones to their ascendance. Little did they realize that this stepping stone was not easily traversable. The overwhelming force of palm strikes surged like tidal waves, while sharp blades descended upon Xiao Zijing, intent on reducing her to mere pulp. Boom. The earth trembled at the deafening din, shockwaves radiating outward, the very air shimmering with ripples. The chi from the 3 nascent realm warriors surged forth, each palm strike capable of shattering stone. The weapons of the other fighters glimmered with deadly radiance, their combined energies forming a formidable threat. "Xiao Zijing, miss," Meng Lai cried, his eyes brimming with despair as he cast a glance towards her. The sheer intensity of the barrage could easily injure even the peak of the nascent realm, if not obliterate them entirely. Just then, a murmured gasp rippled through the crowd. "What is this?" a warrior exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, a golden armor erupted from Xiao Zijing's form, towering over her, enveloping her completely. The onslaught of palm strikes and blade strikes collided with this golden armor, yet it showed no signs of yielding. With Meng Xian cradled in her arms, Xiao Zijing's sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, and those who met her eyes felt as though they had been pierced by a blade. "My mood is rather poor," Xiao Zijing stated flatly, her voice imbued with a chilling power that sent shivers down the spines of those present. The crowd instinctively recoiled, a palpable fear enveloping them. Even the distant physicians sensing the magnitude of her aura. As she spoke, the golden armor radiated brilliance, casting blinding light around her. In an instant, a towering humanoid figure formed, the armor seemingly possessing a head. With a piercing sound, as if something was being torn asunder, 2 robust arms materialized from the sides of the armor. One hand forged a battle sword, while the other transformed into a massive shield. A continuous flow of energy surged from within Xiao Zijing, her eyes blazing with intensity. Just as the crowd marveled at this spectacle, she effortlessly cradled Meng Xian with one arm and drew her sword with the other. Swish! The humanoid armor mimicked her movements, wielding the chi-forged sword in a sweeping arc. The warriors gasped in astonishment. The speed and ferocity of the strike was unprecedented. In an instant, over a dozen unprepared fighters were cleaved in 2 by Xiao Zijing's sword, including a nascent realm warrior who fell without resistance. What the hell? Seeing this scene, even Meng Lai could not help but curse loudly. What kind of monster was this? Capable of instantly slaying over a dozen martial artists? Although most of these warriors had not yet reached the realm of condensation, they were still pinnacle figures of the virtual martial realm. It was simply unacceptable for them to be cut down so effortlessly by Xiao Zijing. Meng Lan and the others were left in shock. Whoosh! Xiao Zijing's footwork shifted, and the snowy knight's stunning step was unleashed in an instant. His massive figure glided through the crowd, and anyone struck by the Sword King's armor would feel as though their very organs were about to shatter. Xiao Zijing's sword grew ever faster, becoming utterly irresistible. As soon as his sword was drawn, the weapons of his opponents turned to mere scrap, severed by his blade, which then proceeded to claim their heads. At this moment, Xiao Zijing stomped his foot. Instead of remaining passive, he chose to take the initiative. Gripping his battle blade, he flashed behind Xiao Zijing and struck down with a brilliant arc of light towards Xiao Zijing's Sword King's armor. Xiao Zijing snorted coldly. Despite the formidable force of the blow, it failed to inflict any injury upon him. However, it did create a crack in the armor. Regaining his focus, Xiao Zijing thrust out his sword. Clang! As the blades collided, Xiao Zijing coldly declared, a sword clash of resonance. Buzz! Xiao Zijing immediately felt as if his sea of consciousness had been struck by an unseen force, leaving him dazed and with a splitting headache, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In response, Xiao Zijing's sword pierced through Xiao Zijing's throat. Yet, as he did so, Xiao Zijing's expression shifted, and he too coughed up blood. Uncle, you are injured? Meng Clan, cradled in his arms, looked at Xiao Zijing in shock, having just witnessed Xiao Zijing's rampage. Where no one could breach his defenses, Meng Clan was astounded by his prowess. She had not expected him to cough up blood at this moment. Xiao Zijing quickly shook his head, stating, "It's nothing, I'm unhurt. Do not worry." Indeed, Xiao Zijing had not sustained any injuries within the Sword King's armor. He had remained entirely unharmed. However, he had forgotten that he had previously employed the boundless transformation, exhausting all his spiritual power. Just as he had barely regained a modicum of strength to unleash the sword clash of resonance, it had overdrawn his spiritual energy, leading to his physical collapse and subsequent blood loss. He is injured. Su Man scoffed, sweeping her long sword and stabbing it into Meng Xiao's shoulder. Meng Xiao gritted his teeth and retreated closely. At that moment, Su Man moved swiftly to a nearby corpse, delivering a vicious kick that sent the long sword in the corpse's hand flying towards Xiao Zijing with the speed of a shooting star, while simultaneously Su Man thrust her own sword. Smack! The kicked sword struck the very spot that Xiao Zijing's battle blade had previously damaged. Neither Meng Lai nor Meng Lan had the strength to intervene after such intense combat. Their stamina was nearly depleted. They could only watch helplessly as Su Man charged at Xiao Zijing. Sensing the rupture in the Sword King's armor, Xiao Zijing reacted instinctively, swinging his sword to sever the incoming blade. However, immediately after, a piercing sword energy threatened his throat. To his astonishment, it was Su Man's face, twisted with malice. Clang! Xiao Zijing swiftly sheathed his sword and placed his right hand on the blade at his back. As he grasped the hilt, the whole sword began to tremble. Die! The word slipped softly from Xiao Zijing's lips as he drew the heavenly punishment sword. The moment it was unsheathed, an inexplicable spatial fluctuation emanated from it. Facing Su Man's lethal strike, Xiao Zijing swung the sword, causing Su Man's expression to change drastically as an ominous sensation washed over her. She quickly crossed her sword in front of her chest. Buzz! The very space trembled, and Su Man's pupils dilated as she watched her sword distort with the fluctuations. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Su Man and her sword were obliterated, disintegrating into a mist of blood that vanished from sight. Everyone present gasped in shock. What had just transpired? That was a formidable warrior of the 5th level of the realm of condensation, yet she had been reduced to blood mist by Xiao Zijing's single strike. What kind of sword was this? Xiao Zijing lifted his hand to examine the sword, murmuring, "Brother Heavenly Punishment, I apologize." The Heavenly Punishment sword vibrated, seemingly responding to his words. A faint smile graced Xiao Zijing's face as he continued. "I feared you might be angered by my casual use of you to slay such filth. If so, I am grateful for your generosity, brother. I find myself in a bit of trouble and may require your assistance again in the future. I hope you will bear with me." The sword throbbed again, leaving those nearby astonished. What was Xiao Zijing doing, conversing with a sword? Clang! After the tremors, a resonating sword cry erupted from the Heavenly Punishment sword, echoing like a phoenix's cry and a dragon's roar. This sound caused every sword-wielding martial artist within a 10-mile radius to change countenance, as their swords unsheathed themselves, seemingly imbued with consciousness, bending towards Xiao Zijing as if in reverence. Even the sword at Xiao Zijing's waist unsheathed in homage to the Heavenly Punishment. Swords possess spirit. With spirit comes a king, and with a king comes a heart. This sword, having spirit and heart, naturally commanded a multitude of swords to pay homage. Cradled in Meng Clan's arms, she was not surprised by this spectacle, as she had read about such phenomena in ancient texts, believing them to be mere legends. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, she realized Xiao Zijing's capability to forge a bond with this sword indicated he was no ordinary person. Meng Xian recognized that Xiao Zijing harbored secrets, but she had no desire to pry into them. She simply believed that her uncle would one day reveal his extraordinary potential. Meng Lan, Meng Lai, Meng Xiao. I will take Meng Xian back first. You may stay here at ease. Soon, Meng Fengyi will arrive, and with him, you shall be safe. Xiao Zijing turned to Meng Lai and Meng Lan, who nodded in astonishment. Then, he leaped gracefully, employing the snowy knight's stunning step to vanish before their eyes. The two stood in stunned silence for a long while before Meng Lan turned to Meng Lai and asked, how could he possess such formidable strength? Wasn't he merely the manager of the Dream Return Hall? And furthermore, he is of the collateral line, with no cultivation techniques. Sighing deeply, Meng Lai replied, this involves a tremendous secret. Do you know of Zhu Ziliu? Within mere hours, chaos erupted throughout the Zhoushan mountain range. The news of Meng Xian's grave injuries and near demise struck the Meng family like a thunderbolt. Furthermore, everyone learned of a formidable warrior named Xiao Zijing, who had single-handedly slain two of the Su family's top experts along with disciples from various clans. The tale of Xiao Zijing wielding an indestructible divine sword ignited a fervor among the younger generation of all families, each aspiring to claim the glory of slaying Xiao Zijing and obtaining his legendary sword. Such an opportunity was one that all desired. In the Dream family, both Meng Xing and Meng Fengyi are presently imbued with the essence of their being. Previously, disciples from Wulian Mountain attempted to assassinate them, only to be vanquished by the duo. This miscalculation stemmed from the elder with sword-like brows from Wulian Mountain, who underestimated their prowess. Had it been prior to Meng Canglan's return to the Dream family, even with the enhancement of minor Yuangong pills to the pinnacle of they would still have been no match for the Wulian Mountain disciples. However, the techniques brought back by Meng Canglan are of unparalleled caliber across the entire empire, significantly augmenting their strength. Thus, their victory over the Wulian disciples was inevitable. Nevertheless, despite this triumph, their injuries remain a concern. Currently, the Dream family consists of merely over 40 individuals in the Zhoushan mountain range, nearly all of whom are wounded, with the unscathed being of considerably lesser strength. Upon hearing of Meng Xian's grievous condition, both Meng Xing and Meng Fengyi are filled with trepidation. Meng Xing, as Meng Xian's elder brother, though he has seldom communicated with her over the years, cannot ignore the bond of blood that courses through their veins. Meng Fengyi, who harbors affection for Meng Xian, is equally distressed. When she learns that Xiao Zijing is carrying Meng Xian away from Zhoushan Mountain, her heart sinks. Yet, in this moment, her priority is for Xiao Zijing to expedite Meng Xian's escape for the best possible treatment. On a vast expanse of grassland, Meng Fengyi sits cross-legged upon a massive green stone, her golden robe stained with blood, nearly obscuring its original hue. Her aura is steady, with true energy circulating slowly around her, while her wounds gradually heal. The thick scent of blood emanating from her enhances her aura of lethality, making her seem truly deserving of the title of a killing deity. Her hands are stained with the blood of hundreds. How are your injuries? A voice suddenly interrupts from behind. Meng Fengyi slowly opens her eyes, replying with a calm demeanor, not too bad. Turning to face the speaker, she notices a peculiar handprint on Meng Xing's abdomen, still oozing blood, and observes his pale complexion. That must be the handiwork of Wulian Mountain's earth vein technique. Its power is indeed formidable to have inflicted such a wound upon you. I am quite knowledgeable, Meng Xing replies with a smile. Yes, the Wulian disciple I fought employed the same technique, hence my familiarity with it, Meng Fengyi notes, glancing at Meng Xing's injury. However, my training in the four symbols of arms allowed me to endure it. Nevertheless, my true energy was instantly dispersed. It appears that not all disciples from the sect are incompetent. If you ever get the chance to train at Wulian Mountain, do refrain from acting like a pompous lord and maintain some humility. Meng Xing merely smiles in response. Meng Canglan exhales slowly, the pallor of his face slightly improving as he rises. Where are you headed? Meng Xing inquires, surprised. To find Xiao Zijing, Meng Fengyi states, gazing into the distance. Looking for him? Meng Xing frowns slightly, seemingly unimpressed by the name. But Meng Fengyi counters, Xiao Zijing is with Meng Xian, and nearly everyone is pursuing him. Faced with so many formidable foes, he will struggle to protect Meng Xian. Though I find him rather irritating, this is not the time for personal grievances. His life or death matters little to me. My concern lies with Meng Xian. Indeed, Meng Xing concurs with Meng Fengyi's perspective, while also expressing curiosity. What is the source of this sudden strength in that fellow? He was once insignificant, yet now he has become remarkably powerful. It feels somewhat suspicious. Whether it is suspicious or not is irrelevant. What matters is that he is part of the dream family. I, Meng Canglan, am not one to disregard the bigger picture. I know what must be done. The personal animosities between us can wait until after the Zhoushan assembly when we return to the dream family. This is not the time for such matters. I must take my leave. With a meaningful glance at Meng Xing, Meng Canglan swiftly vanishes from his sight. Watching her retreating figure, Meng Xing sighs. Since the imprisonment of our Uncle Meng, I never imagined the fragmented dream family could coalesce once more. He then glances at the blood on his attire, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Yet the price of this unity has been steep. Over half of the young elites of the dream family have perished or been gravely injured. Chapter 61. Sealing Spirit Finger Technique. Meng Canglan, you must return alive. Do not think I am unaware. Your injuries are no less severe than mine, and your true energy has barely recovered to a third. Meng Xing murmurs as he turns away, gradually making his way deeper into the grassland. He recognizes that nearly everyone in the Zhoushan mountain range is pursuing Xiao Zijing. Yet he is also aware that a few warriors from the Su and Han families, along with some minor clans, have opted to refrain from the conflict, choosing instead to slay demon beasts and collect their inner cores, aspiring to enter Wulian Mountain for training. Thus, Meng Xing understands that he has his own mission. After an entire day and night, Xiao Zijing has faced countless ambushes, yet he has no time to waste. He either avoids them or employs swift and decisive measures to eliminate his adversaries. Utilizing the snowy night flying step, he hastens with Meng Xian. But the toll of the battles has begun to wear on him. His stamina is waning, and his true energy is nearly depleted. Consequently, Xiao Zijing seeks a location with a water source to rest. After providing Meng Xian with some water and sharing provisions from his spatial storage, Xiao Zijing begins to feel his strength gradually returning. Meng Xian, exhausted, soon drifts into slumber. Xiao Zijing has tended to her wounds sufficiently, and she is no longer in mortal danger, her breathing now steady. Watching her sleep, his heart finds some solace. Xiao Zijing. At that moment, the voice of the Nine Palaces' sword soul resonates in his mind. Preparing to take a brief rest, Xiao Zijing, hearing the voice, feels a surge of annoyance. Why did you not make an appearance during all those dangers? I was almost forgetting you. Oh, the Nine Palaces' sword soul replies with interest. So you are blaming me? I even sought out Master Lingjian to assist in finding a method to restore your dantian. Given your current temper, it seems you no longer need it. Perhaps I shall return to my slumber instead. A method to restore my dantian? Xiao Zijing pauses in surprise, and then his expression brightens with joy. Logically, restoring a dantian is nearly impossible, but Master Lingjian, a being who has lived for countless years, surely possesses a means. If there exists a way to restore Meng Xian's dantian, does that not imply she may regain her strength in this lifetime? Hee. Xiao Zijing chuckles. Is that not the charming and formidable sword soul? I come to pay my respects to you. The Nine Palaces' sword soul shivers in revulsion, feeling quite nauseated by Xiao Zijing's antics. My formidable little tiger, the Nine Palaces' sword spirit, braved the chill and spoke to Xiao Zijing. Enough with that despicable demeanor of yours. If you wish to heal this young lady's dantian, the first step is to prevent it from deteriorating any further. I have learned a technique from the master of Lingjian Palace that can seal this girl's dantian. With your current level of sword intent, you should be able to perform it, albeit with some difficulty. I will transmit the technique into your mind. Pay attention. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zijing felt a sudden influx of characters in his mind. Sealing Spirit Finger Technique. Upon closer inspection, he realized it involved utilizing the power of sword intent to seal the dantian. Xiao Zijing felt helpless. It seemed that every technique these individuals wielded required the use of sword intent. Fortunately, he could channel that power. Otherwise, anyone else would struggle to cultivate such a formidable method. After carefully studying the various finger techniques and their transformations, he noted how they worked in conjunction with the sword intent to achieve a sealing effect. Once he had memorized the techniques, Xiao Zijing approached Meng Xian, who was still in a deep slumber. As if sensing something, Meng Xian's eyelashes fluttered, and she gently opened her eyes to find Xiao Zijing before her. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly asked, "What is it, little uncle? Are we leaving?" Xiao Zijing shook his head and said, "I have a method that may resolve your dantian's shattered state." "Really?" Meng Xian exclaimed in surprise, quickly becoming alert. Observing her excitement, Xiao Zijing pondered briefly before continuing, "Yes, but I will need some time to prepare. During this period, I must employ a special technique to seal your dantian, ensuring it does not deteriorate further." "Then let us proceed," Meng Xian said eagerly, sitting up. Xiao Zijing smiled gently. You are quite impatient, aren't you? Very well. He recalled the finger techniques in his mind, took a deep breath, and extended his right hand. Swiftly, he performed several gestures near Meng Xian's dantian, each time infusing the sword intent into her dantian. After executing the techniques, he clenched his palm, lightly touching her dantian with his fingers as he murmured, "Seal." As the words left his lips, Meng Xian immediately felt a warm, yet formidable force residing within her, and she sensed that the energy from her dantian was no longer dissipating. It felt as though a protective shield enveloped her dantian. Her complexion gradually brightened, and when she looked at Xiao Zijing, her eyes were filled with gratitude. Xiao Zijing sighed in relief. It was fortunate that he succeeded on the first attempt. The revival of his sword intent had been a challenging endeavor, and this effort nearly depleted it once more. In that moment, he reminisced about the time when he possessed 8 sword intents, an unending source of power, while now he had but one, still in its infancy within the Lingjian palace. When I gather all the necessary herbs, I will assist you in restoring your dantian, and you will be able to cultivate as you did before, he stated earnestly. Gazing into Meng Xian's eyes, Meng Xian nodded, understanding the sincerity in his gaze, yet she also noticed a hint of concern in his expression. Being a clever girl, she refrained from asking questions, fully aware that the herbs Xiao Zijing needed were likely exceedingly rare. Let us rest a while longer, Xiao Zijing whispered softly. Meng Xian nodded and leaned against the haystack he had arranged, closing her eyes with a smile gracing her lips. Seeing her drift into slumber, Xiao Zijing found a spot to sit down, resting the heavenly punishment sword on his knees. His gaze shimmered with sharp intensity as he spoke quietly. We will need another day to traverse the Zhoushan mountain range. I am certain there are various factions converging upon us. The heavenly punishment sword vibrated slightly, and Xiao Zijing replied, "Yes, I am aware. I am grateful to you, dear brother Tianxian, for accompanying me on this journey. Once this ordeal is behind us, we shall share a drink together." With that, he began to circulate the 9 palaces sword method to restore his internal energy. Xiao Zijing noticed that since his dantian was replaced by Lingjian Palace, his energy recovery speed had markedly improved, becoming sharper as well. However, he finally understood why the 9 palaces sword spirit had cautioned against the indiscriminate use of techniques. Since the last time he employed the infinite transformation, his soul's power had only recovered to a fraction of its original strength. At this rate, he estimated it would take 3 months for his soul power to fully recuperate, allowing him to wield the infinite transformation once more. The reason Yin Wang recovered quickly was due to the elixirs he consumed. Yet a potion capable of restoring soul power was a priceless treasure. Only a place like the Zhoushan mansion would be willing to provide such elixirs to Yin Wang. Brother, now is an opportune moment. If we seek out Xiao Zijing now, we could not only eliminate Meng Xian, but also acquire his divine sword. In a bamboo grove, Han Fengzi was persuading the meditating Yin Wang. After a lengthy discourse with no response from Yin Wang, Han Fengzi paced anxiously before him. He repeatedly urged Yin Wang. But after a prolonged silence, Yin Wang finally opened his eyes, speaking softly. So it is true. Xiao Zijing also possesses techniques. What? Han Fengzi did not catch that. Yin Wang did not elaborate further. He had been analyzing how Xiao Zijing escaped from his sand mountain, but after much contemplation, he reached only one conclusion. Xiao Zijing must possess a mysterious technique. While he was uncertain of the specific abilities of this technique, he understood that after employing it, Xiao Zijing's soul power must have been completely expended. His own soul power was also nearly depleted. However, Yin Wang retrieved a pristine jade vial from his sleeve, containing a cerulean elixir that lay quietly within. This elixir, known as the Soul Restoration Pill, was exorbitantly priced. It had been bestowed upon him by the Lord of Zhoushan Mansion as a reward for his accomplishments, leaving him with only 3. To his dismay, he had wasted 2 during this expedition in the Zhoushan Mountains, leaving only this last one. After much hesitation, he swallowed the remaining pill. Feeling the gradual replenishment of his soul power, he realized that a single elixir could restore 3 layers of his soul strength, provided he refrained from executing large-scale attacks. This amount of soul power would suffice for several uses. A glint of determination sparkled in Yin Wang's eyes as he stated, "Let us proceed. I shall confront Xiao Zijing once more. However, Han Fengzi, should I capture him, the divine sword is mine. As for Meng Xian's head, you are welcome to claim it. But I am unable to assist you further against Meng Fengyi." "Very well," Han Fengzi replied eagerly. A vast expanse of land was teeming with thousands of individuals, all diligently searching for the figure of Xiao Zijing. In less than a day, this number had dwindled to merely over 800. As many had succumbed to the ferocious beasts they encountered in their chaotic wanderings, with numerous souls being devoured outright. Among these thousands, A staggering 80% were at the virtual martial realm, while a significant portion of the remaining cultivators, those below the third level of the condensation realm, comprised the rest, leaving little room for true masters. Xiao Zijing had only cultivated for less than an hour when he sensed the approach of others. His ears perked up, detecting the sound of footsteps. Frowning, he discerned that the newcomers were not particularly formidable, merely two cultivators at the 6th level of the virtual martial realm. However, the real concern was that should these two attract more attention, it would be dire indeed. Thus, if he were to eliminate them, it must be done with a single, decisive strike. Zhao Ting, what should we do if we encounter Xiao Zijing? One young man whispered, his voice laced with anxiety. I've heard that he possesses exceptional strength and wields a divine sword. Should we face him, our fate would surely be sealed. Why did you insist on bringing me here alone instead of joining the main group? Zhao Ting chuckled. Zhao Jing, I've brought you here for fortune. If we were to follow the main group and stumbled upon Xiao Zijing, we would gain nothing. However, if we find him ourselves, his divine sword and the head of Meng Xian will be ours. Upon returning to our clan with such spoils, we would be set for life. As for Xiao Zijing, there's no need for concern. I've brought along my uncle's specially crafted poison thunderbolt. What? Zhao Jing exclaimed, astonishment written across his face. You managed to steal your uncle's poison thunderbolt? Indeed. Zhao Ting gestured towards a bag at his waist with a grin. I specifically pilfered this for our venture. I've only heard tales of it before, and my uncle never allowed us to see it. It contains an extraordinarily potent toxin that, upon detonation, could slay even those at the Oceanic Sea realm. Xiao Zijing is merely at the condensation realm. Once he encounters it, I'll simply toss it at him, and he'll surely perish. Show me, Zhao Jing urged, a mix of curiosity and trepidation in his tone. All right, let me show you. So you can behold such marvels, Zhao Ting replied, opening the bag with caution and retrieving a small, spherical object that appeared ominously black. Zhao Jing's eyes widened in fascination, but as he reached out to touch it, Zhao Ting swiftly pulled back, warning, this is not something to handle carelessly. If it detonates, the explosion will be catastrophic. Just as Zhao Ting indulged in his fanciful thoughts, a flash of sword light struck like lightning, illuminating the air. When Zhao Ting regained his senses, he was met with the horrific sight of Zhao Jing's head soaring into the air, a fountain of blood erupting as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, a serene smile frozen on his face. The swiftness of the blade had rendered Zhao Jing completely unaware of his demise. Stunned, Zhao Ting felt an icy chill creep up his spine, and as he turned, he was met with a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Before he could react, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat, swiftly followed by a blade piercing through. Clang! The sword was sheathed, and Zhao Ting's body collapsed, the poison thunderbolt rolling away towards Xiao Zijing. Xiao Zijing observed the spherical object with curiosity, murmuring, what on earth is this? However, at that moment, a tremor coursed through his sword heart, an immediate sense of danger enveloping him. Boom! The seemingly innocuous sphere erupted violently, the sound reverberating through the air. The explosion carved a deep crater into the ground, releasing a vast cloud of black poisonous mist that enveloped Xiao Zijing. The explosion jolted Meng Xian awake from his slumber, who, upon sitting up, noticed the strange toxic fog, but not Xiao Zijing's figure. Little uncle, he exclaimed in shock. I'm fine, came Xiao Zijing's voice from within the mist. Moments later, a golden light flickered, revealing Xiao Zijing emerging from the haze, clad in the armor of the Sword King. Yet, even this formidable armor bore faint cracks where the toxic mist had corroded it, the sound of sizzling and popping echoing around him. Xiao Zijing smiled. I didn't expect this contraption to possess such potency. It startled me. Seeing that Xiao Zijing was unharmed, Meng Xian exhaled in relief. That must be a poison bomb crafted by the Zhao family, known as the Poison Thunderbolt. It's a weapon that combines explosive force with lethal toxicity. Though the Zhao family is not a prominent clan, possessing such weapons is sufficient for self-defense. There was a time when all families in Su province decreed that should the Zhao family misuse this weapon, they would face collective retribution, leading to their downfall overnight. Yet, when used for family protection, it was deemed acceptable, thus ensuring that no one dared to provoke them. Oh, Xiao Zijing glanced at Zhao Ting's corpse, noticing another poison thunderbolt within the white cloth bag at his side. He examined it closely and chuckled. How intriguing. Little uncle, the explosion will undoubtedly attract many. We must leave swiftly, Meng Xian urged. Indeed, Xiao Zijing replied, a playful smile gracing his features as he toyed with the poison thunderbolt. Let us depart, leaving them to chase shadows. I shall gift them a little surprise, a token from me, Xiao Zijing. Observing Xiao Zijing's mischievous grin, Meng Xian merely smiled faintly, shaking his head. It appeared that those who pursued them would find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. Although Xiao Zijing often appeared unassuming, he harbored a mischievous streak, consistently leading them into trouble since childhood. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the distance, as a throng of 30 to 40 martial artists approached. Led by an individual clad in the garb of the city lord's manor, his eyes sharp and calculating. Judging by the aura he emanated, he was evidently a formidable 5th-level condensation realm expert, flanked by a motley crew from various clans. Upon their arrival, the group halted. They clearly departed. One martial artist remarked, surveying the surroundings. Pursue. They can't have gone far. With Xiao Zijing and Meng Xian together, they cannot move quickly. We still have a chance. The leader of the city lord's manor urged, intent on leading the charge. However, just as he was about to advance, the expression of a condensation realm expert behind him shifted dramatically. Stop, he exclaimed. The group instinctively halted, curiosity etched on their faces. The leader turned, furrowing his brow at Zhao Yuanji. What is it? The condensation realm warrior's expression darkened as he sniffed the air, gravely stating, indeed. There is a scent of poison thunderbolt in the air. It appears the explosion was indeed caused by it. I wonder which fool from the Zhao family managed to steal this. Poison thunderbolt. A ripple of astonishment coursed through the crowd, as some recognized the name. The leader of the city lord's manor, too, paled slightly, his voice turning cold. Zhao Yuanji. Do you realize that if a member of the Zhao family uses the poison thunderbolt without authorization, it could incite a coalition of all families against you? This is not the time for that. Zhao Yuanji pointed toward the ground ahead and a nearby ancient tree. As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld several words carved into the ancient tree by a sword. There is still one clear poison thunder. Guess where it is? Accompanied by a teasing expression. Upon looking down at the ground, they saw it nearly covered in circles, each inscribed with phrases. Here, 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 here. The faces of the onlookers darkened. It was evident that Xiao Zijing was toying with them. A powerful figure from the city lord's mansion turned to Zhao Yuanji and inquired, what shall we do? Zhao Yuanji found himself at a loss. Although the clear poison thunder belonged to his family, he felt helpless in the face of it. After pacing a few steps and shaking his head, he replied, there is nothing we can do. I do not know where Xiao Zijing has buried the clear poison thunder. It is extremely fragile. Even slight pressure can trigger an explosion that releases toxic mist. This mist is highly corrosive. Even a minor contact could lead to a gruesome demise. With so many circles here, who can tell where it is buried? If it explodes, we will all have no place to rest in death. Hearing this, fear gripped everyone. One warrior, trembling, suggested, perhaps we should not pursue anymore. No matter how divine the sword, life is far more precious. What if we unwittingly step on the clear poison thunder? We would all perish. Many voices quickly echoed this sentiment. At that moment, a striking young man stepped forth from the crowd, producing a map that he scrutinized carefully. He pointed to a location and declared, this is where we currently stand. Xiao Zijing departed with Meng Xian from here. To return to Zhoushan town, we must take this route. If we circumvent from another direction, we stand a good chance of intercepting them. Thus, there is still hope. The powerful figure from the city lord's mansion nodded in agreement with the young man's assessment. Moreover, the young man elongated his words, casting an intrigued glance towards the area where Xiao Zijing had drawn circles, and smiled. I do not believe that region is where Xiao Zijing buried the clear poison thunder. Oh, Zhao Yuanji looked at the young man in surprise, finding him somewhat unfamiliar, and promptly clasped his hands in greeting. May I ask your esteemed name? I am Yi Qingyu, replied the handsome young man, who also returned the gesture. The powerful figure from the city lord's mansion, now serious, clasped his hands and said, I wondered who it was. It is none other than the foremost strategist of the Yi family. Since Brother Yi is here, matters should be easier to resolve. I have long heard of your renown. Do you believe that Xiao Zijing has not buried the clear poison thunder? Yi Qingyu nodded and sauntered towards the circles, walking leisurely as if he bore no concern for danger, causing the crowd to retreat in trepidation. Yet, he took a few steps atop the markings without incident, chuckling. Is it merely with these words that they can frighten us away? Why would Xiao Zijing waste a clear poison thunder? Thus, I can assert without hesitation that there is no threat here. Witnessing Yi Qingyu's fearless passage, the crowd stood in stunned silence. The powerful figure from the city lord's mansion laughed heartily, exclaiming, truly, you are the strategist of the Yi family, remarkably intelligent, and your courage is admirable. How dare that Xiao Zijing play with us? A warrior approached the tree, gazing at the provocatively inscribed words, and struck the mocking expression with a fierce punch. Boom. The punch obliterated the expression, leaving a deep imprint. Swish. At that moment, the ancient tree trembled violently, and the crowd sensed something falling from above. All eyes turned upward, anticipating an apple to drop, only to discover a dark, ominous object plummeting down. What is that? A warrior inquired, peering curiously at the dark spherical object. Xiao Zijing's face turned ashen. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, followed by the anguished wails of many, including the powerful figures from the city lord's mansion, who were engulfed by the toxic mist. In the midst of the vast toxic cloud, the skin of all present began to rot, and they soon succumbed, turning into putrid blood. Even the formidable warriors from the city lord's mansion were powerless to resist. Nearby, Yiqingyu waved his fan, and a tempest of formidable energy dispersed the toxic mist. A bunch of fools. Yiqingyu shook his head in exasperation. Brother Yi, you have worked hard. A voice called from behind him. Yiqingyu turned to see a young man walking towards him leisurely. With your assistance, I have accomplished what I promised. Yet, I cannot discern your true motives for aiding Xiao Zijing. Yiqingyu smiled. Hee, I am not helping Xiao Zijing. I am aiding the Meng family, the newcomer replied nonchalantly. Yiqingyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I seem to understand now. In that case, Brother Han, I take my leave. With that, Yiqingyu turned and departed. Only one young man remained, gazing in the direction Xiao Zijing had taken. Had Xiao Zijing been present, he would have recognized the individual as Han Shiyang. Hearing the distant explosion, Xiao Zijing smiled faintly as he journeyed onward. It seems yet another group of fools has met their demise in Zhoushan. Meng Xian, nestled in Xiao Zijing's embrace, observed the surroundings curiously and asked, Uncle, it seems we are not on the right path. Too many perished over there, leaving behind some clues. Anyone with a modicum of wit would deduce that I would take that route. Thus, I cannot proceed that way. My current state is not at its peak. So I must avoid confrontation with that group. I plan to take a different path. Though it may be arduous, it might be safer. Xiao Zijing spoke solemnly, a glint of wisdom flashing in his deep-set eyes. Seeing Xiao Zijing's demeanor, Meng Xian smiled. It seems uncle is growing remarkably. Suddenly, Meng Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she asked, if I am not mistaken. The poison wraith should not have escaped, but rather encountered you midway and met his end at your hands. Am I right? Chapter 064. The Path of No Return. Upon hearing Meng Xian's words, Xiao Zijing displayed no surprise, merely curving his lips into a barely perceptible smile. It was not difficult for someone of Meng Xian's intellect to deduce the truth. Noticing Xiao Zijing's silence and that smile, Meng Xian understood her guess was accurate. When Meng Xian learned that Meng Xing had led a pursuit against the poison wraith and saw the blood cease at a certain location without a trace of the wraith, she realized he had been slain. This was clearly not the doing of Meng Canglan. The direction of the wraith's escape coincided with the path Xiao Zijing had taken. During their discussion of the affairs concerning the Prince of Chu, Xiao Zijing had listened intently, yet his reaction grew indifferent when it came to the poison wraith. Today, upon reflection, Meng Xian voiced her suspicion, only to find it confirmed as Xiao Zijing's doing. When a large contingent arrived at the site where Xiao Zijing had been, they were met with the sight of numerous corpses sprawled across the ground, gasping in horror at the gruesome scene. A member of the Su family approached the bodies cautiously, repulsed by the putrid stench emanating from the decaying flesh. At that moment, unexpectedly, one of the bodies began to stir, still infused with a trickle of energy, yet devoid of consciousness. Only an instinct for survival compelled it to struggle, resembling a skeletal figure flailing its arms, sending chills down everyone's spine. It was indeed one of the powerful figures from the city lord's mansion. Seeing this, the young man from the Su family sighed deeply and said, better a brief pain than a prolonged suffering. Brother, rest in peace, we shall avenge you. After speaking, he stepped forward and ruthlessly crushed the skull of the powerful figure from the city lord's mansion. Many in the crowd closed their eyes, and some women even succumbed to nausea, having never witnessed such a grotesque sight. Bring the map, said a strong member of the Su family. Promptly, someone presented the map, and several experts at the condensation realm gathered around, whispering among themselves. The Su family member scrutinized the map intently, then pointed to a path, saying, do you see this route? It is the only way into the city. If we hurry, we might intercept them on the way. Let us take this detour. Su brother, one of the condensation realm experts said, his brow furrowed. Oh, what insights do you have, Chen brother? The Su family member looked up at him. This individual, named Chen Ming, was a young master from the city lord's mansion, currently at the 8th level of the condensation realm. The only one present who could rival the Su family member. After a brief silence, Chen Ming pointed to a mountain range and said, While we might think this way, it is not certain that Xiao Zijing will do the same. Look at this path. Although it has steep cliffs, with that boy's skills, it is not impossible for him to traverse it. I believe the opportunity with this perilous route is greater. Although the detour is risky, it could still lead us to Zhou Mountain Town. Heh, the Su family member scoffed, observing Chun Ming coldly. Does Su brother think my assessment is incorrect? If Chun brother believes that Xiao Zijing will truly choose this path, then he is indeed seeking his own demise, the Su family expert replied with a strange smile. This statement caused Chun Ming's expression to change, and he focused intently on the map, his face paling as he raised his gaze in alarm. Could it be the ancient corpse demon? The words slipped gently from the Su family member's lips. Chun Ming's face blanched, while others present exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the gravity of their conversation. This secret was known only to the leaders of various families and some core disciples. Deep within the Zhou mountain range, an ancient corpse demon lay sealed away, rumored to have been imprisoned there for eons. Many powerful figures had sought the demon, hoping to uncover treasures or secrets, but all had perished. Even a peak 9th realm expert from the Longyong Empire had faced the ancient corpse demon, returning gravely injured and ultimately meeting his demise on the way back. Over the years, generations had passed, and many had forgotten the existence of the ancient corpse demon, dismissing it as mere legend. I hope he does not take that path. It would be a pity to lose that divine sword, Chen Ming murmured. What a steep cliff, Meng Xian remarked, gazing anxiously at the nearly vertical wall before them. Xiao Zijing looked up at the seemingly endless cliff that reached into the clouds. Realizing there was no other path left to take, he smiled at Meng Xian, cradled in his arms, saying, "Do not worry, a mere cliff cannot impede my progress. However, we must make some preparations first." With that, he gathered some sturdy vines from around them to fashion a rope, securing Meng Xian onto his back. He felt two soft yet firm objects pressing against his back, causing a moment of embarrassment. Turning around, he noticed Meng Xian's cheeks had flushed slightly. To ease the awkwardness, he pointed at a bird flying overhead and said, "Look at that bird. How adorable." That is a blood crow, known for feasting on human eyes," she replied. "Cough. I meant to say that grass over there seems quite impressive." Little uncle, that is Mundula flower, used to make aphrodisiacs." I meant to say, look how handsome I am." That blood crow does seem rather cute." After preparing everything, Xiao Zijing leapt into the air, soaring over 20 meters high, and grasped the stones on the cliff face, beginning his ascent. As the sky gradually darkened, he climbed for several hours without sighting the cliff's summit. Doubts crept into his mind regarding the mountain's height. He had climbed over 6,000 meters, and the air was thinning. Suddenly, a hissing sound reached his ears, and he turned to see a massive black python slithering toward him, its predatory eyes locked onto him. Instantly, a wave of murderous intent emanated from Xiao Zijing, and he unleashed a surge of true energy, his indifferent gaze fixed on the black python as he coldly commanded, "Get lost." Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Xiao Zijing, the black python turned and fled. Throughout his journey, this tactic had successfully driven away countless beasts. With the python gone, Xiao Zijing let out a sigh of relief. Engaging in battle on such a cliff could easily result in a fatal fall from 6,000 meters. "Little uncle," Meng Xian suddenly spoke from behind. "What is it? Are you thirsty or hungry? Just hold on for a moment. We will eat once we reach the summit," Xiao Zijing replied with concern. "No," Meng Xian shook her head, worry etched on her face. "Little uncle, in the past hour, we encountered over a dozen beasts. But that black python seems to be the only one we've seen in the last 2 hours. Although we are at a high altitude, there are still many beasts that prefer such heights. It feels odd that we have not come across any others. Do you not think so?" Xiao Zijing nodded in agreement, contemplating Meng Xian's words. In his mind, he communicated with the 9 Palace Sword Soul, hoping for assistance in uncovering the mystery. "I don't know," came the concise reply from the 9 Palace Sword Soul. "I can only sense something peculiar at the mountain's peak, as if something is obstructing my soul's probing. While my soul power is not particularly strong, it should not be hindered without divine-like abilities. Hence, the only explanation is that something left behind by a powerful being is present at the summit, perhaps a formation or seal of some sort." "Something left by a divine being?" Xiao Zijing expressed surprise. "I merely suggest it is a possibility, but I cannot think of any other explanations." The 9 Palace Sword Soul replied, perplexed. "Alternatively, a natural formation could also impede my soul's probing. But such occurrences are extremely rare and typically found only in places rich in spiritual energy. This small Zhou mountain range should not harbor such phenomena." Mulling over the notion of something left by a divine being, Xiao Zijing's eyes brightened. "Could it be that a divine being has left a treasure for me? Bah! The nine-palace sword soul derisively dismissed Xiao Zijing's audacious imagination, scolding him. All you think about is such good fortune. What divine being would leave their treasures here? While there is a minuscule possibility, it is unlikely. More likely, there exists a cave left by a divine being, or a powerful figure may have sealed something strange here. Perhaps something quite sinister. In any case, be cautious. All right, Xiao Zijing conceded with a sigh. As he continued his climb, the ascent grew increasingly arduous, and his true energy was running low. Were it not for his remaining reserves, he would have surely fallen by now. With a clang, he drew his sword and thrust it into the cliff face, sitting upon the blade to catch his breath. Little uncle, you are working hard, Meng Clan said. Meng Clan wiped the sweat from Xiao Zijing's brow with her sleeve. Xiao Zijing chuckled, saying, "It's nothing, I'm not exhausted. It's just that not being able to see the mountaintop leaves one feeling somewhat hopeless." Suddenly, Meng Clan noticed the presence of sword marks etched into the cliffside. Xiao Zijing turned to look as well and was astonished to discover numerous sword scars nearby. Upon closer inspection, he felt a stirring in his sword heart, as he faintly envisioned a figure clad in green, wielding a long sword, engaged in combat with a skeletal monster. Countless sword energies crisscrossed, leaving fierce marks upon the mountain. "There's a monster," Xiao Zijing exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed through the heavens and earth. "Hee, little one. I didn't expect you to discover my presence. How interesting. I initially planned to let you climb up on your own, but your pace is simply too slow. Allow me to lend you a hand." "Who is it?" Meng Clan gasped, as a spark of recognition crossed her mind, exclaiming, "The ancient corpse demon." "What?" Xiao Zijing was taken aback. Just then, a tempest swept in, its force so powerful that it threatened to lift Xiao Zijing off his feet. His complexion changed drastically. The strength was overwhelming, as if it had summoned the very essence of the heavens and earth. Xiao Zijing hurriedly grasped the sword embedded in the cliff. But it was futile. The friction between the sword and the stone sparked, and in an instant, Xiao Zijing vanished, swept away by the sudden gale. At this moment, the Nine Palaces' sword soul could no longer remain still, his face etched with concern as he murmured, "It has been many years since I felt this aura. This energy belongs to the ancient celestial realm. How could the ancient corpse demon appear in the Zhoushan mountain range? This is dire." Once Xiao Zijing regained consciousness, he instinctively glanced back at Meng Clan, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but little uncle, we are about to face trouble. Look around us." Meng Clan's voice trembled. Only then did Xiao Zijing examine his surroundings closely, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. They had reached the mountaintop, where a sea of corpses lay strewn about. The sight reminded Xiao Zijing of the sword immortal path, but these corpses paled in comparison to those he had previously encountered. Most were ordinary people, with only a few bones faintly radiating light, likely remnants of contemporary masters. "Welcome," a feeble voice emerged from ahead. Xiao Zijing lifted his gaze, and his pupils constricted. Before him stood 36 tombstones, each representing a celestial position. At the center, a withered skeleton, terrifying in appearance, was bound by dark chains. As the skeleton's hollow gaze met Xiao Zijing's, green flames flickered within its empty eye sockets. "It is indeed the ancient corpse demon," the Nine Palaces' sword soul said solemnly. "What is that?" Xiao Zijing asked hastily. The Nine Palaces' sword soul replied gravely, "That is a tale from long ago, back when the ancient celestial realm still existed. Home to both ancient celestials and the ancient demon clan. Subsequently, the ancient corpse demon emerged, a formidable being who resurrected the dead. Though merely a corpse, it retained the abilities it possessed in life. These ancient corpse demons rely on absorbing the life force of living beings to survive. Eventually, one of the corpse demons led a rebellion against the ancient demon clan, declaring itself an independent lineage. A cataclysmic battle ensued between the ancient celestial clan and the ancient corpse demons, culminating in the disappearance of the ancient celestial realm. To think we would encounter an ancient corpse demon here today, albeit a feeble one, sealed in this location. From the flicker of its soul fire, it seems to possess little strength left," he explained to Xiao Zijing. "Little strength left?" Xiao Zijing felt a surge of hope. "Does that mean it's on the verge of perishing?" "Well, it may lack strength, but it can still kill you as easily as a chick." The Nine Palaces' sword soul replied awkwardly. "How dare you?" Xiao Zijing couldn't help but curse. "I thought I was nearing my end. Yet here comes someone to deliver me an opportunity. Little one, while your soul may be weak, it is sufficient for me to sustain myself for a few more years. Come, let me savor your rather unpalatable soul," the ancient corpse demon sneered, its voice piercing like a wailing ghost. "How dare you mock my soul?" Xiao Zijing was filled with indignation, having just been riled by the Nine Palaces' sword soul and now incensed by the ancient corpse demon. Don't worry, I can make do with a little. The ancient corpse demon grinned maliciously. Oh, is that so? Xiao Zijing replied, clasping his hands. I know a fellow named Yizong Yuan. His soul power is formidable and should be quite delectable. If you desire a treat, I can fetch him for you, ensuring that you will be left craving more. Really? The ancient corpse demon was taken aback. Absolutely. I shall retrieve him for you right away. Farewell. With that, Xiao Zijing turned to leave. But as he took a couple of steps, the fierce wind surged once more, sweeping him back toward the ancient corpse demon. The demon grinned coldly. Do you truly believe I am a fool? I will devour you first. Damn it, I will fight you. Xiao Zijing roared in fury. The heavenly punishment sword instantly unsheathed from his back. However, the moment the sword appeared, the ancient corpse demon's aura was immediately suppressed, leaving it in shock. What is that? Get it away from me. As the dark wind dissipated, the fire in the ancient corpse demon's eyes nearly extinguished, its aura plummeting. Xiao Zijing gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, realizing that the ancient corpse demon's power was almost entirely drained. Hee, the Nine Palaces' sword soul chuckled. I had forgotten that the heavenly punishment sword had been suppressing an ancient giant demon for countless years. Dealing with this diminutive ancient corpse demon is a trivial matter. Now that its aura has been reduced to a minimum, even a mere cultivator in the virtual martial realm could easily subdue it. Really? Xiao Zijing was taken aback, then turned to the ancient corpse demon with a mischievous grin. At this moment, the ancient corpse demon was bound to the tombstone, stripped of its former menace. As Xiao Zijing approached step by step, the demon broke into a cold sweat, though it had none, and warned in a deep voice, Boy, if you dare to lay a finger on me, I will surely flay your skin when I escape. Oh, Xiao Zijing replied nonchalantly. With a teasing smirk, Xiao Zijing cracked his knuckles and strode toward the ancient corpse demon, each step deliberately loud. He truly wished to witness the demon's fearful expression, but alas. The creature had no flesh, revealing nothing. Xiao Zijing plunged the heavenly punishment sword into the ground, unleashing a sword intent that directly affected the ancient corpse demon. The demon struggled against its chains, which rattled loudly. Xiao Zijing scoffed, Let us see how you flay my skin. You've been sealed here for who knows how many years. If you could escape, you would have done so long ago. Since you haven't, it means you can't, so don't think you can intimidate me. That would be your demise. Have you ever seen a fist as big as a cauldron? The ancient corpse demon nodded, gazing at Xiao Zijing's tender hands. How dare you? Without further ado, Xiao Zijing unleashed a punch straight into the ancient corpse demon's face. The sound was particularly crisp as Xiao Zijing's fist struck the ancient corpse demon squarely in the face. However, to his dismay, the ancient corpse demon merely chuckled ominously. The blow did not harm him in the slightest. He was, after all, an ancient corpse demon, a being who had emerged from the ancient immortal realm eons ago. If a mere condensation realm warrior could shatter his skull with a single punch, the ancient corpse demon clan would have long ceased to exist. A casual breath from an immortal could obliterate them. How resilient! Xiao Zijing gritted his teeth, staring at his slightly reddened fist, a sharp pain coursing through him as if he had struck steel. He lifted his gaze to meet the grinning ancient corpse demon, exclaiming in anger, You wretched skeleton, how dare you toy with me? The ancient corpse demon chuckled, responding, Little one, do not be so vexed. It has been ages since anyone visited this place. I have been sealed here for countless years, and the monotony is unbearable. Whenever humans arrive, they either seek to kill me or extract some secret from me, such dull encounters that I have ended their lives. Now, my soul power wanes, and soon, I fear, I will not be able to contend with even a moderately skilled warrior. However, killing me is impossible. No warrior of this world could achieve that. At most, they can seal me away like this. You are quite amusing, so I thought I might entertain myself with you. As for your soul, with that divine sword in your possession, I cannot consume it, so I might as well keep you company. Not worth my time. Xiao Zijing huffed, drawing his heavenly punishment sword, preparing to depart. Haha, little one, I see a fierce aura about you. Are you off to hunt? The ancient corpse demon watched as Xiao Zijing turned his back. Xiao Zijing remained silent, continuing onward. The direction you head leads to a nearby town, where I sense many individuals more formidable than you. If you return, you may find it difficult to escape. It would be wiser to stay here with me. I am an ancient corpse demon from the ancient immortal realm, and I possess an abundance of knowledge regarding martial arts and techniques. If you accompany me, I shall impart this wisdom to you, and since my time is limited, it is a most advantageous arrangement. The ancient corpse demon persisted in his temptations. Insane, Xiao Zijing muttered, dismissing the creature's advances. Young one, Your divine sword is extraordinary. Why not assist me in breaking my seal? If you do so, I shall help you eliminate those in the town. Unnecessary. Xiao Zijing's voice faded as he continued his path. Witnessing Xiao Zijing's departure, the soul flame in the ancient corp demon's eyes flared up intensely, a surge of malice emanating from him as he murmured, "What an ungrateful child. In the past, those who sought my assistance in slaughter could be counted in billions of light years. Yet today, when I wish to help you, you deny me even that opportunity. How ironic." Sighing, the ancient corp demon slowly raised his gaze to the heavens, murmuring, "Had it not been for that battle where I was grievously wounded by the ancient immortal sovereign, I would not have fallen to this lowly world, nor encountered that individual who sought to capture me for puppet crafting. Alas, he could not subdue me and ultimately sealed me in this desolate place. Should I ever escape, I shall surely revive my kin. I wonder how that fellow Ming Zhan is faring." After a considerable time, Dream Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, as if reassured. "What is it?" Xiao Zijing inquired, curious. "Nothing. I just find it fortunate that we managed to escape the clutches of the ancient corp demon. Historical texts record that all who encountered such powerful beings met their demise, even those at the peak of the Nine Zhuang realm," Dream Xian elaborated. "However, I sense that the ancient corp demon's aura today is not as formidable as described in ancient records. Time has likely diminished his strength, and it may not be long before he becomes but a wisp of dust in this world. While I am not well acquainted with the Nine Zhuang realm, I believe that even if a practitioner of that caliber were to arrive now, the ancient corp demon would hardly be a match. However, his skeletal frame is exceedingly tough. Even a Nine Zhuang realm expert might struggle against him," Xiao Zijing remarked. The Nine Palaces' sword spirit interjected. "Even if those from your empire's Nine Zhuang realm or above were to come, they would be powerless against him. It is no easy feat to eliminate the ancient corp demon clan. Only by extinguishing his soul can one achieve that. Even if his bones were shattered, they would merely reconstitute. To truly obliterate a soul is a technique reserved for immortals. It is likely that the immortal who sealed him lacked the strength to extinguish his soul as well." Xiao Zijing concurred with the Nine Palaces' sword spirits assessment. They continued onward, taking a brief respite during which Xiao Zijing produced some fresh water and food. Dream Xian made no inquiries about the source of these provisions. Xiao Zijing managed to steal a brief sleep, feeling secure from any lurking beasts within the ancient corp demon's territory. However, Dream Xian's complexion turned slightly pale. Noticing this, Xiao Zijing quickly asked, "What is wrong?" Dream Xian shook her head in silence. Xiao Zijing took her hand, placing his fingers on her pulse. In an instant, his expression turned grave as he frowned at Dream Xian, stating, "It appears your strength did not solidify into the oceanic realm, but was instead forcefully stabilized through some secret method, allowing you to combat that Tang zone. Now, after all this time, that energy has begun to backfire on you. Xianer, how could you resort to such perilous techniques?" As he uttered a word, Dream Xian's pallor shifted from pale to ghostly white. Sweat streamed down her face as she collapsed into Xiao Zijing's embrace, utterly devoid of strength, her breathing quickening. Xiao Zijing felt a surge of urgency as he observed her condition, realizing the backlash of the energy within her was severe. Had Dream Xian's dantian remained intact, she would have been able to withstand the backlash with her formidable strength, suffering only minor losses of true energy. However, she had not anticipated being ambushed by that figure in black. With her current frail state, how could she endure such a force? "Xianer, hold on." Xiao Zijing gritted his teeth, placing his palm against her back, channeling his robust true energy into her body. With a loud bang, as soon as his true energy entered her, it was met with fierce resistance, violently bouncing him back. Stumbling, he rose, dusting himself off with a scowl. "What immense power! My true energy cannot penetrate." The backlash was evidently stronger than the initial stage of the oceanic realm, and given Xiao Zijing's current capabilities, he was at a loss. The Nine Palaces' sword spirit cautioned, if no expert intervenes to suppress this force, Dream Xian will be overwhelmed and burst apart. You must make haste to return to Zhoushan town. Only with the likes of Meng Canglan or other oceanic realm warriors can her condition be addressed. Understood. Xiao Zijing swiftly hoisted Dream Xian onto his back, approaching the edge of the cliff. Gazing into the abyss that seemed endless, he clenched his jaw. If he continued his slow descent as before, Dream Xian would surely be overwhelmed by the energy before they reached the bottom. Steeling himself, he shouted back, "Wretched skeleton, what is it?" The ancient corpse demon's voice echoed in response. Initially, it was thought that the ancient corpse demon would disregard him, yet unexpectedly, the ancient corpse demon spoke. Xiao Zijing gritted his teeth and implored, "Skeleton, lend me a hand and take me to the foot of the mountain." Why should I assist you? Upon finishing his words, the power of the ancient corpse demon manifested before Xiao Zijing, coalescing into a spectral figure. The ancient corpse demon fixed his gaze upon Xiao Zijing and inquired. Xiao Zijing glanced back, noting that Meng Xian's breath was growing ever fainter. He could sense the backlash within Meng Xian intensifying. With a steely gaze directed at the ancient corpse demon, he coldly replied, "Should you aid me, when I encounter the one who sealed you, I will ensure he suffers a brutal reckoning." The ancient corpse demon paused, then burst into a chilling laughter, which, despite its eerie quality, conveyed his amusement. "Very well. I shall escort you down, but it is not because I believe you can avenge me. Rather, I find your jest amusing." Xiao Zijing's expression darkened. Despite his gallant demeanor and earnestness, he wondered if he truly appeared so unreliable. Regardless, he was undeterred. Returning to Zhoushan town swiftly would allow him to save Meng Xian. After the ancient corpse demon had his fill of laughter, he fulfilled Xiao Zijing's wish. With a breath exhaled from his mouth, Xiao Zijing's figure vanished before him. "This lad is indeed loyal, reminiscent of my younger days. In my youth, I too acted rashly for the sake of a beauty, surrounded by many enchanting concubines." As he mused, the ancient corpse demon envisioned numerous skeletons encircling him, resembling not concubines but rather a regiment of skeletal warriors. Xiao Zijing felt a dizzying sensation as he glanced around, finding himself already at the foot of the mountain. He looked up to behold the towering cliffs that pierced the clouds, silently expressing gratitude to the ancient corpse demon before hastening towards Zhoushan town. At the 7-story pavilion, various families harbored ulterior motives. Although the events occurring in the Zhoushan mountain range were not entirely clear to them, they had gathered enough information to know the situation. Each family dispatched capable spies to investigate, and none were more anxious than the Meng Clan regarding Meng Xian's fate. Meng Canglan paced anxiously within his chamber, hands rubbing together incessantly. Rarely did anyone witness the head of the Meng family in such a state. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Meng Canglan entered. Meng Canglan hurried over, asking, "Elder, what news?" "There is still no word. It seems Xiao Zijing and the young lady are relatively safe for now," Meng Canglan replied, though his expression darkened. "However, our scouts report that many young martial artists have already laid ambush at the entrance of Zhoushan town. Should Xiao Zijing appear, he may face an onslaught." "Damn it!" Meng Canglan seethed with rage, smashing his palm onto the wooden table, splintering it into pieces. His face contorted with fury as he gritted his teeth. "If anything befalls Xiener, I will make these scoundrels pay with their lives." He then turned to Meng Canglan, his voice cold. "Elder, we must leave the city and eliminate those ruffians, clearing the path for Xiener's return." "Absolutely not," Meng Canglan exclaimed in shock. "Patriarch, our Meng family is currently under scrutiny. The entire Zhoushan town is watching us. Any slight movement will draw their attention, providing them with an excuse to obliterate our clan. For the sake of the family, we cannot take such risks." Hearing Meng Canglan's words, Meng Canglan's fury subsided slightly, his shoulders slumping in despair as he sank into a chair, his face ashen. How could it come to this? Has our Meng family, stripped of Meng Canglan, become so vulnerable? Is it true that without Meng Canglan, our family is no longer the Meng family? This is a true testament to my failure as patriarch. Patriarch Meng Canglan, witnessing his despair, hesitated, unsure of what to say. In another room, an elder with sword-like eyebrows was engaged in a game of chess with another elder, surnamed Zhao, from Wielding Mountain. They remained silent, deeply engrossed in their game. "Master Feng, Lord Li seeks an audience," a young attendant announced. "Do not grant him entry." "Understood." The attendant exited. The elder surnamed Zhao chuckled, glancing at the elder with sword-like eyebrows. "What is this? Having accepted his gifts, are you now planning to ignore the lad?" The elder with sword-like eyebrows, brow furrowed, replied coldly, "If it weren't for this boy, how could my 3 disciples have perished? Upon my return, I must consider how to explain this to the sect. Now, with this boy seeking me out, it can only be for unfavorable reasons, likely demanding to know why I did not eliminate several members of the Meng family. I have no intention of entertaining him. Once the Zhoushan conference concludes, I shall return to Wielding Mountain. A mere city lord dares to negotiate with me? Huh." Zhao chuckled, shaking his head. Awaiting outside, Li Haoran saw the attendant emerge and quickly asked, "Brother, where is Master Feng?" "Lord Li, Master Feng is currently in seclusion and is not seeing anyone. You may wish to leave." With that, the attendant opened the door and stepped inside, leaving Li Haoran alone at the threshold. Facing the closed door, his expression darkened, teeth grinding in frustration as if he wished to bite the elder with sword-like eyebrows. With a cold snort, he turned and departed, cursing the elder repeatedly in his mind. Despite offering gifts worth millions of gold coins, he found that the elder had taken everything yet done nothing in return. The members of the Meng family remained alive. Though Meng Xian was gravely injured, she had not perished, and Meng Fengyi and Meng Xing still roamed the world. Li Haoran had intended to inquire about the elder's actions, but the elder had evaded him with various excuses in recent days. In the forest, a figure darted forth with remarkable speed, their vital energy swirling beneath them, as they carried another person without losing momentum. The one racing was none other than Xiao Zijing. Having run for quite some time, Xiao Zijing sensed Meng Xian's presence fading rapidly. She had succumbed to unconsciousness, showing no signs of awakening. He feared that she might never regain consciousness. Having lost Meng Xiaoyao, he could not bear to lose Meng Xian as well. Feeling his eyes moisten, he called back, "Xianer, hold on. We're almost there." Xiao Zijing's eyes brightened as he caught sight of the outline of Zhoushan town ahead. "Xiao Zijing, there are many people ahead. It seems you are in trouble." The voice of the Nine Palace Sword Soul echoed. At this, Xiao Zijing's murderous intent surged, his eyes turning crimson, transforming him into a bloodthirsty beast. "Who dares to waste my time at such a moment shall meet a fate worse than death." With that, he executed the Snow Knight Starlight Step with even greater fluidity, accelerating beyond his previous speed. Xiao Zijing's spiritual power began to extend outward, and indeed, he discerned over 100 hidden figures around him. His spiritual power had now fully regained 1/10 of its strength. He has arrived. He has truly come. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the dense forest, filled with palpable excitement. Instantly, more than 100 streams of true energy surged forth from the surrounding mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Various figures darted out from the woods. Upon spotting the approaching Xiao Zijing, a warrior laughed heartily, saying, "I told you. Those fools insisted that Xiao Zijing would come from that path, blocking it. I knew he wouldn't follow the conventional route. He would appear here instead. Indeed, I was right. Haha, this achievement is ours." Another warrior chimed in with a smile. At that moment, several individuals stepped forward from the crowd. Clad in the attire of the city lord's mansion, accompanied by those wearing the garments of the Su and Han families. Each exuded an overwhelming aura of power. The leaders among them were formidable warriors at the 7th level of the condensation realm, with Chun Ming from the city lord's mansion being at the 8th level. Chun Ming had always believed that Xiao Zijing would not take that path, so he led his men to ambush here, and indeed, they encountered Xiao Zijing. He couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Zijing's luck, having avoided the ancient corpse demon. If only they knew that not only had Xiao Zijing faced the ancient corpse demon, but he had also struck it with a punch, forcing the demon to escort him down the mountain. Before their eyes, over 100 warriors blocked the path. Xiao Zijing's gaze hardened. He had no time to engage in games with these fellows. Just then, a strong warrior from the Han family approached Xiao Zijing, stating, "Brother Xiao, surrender your sword and hand over Meng Xian. We won't make things difficult for you. We'll grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise," before he could finish, Xiao Zijing swiftly drew the heavenly punishment sword from his back, slashing it forward. Boom. The very space seemed to warp as the ferocious sword energy surged towards the Han warrior. The Han warrior was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Zijing to strike without a word. He attempted to draw his weapon to defend against the incoming sword energy, but at that moment, all he could do was watch as the tumultuous energy bore down upon him, leaving traces of sword energy flickering in his pupils. Xiao Zijing's strike was too swift. With a resounding boom, the Han warrior at the 7th level of the condensation realm was cleaved into mere pulp by a single stroke from Xiao Zijing. Hiss! The scene fell utterly silent. A warrior at the 7th level of the condensation realm was annihilated in an instant. Was that the invincible divine sword? The gazes of the onlookers ignited with fervor. Kill! Since Xiao Zijing refused to play by the rules, they had nothing left to say and immediately sought to slay him and seize his sword. "If you wish to die, then come." An infinite murderous intent surged from Xiao Zijing's eyes, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Yet, tempted by the divine sword, they could not restrain their impulses, charging collectively towards Xiao Zijing. Leading the charge, Chun Ming swung an axe down, imbued with the power of creation, demonstrating that a warrior at the 8th level of the condensation realm was no trifling matter. Bang! As the axe descended, Chun Ming felt his arm tingle with shock. Upon focusing, he noticed that Xiao Zijing had summoned a golden armor, which effortlessly absorbed the blow of his war axe. The remaining attacks crashed against Xiao Zijing, causing the Sword King's armor to tremble violently as Xiao Zijing's cold gaze swept across the surroundings. Swish! The heavenly punishment sword was unleashed, sweeping forth with the force of the 8 directions. The golden great sword in the hands of the human-shaped Sword King radiated brilliantly, an overwhelming presence emanating from Xiao Zijing. His crimson eyes instilled terror in the hearts of all, making him appear more like a god of slaughter. The heavenly punishment sword swept outward, unleashing powerful sword energy that blossomed in all directions, akin to a lotus flower unfurling, yet each petal concealed boundless murderous intent. Dodge! Everyone gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, they witnessed Xiao Zijing cleave a 7th-level master of the condensation realm into fragments with this divine sword. None dared to confront him head-on. Yet some weaker individuals failed to evade in time, resulting in 7 or 8 of them being reduced to dust by Xiao Zijing's sword energy. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chun Ming's eyes. Do not worry, this boy is exhausting his true energy. See how his armor's brilliance has dimmed significantly compared to before? If we launch 2 more coordinated attacks, we will surely shatter his armor and seize his divine sword. As Chun Ming's words fell, the crowd indeed noticed that the Sword King's armor on Xiao Zijing had lost its previous radiance, the light noticeably dimmed. This invigorated everyone. As it seemed Xiao Zijing was not invincible after all. Xiao Zijing coldly surveyed his surroundings, aware of the significant depletion of his true energy. Having utilized the Snow Knight's swift step to travel, he was nearly drained, and he had yet to recover fully. He sensed his stamina waning. Realizing that if he continued to battle these individuals, even if victorious, he would lack the strength to carry Meng Xian back to Zhoushan Town. Moreover, Xiao Zijing was far from naive enough to believe that merely arriving in Zhoushan Town would allow him to safely seek out Meng's family with Meng Xian. Onward, Chun Ming commanded, leading the charge once more. The crowd surged towards Xiao Zijing. This time, Xiao Zijing did not wait. As Chun Ming issued the order, he lunged forward. His massive form barreling towards Chun Ming, the heavenly punishment sword aimed at him. However, Chun Ming was well aware of the sword's might and would not face Xiao Zijing head-on, swiftly dodging aside. Xiao Zijing's sword energy obliterated the bluestone behind Chun Ming into powder. Witnessing the fate of the bluestone, Chun Ming broke out in a cold sweat. Attack! As soon as the command was given, black chains shot forth from the sleeves of all the disciples of the city lord's mansion, moving with the speed of black lightning. Just as Xiao Zijing attempted to evade, he realized the chains had already encircled him, binding the Sword King's armor tightly. Following that, over 10 black chains struck, completely ensnaring Xiao Zijing. He attempted to struggle, but the chains were too tight, rendering him utterly immobile. Ha! The surrounding dozen or so warriors from the city lord's mansion erupted into laughter, reveling in the sight of Xiao Zijing wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Chun Ming laughed. Xiao Zijing, we were well prepared to wait for you. This is how we capture individuals in the city lord's mansion. These chains are forged from exquisite cold iron, possessing a binding effect on your true energy. You, trapped within your armor, are unable to move. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot escape. Now, surrender your divine sword and hand over Meng Xian. Once again, we offer you a complete corpse. Xiao Zijing found himself truly unable to move. The chains continually siphoned off the true energy of the warriors, preventing him from drawing upon his power. At that moment, Meng Xian behind him let out a soft whimper, seemingly stirring from a faint, prompting Xiao Zijing to pause. Given Meng Xian's condition, he realized he genuinely had no time to waste with them. He needed to resolve this quickly. Xiao Zijing's gaze sharpened. With a flick of his wrist, the heavenly punishment sword began to move, and an enigmatic force surged forth from within him. Break! With a powerful shout, Xiao Zijing unleashed his sword heart's energy, releasing the essence he had painstakingly restored. Indomitable! Bang! With a resounding explosion, the chains adorning the armor of the Sword King were utterly shattered by the power of sword heart emanating from Xiao Zijing. Those who controlled the chains were struck by an unknown force, sharp and unyielding, that directly assaulted their dantian. Blood burst from their mouths, and they were violently propelled backward by Xiao Zijing's sword heart, including Chun Ming, who, despite his disbelief, found himself spitting blood, still clutching a fragment of the cold iron chain. He could hardly fathom how Xiao Zijing managed to breach the renowned chain formation of their lordess mansion, resulting in the loss of several powerful warriors. Xiao Zijing unleashed 3 devastating strikes with the heavenly punishment sword, scattering sword chi around him and slaying numerous would-be assailants. Over 100 were now reduced to fewer than 40. Each of these remaining individuals regarded Xiao Zijing with palpable trepidation. With a cold snort, Xiao Zijing realized there was no time to engage with them further. Just as he prepared to depart, he found his feet inexplicably immobilized. Looking down, he saw that his ankles were ensnared by spirals of sand, resembling chains that bound his feet. Anger flared within him as he shouted, Yin Wang, you coward, show yourself. A chilling snicker echoed from a nearby tree, and Xiao Zijing lifted his gaze to discover Yin Wang and Han Fengzi standing there. Yin Wang remarked, "What a splendid divine sword you wield. I doubt you possess the strength to escape my eye technique. Even if you did, your spiritual power has yet to recover, and your true qi is nearly depleted. You are destined to fail at my hands, Xiao Zijing, though I may triumph over you. I hold a measure of respect for you as a worthy adversary." Utter nonsense. Xiao Zijing glared at Yin Wang with bloodshot eyes, retorting, "You coward. I lack the time to play games with you. Allow me to depart, and I, Xiao Zijing, shall remember your kindness. Should you deny me, I shall return to the 9 continents and slay your entire family." "Oh." Yin Wang's eyes narrowed coldly. "Unfortunately, you shall not have that opportunity, for you are about to die." With that, Yin Wang's pupils shifted, and torrents of golden sand surged from behind Xiao Zijing, enveloping him. Yin Wang sneered, "Your true qi is nearly expended. I doubt your armor can withstand my assault. Prepare to explode." A smile crept upon Yin Wang's lips. The sword heart quaked violently as Xiao Zijing felt the impending doom of the golden sand. "Xiao Zijing, I shall use my eye technique to transport you away." The voice of the 9 palaces' sword soul echoed in his mind. Wait. Suddenly, the 9 palaces' sword soul continued, "There is a turn of events." Xiao Zijing was astonished to find that the explosive force within the golden sand had vanished. Pooh! Yin Wang spat blood, tumbling from the tree. Just as he prepared to use his eye technique to eliminate Xiao Zijing, an unexpected assault struck him from behind, nearly shattering his meridians. Lying on the ground, he and the onlookers looked up in alarm as a youth clad in golden garments stood atop the tree. Han Fengzi, equally taken aback by the sudden appearance of the youth, paled. Meng Fengzi's indifferent gaze surveyed the scene, ignoring Han Fengzi entirely, until it landed on the massive mound of sand. With a thunderous roar, the mound erupted, and Xiao Zijing emerged, clad in the Sword King's armor. Though his true qi was severely depleted, as he stepped forth, the armor crumbled, leaving him gasping for breath, the heavenly punishment sword still in hand. With Meng Xian on his back, the 2 former adversaries from the Meng Clan now found themselves in this dire situation. Once, Meng Fengyi had looked down upon Xiao Zijing, viewing him as merely a side branch of the family unworthy of cultivation, believing only Meng Xing to be his true rival. Yet, now the tides had turned, with Xiao Zijing influencing the dynamics of the entire Zhoushan region. "Xiao Zijing, go? I will handle things here," Meng Fengyi stated calmly. Xiao Zijing scrutinized Meng Fengyi, an adept healer who could see through the facade of strength. He recognized the severe wounds Meng Fengyi bore, and that his true qi was far below peak condition. Despite this, Meng Fengyi displayed no signs of weakness, his disdainful gaze suggesting he regarded the onlookers as mere ants beneath heaven's gaze. With no other choice, Xiao Zijing prepared to leave. "Xiao Zijing," Meng Fengyi called out once more. "Yes, I know not if I shall survive to return. Should I decide to linger in the beauty of the Zhoushan Mountains, tell Meng Xian that I, Meng Fengyi, apologize for my ambition to claim the position of family head. If there is a next life, I would choose to love her properly." Meng Fengyi spoke casually. Xiao Zijing smiled softly, replying, "Brother Fengyi, I too cannot guarantee I will not fall in love with Zhoushan Town, a place of serene beauty. Should we both forsake the Meng Clan and meet again, I would like nothing more than to share a drink with you. A gentleman's word is his bond. Let us pledge with the sword." With a hearty laugh, Xiao Zijing flicked his finger, and the sound of a crisp note rang out as his sword flew from his waist, striking the ground like a shooting star, standing upright and gleaming with silver light. In an instant, Xiao Zijing vanished, employing swift footwork to escape. "Do not let him escape." The warriors surged forward, but Meng Fengyi gracefully descended to the ground, stating, "If you wish to pursue him, you must first kill me." Seeking death, a 5th-level condensation realm warrior roared, swinging a massive ink-colored blade toward Meng Fengyi. The weight of the blade was formidable, imbued with materials that reinforced its edge during forging. Facing this onslaught, Meng Fengyi seized the sword left by Xiao Zijing and countered with a single strike. Swish! The black blade was cleaved in 2 by Meng Fengyi's sword, the unmatched edge severing the warrior's head. But with that motion, the injuries at his waist flared, crimson staining his golden robe. Yet Meng Fengyi paid no heed to the blood flowing from his wounds. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he admired the sword in his grasp, declaring, "A transcendent sword indeed. Come forth, let me, Meng Fengyi, pave the road to the underworld for you." Meng Fengyi's complexion was pale as she stood resolutely with her sword, her long black hair billowing in the wind. A faint smile graced her lips, and the last remnants of her true energy surged forth. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a flurry of sword strikes that swept through the crowd. Without regard for her own safety, she charged into the fray, allowing blades to rain upon her. Yet her smile never faltered. With her sword in hand, she took down one adversary with each step, blood splattering within a 5-step radius. Xiao Zijing raced forward, suddenly noticing a figure standing ahead. To his surprise, he recognized Han Shiyang. Han Shiyang held the reins of a dragon-scaled horse, and upon spotting Xiao Zijing, he waved him over. "Brother Xiao, I have a horse for you." Without unnecessary pleasantries, Han Shiyang stated his intent. Xiao Zijing, eyeing the magnificent horse, nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Brother Han, I will repay your kindness in the future." With that, he mounted the dragon-scaled horse, hastening away with Meng Clan. Watching Xiao Zijing's retreating figure, Han Shiyang smiled faintly, saying, "I hope Brother Xiao remembers what he promised today. It shall not be in vain that I assisted you from the shadows." The dragon-scaled horse matched Xiao Zijing's swift steps, allowing him to catch his breath while he endeavored to restore his true energy. As the sun set gradually, Xiao Zijing fervently recuperated, consuming various herbs that could slightly replenish his energy. 40%. Xiao Zijing opened his eyes, sensing that his energy had regained a substantial 40%. The sky was dimming, and they were merely a few miles from Zhoushan town. "Xianer, hold on. We are almost home." In a whisper barely audible, Meng Clan murmured behind him. If not for Xiao Zijing's keen hearing, he would have missed it entirely. Hearing her voice eased his heart. It indicated that her internal backlash had not yet reached a critical point. However, Xiao Zijing recognized that this respite was only temporary. The backlash was formidable and exceedingly perilous for Meng Clan, an ordinary person at present. He checked her pulse and assessed her condition. If fortune favored them, she might endure for another 2 hours. Had she been a regular person, she would likely have perished within half that time. Though Meng Clan was now an ordinary individual, she once was a warrior with a solid foundation, her meridians far superior to those of an average person. The dragon-scaled horse galloped fiercely, leaving deep hoof prints in its wake. This creature, not truly a horse but rather a fierce beast resembling one, was known for its incredible speed. Many hunters avoided it in their pursuits. However, after being captured by Han Shiyang, it was gifted to Xiao Zijing. The dragon-scaled horse sensed Xiao Zijing's overwhelming aura, recognizing his strength to be greater than that of its captor, thus yielding to him. Gradually, under the moonlight, Xiao Zijing spotted the gates of Zhoushan town from a distance. It was late autumn, and the nights had grown cold. Many guards from the lord's estate were stationed at the city gates. A man clad in the armor of a general ascended from the city walls, and every guard who saw him respectfully called out, "General Liang." He paid them no heed, rubbing his hands together as he gazed into the distance, sighing at the full moon above. Liang Long had been in the position of the city lord's general for 2 years, yet he was the least favored by the lord. Whenever there was a reward, it was always claimed by the other generals, leaving him empty-handed. As winter approached, he felt he had accomplished nothing. That brat Tang Zong was always favored, and now he was leading a team of physicians. Surely he would return to great rewards from the lord. Jealousy simmered in Liang Long's heart as he muttered, "Damn it. Even the other generals are comfortably nestled in Suzhou City, while I am stuck here guarding this wretched place. It's infuriating." The soldiers nearby couldn't help but chuckle at Liang Long's grievances. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" His anger flared as he realized his waning authority. Even the soldiers dared to mock him. Reporting to the general, a soldier approached him, stating, "Speak up." Liang Long, in a foul mood, had little patience for niceties. The soldier was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how he had offended the general. He quickly continued, reporting, "A person is approaching us from Zhoushan." Oh, Liang Long was intrigued. It was the middle of the night, and someone was emerging from Zhoushan? Let me take a look. He moved toward the city gate, peering into the moonlight. Indeed, he spotted an individual riding what appeared to be a horse, with a woman slung over their back, rushing towards them at an astonishing speed. Liang Long adjusted his spyglass, and a sneer crossed his face. So it's the Meng family's physician. Quite interesting. The lord had sent Tang Zong to secretly execute the Meng family's physician. It seems Tang Zong let him slip away. If I capture him, the credit will be mine. Huh. Tang Zong, this is your day of reckoning. Send my orders. No one is to open the gates. Liang Long commanded. Yes. As they neared the city gates, Zhoushan town was now in sight. Yet Xiao Zijing's expression remained tense, his demeanor growing more serious as he beheld the tightly shut gates. He surmised that the lord's guards would not allow him entry without a fight. Who approaches? A soldier's voice echoed from the city walls as he shouted. The gates are closed. If you wish to enter, return tomorrow morning. Xiao Zijing paid him no mind. The soldier, angered by the disregard, shouted, "Halt. If you do not stop, we will take action." Xiao Zijing continued undeterred. Archer, fire. A command rang out, and hundreds of archers readied their bows, aiming at Xiao Zijing. With a cold snort, he found himself only a few hundred steps from the gates. Meng Xian's aura had nearly faded, and urgency gripped him. He longed to reach the Meng family. A rain of arrows descended upon him, hundreds of powerful projectiles hurtling through the air, glinting ominously in the moonlight. Xiao Zijing cast a glance at the incoming storm, his true energy surging forth as an overwhelming presence enveloped him. The golden armor of the Sword King shielded both him and the dragon-scaled horse, deflecting the arrows effortlessly. What is that? All the soldiers were utterly astonished. Some even with their bows drawn, forgotten in their aim as they stood there, transfixed. At that moment, an enormous figure, towering at 3 meters, emerged from Xiao Zijing, radiating a golden light that made her shine like the sun in the pitch-black night. Surrounded by this brilliance, all arrows fell away, and an overwhelming sword intent emanated from the giant. Even Liang Long was taken aback, marveling at the remarkable nature of this technique. Though he still regarded Xiao Zijing's strength with disdain. Break. Xiao Zijing had no expectation that these fools would open the city gates for her. Drawing the sword of divine retribution, she swung it with a single stroke, shattering the heavens as if piercing through the ages. The sword's energy surged forth like shards of dust, instantly obliterating the city gate, reducing it to 2 large, twisted scraps of iron. Today's third update. Next update at 8 o'clock. Chapter 072. Those who block me shall die. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Not just the gate, but the entire city tower trembled. Liang Long's eyes nearly bulged out. The gate, forged from solid iron and half a meter thick, had been cleaved apart by Xiao Zijing's single strike, now rendered into scrap. How was this even possible? Yet, she was merely at the 7th level of the condensation realm. That sword. Liang Long's eyes lit up, immediately recognizing the sword's extraordinary power. Without it, even with his 7th level strength, shattering the gate would have been implausible. To wield a sword that could unleash devastation surpassing the oceanic realm. If only he could possess that sword. Liang Long promptly issued orders to intercept Xiao Zijing at all costs. At that moment, he commanded the entire military authority of Zhoushan, and countless soldiers surged into the streets. The clatter of armor echoing loudly as they prepared to halt Xiao Zijing. After issuing his command, Liang Long leaped away from the city tower. As Xiao Zijing burst through the city gate, she found herself surrounded by countless soldiers. Furrowing her brow, she declared, "I must reach the 7-story tower. Please step aside." How naive, bold thief, to invade Zhoushan at night. You must have sinister intentions. Capture him, shouted a squad leader, brandishing his sword and pointing at Xiao Zijing. Kill. The battle cries shook the very heavens, rousing the townsfolk from their slumber. What is happening? Is there a battle? What is going on? Many wondered, and suddenly, Meng Canglan awoke with a start. Hastily dressing, he was about to step outside when he encountered Meng Canglan. Xiao Zijing must have entered the city. Meng Canglan said darkly, "The fairy has returned." A hint of joy flickered on Meng Canglan's face. "Let us go see." The inhabitants of the 7-story tower were now awake. Even the 2 elders from Wulian Mountain emerged from their slumber, drawn by the distant sounds of combat. Killing. With the sword of divine retribution in hand, Xiao Zijing swept her blade, instantly turning dozens of soldiers into mist of blood. "He has slain so many of our brothers. He must die here today." One soldier roared in fury, as countless others recklessly charged at Xiao Zijing. Yet, these soldiers were merely martial artists of the void martial realm. How could they breach Xiao Zijing's Sword King armor? Drawing upon the ferocity of the dragon-scale horse, she charged through the ranks, her sword claiming the lives of hundreds of soldiers in mere moments. "Whoever obstructs me shall perish. All of you, get out of my way." With a roar that reverberated throughout half of Zhoushan, many soldiers felt a seed of fear blossom within them. Xiao Zijing snorted coldly, ready to charge forth on her horse. But at that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd of soldiers, striking without warning. Boom! The force of that palm was formidable, and Xiao Zijing sensed an ocean of true energy surging forth. A master of the oceanic realm. A thought flashed through her mind, and without hesitation, she raised the shield of the Sword King armor to block the incoming strike. The entire armor shuddered violently. Even her dragon-scale horse was forced back several steps. Xiao Zijing's cold gaze locked onto her assailant, who wore the uniform of the commander, smiling as he addressed her. "Little brother, you possess remarkable skills to have breached Zhoushan. But your journey ends here. With me, Liang Long, present, you shall not advance any further." "Commander Liang," the soldiers cheered. For Liang Long was a powerful master of the oceanic realm, certain to impede this young intruder. I warned you, anyone who stands in my way shall die. Xiao Zijing coldly regarded Liang Long, feeling the aura of Meng Xian behind her grow faint, knowing that if she delayed for even a moment longer, Meng Xian's life would be forfeit. Haha, I also say that with me here, you have no chance to advance. Liang Long chuckled. Then you shall die? Xiao Zijing roared in fury, leaping down from the dragon scale horse, discarding the Sword King armor, channeling all her true energy back into the Lingjin Palace. She gripped the Sword of Divine Retribution and unleashed a horizontal sweep, the immense sword energy carrying a power of annihilation aimed straight at Liang Long. So formidable. Liang Long swiftly evaded, employing a mysterious footwork technique, moving like a dragon to dodge the overwhelming sword energy, swiftly closing the distance to Xiao Zijing. He struck out with a palm, but Xiao Zijing, sensing the danger, executed the Snowy Knight soaring step, dodging as if she were a weeble, escaping the powerful palm strike. The air trembled from the force of his blow, and Xiao Zijing's expression shifted. This man's strength was likely even greater than that of Tang Zong. Yet Liang Long felt trepidation as well. The might of Xiao Zijing's sword energy was such that even a mere touch could inflict severe injury. Nevertheless, witnessing this, Liang Long's greed for Xiao Zijing's sword only intensified. Kill. As the soldiers saw Xiao Zijing restrained by Liang Long, they surged forward, brandishing swords, halberds, and a variety of weapons to attack her. Xiao Zijing deftly executed the Snowy Knight soaring step, and the sword energy from her Sword of Divine Retribution showed no mercy. Each strike claimed dozens of lives. Xiao Zijing wielded her sword like a reaper harvesting wheat, blood splattering the streets as she pressed forward. Liang Long, cautious in his combat with her, was acutely aware of the terrifying sword energy emanating from the Sword of Divine Retribution. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Zijing had sliced her way from the city gate to the 4th Street of Zhoushan, and then onward, leaving a trail of blood to the 5th Street intersection. Die! Liang Long, filled with combat fervor, unleashed his palm techniques, but with the Sword of Divine Retribution in Xiao Zijing's hands, she harbored no fear of his attacks. The sword seemed to come alive, ringing with a sharp melody. While her swordplay was fierce and cunning, her white robe now stained crimson with blood. It's Xiao Zijing. Both Meng Canglan and Meng Daran witnessed this scene, gasping in shock as Xiao Zijing carved a path from the city gate to their location. The other clan leaders were equally stunned. At this moment, Xiao Zijing appeared as a general who had breached the enemy's ranks, a victorious war god. Even Liang Long, a master of the oceanic realm, could not withstand the sharpness of her blade. Kill! 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 At this moment, Xiao Zijing was consumed by a bloodlust, emanating a unique aura of murderous intent that stirred the hearts of those around him. Those who stand in my way shall perish. The Jiugong sword soul sensed this ominous presence and was taken aback, for it bore a striking resemblance to the murderous aura of the prison Xian sword master. With a swift motion, the Heaven's Wrath sword pierced through the air, creating a sound that shattered the tension. The sword approached Liang Long, whose eyes gleamed with excitement as he deftly sidestepped the strike, laughing, "This sword is mine." He then clawed with his hand, his surging true energy swirling within his palm as he reached for the blade of the Heaven's Wrath sword. Xiao Zijing's expression shifted as he felt a mysterious suction emanating from Liang Long's palm, drawing the sword inexorably towards him. Liang Long yanked with force, attempting to wrest the sword from Xiao Zijing's grasp. At that moment, the Jiugong sword soul chuckled ominously. "This fool is courting death." As the words left his lips, an overwhelming wave of demonic energy erupted from the Heaven's Wrath sword. Liang Long froze. A surge of dark mist burst forth from the sword, invading his mind. His eyes turned blood red, and with a thunderous roar, an astonishing aura erupted from him. Xiao Zijing was taken aback. What was happening? He has succumbed to madness. The Jiugong sword soul remarked, amused. Did you think anyone could wield the Heaven's Wrath sword? Only you could attempt it. The sword was sealed by its master for countless years, absorbing endless demonic thoughts. That fool underestimated its power and has now been consumed. Oh, Liang Long bellowed in a frenzy, while the soldiers around him were bewildered by his transformation. Kill! Kill! Liang Long gasped, muttering the word kill incessantly. His blood-red gaze shifting to the soldiers as he charged into their ranks, unleashing a palm strike that obliterated one soldier into a mist of blood. Commander Liang has gone mad. One soldier screamed in terror, as Liang Long rampaged through the ranks like a tiger unleashed among sheep. However, before he could claim more victims, he suddenly halted. Buzz! The heart of the sword trembled. Xiao Zijing blinked, swiftly leaping into the air to execute the Snowy Knight surprise step. covering hundreds of meters in an instant. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted as Liang Long detonated. What horror! Xiao Zijing felt a chill run down his spine. Had he also fallen into madness when he first wielded the Heaven's Wrath sword, he could have met the same fate. Yet, this was not the time for idle thoughts. He sprinted toward the seven-tiered tower. Chase! A throng of soldiers, witnessing Xiao Zijing's flight, surged after him. Meanwhile, everyone atop the seven-tiered tower had witnessed the earlier spectacle. Their gazes fixated on Xiao Zijing's sword, their hearts filled with greed. They were oblivious to how Liang Long had met his demise. They only desired the indomitable divine blade. Go! Meng Canglan could no longer remain idle. He uttered the command and leaped into the air, his figure trailing several phantoms as he vanished from the rooftop. Meng Canglan quickly followed suit. Where do you think you're going? The other clan leaders were momentarily taken aback. The Meng family was a sensitive clan, and many sought to seize the opportunity to obliterate them. Yet, there were exceptions, such as the head of the Han family, who harbored no ambitions against the Meng family. The most ambitious were undoubtedly Su Xiangdong, the head of the Su family, and Li Haoran, the lord of Suzhou City. Let us take a look. The two elderly men, Feng and Zhao, exchanged glances and followed suit. Both had their eyes set on Xiao Zijing's sword. Possessing it would elevate their status immensely. Especially the elder with sword-like brows, who was particularly covetous of the divine blade. He resolved to seize it at all costs. Experts from various factions unleashed their abilities, racing toward Xiao Zijing. The clan leaders were all at least early-staged Songhai realm experts, while Meng Canglan and Meng Canglan had reached the pinnacle of the Songhai realm. Clearly the top-tier powers among the gathered strong. Furthermore, Meng Canglan had also mastered the Snowy Night Surprise step, creating a significant gap between them and the others. How peculiar. When did the Meng family acquire such formidable footwork? The other clan leaders murmured in astonishment. Only Su Xiangdong, the head of the Su family, squinted his eyes and moved swiftly to catch up, his speed so remarkable that if spotted by the Meng family, they would surely exclaim it to be the Meng family's misty celestial step. Xiao Zijing. Meng Canglan finally spotted him, shouting loudly. Xiao Zijing's eyes lit up upon seeing Meng Canglan. He leaped into the air, severing the ropes binding Meng Xian behind him with a flick of his fingertip sword energy, and quickly handed her over to Meng Canglan. Seeing Meng Xian's condition, Meng Canglan was taken aback. Before he could inquire, Xiao Zijing urged, quick, suppress the backlash within her. Backlash. Meng Canglan paused, but there was no time for questions. He swiftly plunged a palm into Meng Xian's body, only to be met with a force of backlash that nearly overwhelmed him, causing him to exclaim, "It's incredibly potent." Wait, Xian's Dantian. Meng Canglan's expression shifted dramatically as he looked incredulously at Xiao Zijing. Xiao Zijing, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, stating wearily, "It's shattered, but I've sealed it temporarily with a secret method. Do not worry, I will find a way to restore Xian's Dantian." Nonsense. How can a shattered Dantian be healed? Meng Canglan erupted in anger. I say it can be healed. Xiao Zijing retorted vehemently, shouting back at Meng Canglan. If it weren't for your incompetence as the clan leader, how would the Meng family have fallen to this state? Say that again. Meng Canglan glared at Xiao Zijing through gritted teeth. You are indeed incompetent, and that is no exaggeration. You only rely on Meng Canglan, completely oblivious to the dire state of the Meng family. I called you incompetent not to insult you, but out of respect for my adoptive father. Look at what the Meng family was under my adoptive father Meng Xiaoyao, and now look at what it has become under your leadership. Do I need to spell it out for you? Xiao Zijing's fiery gaze bore into Meng Canglan, leaving him momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Xiao Zijing lifted his head, spotting the approaching clan leaders, and narrowed his eyes. Meng Canglan, we must leave Zhoushan town immediately with the Grand Elder. Huh. Meng Canglan was taken aback. Swish. The sound of a sword tip scraping the ground echoed as Xiao Zijing rose slowly from the ground, his eyes icy. If we do not leave now, they will surely keep you here. Tonight, let the storm brewing in Zhoushan town be faced by me, Xiao Zijing.